Yorana, and good morning. Quarterfinals are set as we see a lot of the best surfers in the world like Molly Picklum preparing in the channel. Louis Egan, coach for Caroline Marks, world number 3. Checking out the morning conditions. Tyler Wright preparing for a quarterfinal matchup with Tatiana Weston Webb, who's getting stretched out, breathing, preparing. Maybe the hardest charging female on the tour as you check out these early morning conditions. The boats were getting fired up this morning. The judges are all standing on that tower as we speak, looking at the morning conditions. And how about this view? The most special view on the island right in front of Teahupo'o and the reef pass called Hawaii that creates one of the craziest waves in the world. Could this be the last day of the regular season? I think so. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier for the call. Flick, it's a great morning when you wake up to finals day and see that there's still some really good surf out there.
Oh, there really is. And behind me, it looks very calm out there. Not very much wind and so much on the line today, especially within the men. A couple of scenarios within the women. It's going to be a cracker of a day.
A lot to go through here on the final day of the season as we get more official with the call. Say good morning to Laura Enever with our chief of sport, Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Happy finals day. Jessie, wind has calmed down a bit. There's still some swell out there. What are we going to see today and what's the run schedule?
Yeah, it is finals day, and we're going to be starting with the women's quarterfinals, going into men's quarterfinals, and then going all the way into crowning champions here today. It is a really much calmer ocean this morning, absolutely, in a good way. You know, there's definitely a couple of waves out there. It's still a bit of swell, and it's also meant to continue to pick up throughout today, which is going to be a great thing for us also.
Absolutely amazing. Not as Bobby on the boats today, and cannot wait to see everyone absolutely go ham. It's, you know, stakes are high for sure. We're going to see a lot of clinching today.
Yeah, it's it is a very big day for us, absolutely. And, you know, this is the culmination of our regular season. There's a lot on the line for our athletes, and we've been talking about it, you know, throughout this event. It's also the Olympic venue for next year. So, you know, we're looking at Olympic qualification today. We're also looking at the WSL Final 5. And, you know, there's a couple of really big heats and big matchups for our athletes. So, you know, it's going to be a really important day for us all in the channel, and more importantly for our surfers. So, you know, we're all watching, and I wish everyone the best.
Let's go. Keep your eyes glued to the screen. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Jessie. Big day, finals day for our quarterfinalists for the men and women, filling up those spots in the WSL Final 5 and also provisionally qualifying our surfers for the Olympic Games. That's a lot to take on, but we'll walk you through it. First, let's focus on the surf. Thanks, Surfline, for being our official forecaster of the event, showing that we'd have that kind of fading south-southwest swell, but reinforcements on the way, Flick.
Yeah, that's exactly what this graphic right here is telling us. The swell is maybe going to dip a bit this morning, but we are seeing that reinforcing south swell maybe this afternoon, maybe a few bigger sets, some breezy side shore southeast winds. And looking, here we go, break down this graphic for today. 5 to 8 foot faces this morning and possibly 6 to 10 foot faces later this afternoon. So we could be seeing some bigger surf on the way.
Really looking forward to that. Talking about peaking at the right time, hopefully right around those big finals. We'll see a lot of that surf start to spike, and we look the rest of the waiting period. You can see why they called it on for today, Flick.
Oh, for sure. I mean, to me, it seems like a no-brainer right now. Wednesday today, but yeah, Thursday, tomorrow dropping off a little bit and then getting smaller throughout the rest of the week. So definitely the right decision.
Thanks so much to Surfline. Happy finals day, everybody. Tyler Wright, Tatiana Weston Webb will be out there first in their quarterfinal. That's going to be a great one there for Tyler. You know, she didn't do great last year at this event. Now she's working out the lineup and this reef. For Tati, you know, she's really one of the hardest charging athletes on the tour.
For sure. This is going to be a real cracker of a heat. I know Tyler's pretty fired up now that she's provisionally qualified for the Olympics. She just knows that, hey, I've got to put in the effort here, put in the time, log some more waves, make the most of this opportunity. And wow, I mean, Tatiana as well, hard charging woman.
Pretty exciting when you look at the stakes here. Remember, if Tyler loses in this quarterfinal, that would see Carissa wear the yellow jersey for the 3rd straight season at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Steph Gilmore, she's in a must-win situation. If she goes down, that would see Caitlin Simmers clinch that 5th spot. And if Steph loses, it also would provisionally qualify Molly Picklum, who has that heat against Caitlin Simmers. in the fourth quarterfinal today. So a lot on the line. We'll see if Carissa Moore can wear yellow for the third consecutive season.
Wow, that's pretty crazy. If she clinches her number 1 seed, if Tyler loses her quarterfinal heat, Tyler's got a hard heat today coming up against Tati, who's such a hard-charging woman. And Molly will provisionally qualify for 2004 Olympics if she wins against Katie.
Steph Gilmore in the channel. She takes on Caroline Marks in quarterfinal number 2. And she's trying not to miss out on the Rip Curl WSL Finals. She's been in the last 2 editions of that. She is the defending world champion. As we kick off this first heat, quarterfinal number 1, we know that Tyler will be competing for a 3rd world title this September. Unfortunately for Tatiana, this is going to be the first world title event that she's going to miss in September. But she loves this venue, charges incredibly hard as she's already getting started in the first heat of finals day. Tati already had a 0.5 and already on to wave number 2. So it's trying to establish an early rhythm over Tyler Wright this morning.
For sure, she's looking fired up. That pink hair has actually faded out a bit. You can just see it. She dyed her hair pink right before this event. It was electric, but yeah, you can just tell by the way she's paddling back out. She's kicking 2 waves already for Tati. Really looking forward to seeing that replay of her second wave. Here we go. Ducks up underneath there and comes flying out. So she's looking really fired up. Sort of a smaller, quicker barrel. Here we go. Have a look at it. You could see that she was positioned a little bit further towards the channel when she took off on that one. So Tyler was sitting deeper on the reef, not even really having a look at that wave. Tati obviously catching that wave on her way back out after her first wave.
Tatiana Weston Webb, semi-final finish last year, which was really no surprise. She's always a favorite in conditions like this. Ended up losing to eventual event winner Courtney Conlog, but had some great looks at the barrel and actually got on the phone with her coach, Ross Williams, this morning. And he was talking about just focusing on Tati. They've been really trying to have her energy a little bit more calculated. Ross went on to say that she's always charging and, in his opinion, takes off on waves of consequence maybe more than anyone else on tour. So now trying to make sure that she has that entry and a higher percentage for makes and for success. Because as we've seen at Pipeline, you know, she doesn't have huge results there in the past, what you'd expect her to have, like wins or finals. But oftentimes she's taken on maybe the scariest waves, or maybe being the bravest with her approach. So now being a bit more calculated and knowing that the swell was dropping a little bit today, she might be able to turn that energy up, and actually Ross would want her to maybe be a little bit more aggressive to maybe expose her opponents, you know, where she's taking off on the ledge.
Yeah, that's a great point. It actually brings up something that I was thinking about earlier today when I saw that we were on for this heat. Tatiana, in my eyes, has always been a sort of surfer where I remember when I first saw her surfing on the qualifying series when she was trying to qualify for the championship tour. She's the kind of surfer that she is either going to get an excellent score or she's going to fall, because you know she's always going to be going so hard. So it's an exciting thing, but I like the tactic there of, hey, let's just be a bit more calculated here.
Pulling right in under the hood, Tyler Wright. Great execution on her opener. And a nice just fade and cut back to enjoy the tube bride. So she's on the board quickly. And now Tati pulls in, and it looks like she went down quickly. Incomplete for Weston Webb. But Tati's last wave already came in at a 5.0. And you see her punch under that white water. Even those waves that look a bit smaller, you still feel the turbulence. Tyler paddling out through the channel. So nice start to this first quarterfinal, and seeing real clean conditions. Yesterday the ocean surface was pretty lumpy and bumpy and created some challenges, especially inside the tube.
Oh, for sure. Yesterday inside the barrel there was a whole lot of stuff to deal with. We had little steps, little rivets, little bumps in the face of the wave. Here we go. Replay of Tati. Looking at this one, she got a lot of travel time there, and it almost looked like she could have snuck out, but something must have happened inside the barrel. Have a look at Tyler's wave. Nice positioning there. Great technique. Finishes off with a carving maneuver here. Just a nice way to sort of get started. Feet in the wax. It's always good when you take off on that first wave and it's a make. Sort of sets you up for the rest of the heat, puts you in a good headspace. Beautiful slow-mo here. Tyler probably feeling really good after this one. Pretty small, like a smaller tube, shorter tube time, but great way to start the heat.
So there's the wrap. Tyler's opener trying to match what Tati did on her 5.0 to make this an exciting heat. Happy finals day to Strider Wazalewski, who's enjoying these morning conditions. What are you looking at, Waz?
Oh, I'm just looking at the beauty of Tahiti and these little nuggets coming in on the reef. It is looking really fun today. Still some pretty heavy sections, but a beautiful morning out here. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Flick.
Yeah, Waz. Real clean conditions. Where do you see the scoring potential today?
Oh, yeah, huge, through the roof. I feel like there's those really beautiful waves that we saw, those deep ones coming off the reef from yesterday. I feel like we're going to see a lot of that today, and as the day goes on, we're expecting a little increase in swell, which is just going to make the action better and better all day.
Well, what about Tatiana already having a 5.0? How'd you like that one?
You know what? Tati is a tube rider. She is. That's what I called her this morning when I saw her. I said, good morning, Tati, the tube rider. And she's just got that knack to get under the ledge, and she's just so calculated. She knows the inside of the barrel well. So she has a real knack for the tube ride. Unfortunately, the wave she had, she was just a little bit too far behind it. So it kind of was smaller, but then it opened up at the end, and she just didn't have the momentum to get through it.
Good man, Strider 5. And then Tyler's 5.33. What'd you see on Tyler's?
You know what? I saw signs of like John. The way that red board right under the hook and grabbing it and going right in backhand. That's a really hard thing to do. And the technique was there. The quickness, the agility, and the smile on her face as she paddled by was something that was really really lightning. So I like to see that right now out the back. We got Tati trying to warm up as well.
That's right, Strider. Just an up and out for Tati. Waz, hair looking great, by the way. Enjoy finals day. We'll check in with you in a moment. Scores in for Tyler, 5.33, so a little bit better than Tati's start at a 5. Almost really matching each other with their best scores so far. Good sign for a good heat.
For sure. I think great openers by both women. Really sort of hard to... Here we go. Tyler again.
Bowling up. Tyler once again pulls in. What a great spot to sit inside the tube. Back-to-back makes for the two-time world champ.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Tyler already this morning. I feel like her opening heat, she had a few nice moments. Oh, Tati.
Wild one. Can she hang on? And Tatiana Weston Webb is able to control that one. With her tail sliding out, she was leaning forward, but always was hoping to get the recovery. Great effort for one of the hardest charging athletes on tour. These two have been in big heats before. The event in France where Tati got a 10 just put herself on the map as such an amazing barrel rider. Let's go with Tyler's first here.
Yeah, pretty similar to her first wave, but this second wave, I'm just liking already what I'm seeing from Tyler. I feel like she's identified from her first heat what she needs to improve on. She's positioning herself on the takeoff to be deeper in the barrel. Here we go. We'll have a look at Tati's wave. Now this one was a little bit funny here on the exit. She managed to stick it, so she's looking really sure-footed on her board, which is a really good sign as well. Both women having a couple of makes. We'll have a closer look here. She, even on the takeoff there, almost lost it, but did so well. Incredible core strength to hang on there. And this little exit, something funny happens. The foam hits her. The fins sort of disengage for a second and does a little fin slide as she's coming out of the barrel.
Gosh, there were so many impressive moments on that wave for Tati. If she didn't slide out on the entry, she wouldn't have maxed out the tube time. And what we've been noticing about the best barrel riders the last couple of days, you go to John, you go to Jack, Robinson, they don't have to see what's in front of them. And I think that was a good example of Tati not needing to have vision on the exit and just going on her feel and trusting her instincts. Yeah, we'll see how the judges react, because there was a little bit of sliding action there. We'll see if they see that as technical and a nice recovery to pull that up and in, or if they'll see it as a loss of control. But really impressed of Weston Webb maxing out on the tube time in a short space.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Joe. Are they going to see that as sort of not in control, or is that great technique? You know, that's a really interesting point. I really liked what I've seen from Tyler so far. She looks really sure-footed. Like I said, I think she's identified that she needs to be slightly deeper and position herself slightly deeper for the takeoff from her last heat already, her first opening round heat. She's looking super, composed, I guess is the right word. So 2 good rides already from both women, and we've already got a bit of a battle on our hands.
I suppose we break down that slide into the pit for a lot of backhanders out here. And Tati's showing a bit of that on her forehand, just aggressively pulling up and under as judges think about that last exchange, both starting off in the 5s. For Tyler, a lot on the line. I mean, the yellow jersey, the importance of that heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. To note, Tyler's never been there before. This will be her first time. She'll be competing for a 3rd world title in this new format. With the advantage of being the #1 seed, you're the last surfer standing. It's a best out of 3 series in the title match. And scores starting to show up for Tyler. Her opener, a 5.33. First sign of a score. Judges like in the second one a little bit better.
Yeah, wow. It's pretty exciting for Tyler. Already that first judge dropping a 7-point ride. So we'll wait and see what the other 4 judges put out there. Drop the highest, drop the lowest, and get an average of the 3.
Definitely taking advantage of the video replay right now. You see one judge is ready to go. We'll stand by for the average. They had to pause to watch Tati there and then saw that she held back, so they'll probably get back to throwing in Tyler's last and also Tati's last. Big day for the end of the season. Caroline Marks taking on Stephanie Gilmore coming up next. Big one for the title race and for the GOAT. Steph Gilmore, the 8-time defending world champ, in a must-win situation against Caroline Marks coming up next.
That is really going to be exciting. I know that Steph is a really competitive person. She had a little chat to Laura this morning. I know that they're good mates, and I was like, come on, you got to give me some little bit of intel about Steph. You know, is she going to be fired up for this one? And Laura just told me, she's like, Steph's competitive. You know, she has not lost that drive whatsoever. She's going to want to win this. So she's fired up, and I know Caroline, obviously being on her forehand out here. Here we go.
Tyler Wright, 7.17, and the lead. Dropped the high and the low, and that's the average. Well done for Tyler Wright. One of her best numbers she's had here at Teahupo'o. And then Tatiana Weston Webb was able to control a wild ride there and earns a 6.93. So they saw Tyler's as a bit better. And Tati, 6.93, will have her in second. It's her best number so far. Needs a 5.58 to take the lead.
I see where the judges are going. I guess they're rewarding Tyler's control in the barrel. She looks super composed. Both her waves have had clean exits. Tati is super skillful to do what Tati did, but doesn't maybe look as clean or as controlled. Both girls having a look here.
And it's going to be Tyler with priority. Let's see if she can go 3 in a row. This one's forcing her to straighten out. So nothing changing for her lead. And she hands Tatiana priority. Weston Webb rolls it. Representing Brazil on tour, up and out. She's just ahead of Tyler there. Tyler's really trying to push the effort to have the priority rotation just continue to roll. Tati's trying to show that she's out far enough to maybe get it back. The priority judge yet to make a decision. Tyler is fairly close to Tati. We'll see if they decide to keep it rolling. Important decision here. And they are taking their time. 20 minutes, 30 seconds. Tati's able to hang on to priority.
Whoa, that was a pretty smart decision by Tati. She obviously saw Tyler, she knew Tyler just caught that wave and saw her wave wasn't really going to offer so much, so made that really smart decision to kick out fast, reclaim priority. Very smart move.
Last day of the regular season. We're getting so close to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll show you the WSL Final 5 snapshot. We still haven't decided the yellow jersey. If Tyler would lose in this round, then Carissa would have yellow for the 3rd straight season. We'll keep you posted on that. And also the scenario for Steph Gilmore. She's in 6th and fighting for a spot with Caitlin Simmers If Steph loses here in the quarters to Caroline Marks, Simmers would officially take that spot and compete for her first world title. Also, if Simmers wins her heat over Molly Picklum, that would also send the surfer from Oceanside into a big world championship day. And she compete for a world title as a rookie, just like Steph did when she won that back in 2007.
Wow, pretty incredible. I'm pretty sure Simmers is 17 and Steph was 18 when she won her world title. So just the thought process for me, like, wow, Simmers could have a crack at a world title at 17 years of age at Trestles is just, wow.
Yeah, youngest world champ, Carissa Moore at 18. So then you'd think Caitlin Simmers would have a chance to break that record. If she could be there, she'd have to start from match number 1, but that's what Steph did last year and went all the way to her 8th world title. Tati's been brilliant ever since she qualified for the tour. This will be the first year she misses out on the WSL Final 5, because there's a lot of first-timers like Caroline Marks. She's there for the first time. At the moment, she's in the number 3 seed. We're going to work all that out today. Caroline excited for lowers. It's her new home break. You know, she's from Florida, but she's been living in San Clemente for a few years now. That's going to be a fun one to work out. Molly Picklum will be there for the first time. So for Carissa, you know, she's kind of always been there. She'll have some new faces to look at this year. From the first edition with Sally Fitzgibbons, the only change from the second year was throwing Brisa Hennessy in that spot. But, you know, Joanne DeFay's been there. Tatiana's been there. And reliable with that consistency. Steph's been in the last 2. So it could be 4 fresh faces to join Riss. Only time will tell in this round of competition. So far, Tyler setting the pace this morning. Some great backhand tube rides. A 5.33 and a 7.17. Tati was able to kick out quickly and regain first priority. Now looking for just a 5.58. And Tati with the big reputation of loving frontside tubes here on her forehand. Let's see if Tati can make a comeback with priority. Getting close to the halfway mark of quarterfinal number 1 here on Finals Day. We'll be right back. Tatiana Weston Webb is in there somewhere as we come back with some live action. So leaving her mark there with priority, and she was looking to take the lead off Tyler Wright. And we'll find out why she went down right now, Flick. Let's take a look.
Yeah, really late takeoff again. Once again for Tati. She's just stroking into these ones super late. Got underneath it, but wow, got gobbled up in that foam.
Well, this is what we were talking about at the start of the heat. Just going for it, jumping out of the sky, going for real critical entries into these waves. So Tati still chasing Tyler Wright, needing a 5.58 now without priority. And always a good reminder when we prepare for a big day in the sun, make sure you prepare yourself to protect your skin with Shiseido. You can actually scan this QR code on your screen and discover your perfect sunscreen. Important for us here outside all day, but it's actually important if you're just running errands, cruising around town, to take care of your skin and protect it from the sun's harmful rays. When you scan that QR code, you're going to end up finding Kanoa Garashi's favorite stick there, SPF 50 Plus. Protects you on the go as we watch Tyler Wright now live up and out. So just trading places with priority. Tati's turn, and she'll let that one go.
I think that was a pretty smart move by Tati. She sort of sold that wave, had a look at it. Tyler was looking. Tati was like, I'm going to force this situation. Ended up not really being a great wave.
This one looks like she's going to step on the gas off the bottom and goes for a little lip line attack. So forced to throw down a turn. Tati jumping out of there. She knows they're really going to favor the barrel rides today. So not expecting anything to change in Tatiana's top two. Strider Wazalewski, they're trying to barrel hunt right now. Tati still needing a score.
Yeah, Tati does need a score, but she's looking at everything. And that last wave was almost the one that she needed, the one prior where she went down. She was battling through the barrel again like we saw. She's surfing to the judging criteria. They want late drops, they want heavy sections, they want deep tube rides. It's exactly what she's trying to do. So that's why you see her pushing it so far back into that pit and trying to execute what the judges want to see. Paddling by, smile on her face, looked happy, but definitely focused. We'll see if she can get back out there. She's done well to sell Tyler a wave on that last one that, you know, she didn't score on. So it's interesting headspace out in the lineup.
Thanks so much, Strider. Really cool to see Tati where she chooses to position herself with quite a few airdrops already. Waz enjoying this quarterfinal, and he's going to be prepared for a huge finals day out there. Strider spending a lot of time on free surf trips here for the last 30 years here at Teahupo'o. As we take a look from the channel at Tatiana.
So deep. Her nose of her board actually picked under the water for a bit. You could actually see it there again from this angle. Oh, this is her second wave, sorry. Straight up into that maneuver. I was pretty worried actually watching her do that because pretty precarious section. You can actually see her board gets hung up there for a second and decides to pin drop out of there. Another look at this turn. We'll see. Puts it straight up into the lip and it just gets so steep. Almost airdrops back down here for a second. And this little maneuver right here, that pin drop, that is the best way to dismount off your board on a shallow reef. Really penetrate that water and get out of there quick, smart.
Yeah, definitely want to get out of there. Hope that you don't get sucked up and over the falls. These waves can almost be backless at times where they seem like they're below sea level, and sometimes it's hard to punch free. And it'll give you a little trip of the reef, which is really hard not to get scraped up. Then you really got to protect your wounds out here as we have Tati up and out. Yeah, usually just even a slightest scrape. You're checking in with the medical staff every day. It might not look like a lot, but you definitely have to make sure it's clean. A lot of those cuts have been infected over the years. Remember Matty Wilkinson that one year? He ended up getting staph. He was charging so hard, he got so torn up, but he had just daily trips to the WSL medical team to get cleaned up to prepare for more heats.
Surfing over live coral like we have here at Teahupo'o is it's dangerous stuff. It's super shallow. Like you said, you literally only just have to touch it or brush up against it. The other day I was actually snorkeling and thought I was watching where I was going, and I literally just turned around and I just brushed the side of my leg and ended up with like a few scrapes. And I was like, wow, I just only literally brushed up against that and got some nice little Tahitian tattoos. Nice little souvenir.
And you got to take care of them, right? Have you ever done the lime in your wounds out here?
Well, so I have a little story on this. I posted a video a few years ago. It was actually, I was in the Mentawai Islands, came off, had some crazy cuts all over my back, and I posted this video. Tatiana, funny enough, was actually the person that was applying the lime. And I posted it to social media and I said, is there any doctors out there that can confirm or deny, does this lime thing actually work, or is it just for the pleasure of the viewer or the person applying it? And there were a lot of doctors actually writing in, do not do this, this is bad.
Really?
Yeah, okay, to some extent. For last resort, if you don't have anything else, lime could possibly do something to kill a little bit of the bacteria, but if anything, it could kill the new cells that are starting to build up on the skin. The best thing to do is to apply fresh water to it, because what kills coral and creates these big channels in the ocean? Fresh water. Fresh water makes the passes, the reef passes, the channel that we see right there with the boats. So the best thing to put on a live cut, make sure you clean it really well, scrub it with fresh water, don't put lime juice on there. So anyway, it was a funny moment. So Tati's like literally like, ha 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 ha, gonna like lime you up, and I'm like squealing.
Wow.
But yeah.
That's been a tradition for decades.
It has, but yeah, a lot of doctors were like, do not do this.
There goes the entertainment.
I know.
For a lot of people with an odd sense of humor, right?
I know.
Because it is painful feeling lime in your wounds. So, hey, that's a great advice, Flick. We can move forward from that.
I know. Let's all move on from the lime and the cut.
7:53 on the clock. Tatiana needing a 5.58 to take the lead from Tyler Wright. Surfing at the 8th spot on tour, number 8 in the world. She's been enjoying her trip out here with her husband, Jesse Mendez. Jesse happens to be a Triple Crown champ. Spent a few solid years on the championship tour. So they've been enjoying some fun sessions out here. I saw them, they caught one wave. They're doing go-behinds together, just really having a lot of fun here in the South Pacific. And Tati used to come here when the women's event wasn't on yet at Teahupo'o, and she'd, shadow not just Jesse, but a lot of the world's best out there. And she said that was one of the most important trips she had, coming during a men's CT event, knowing that maybe the women's would be called up soon. And she said a lot of the crew that she's good friends with on tour were just calling her into sets. She got to really figure out where she wanted to sit in this lineup, and reminisces on some of the best waves she's had in Tahiti.
For sure, and I think that's such a smart decision, and that's one thing I've always admired about Tati is, now the men's and women's both go to all the same event locations around the world. However, back then the tours were sort of separated, right? But Tati always made a point of putting herself out at these waves of consequence and really pushing the limits, and that's why she's always been someone. Here she is having a look at this one.
So Tati, without priority, slams on the brakes, positions herself in the pit. She makes it out. Lays down the rail for a wrapping cutback. And she steps off, chasing a 5.58. If Tati wins this heat, we'd see Carissa in yellow for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And you can see she did well without priority there.
Yeah, she did. She sort of found this smaller, little sneakier inside one. You can see it didn't barrel from the takeoff, but she could see this setup section coming. So really good read on the wave there to sneak this one underneath Tyler. Tyler didn't see it. You can see she gets a little bit of a roll in. She's actually taken off behind the barreling section. So sort of a different technique to do when the waves are barreling. You don't want to be taking off right in the apex. She took off just behind it, allowed her to roll in here, stomped on the brakes, and found herself a little bit of a cover-up.
Well done to Tatiana Weston-Webb. Cool stalling technique. Gets the exit. And judges will think about a decision for the lead. Getting towards the 5-minute mark. Tyler Wright pulls in and ends up going down. Real cool take to pull right in under the hood. It was definitely the biggest barrel she's had a look at in this quarterfinal. So charging hard. It'll be an incomplete score. But she certainly would have outdone her 7-1-7 if she got the exit there.
Oh, that was awesome. I loved that. And I just loved what I saw from Tyler. I guess she knows right now. She's sitting out there with a 7-1-7 and a 5-3-3. Her next move is to improve on that 5-3-3. And that wave right there, that would have done it. It was the biggest wave that we've seen taken off on during this heat. Biggest, most open barrel. She's definitely on her way to an excellent score there. So I really like the commitment. It's hard charging and yeah, right decision. Here we go. Super late takeoff by Tyler there. Straight into the pit. Sort of looks like she fell forward a little bit. Have a look at this angle here. Yeah, she just almost body surfed her way out of the tube.
Why not? That angle is incredible, and she's just really committing. Her fin slid out, controlled it off the bottom. What went wrong here?
Oh, she just had a little bit too much weight further forward on the board. Also looks like her fins sort of disengaged a little bit. A little bit of air underneath the fins. Sort of lost a little bit of control. And then just, yeah, a little bit too much weight forward. But great drop there by Tyler.
Strider, what did you see?
I saw what was interesting to me was the smile on Tyler's face after she came up from the, not making the wave. It was like a light bulb went off. She's like, wow, I can do this. She negotiated an incredibly late drop. She pulled under it, and she had calculated that she did what Flick was saying, was she just leaned a little too far forward, so she stopped her momentum. When you're in the barrel backhand, you really have to keep your hips over the center point of the board, and that way the board stays level and you don't go over the front or pop the wheelie and kind of get sucked into the back of the tube. So beautiful work by Tyler, and I feel like she's light bulb moment, and I feel like she's just going to continue to get better in heavy barrels. I love it.
I agree. Good man, Strider. Tyler Wright's just growing out here in front of our eyes. She actually didn't get much in the opening round. Went to the elimination round, improved a bit with her scores, but talked about the challenge here of being at Teahupo'o. But her approach is really solid. 5-3-3 opener, 7-1-7 on her second effort, and then pushed herself on that last one where she ended up being complete. As we were catching up with Strider, we saw the last score for Tatiana average out, a 5-3-3, not enough. Weston Webb with priority, still chasing a 5.58, 2:20 to go.
Wow, there's really not much between these girls. And if you look at their two heat totals, Tyler right now, she's out there in the lead. She's on the 12.50. Tati sitting in second, 12.26. Literally splitting hairs right now. Both got a 5.33. Tyler with that 7-1-7. Nicer, cleaner, more open barrel. Tyler just having a little bit of a look right there at that one.
Down to a minute 50, Tyler Wright, incredible season, and sort of similar to the John story. They both won their world titles in the same years, both went back-to-back, both riding Pizels at the moment. But yeah, Tyler's just happy to be feeling good and healthy. She was under the weather for one event, the Surf Ranch. That was her lowest result of the season, but other than that, she's been brilliant. 5 finals this year and 1 win. That win was defending her Bell's Trophy, as she's taken over that event in back-to-back seasons. One thing that's impressed me about Tyler as well is her results at Pipe. Had the event at Honolulu Bay, continued at Pipe. She won that event, and that was a surprise finish, moving to Oahu, and got a third the next year, semifinal, and she ended up going down to Moana Jones-Wong, and then was runner-up in the final at Pipe in the complete format to Carissa Moore to kick off the year number 2 in the world.
Well, it's just interesting, Tyler had that post-heat interview yesterday with Laura, and she was talking about how she wasn't really feeling too comfortable in Waves of Consequence. And I'm like, hang on a second, Tyler. I think that might be just a little bit of self-doubt there, because I have seen you perform and absolutely charge. She comes from a family of hard chargers, brother Owen Wright, brother Mikey Wright. Those two guys, they absolutely charged. Owen's had amazing moments out here, so I'm like, I think you got this, Tyler. I think you got this.
Oh, certainly, and it's really cool. We talked about Tati coming here early. Tyler had some trips here early with her brothers. Owen giving her confidence. Mikey's always telling her if he's doing it, she can do it. That's been their relationship their whole life. So much support there, along with their other siblings, Tim and Kirby, as we run out of time here in this first quarterfinal on finals day. We will have Tyler Wright moving forward into the semifinals. Great effort on the backhand. Coach Andy King for Tyler shakes hands with Tati's husband, Jesse Mendez. And we will prepare for Caroline Marks and the 8-time defending world champ, Stephanie Gilmore, who's in a must-win situation to compete for a 9th world title this year. I'll be right back.
I feel like I'm just here to learn as much as I can about this wave. This wave it just scares me. Caroline's on fire. I think she's going to be a real threat in the finals.
I know there's a lot on the line. Obviously my goal is to, better my ranking and make the Olympics. I really just want to put on a good performance.
You're watching Finals Day for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. 8-time defending world champion Stephanie Gilmore takes on world number 3 Caroline Marks in the second quarterfinal of the morning. Remember, Steph Gilmore in a must-win situation. She's chasing that 5th spot, which is currently held by Caitlin Simmers. So Steph cannot afford to lose. She's got to think about just a win the entire event. So quarters win, semifinal win, winning the final. That's all in front of Steph, but if anyone can do it, Steph can. Especially when you reflect back on what she did last season to win her 8th world title. As we take a look at an opener for Gilmore. A little bit out in front. Feeling out her equipment. She had some similar warm-up waves this morning. And now Caroline is going to pull in. She will get a vision and come out right in front of Steph. Lays down the rail and throws down a second turn to follow up a nice clean opener to quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, that was an exciting start. Loved Caroline's wave. Steph obviously just feeling it out. Going to be a small score, but Caroline, I really loved that. I feel like it's just great little setup to that barrel. I liked what she was saying in that opening piece that we saw. I just want to put on a good performance. She's already doing it. But look at replay of Steph's wave. Just a quick in and out. Feeling the board out, but this was the wave. Caroline in and out. Nice setup. You could see her feet placement on the board. A little bit further forward, comes flying out into a couple of turns. Have another look here. Just straight underneath the hood. Stomps on a little bit of the brakes. Trying to maximize that tube time. But she said she wanted to put on a good performance. She already is. Love to see it.
Yeah, Caroline loves this wave. Had a free surf trip, but a couple of years back. And she said she scored it on such a fun size and couldn't believe how perfect it was. Almost felt like a wave machine. She could just sit in the same spot, pull up and under, and get barreled. And she absolutely loved that warm-up. Loved when the announcement was made that Teahupo'o was coming back for the women's tour. So So 0.5 for Gilmore, a much better start for Caroline Marks. Let's break down the approach from these two, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like there was a definite difference in, the level of surfing is there for both of these athletes, but the headspace is different. I feel like you could see the comfort from Caroline as she paddled into the wave, much more confident. She did pick a better wave, but you could just see the kind of jitter in Stephanie's surfboard when she rode her wave, and that wave actually had a good barrel on it, and if she would have just held the rail and actually, I think, sat in it, she would have gotten herself a little score out of it. So I feel like she just has to adjust and start to win mentally, and then she can win this heat physically. So there's an adjustment that needs to be made for Stephanie Gilmore at the moment.
Nice read, Strider. As we check out this approach that Strider was talking about, Flick, would you agree with Waz here, missing some scoring potential?
Yeah, she did grab the rail in the beginning. Maybe could have got a little bit of tube time. Yeah, I think Strider is right. That one did stay a little bit open. Maybe a bit of a harder exit. But I know that there's definitely better waves out there, and I also know that Steph is super competitive. So she isn't going to want to go down without a fight, that's for sure. She is one of the best. She is the best. So she had to back up against the wall going into WSL Finals.
And during that last replay, Caroline got this wave, Flick.
Yeah, wow. That little tube comes flying out. Was looking to do a turn there. Probably had a bit too much speed to go into a turn. But Caroline's looking connected. First wave for Caroline, 6.17. Wait for that second one to drop in. Probably not going to be as high. Not as much tube time. But yeah, Caroline is looking pretty fired up.
Gosh, rhythm's a real thing, isn't it? We've seen this a lot, Heath. So one surfer can get on a roll, and it can be painful when you've just had a wipe out and turn around and your opponent's just getting shacked. 2 completions for Caroline back-to-back. 6.17 and then a quicker one for a 2.33. But already forcing Gilmore to get an 8.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a big score.
Little wedge popping up. Caroline holds back as we see this thing going round through the inside shelf. Real clean morning conditions. Expecting the swell to rise later on today. Steph will now hold priority. And potentially seeing a little bump coming here. Gilmore is thinking about it. Looks like she will hold back. Checked it out, saw that it was a bit small. So she'll wait for a better opportunity, chasing an 8. Let's catch up with a semifinalist. Tyler Wright is hanging out with Laura.
Good morning, guys. Yes, Tyler Wright. How good was that? You just said, felt like you were almost in a heat there for a second. It just felt like you were building confidence with every single wave you had, especially that really late drop there at the end of the heat. Can you talk us through just, how you're feeling at the moment?
Yeah, like it's been a process to get to this point for sure. So, from my first heat to my second, and that heat just there, like really kind of exploring just like what committed action looks like for me in a heat and out here as well, and trying to be really calculated, and so picking the waves that I feel are best for me as well. So I really like that heat. The last one, I forgot I was in a heat for a hot minute. Then I was looking at Kingy and Jason in the lineup going, what? That was crazy. I think I shocked myself when I pulled it up. And then, do you know when you kind of like shocked and you're like a little bit frozen for like half a second, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I've got rail, like I'm in, this is fine. And then like went to like lift one more time, and it kind of just like bottomed out a little bit. I was just probably a little bit at the bottom too much, and then like slid through. But I know Taddy's really good out here, and yeah, her and I feel like Caroline and Vahine are like the 3 best. So I knew I had to kind of make a point of difference, and that's kind of what we put together in the end. Yeah.
So good. And obviously coming into today, you have the opportunity to still clinch that #1 spot and #1 seed. Is that in the back of your thought process, or is it more just getting to know this wave because you're going to have a relationship with this wave for a long time to come?
You know what, like after JB, it really was like, that was one of those things I was like, lead from the front. I really like that idea. But honestly, coming here with it, it's just like it kind of gets drifted into the background and peripheral. Like I know all the scenarios for sure, but at the end of the day, I think that focus, like there's so much emotion and so much going on out here that you need your 100% concentration. So, that's at the
when there's nothing going on, sure. But when I'm out there in the lineup, absolutely not. Or like it's peripheral, like it hasn't come up in a heat yet. But I working with my team to be really open to being like, yeah, like these are heats with consequences, and how do you like stay in the driver's seat? How do you keep your hands on the driver's wheel with so much in these moments? So it's a process, and I'm still learning how to do it. Like I'm enjoying it, so. Cool. Yeah.
Well, keeping your destiny in your own hands. We'll see you into the first semi-final. Tyler, rest up. It's going to be a long day.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
That was fun. Thanks, Laura. And well done, Tyler. It was kind of cool hearing her reaction to that drop. She pulled up and in. Strider read it well. He saw the look on her face. She did have that moment of like, oh my gosh, I did it. That felt great. And she is so talented. I think it's cool that we need to tell her that she can do it all the way. So Tyler feeling good, feeling confident. You know, with every heat win, building with her process, as she's now in the semifinals. And Carissa Moore, who has the yellow, will have Vahine Fierro, a rematch from last year. And let's focus on what's on the line for these athletes. That's CJ Hopgood, by the way, who she was sitting next to, her coach for this event. Carissa Moore, world #1 at the moment, but it's not set yet for seeding. Tyler Wright would have to make the final if Carissa Moore did lose to Fierro in the next heat to wear yellow at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. So we'll keep you posted on that. Tyler looking comfortable. But yeah, what an advantage to have yellow in September at lower trestles.
Oh, that's exactly where you want to be. One thing I picked up, Tyler's looking scary. I reckon she's looking committed. She said committed action and what that looks like, and she said it's so determined. And knowing that Carissa and Tyler are so close in points and it's still wide open is super exciting.
Then you look at Steph Gilmore, who's got that outside shot at competing for a 9th world title this year. For Steph Gilmore, she knows she's in a must-win situation. She will clinch a Final 5 spot if she wins the event here in Tahiti. But she would have to have Caitlin Simmers lose to Molly Picklum in quarterfinal #4.
Wow, quarterfinal #4 is going to be really exciting to watch. Battle of the Groms, Molly v Katie. 2 Groms that are hard charging as well. Great technique already in the barrel. Both put in a bit of time out here. You know, Katie came here on a Red Bull camp, spent some time here. She knows how to get barreled.
Yeah, she really does. That's going to be a fun one. Caitlin Simmers, 17. Molly Picklum, 20 years of age. Molly's already guaranteed to compete for a world title. But we also have Olympic qualification scenarios on the line as well, depending on how Gilmore does in here in quarterfinal #2. Already Caroline with 2 completions in the 2. Steph Gilmore lost priority, looks like by looking. So she has got some work to do now, not the way she probably wanted to start off this quarterfinal this morning. Now making a move under Caroline's watch. She'll hold the rail for a moment, and another one where she's up and out. 8-time world champ, breaking the tie that she carried with Lane Beachley. Lane with 7, now Steph, called the greatest all time because she has 8 titles and 33 championship tour wins. So both records there for the Australian. Won 4 world titles in a row, and the only rookie to ever become a world champion. So pretty obvious Rookie of the Year call right there. But she's just been great, just so happy, so giving with her time. Such a great ambassador for the sport of surfing since day one. Caroline looks like she's interested. This one's bowling out. Now setting up a bottom turn, and right after the bowl it kind of shut down, so it didn't really let Caroline pull in. She'll kick out. We'll see where Steph is. And Steph definitely has some room to get priority, and that'll be an important one as she's still chasing an 8.
Yeah, it's a big number for Steph. That last wave, obviously, small one as well, just a 0.5. The last wave of Caroline's, to me, it almost looked like when we saw it coming in on the reef, it kind of looked like it was going to double up, and I was thinking that she was just going to stand in this big cavern, but sort of hit a funny section in the reef. Didn't really throw over the way I thought it would be, but I think Strider's right. You know, here we go. We'll have a look at this one from Caroline. This is the wave I was just talking about. I thought it was going to throw so much more, but Just didn't do it. But yeah, Caroline's approach out here is definitely different to Steph. Steph still yet to find sort of one of those longer, more steeper, barreling open waves this morning. Still 20 minutes on the clock though. It's a super long time at a wave like here. Paddle out is extremely quick once you get sucked out into that channel, so it's not over yet.
Caroline seems to have a bit more comfort when it comes to Tahiti when you just do the comparison with Pipeline. Just has a good read on a lot of waves out here. Got a 5th place result quarterfinal. Lost to Tatiana last season. But she just understands how to pull up and under, and spending some good time with Luke Egan out here, who actually used to be a contest director of this event back in the day. Also, obviously, a longtime competitor. Was in many world title showdowns, and Luke actually came very close to a world title. But a lot of great knowledge. Goofy's like hanging out with Goofies as well. You know how that is.
Yeah, we both know how that is, right?
Well, I like, it's just fun to see the Goofy Foots band together. Want more lefts on tour, and hey, look at this one. It's one of the coolest waves in the world.
Yeah, this is a great left-hander. Really, really perfect. But yeah, so true. Goofy is always looking for a left. Sometimes there will be a perfect sort of an A-frame come through, and the right might be better, but Goofy still go left.
Here goes Steph Gilmore on the backhand. Let's see if she can pull into something here. She has to go to turns. And another wave that is not going to help her break down the 8-point ride. Steph Gilmore needs to win this heat to have any chance of competing at lower trestles this year. If she goes down, it would be the first Rip Curl WSL Finals that she will miss. New format released in 2021. She actually had a lot of falls in that first year. It was a new type of feeling. She didn't perform like you'd expect Gilmore would at lowers. But the next year, everything completely changed, and it was just a masterclass performance to her 8th world title. I think that's almost what's motivating Gilmore. It's like, you know, she's 35 years of age. She won her first title in 2007. All of a sudden, there's these new events that are pushing her. She's got a lot of new interest to figure out these new venues, to understand new formats. And so thankfully, with all these great changes happening on the World Surf League, it's easy for Gilmore to find motivation.
Oh, for sure. I think, speaking to Laura this morning too, I said it before, but Laura just told me, Laura's good mates with Steph, and said her desire is still there. She is so competitive. She's got that, you know, I've also heard Steph talk about the fact that she's really inspired by the younger generation on tour now, inspired by Molly, inspired by Katie Simmers, the new progression, and they're still pushing Steph now. Steph's been super open about there's still areas of her surfing that she wants to improve. I'm sure there's definitely parts. Here we go, Steph.
Steph rolling in, looking casual, and not really the sign you want to see from Gilmore. You're hoping that she gets in that low, cool backhand stance to pull in. And she hasn't had a look at the barrel so far in this heat. She had a challenging heat as well against Lakey Peterson in the elimination round. That knocked out Lakey of the title race. But that one was decided on turns and really hard conditions. There wasn't really too much out there as far as barrel riding.
The boats are kind of in our face out here. They've been moving into the surf break more.
Now that's interesting, Strider. What about Carissa coming up next?
You know what? Carissa is looking rock solid over there. She's got CJ Hobgood in her camp, so I feel like if you're gonna have anybody in your camp, that's a good guy to have in your camp. And she's, you know, obviously got the skills to pay the bills. I mean, we've seen her in the backside tubes and just pulling up, and she had some social media drops that looked really good. You know, but she is coming up against Vahina, and Vahina this morning had the biggest smile on her face. She had a little surf out here this morning, so it's going to be one of those really fun heats to watch. I feel like kind of a veteran who really is understanding this wave and getting comfortable, and then you've got somebody who grew up on the reef, basically diving down for conch shells and eating them right out of the shell. So really, literally a part of the reef. I mean, that's the way these locals surf and live and vibe on this place. So there's a true, pure connection for the locals here.
Strider, did you run into her family this morning?
Oh yeah, we ran into the family, and there was all smiles, you know, dad, mom, everybody in the truck, sister, and you know what, the vibe was just pure mana aloha. It was just really that beautiful thing that you get out of a family in Tahiti that we look for. And there's a wave coming though. Let's check this out.
All right, watching this, Caroline Marks, a big takeoff, pulls up and just misses out on the tube, but what an incredible takeoff. Totally committed. And Steph will hold priority now, but gosh, love that ability for Caroline. Just to spin and go for it. Strider, she came close to getting a really big section to look at there.
Well, it was really close to either the worst wipeout or the best tube, and she fell right in the middle. That was insane. That was, you know, that was what we want to see. That go for it attitude, that low center of gravity dropping out of the sky like that. I mean, that's some true heart. And you know what? I love to see it. I love to see Caroline sending it like that, and you can see that she's just getting warmer and warmer out here. She's loving it.
Well done, and I like that breakdown. It's a fine line from your biggest wipeout of your life or your best barrel, and you know, she missed out on both there, but gosh, I love how she controlled the takeoff.
Just sneaking under that one. You could see the lip was millimeters away from hitting her in the head. And like Strider said, almost potentially her worst wipeout. But yeah, just struck it straight in the middle. Super impressive. I love to see how committed she is. She was not going to pull back on that. She was stroking in really hard, thinking maybe if she was maybe another meter deeper and a little bit more earlier, she could have snuck under it a little bit quicker, possibly had a bit more chew time. It was a bit of a hard one to read though. Just loved how committed she was. Super exciting to see.
I agree. I love it too. Steph Gilmore has priority, and you know, she's gone through the motions on a couple turns. 1.53, 1.4. So now she's chasing a 6.97. So a little less daunting than an 8.0 required. Little waves popping over. Steph Gilmore's hoping her season doesn't end in 13 minutes. She wants to show up at lowers to try to defend her world title. We've got 13 minutes on the clock to know the story for Gilmore. Caroline Marks still out front with a 6.17 and a 2.33. We'll be right back. The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, strategic partner of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by SHISEIDO, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. Happy Finals Day. It's a special morning in the quarterfinals. Heat number 2, still with some time and real clean conditions this morning. We saw the swell that we had yesterday fading through the morning, but real clean, tons of scoring potential out there. and we're expecting some reinforcements coming throughout the afternoon from that southerly direction. So we're expected to see a lot more size come finals time when we crown our champions of the last event of the regular season for the World Surf League Championship Tour. All started off at Pipeline, which feels like a lifetime ago now. Pipe to Sunset to Portugal, all leading into the drama of the mid-season cut. From Bells to Margaret River, the Surf Ranch was back this year post-cut. Brought some excitement. El Salvador, Brazil, Jeffreys Bay, and here we are. Here in paradise in the South Pacific, bringing back the tour for the women. Some legends in the past like Kate Scarrett charging out here, now really helping out the Australian team, preparing for the Olympics. Also Keala Kennelly, Rochelle Ballard, Sofia Milanovic always has a great backhand. There are so many great stories from back in the day. Our chief of sport, Jessie Miley Dyer, was here back then, and you know, when Jessie kept getting promoted through the tour, I think it was important for her to bring back a wave like this. And now men and women have the same events from start to finish, equal prize money as well, as we look at 9:15 on the clock, and wave going unridden here. Steph still holding priority and needing a 6.97. And we'll see what she has planned, because she's had a few reps here, Flick. She's had a lot of waves where she's had to kind of settle for turns or even just kick out. So right now, thinking like a champion, you're going to try to identify a wave that she can pull in on.
For sure. Steph's wave selection out here, I don't know if she's just trying to get her feet in the wax, get comfortable on the board. But yeah, the wave selection has been totally different to Caroline. Caroline's really been picking off those more bigger, meatier, nuggetier, I don't even know if that's a word, waves.
It's official.
It's official. You heard it here first, people. Yeah, so Steph's just wave selection sort of letting her down a little bit. Laura actually told me something funny this morning, that Steph is incredibly superstitious. So brings up a funny point, you know, with surfers. Some are really superstitious and others aren't, you know. Got to be wearing the favorite board shorts or the favorite bikini. You know, if you're not wearing that favorite bikini, maybe you won't be getting the scores. So we wonder if Steph has her favorite board shorts on today or not.
Oh yeah, Hockey used to tell me about all his back in the day. If he started waxing a board with that wax bar, he needed to have that same, you know, piece of wax for the entire event if he had a great heat. Just couldn't change it, had to make sure he knew where it was. As we look at a nice clean takeoff for Caroline Marks. Tries to burn some speed and gets in there for just a moment. Remember, she's just trying to improve on a 2.33. All about speed management. The judges want to see you deep. They don't want to see you from the front on angle. Kind of like how Caroline started with her 6.17. That was such a great read. So leaving the door open as she's trying to find a solid backup. Gilmore up now, and another wave where she's forced to straighten out. So she's had now 5 attempts. Now chasing a 6.97. It's going to be harder to find too if she doesn't have priority. Let's see Caroline's first.
Yeah, I'm liking Caroline. She's just surfing. She's picking the right waves. Wave selection is on point. I was talking to a few of the surfers over the last couple of days, and basically they're saying, you know, this Teahupo'o has so much speed and power, right? And it's super critical. You sometimes think you want to be wider than what you actually need to be. Sometimes you need to sort of position yourself a bit deeper than what you think, because as soon as you take off, this wave has so much power, so much speed, and it's an easy misconception to be wider than where you think you need to be. So Caroline just a couple of meters deeper, and she would have probably been slotted on that last wave.
So interesting situation, just priority basically trading hands for a while now. And Caroline still in the lead. Gilmore has a long way to go to be back at lowers this year, as we see the ocean start to pick up a bit. Caroline trying to paddle out to this wave, didn't really open wide, so kind of crumbly, no missed opportunity there. Caroline hangs on to priority, 5:50 to go. Gilmore chasing a 6.97, has to win this heat to stay in world title contention. She will clinch a spot in the final 5 if she wins the event today. But she has to count on some help from Molly Picklum. Molly has Caitlin Simmers in quarter 4. If Simmers loses there and Gilmore wins this heat, we'll be following Gilmore all the way to what would have to be a win for the 8-time world champ to be in Sacramento this September.
Yeah, it's a really, really big task for Steph. However, right now in this heat, she only needs a 6.97. There's 5 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time. We've seen a lot of waves caught already this morning. And, you know, there's been quite a few good ones actually coming through. I don't think it's all over yet. Really out here, she only needs one wave, and you can do it on one wave out here. If you just find one of those more nuggety ones that's really, she needs to find a nuggety one that's really going to open up on the reef, not crumble so much. Pull in from the takeoff, get spat out. Easier said than done. However, I really think it's not over. She's still right there. We saw it yesterday happen. Yago up against Kelly in the dying seconds of that heat. Scored an 8-point ride. Keeps his dream alive. Super exciting stuff. Steph, same opportunity could happen here.
I love that. Always a chance, especially when you've won 8 world titles. You've been in that situation so many times. I mean, focusing on Gilmore, this is her 130th event at the championship tour level. It's like wondering, okay, how did she get in this situation of having so much drama at the final event of the season? And it's because her peak results were 2 semifinals this year. Her first season without a final since 2013.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty incredible. You know, I just actually remembered earlier this year I was calling the Challenger Series event at Snapper Rocks, and Steph was actually on the ropes a couple of times in a couple of heats that I was calling, one against Nixie Ryan, and I unfortunately was counting Steph out. I was like, wow, Nixie's got 2 great scores. I don't know if Steph's going to be able to come back from this, but in true 8-time world champion form, in 5 minutes, she got 2 excellent rides. One of them was a 9, and I was just like, oh no, okay, I'll take back everything I say. So she just has the ability to pull a rabbit out of the hat or a cat out of the bag. She can do it. I know she can. So we cannot count Steph out. She is the queen. So still 3 minutes on this clock.
And sometimes you lean on your performance, like at Snapper. You know, she owns that wave. Her local lineup, you know, one of the best to ever surf it in history. And then when she wins events like this, you know, maybe she doesn't have the experience on this reef, but that competitive experience, that will and the desire to find ways to win has been a strength for her ever since she qualified. Surfing in her 103rd quarterfinal, 65% lifetime average with wins in the quarters over her career. This year it fell down to 33%, just focusing on this season when she's been in quarterfinal matchups. As we look at 2:22 on the clock, recap of quarterfinal number 2, Caroline Marks, 6.17 on the opener, still the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, Caroline's just serving with so much commitment in this heat. We've seen her take off on a couple of nugs. Steph's had a few cracks at it, but her wave selection sort of letting her down, and she's only been able to go to turns. She's sitting there with a 1.4 and a 1.53. But yeah, it's really been a bit of a Caroline show right now. She also had that moment about 10 minutes ago in the heat where she took off on that really nuggety one, super late drop. And she's looking really committed, so pretty dangerous if she gets another crack at a bigger set wave. I'm sure she'll want to be deeper.
Down to 90 seconds for Steph Gilmore. If she doesn't win this heat, if she doesn't find the 6.97, we will have Caitlin Simmers officially competing for her first world title this September. And also big news for Molly Picklum as well, who's hoping to provisionally qualify for the Olympics to represent the country of Australia. Something Steph did in Tokyo 2020. Caroline holding priority and a solid lead. Steph Gilmore trying to find something to work with. You can see the bright yellow jersey of Carissa Moore preparing for her quarterfinal. A rematch from last season, taking on the local wild card, Vahine Fierro.
Wow, that next heat. Goosebumps. Super exciting. 30 seconds left and a lot on the line in this heat.
So much going on. You're thinking Caitlin Simmers, her moment right here. As she said, she's had 2 wins, but a lot of up and down results. And she's about 15 seconds away from clinching her spot in the WSL Final 5. And for Steph, I mean, being the defending world champion, it's going to be a bummer not to see her compete for a 9th this season. But she goes down here in the quarters to Caroline Marks, and congratulations to Caitlin Simmers. We will see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Right now, the 5th seed. We still have to work out the rotation where everyone's going to land with even the yellow jersey. But that is official. We've got Carissa Moore competing with 4 new faces this September for a world title.
Whoa, such a cool moment there watching Kay receive that news on the back of the ski. She's got a grin right now. She's looking pretty excited. 17 years old, competing for a world title.
That is massive. Great job for Caroline Marks. Moving into the semifinals where she'll take on Tyler Wright. Quarter 3 coming up next. Carissa Moore takes on Vahine Fierro. We'll bring in Kaipo and Pete for the call.
I lost the world title after being in the lead all year.
I know it's gonna be a really tough pill for Carissa to swallow.
That was heart-wrenching. I just started crying hysterically. I was angry. You're grieving over this thing that you invested so much time into. I would love to go back to Trestles and fight for a world title. You know, given that opportunity again, I'd like to see how I could hopefully rise to the occasion.
Yorana e Maeva, welcome back to the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. It's Finals Day, quarterfinal number 3. A rematch of last year's quarterfinal. Carissa Moore up against Vahine Fierro. It was a blazing quarterfinal in 2022. What's in store in this quarterfinal? I asked my friend Peter Mel.
Vahine Fierro has nothing to lose here and everything to gain, considering that she has been the standout from the opening round up against a world champion like Carissa Moore, the yellow jersey. So you can say this is an impressive heat. So everything right there for Vahine, not a lot of pressure, but everything to gain here. Carissa Moore, on the other hand, wants to keep that #1 seed, wants to prove herself, especially after the performances that we just saw from the 2 women earlier in the semifinals. That was impressive. I loved what Caroline was able to do, that bomb she took off on. Yeah, and that's the progression of this wave right here for the women. Impressive. Also Tyler Wright, great technique on the backhand. So very pleased with how the proceedings have gone.
Yeah, let's take a look. Our final 5 for the women are all set. They're all clinched. What we are lacking yet is the exact seeding as we look forward to that Rip Curl WSL Finals at lower trestles, but it's locked for Caitlin Simmers, Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore. The finishes in this event will determine the seeding when it comes to that Rip Curl WSL Finals, Peter.
And it's important, you know, you get yourself an extra, heat up the bracket. It's very, very viable. It's also very good for you physically because it is a long day if you start from that 4th or 5th seed.
Yeah, and all of these surfers, all in the quarterfinals. We already know that we're going to see Tyler Wright in the semifinals against Caroline Marks. Semifinal number 2 still up for grab. Carissa Moore, Vahine Ferro, both sitting out there with open priority. We have 35-minute heats. The clock down to 30 minutes, 30 seconds right now. No waves ridden as of yet.
Clean conditions today. You know, we had that morning sickness when we got up this morning, and it cleaned up very quickly. Good call by Tours and Competitions to give us that extra hour because it did a lot for the conditions. And then we saw the warm-ups. You know, there were some good waves there. Still some swell in the water, with the forecast actually to increase a little bit out of that southerly direction. Another pulse of swell from the same storm. So expecting good things through the rest of the day. And a trending east-southeast wind, which means it's going to be kind of this wind as long as it doesn't get too strong. We will see ebbs and flows, obviously, with conditions as far as the glassiness and the wind, and also sets. That's just how it works here with the tides. Again, pleased with the seedings this morning.
Came off a low tide this morning. It is 9:21 local time here in Tahiti. 1:13 p.m. we will have a high tide of 1.4 feet. After that midday high tide, we'll have a receding tide throughout the afternoon. Looking forward to finals. So we will have some water moving off the reef. Peter, you talked about before how even in a minimal tide change, it affects the current out there in the lineup.
It does. It sure does. And we can get a good vibe of what happened yesterday. The tides are very similar, just a little bit later in the day. So yeah, during those peak high tides, it got kind of slow, as you remember. And then as soon as the tide started to move,
VV, let's go for Vahine Fierro. Now she's just going to start the priority rotation, taking off on that wave prior to going to Carissa Moore.
First wave that she had in the opening round was exactly that, just a nice set wave, getting that nerves out, and was able to produce a big number, or a good number. That one there is not going to be quite as good, but definitely anytime you get your first wave of the day done, it's a nice drop like she was able to do there. Just didn't get quite the time behind the barrel or in the barrel. But a great drop. So she's already been able to get past that moment, that butterflies that come with that.
Congratulations to Caroline Marks winning her heat on to the semifinal. Caroline's on the boat with Laura Enever.
Yes, Caroline just talking about the last couple of days off and getting some fun waves around here, how much you love it. Turning up this morning, were you surprised with the conditions? You absolutely, surfed so incredible out there. So hat off to you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was fun. I wasn't sure how the wind was going to be today, so it's like a nice surprise, and it's pretty clean. And yeah, I don't know, it's super fun.
And you obviously have seeding to fight for in the final 5, so it's not just the last event of this year so far. It's it's a lot on the line. Are you feeling that pressure at all?
Not really. It's definitely for sure. I'm thinking about it though. Like, of course, and. But I'm kind of just like really want to get good waves out there and put on a good performance. I'm still like learning every time I'm out there, and yeah, it's super nice when you just have one other person in priority. When a good wave comes, you're like, hey, like just got to go and figure it out. So that's really fun. But yeah, obviously want to better my seed, and Olympics is on the line, so there's actually a lot going on. It all comes down to like the one event. So yeah, definitely just trying to do my best for sure.
And yeah, you put everything on the line. Talk us through that big drop.
Yeah, that was fun. I wish I was a little deeper. I got to look back on the wave, but it looked really good from where I was taking off. But I think, yeah, I wish I was deeper. But I thought I wasn't going to make it. I was like, oh, shoot, like, maybe I'm not going to make this drop. But then I'm stoked I made it, because I probably would have got pounded.
Well, we'll see into the semifinals. Caroline Marks, can't wait to watch you next.
Thank you.
All right, so semifinal 1 all set up as we look at our Shiseido Tahiti Pro bracket for the women, and Tyler Wright, Caroline Marks is going to meet up in that first semifinals. Yet to be decided is semifinal number 2. That's what we're fighting for here in quarterfinal number 3. Taking a look at the brackets, it's either going to be Vahine Fierro or Carissa Moore, and either Molly Picklum or Caitlin Simmers in that semifinal 2. Pete?
Yeah, and again, thinking about just those 2 interviews we had from the winners there, this is a moment that they're able to do they're having the lineup to themselves. They've got everyone here, water patrol, spotlight, all of that thing. So it's the perfect place to push the limits. And we've got to see that for both those surfers. And that's where their focus has been. Yes, there's competition going on and there's a lot on the line, but in the water, that all kind of changes. In my mind, it feels like they're just trying to be against the ocean. And that's what pure surfing is all about.
Can't wait to see what transpires in this heat. Vahine Fierro with the 1.23 opener. Caroline Marks talked about, you know, some of her warm-up surfs. This is the highlight here where we look at Ava Havae, the pass, the reef pass of Teahupo'o. But there's a number of reef passes as we go towards the coast, up towards Papaete, and we saw Caroline doing some warm-up surfs there at Teavaino. And then past that we have Teavanui and Teavaiti finally as we go through the series of passes here. So this is the focal point, but it's wondrous how many opportunities you have if you have a vehicle for the water as far as surf.
That's one key element, isn't it? And knowing swell directions and winds, you know, because there's a lot of bends and curves. You know, and each pass does have an opportunity, definitely.
Paddle 4, Carissa Moore. Was that enough of a paddle to switch priority? Yes, it was. Priority now to Vahine Fierro. So the Tahitian wild card with a bit of luck there. The 23-year-old puts in a lot of time out here. Vahine, she beat Carissa in the quarterfinals last year, Peter.
Yeah, let's take a look at this just in regards to what Vahine did there. Actually, she didn't really do a whole lot of selling, but the kicking and the definitely concerted paddle there, that's why the change of priority.
Well, under priority, that means Carissa Moore is going to hit the go button, but slips off the back of her board.
Would have been watching this morning's heats and probably would have been impressed with Tyler Wright's backhand skills, wanting to emulate that.
Vahine pumps off the bottom and waits for it, kicks out nice and early. She's going to have to stroke back out. Let's see who gets priority in this paddle back out to the peak.
Yeah, and in the water there is Carissa. She's probably closer to the takeoff zone. And the fact that Vahine just rode the last wave, they'll probably give it to Carissa, you'd imagine.
So a couple of priority errors, one by Carissa Moore for that paddle, and then one by Vahine Fierro for taking off on that wave with no scoring potential. Paddle here, still no priority established. We'll see what the priority judge says from the tower.
But I'm imagining the vibe in the channel is probably pretty good. You know, watching the conditions being, you know, they were supposed to be kind of forecast a little more ragged than what we're seeing right here. Everyone would be very pleased about that. As we take a look at this replay here and see what happened, a little wedge comes across and did not sink the rail. Just kind of eye off the ball there a little bit and went down. And then this one here looked like it was going to have that section, but it just quickly went up and over, and she kind of identified the fact that it wasn't going to tube all the way across, so she just kicks out and figures out that priority would be probably more important. Unfortunately, it didn't happen for her. She's sitting in second priority.
Paddling up the reef, we see Vahine Fierro, non-priorities, changing her position and looking for that south peak, sealing on the inside of Carissa Moore, and likely a surfer that she's going to be able to maybe have a little influence on which wave that Carissa paddles for. Glassy conditions right now. For more on the conditions, I'm going out to the water with Strider Walzalewski.
Yeah, thanks, Kipes. You know, definitely changing conditions for this, the end of that last heat, the beginning of this one. There was almost no good waves coming through up the top of the reef, and you know, those big lumps were coming through, maybe for some leftover wind there, and they're actually scratching for kind of subpar waves at the moment. Watching Vahine now take off on this one, I think she would just kick out because there's just not much in it. So there's a lot of current going through the lineup. I don't know if there's a shift in the tide or, you know, exactly what it is. With not a lot of wind, but a lot of lump in the lineup. So we've got a definite little shift up in the conditions at the moment. So hopefully that can come back around. Usually, you know, Mother Nature, she has a lot of different moods, and we're seeing one of them right now.
That's right. She's a little angry, huh? But hey, I wanted to ask you today, man, impressive stuff from the earlier. This is our first chat this morning, Strider. Good morning. Incredible stuff that I've seen, especially the technique from Tyler Wright and what we've seen, you know, from Caroline on that nice big bomb going deep. That was awesome.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, definitely something of the push and the excel and the, you know, the next step of women's surfing on waves of consequence. You know, that bomb that Caroline Marks fell out of the sky on was insane, and I know Tyler under the lip just really to the judges' criteria perfectly, you know, doing exactly what they're asking for, those late entries in straight into the barrel. And she actually, the light bulb moment went off. She had a moment where she said, oh, I can do this, and it was really cool to watch. And yeah, it was really impressive to see the ladies stepping up and really elevating their performances.
It's going to be a good day, Strides.
Right on, Pete.
Maruru. 20 minutes and 50 seconds, and we saw a couple waves come through during that water hit. No waves taken, so very slow start. We're down to basically a 20-minute heat for Vahine Ferro and Carissa Moore.
Yeah, it happens. You know, again, we're seeing the ebbs and flows. We mentioned it, you know, literally at the beginning of this heat, that we're going to see changes in moods and tides are going to move. You know, in that water, you know, you're going to get the wind shift a little direction here and there, and it's going to make changes. And you got to read that and then adapt. I mean, the thing about it, you're going to have a 30-minute heat. There's no restarts today, right? Did we get that rule?
We have a 35-minute heat today, and no restarts, I believe. But
okay.
Yeah, 35-minute heat.
Either way, I mean, fact is, you're going to get the conditions that you're in your time limit, and whatever it is, you've got to compete in that condition and get a win. So, you know, again, we're seeing a little bit of a slow period here, but you know what? Boom, all of a sudden, it could be 10 minutes, a little flurry of waves. So you got to be on it. You got to be always paying attention to your lineups, understanding what, you know, where your priority lays and how you're going to play that out. Engage the entire 35 minutes.
And how do you like Vahine playing her non-priority right now on the inside of Carissa Moore?
Inside of Carissa Moore, also being a goofy foot, she's able to play up the reef a little bit more because she's going to have that ability to get down the line a little faster than the backhanders. Whereas I believe that Chris is actually sitting in a good spot too, especially since she has priority because the backhanders can slide into it. And she has that technique, and that wave is a little bit wider on the reef. We saw it all day yesterday.
And we see the positioning here by our two surfers, and beautiful shot from up above, and an illustration of the crystal clear water. The beauty here that also will bite you as well.
But you know what the best part I think you can see too is on top of that is that you have that light color that it signifies the reef, and it goes into deep blue.
Krista going 2 turns here, taking off on this wave. Couple of top turns there, and bails out on a shallow reef on the inside. We'll see what that score comes through. If everything holds true to tradition that we've seen throughout this event, is the turn waves really going to get you, you know, a
low
4
score
or less,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely. It's already hard. The judges have been very clear. I mean, even pretty good turns have been. I mean, Felipe was getting 3 5s on just big, huge hacks. So they don't want to see turns, and that's pretty obvious. And I don't think the criteria will change automatically. You know, it's the fact is, yeah, those are beautiful 2 hooks off the top, but generally they've been 2s to 3s, right? So I think a little bit here is it calming of the nerves, right? Because it's been a pretty big start to the morning. And just trying to get herself, you know, there's a lot of butterflies that come on finals day. Always the adrenaline. They're already thinking about a wave that's, you know, one of the scariest on tour. So all of that is just flooding through your body as we watch these 2 beautiful turns. And well done for Carissa all the way into the inside. And hopefully she got back out before that next set.
So Pete, 3.5 for Carissa Moore. Priority with Vahine Ferro. Vahine taking a look at this one. This one's going to bottom out. And looks down the line. Again, no barrel opportunity for Vahine. And I think she needs to keep from being frustrated right now.
Yeah, and it's okay that she's going and getting a little bit here. And ultimately, I mean, that wave looked like a good one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you saw it
bottomed out, yeah.
It looked like it was going to stand up, and then all of a sudden went into the foam, and that it didn't turn out very well. So unfortunate there. She's going to keep priority, though. And you know, hearing the score for, I feel like that's they're going to elevate the turns a little bit. We are going to see the more subtly angled swell, so we'll have more opportunity for turns. You know, 3-5, I think that's been on the higher as far as turns. So maybe maybe elevating that a little bit going into finals day. We'll see how it all unfolds. But that's the first wave that we saw go, you know, upwards of 3s, you know, 4s with just maneuvers.
So this one, the takeoff looked good, but Vahine smart surfing in that she kicked out nice and early and is going to hang on to that priority. Peter, you talked about the adrenaline and the things that the surfers are experiencing and firing you up right now. I mean, you're an adrenaline surfer. You're a big wave surfer. How do you manage that adrenaline?
It's actually, I mean, for me personally, it feels pretty good, right? So it's a matter of kind of downplaying it and use that energy when you're obviously going to have to expend it, which is generally during your heat. So whatever you got to do, just to feel good. right? Not feel anxious. If you're feeling anxious, maybe a meditation. Go start digging in through the box of tools that you've accumulated over the years, your coach, if it's your psychologist, make a phone call to your mate at home, right? Whatever it is, there's a bunch of things you can do, right? To kind of either, bring yourself pumped up, maybe it's music, throw that in your ears because you're feeling a little melancholy, who knows, right? So you got to find a way to get to where you compete at your best, whatever you're feeling, because everyone's different every day.
Carissa under the hook here, and oh, that was unfortunate. Looks like she was on her way for the first made barrel of this heat, but just got a little bit lipped on the way out.
Well, that's it. She got in the barrel. I mean, and that feels good. A little view, right? I mean, you remember your first view when you were a kid? You got like your first view of the barrel.
Of course,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't everyone remember that moment? I mean, even a closeout barrel is still rad.
Well, I can say, and I'm far from an expert out here, but a barrel out here at Teahupo'o, you remember it because it imprints itself, especially a good one.
And well, the fact that when you're looking out of it, you look at the hills, You're
looking at the channel.
Great technique. That was awesome. Being able to get the drag in there. That's exactly what we saw from Tyler and the backhanders. And that's the technique you need, even on the steep ones. Just to be able to drag that bum a little bit. And it gives you another point of contact. You talk about the points of contact. You were mentioning about that in mountain climbing. You want to have as many, at least 3 points, right? So having 3 points, and sometimes you have one, obviously, and that's kind of sketchy. It's way better to have 3 points of contact. And that's kind of on the backhand. That's something we even see it with the forehanders, literally putting their toes and both hands hanging off the rail to try and slow down. And it's also stability.
Perhaps some waves coming here. Vahine Fierro with priority. She's taking a look at these lines formulating on the reef. A lot of them pretty south. So we're going to take a break right now. We're going to be back with the conclusion. Quarterfinal number 3, quarterfinal number 4. Katie Simmers prepping for her challenge against Molly Picklum. We'll be right back after this.
Teahupo'o, world famous Teahupo'o.
It's not just a tourist spot anymore, it's also an Olympic venue.
The kind of theater around it with the boats and everything.
I think everyone on tour wants to win an event like Teahupo'o.
Teahupo'o é uma onda muito especial para mim, eu amo aquele lugar.
I mean, it's hard to even put into words.
It should be one of the 7 wonders of the world. It should be the 8th wonder of the world.
The most machine-like wave that you've ever seen.
When it's big, it's like you can just feel the energy there and the nerves.
It's a left-hander. That is also a really big barrel over super shallow reef.
It's a challenge and it's exciting.
Just seeing that wave, the power that it brings, there's no other rush like it.
You gotta go big.
Tahiti's so beautiful and the wave's so intense. The random person that just switches on the Olympic channel that watches it might go, wow, this is pretty badass. This sport's insane.
I hope it's big and we have to push ourselves over the ledge on big waves.
Qualification season has been championed by Shiseido all season long. Follow along with all the content at worldsurfleague.com. Vahine Fierro tucks into a barrel and goes complete there. The Tahitian wild card now coming into form. A few misfires at the beginning of this heat, but now Fierro seeks the barrel, finds the barrel. We're going to be waiting for that score. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Peter Mel, talking you through this quarterfinal action. Carissa Moore versus Vahine Fierro, and we're waiting on some scores to get you all cut up on the situation out in the water.
Awesome stuff there. Vahine took a while to get started, but you know what? It's 35-minute heat, so there is lots of time, lots of very kind of rugged beginning of the heat, and it seems to have changed slightly. We have some more action in the water, quick little wave there, but we did see Vahine get that barrel. Also, look at this one here. We're going to Carissa Moore and a replay. This was during the break. She goes back to turns. 2 hooks on a bigger wave. And
we're going to make it 3 here for 4.5 for Carissa Moore.
Nice work there by Carissa. So again, building off of it, but we now see the number in for Vahine, and that's what the judges want to see.
Talking Carissa Moore here on the replay in slow motion. Again, a real study of the different approaches here. Carissa going for turns. She gets the 4.5 for the 3 turns on the backhand.
Even at the little finish banger, right? The extra point there on the 3.5 that she had earlier.
And Vahine Fierro here, tube seeking. Finds the barrel, finds the exit. When we look at the criteria, much better use of the criteria for Vahine Fierro. And we'll take a look again from the water angle of this barrel.
There's those 3 points of contact. The toe off the edge, both hands dragging to be able to hit that speed control. And that's what it's about, is getting barreled. And when you see that happen, as we see the Exmo here from the top of the point.
Look at the numbers here, and it's a 6.83 for that ride for Vahine Fierro.
There's the difference, right? I mean, that's a full 2 points plus for Vahine for finding the barrel. And so again, judges have been very, very clear. That's the type of style of surfing they want to see. So now I think that Carissa's got to use that style that she had on that one late drop and do the exact same thing and just get a completed barrel out of here, because that's where the numbers are going to be.
It really is why Fierro's such a dangerous competitor here. Her comfort here at the beautifully dangerous wave of Teahupo'o is incredible. Remember, she's only 23 years old, and she's developed this skill set within, I want to say, the last 4 or 5 years, really challenging this wave at all sizes and being encouraged by the local Tahitian crew, in free surf sessions, really encourage Vahine to go for it. And she's been successful, with that support from the community, from all the local Tahitian surfers. I mean, she's pretty much one of the best out here.
Yeah, as a community should, right? I mean, you're going to bring up all of your, and teach, and it's the...
Nice.
You out there, Strider? I hear you.
I'm here, buddy. I just, love to jump in on the conversation.
On the combo? Come on in.
I just feel like, the pure, simple, fact of the mana came through right there with Vahine. I mean, there's a diamond in the rough out here right now. There is no good waves coming through. I mean, I think we're in between those 2 swells, maybe the old one dying out and the new one coming. There was a few really nice waves this morning, and wow, we have really seen a change in the atmosphere, and I feel like we're going to start to see more later, but Vahine really found something out of nothing and just threaded that needle. So really great work for her to get into the driver's seat of this heat. With a minimal backup, all she has to do is really get another little score of substance, and she's going to have command of this heat.
Hey, Goofy Foot, do you have an advantage? It definitely feels like that with the conditions right now.
I think that it's probably maybe a little bit of an advantage. Carissa Moore did have that one barrel that she fell off on. I think if she had a little bit of the John in her, or the Kelly technique of pushing out through straighter into the flat, she would have come away with a bigger score, and this heat would be level right now. And so I feel like there's, I don't think there is an advantage these days for forehand and backhand.
All right, I like it.
Live action here. Carissa Moore uses her priority.
Oops.
And we're going to put that in the column of a priority error. She handed it over. Heat control now to Vahine Fierro with the lead and priority. 7 minutes on the clock. How does the Tahitian close this out, Pete?
Well, and only needing a 3.57, right? And all of a sudden, look at this set. A little out of position. We're going to see that, I think, a lot today. We actually saw it earlier, where these waves are going to lift on the reef and break out a little bit further, but not necessarily going to be barrels. It's still all about that inside ledge.
So how does Vahine close out this heat, Pete?
Well, right now, get another 6.83 would be a very good way to go about it. So sitting here in this last moment, but I think also sitting with priority, staying next to your competitor, right? It's also, you're not going to let them stray too far, but ultimately I feel like that she was carrying a 1.23, and with 6.5 minutes to go, it's about offense. It's about getting another good wave and finding it on the reef, not letting Carissa Moore affect her in any certain way, but being near her, right? You know, the lineup's relatively small. You can move a little bit around and have some space, but I do feel like that she needs to get another number here and really put the pressure back on Carissa Moore and make her pay for the mistake she just
I love this shot from above. It looks like Vahina's identifying a wave with a bit of a wall, paddling towards the channel. That one, she's not in position for. She's going to hang on to priority.
And also, I think that was kind of one of those waves, right? A little bit big off the reef, it kind of flaps. You know, you want one that's going to load up onto the reef, and she knows that. That's the experience of being out here and picking the right ones. You know, being a goofy foot, there's a certain type of wave that looks good for the goofy footers, and that's that nice steep drop with a big long wall on it, and that's what she's looking for right off that corner part of the reef.
Again, up above, we have a great perspective of the deep water and the waves hitting this shallow reef and lurching up right on the crease there. Another one's going to go underneath all of our competitors, maybe a little bit wider, but again, a little overloaded. What's causing that, Pete?
I think it's the south direction. We also have the interval. It's kind of shallow, so it's like not as strong. And generally, what happens there is it'll actually lift. And they kind of lift and flap. It's actually a really good, thing to have here is that 14, 15-second interval. This is actually probably less than that. See what Vahina is going to do here.
She likes the look of this one. Drops in, pulls straight in. Nice stall there, getting under the cover. Now a nice carve on the forehand, showing some control on that Channel Island surfboard. Kicks out just as it shelves out into the shallow reef. She's going to improve upon her scoreline and put more pressure on the 5-time world champ.
With that angle, a little tough to see how deep she gets here, so we'll have to have a look at the front to really determine where this is going to go in the scoreline.
Well, we know. Goes to a 2-point ride, a flat 2 for Vahina. Another look at this.
Yeah, so she probably wouldn't have been under the curtain at all. Yeah, and that's exactly why. Nice size set wave there, but no behind the curtain time. And even that turn there, not going to get too many points on offer there. But again, Kate taking a set wave, seeing that offense is the way to go, just not able to slow it down enough. And only earns that 2-point ride. So again, it's going to have to go to work here because she has now handed it back to Carissa and only needs a 4.34. So this is a very tight heat. Would have loved to see her put a good number up in that moment, but did not happen.
Wave coming through here. A couple opportunities for Carissa Moore, holding priority. 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, this looks like a little crease. And then again, you see that little capper there. That's due to a lot. I think there's the couple swells running too. You've got some east wind swell in there. It kind of creates that lump through the lineup. It's been a pretty disjointed ocean all around this area lately. Nothing real substantial as far as like real storms, just a lot of disturbed water and lighter winds.
So Carissa Moore needing to make some quick work of it. 3 minutes remaining for Carissa, as Pete alluded to on the needs column. You see at 4.34 is what Carissa needs.
Not much, like considering what she was able to produce. She can do it on turns.
There is Carissa's husband in the channel.
He's got his eyes on the horizon. Yeah, it's when you sit on the sidelines and you're invested as much as he is, obviously partner with Carissa, but his travels with her. So I mean, he's part of the toolbox, that Carissa has there. On, for lack of a term, it's literally husband. It's a big part of your life, traveling with her and inspiring her.
Yeah, there are a couple that actually I see them on off days. They're actually having a lot of fun and really living their best life. I feel that one of the keys to Carissa's success in her surfing career is her ability to shut things off when she doesn't have to be on. And as she's gotten matured, she's actually been better and better of being able to compartmentalize when it's, when you turn into a competitor and when you just have to let stuff breathe, because that constant you can't allow that constant competitive pressure to always be on your shoulders every day.
Especially at the level that she's at, right? You know, she's expected to win more world titles and more gold medals, right? And that is a lot of pressure to be upholding, but she does it with grace, right? That's one of the things that's so cool about it. And the thing that she's been able to learn over those years, right, is surrounding her by the people that she feels the most comfortable with.
90 seconds, I'm sorry, and the update, Carissa Moore, if she was to lose here, Tyler Wright would need to make the final to take that #1 seed as we look towards the Rip Curl WSL Finals. So we're going to have all these scenarios play out right now, but if Carissa was to go down, Tyler needs to make the final. We got 1 minute remaining for Carissa Moore to turn this heat. Again, 4.34. That is a special wave for Carissa Moore, and here she goes. Stalls in the barrel, gets crunched. No exit for Carissa Moore.
Wow.
See the reaction from the channel. Bit of disappointment there, and Carissa.
Where are you, girl?
Finally comes up.
Yeah, she probably wanted to stay down there for a while. Would have known that that was the last chance. And with that, her chances of making the semifinals and maybe her chances of keeping that yellow jersey heading into Trestles.
Vahine Fierro, back-to-back semifinals here at her home break at Teahupo'o. Maita Irov, well done to the Tahitian. And again, as we expected for Vahine, she is a surfer that you do not want to draw, no matter what your status is on the championship tour.
Has all the wild cards in Tahiti. So congratulations to Vahine. Impressive. You know, she was able to find the one wave that really came in this heat, got the number, and was able to turn it over. Man, a very, very wily competitor in Carissa Moore.
Take a look at the numbers here, and that 6.83 just glaring, and a ticket into the semifinals. Who's Vahine going to meet in the semifinals? That's going to be decided when we return. Quarterfinal number 4 will be out in the water.
You kind of just have to force yourself to go here. Kind of like kept eating it, so I was like, oh, I guess, yeah, turns, backhand snaps.
We saw myself get an opportunity to potentially get the best wave of my life. I want to put myself in a high position going into the final 5.
Giddy up, let's go.
Are you guys getting seasick?
Yeah.
A little bit. I'm already feeling them.
You ready for the next generation of women's professional surfing? Well, we got that for you. Quarterfinal number 4, a couple of youngsters coming in hot. Molly Picklum up against Katie Simmers. Both of these surfers, we're going to see them in the Rip Curl WSL Final 5, but who's going to make it to the semifinals? That's going to get decided in this quarterfinal. I'm Kuiper Gura along with Peter Mel. I love this heat.
Yeah, I do too. You mentioned it, the new crop. This is it. This is the next generation, and this is the place they're going to have to learn how to ride because it's part of tour and it's going to be there for a long time. So this is good stuff. They just watched some of the veterans put together some good heats and a local wild card. Now it's their turn as youngsters. They've been charging. They've been putting the time in here. You expect them to go when they get the opportunity, and this is, again, the perfect place to do it because you've got everybody watching. You've got great water patrol. You got medical. You got everything here, so go.
You got Pickles in the barrel and threads that one. I love the head-down approach, charged into that. There was no exit on that wave, but I love the intention from Molly Picklum, 20-year-old, second year on the championship tour. Has had a great year. Started off with a win in Sunset Beach, coming off a runner-up finish at stop number 9 in Jeffreys Bay. And like I said, we will see Molly Picklum in that Rip Curl WSL Finals.
20 years old, as you mentioned, youngster that has the helmet on, head down, exactly what you need to do. Basically, the right place to go on a wave like that is in the barrel. You know, it's the safest place. You know, you go straight out, you're going to take the lip on the back. You kick out, you make it sucked over, so straight into it. And that's exactly, look at that. Perfect technique, dragging the bum on the backhand, able to speed control. Just unfortunately that wave filled up with white water, but a very late drop, so that's going to feel good. That's going to take those butterflies that we mentioned and throw them out the window like, oh yeah, I got down the face, I got in the barrel on that one. So just waiting for the next bigger one.
Handing priority over now to Katie Simmers, the 17-year-old from Oceanside, California, rookie on the championship tour, and she's made a splash on the championship tour her rookie year with 2 victories, one in Portugal, one in Brazil. That is a hot start for a teenager as a rookie on the championship tour.
Well, she did have a look at that one, and interesting to see where the priority judge would have laid that one. No paddle, looks like. She keeps priority. She took a look at it, though, definitely. Just didn't do the concerted paddle.
Yeah, and Molly paddled as well, so I think that action of the 2 surfers may have canceled out each other.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We have a keen eye on the judges' tower. Not only do we have 5 international judges,
it's our job, right? Keep an eye on them. It's fun. You know, it's I think everyone out there watching online does it, right? And it's part of sport.
Let's hear from Vahine Fierro Maitairoa Maruru. Vahine, congratulations. She's in the semifinals, Laura.
Yes, she is back-to-back semi-finals of Vahine. You're doing a lot of hunting out there, but you found that gem in the end. Talk us through that heat and what was so tricky about it at the start.
Yes, you know, coming up against Carissa again, like last year, was like, I was, I think, a little bit more stressed out, and you know, I wanted to do good in my heat, and I think she wanted to do good as well, and I felt like we were both kind of, you know, a little bit on the more nervous side, so we kind of missed opportunities. I feel like there was a couple waves that we could have got scores on, but in the end, like, I got like 1 good barrel and got a good score, so yeah, I made it.
So a lot of you know, noise out here in the lineup, so much support for you, but how do you keep those nerves and calmness out there?
I think that just reminding myself that they, you know, they're my people, I'm from here, it's my home island, and like, they would love me for who I am already, so whether I win or I lose, they will always, you know, support me, and having their energy is so, like, it's like a big fuel for me, so yeah, I love being here and competing at home.
And you obviously have spent so much time in this lineup, you know, in all different conditions. What is it that's so different about competing out there? You're obviously doing it so well. You're doing amazing on the Challenger Series, but it's very different to just the free surf.
Yes, for sure that, you know, Teahupo'o is such a perfect wave that you can just go on any waves and get the best barrel of your life. But when it comes to heats, you also have to be a good competitor. So working on both of that, you know, is my goal, to be a great competitor, a great free surfer, and yeah, I'm, you know, making my heats, and that's the most important part.
Yeah, for the 2nd year in the row, we will see you in the semi-finals. Rest up, and yeah, we'll see you in a few hours. Vahine, good luck.
Thank you.
Cutting to Molly Picklum in the barrel again, needs to fight for an exit, but Pickle has been relentless, just charging on the priority, not hesitating, taking a little bit of a washing machine right there as the payback, but I love the intent from the young Australian.
Well, remember an opening round. Yeah, she was digging around in the reef there a lot during her heat and draining her head, filling her head with water. That's just part of it, and she's got it figured out. There's no shame there. She's going to get herself right back out there and give herself opportunities. You know, she comes through that section. We've seen that type of wave score pretty well throughout this event. You know, if you're able to navigate a very technical barrel like this with all that foam in the face, we saw John do it, we saw Kaio do it, we saw all sorts of people do it, where you come out of there you get a pretty good number. So I like what she's doing here. And look at the technique, leaning everything forward. Arm against the wall, pushing forward. That's the technique that you need to have when you want to push through it. Maybe probably a little tinge too far forward, because you can actually, if you're more centered on the board, that's right, and point the nose towards the reef, right? And that's how you're going to get that little skirt out the bottom. We've seen it happen, and Strider mentioned it yesterday.
Let's go out to the channel with Strider Wazalewski.
Thanks, Kipes. Yeah, you know what? A couple of points. The first one, as I saw them sitting here watching, both of them wearing helmets, and it was a quick sign of intention. You could tell that, you know, the youngsters, this new generation, they're just going to go for it, which is something, you know, I got that feeling from them. Obviously, when you watch them in the earlier rounds, but just piling into the channel with the helmets on, that was a sign to me that they really wanted these bigger waves and to be in that position to get those sick pits.
What was the other point? You had one more.
The other one was the reality of, you know, the positioning over the board. And you guys you touched on it just a little tiny there, but, you know, those tube rides, and you're leaning forward and you're positioning, and you have to be able to ride out of those barrels with that as the tube fills up with the white water. The only real way to do that is to stay centered over your board and let that outside rail kind of lift up. And I got the information from the GOAT, Kelly Slater, and we've heard, you know, we've seen it from John, we've seen it from a lot of surfers. You can do it front side or backside, but that is such a really hard thing to do, because you're literally surfing by braille. You can't see anything, and it's all by feel. And the most important thing is staying over the center of the board, hips over the center, and kind of gliding out towards the beach. And you know what? I feel like in no time, these ladies are going to master that.
And it's not something that is instinctual, right? Heading straight for the dry reef by pointing your board that way.
Yeah. So really fun to watch, and I can't wait to see some sets come through, because I want to see them send it.
Oh, same.
Here we go.
Katie Simmers on her first wave. Wall in front of her, stalling, gets underneath here, looks for the exit, fighting for that exit, so close. Looked like she had a great line on it. It's just the end section collapsed upon Simmers.
Let's also remember, she's probably, you know, very light, one of the lightest competitors we have here, and so it's going to take a lot to be able to push through that. And that was a really neat barrel riding. She was able to steer through it, and it was, again, technical barrel riding, be able to move through the barrel. She identified that it was going to run down the line. You see she's trying to figure out the speed control. That one actually hit her there, and she found the ability to get into the hollowest part of the wave and behind it. So all of that positioning was great. See what happens when we look in here, if there's any errors that are glaring. But there it is, she tucks in. That's when the bowl opens up, and that's the most hollow part. She's there, little shift in the rail, but then it just fills up with water, and the lip just tagged her. It was just, she was trying to take that high line, which was the right line, just not quite high enough. Taking the Exmo here from the top of the point. Look at where her eyes are. Staying low to the board. That was the stability you gain by having that hand on the rail, hand on the wall. Beautifully done. It's just right there. It just, if it turned a little bit, it would have opened up, and it would have been a big number.
I like at least what the judges are telling us right now. A 2.5 for Katie Simmers. Now that seems like a small score, but in contrast to the 1.17 and 1.2 for Molly Picklum in her barrel attempts, the judges gave credit for
the navigation, yeah. And
Molly Picklum here, Pickles finds it in, finds an out, and is going to slash off the top there. So an answer back from Molly Picklum. She's going to take the lead right back from Katie Simmers.
And then, you know, again, the first completion here with barrel and a couple turns, you know, going to be obviously the best number. But yeah, you mentioned Caitlin and getting credit for, you know, navigating that barrel a little bit. And that would have, again, recognized by the judges, like you'd mentioned.
Replay here, Pete.
Watching Molly, again, straight to that stance, into the turn. So one maneuver with the barrel, not super deep. Again, technique is there, though. You see she's straight down, leading into that position right off the drop. And that's what you need to do if you want to find the barrel. She was able to get there just a hot second. Not going to be a gigantic number. Adding a little extra there with the turn. You see the bum dragging. That's the speed control. She's just got great technique. She's been working on that.
This is the best wave of the heat so far as we come out of this replay for Molly Picklum. A completed barrel ride and the addition of a nice top turn equals a 5.33 for Picklum, and she takes a strong lead here at the 22-minute mark following Pickles on her paddle back out.
So Caitlin would have gotten the news or seen what had happened. I don't know if she was paying attention to the understanding of she had clinched her spot in that final 5, but that would have happened for her with Steph bowing out. So that would have relieved a bit of stress going into this heat, obviously. But there is a lot on the line here. Molly and Caitlin are both right there. You got to figure out the seeding in regards to that. This is important. You can gain an extra heat win, really, by being able to pass your competitor before we finish this day out into the final 5 of the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Wave coming through here. Caitlin Simmers needs a 4.04 to turn the heat. She's got priority, and I like the fact that she still has a lot of time on the clock.
Looks kind of deep there, bud. Is Caitlin sitting pretty far over there, huh? Pretty deep on the reef for positioning-wise, feels like to me, at least from the most drone shot. And then we can also see that other east swell. Those little waves coming kind of almost straight at the surfers. That's that east swell wrapping around the reef, and that's going to add a little raw element to the swells today.
All right, well, let's take a look at our final 5 and a snapshot of that final 5. We know that Katie Simmers, she's clinched that number 5 seed. If Pickles was to lose here, then it's going to be her locked in with that number 4 seed. There we see all the seeding scenarios and just working things out. Remember, Tyler Wright makes the final, and she can take that number 1 position heading into Trestles.
These are like heat wins right here. You know, if you're able to get more points and surpass one of these competitors, they're all still in the event except for Carissa. So it's at this point, you feel like there's some movement that can happen there. And it's important because you go in there, like you said, with the format, Kaipo, you know, it's match play, right? Seeds 4 and 5 are going to surf against each other, and the winner ends up surfing surfer 3 all the way to that final match, which is actually best of 3.
Heat leader Molly Picklum drops into that one and just sends it. There was no hope on that, but Molly, under priority, just sent it.
Well, and especially with Caitlin, feels like she's sitting a little deeper. She's going to have that ability on that part of the reef to maybe find something there. Outside of priority, no harm, no foul. Again, you know, the only, I guess, problem with that is, you know, if it's a 3-wave set and you get pushed in over the reef, that can take some time away, or you could break equipment. And that's something that could easily happen out here. So she has to be careful of that.
Molly trying to manage her lead at the moment. Let's take a look at this go for it attitude.
That's exactly what that is. And again, every moment like that is learning experience. You know, you're going to be surfing a little bit bigger and bigger. You're going to have different swell directions and all of these times, and the pressure from surfing in the heat. She goes down. And that wave really didn't have a whole lot of opportunity. It just was more about learning the drop.
Now the 2 surfers a little closer together. Again, white helmet there, blue jersey. Caitlin Simmers with priority. Decision time for Simmers. She's going to let Pickles go for that one. Both surfers decide not to go. It's wave number 2 of the set. We'll see if it has more opportunity for our surfers. Hitting the reef nicely here. And both surfers are going to let that one go. Way more of a southerly element to that wave way up on the reef.
Yeah, it's so true. You know, it's interesting watching Caitlin through her rookie season, right? Some of the things that I've picked up on is that she's not fazed by competition and the tactics that happen. She rarely gets affected by her competitor. She's usually always on her own path, doing her own thing, and it's pretty rare that as a young surfer competing at this high a level to not play into the games, really, you know, and you rarely see her usually use those tactics against her competitors either, which I think is kind of neat and appealing, and I think that's the reason why she's got such a great fan base. You know, and again, just has this really kind of cool demeanor for a surfer that young. You can almost say
look at that one.
An old soul, yeah? Feels that way. She just is, you know, figured out the recipe for life.
Molly Picklum. Caitlin Simmers uses her priority and That will get chalked up. Pickles now. Molly Picklum with priority, heat control, and the lead.
I don't mind that. I think there was some opportunity there, but she was pretty deep, you know, and she had positioned herself deep on the reef. So that's kind of where you realize, oh, okay, well, maybe we got to move a little bit closer to the channel.
Let's get out to Strider Wazalewski out in the channel.
Oh, thanks, guys. You know, I just wanted to touch on the position and the two rookies in the water. You know, I think that, you know, they obviously want the waves, they're charging, but also being in the right spot. And they haven't spent enough time out here to really understand where that ledge is. And I feel like, you know, we saw that in that last set that came through. There was a really, really good wave that came through that just really rifled off through that inside section. And they were both out of position. So unfortunately, as rookies, they want to figure out where to be as well.
Yeah, we just saw that wave, Strider, which was it was a perfect one, and it was just they were out of position.
Yeah, so you know what? I like that the frustration got into Simmers, and she just swung and went on that one inside nugget. It filled up with water, so she didn't have a really clean path, but took a couple on the head too. They're back out there though. We'll see if they can get in position for the next ones.
Thank you, Strider. 16 minutes and 15 seconds. Priority heat control to Molly Picklum. She has that 5.33 combination of a barrel and the backhand turn to get to that number 4.04. Still the requirement for Katie Simmers. We can see us paddle to Katie as she gets back into the lineup a little bit wider on the peak here. We'll see if Katie maintains that position.
You know, both these surfers having that go-forward attitude. You know, Molly has a bit more experience. You know, she was able to come on her rookie year, not make the cut, right? And having to go back to the Challenger Series. So that season would have been a huge roller coaster. Getting it done on the Challenger Series pretty easily, to be honest. She got back on tour. And then what she did fires out of the gates, right? When she gets on that championship tour. So a lot of learning happening in a very short period of time. And that's you know, something that you can hang your hat on because that's maturity, right? I mean, all of that stuff, you don't really always have to deal with it like that. It would have been very difficult, I think. But she's wrapped her head right on around it and now is a much better competitive surfer for it.
Yeah, in contrast, Katie Simmers, 2021 qualified for the championship tour, did not take the ticket there, went back to the Challenger Series 2022, qualified again for the championship tour, and now she's a CT rookie. Little paddle.
Clinched in the final 5, right? To add to that, I mean, that's incredible for such a young age to be able to just have the confidence to go, nah, I'm gonna work on my surfing.
She was very young at the time when she first qualified, but yeah, rookie year, she's having an outstanding rookie year. Peter, as I mentioned, she's got that win in Portugal. She followed up with a win at Rio. I mean, that is one of the most successful rookie years that we've seen from either the men or the women. 14:35 on the clock here, and Simmers is tracking. She needs a 4.04 to turn this heat. Can she do it? We're going to find out at the conclusion of this heat. Meanwhile, Kaoli Vas, he's prepping for the men's quarterfinals. We'll be back with more action from the end of the road.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Mophie, stay powerful. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Back at stop 10 on the championship tour, the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Molly Picklum up against Katie Simmers in this fourth quarter final. At stakes is a spot in semifinal number 2. Katie Simmers just up and out there. Remember, when we went to break, Katie Simmers needing a 4.04 to take the lead off of Molly Picklum. And Katie on the paddle back out here. During the break, this is what happened. Remember, she needed a 4.04, Pete.
And pulls right on in. Good technique. And where is she? So she found an exit. And just a quick and out. And what?
It's a heartbreak score. 4-point ride. It's a flat 4 here for Katie Simmers. Again, she needed a 4.04, and the judges just deemed it right under the mark. Unfortunate for Katie Simmers.
3-2 split. It's had a couple 3.5s, a couple 4.5s, and a 4, and the average comes out as a straight flat 4. Maybe she rebounds. There's an extra, 0.2 there, but either way, I still think we've got enough time to see how this unfolds. She's got a backup number. Maybe didn't turn the heat necessarily, but she needed that.
But she did reduce her need. You can see it in the needs column now for Katie Simmers. Before that wave, she needed 4.04. Now, Simmers needing a 2.54. So much more attainable number for Katie Simmers as she moves up the reef under the priority of Molly Picklum.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there's a distinct difference in where the positioning and where they figured out where they want to sit on this reef. They're almost two different style of waves too, but with Molly, again, obviously having priority, she can dart either way too if a set were to come kind of deeper on the point and be able to utilize that priority. But I think when you sit kind of deeper up the point, there is a certain wave that slides over there that you can't get to, right? And I think that's why a lot of surfers are strategizing by putting themselves a little deeper on the reef and maybe picking up one of the little runner ones. And I mean, it happened, Yago Dora over Kelly Slater the other day. That was one of those things where last second got the wave done and turned it.
Next coming up is the men's quarterfinals, and it is a big quarterfinals for the men as we look at our final 5. It's going to be all on the line. We have the potential for Leo Fioravanti to get into that final 5. Yago Dora, Jack Robinson, and then we look at quarterfinal number 4, Gabe Medina, John Florence. That is a must-win situation for both of the former world champs if they want a chance to get into that final 5. Leonardo Fioravanti here preparing for his heat up against a dangerous Tahitian wild card in the way of Kaoli Vas.
Think about that. 5 surfers of the 8 in the quarterfinals all have implications to be able to get into that final 5. They have to have some scenarios unfold, a lot of different scenarios to unfold, obviously, and one surfer sitting up there feeling it would be Jiao Xianka, who is not in the event and has to sit and watch and wait and see what happens.
Jiao Xianka eliminated from the event. And Yago Dora yesterday in a brilliant move. He's number 5 coming into this event in a brilliant move. Last wave, last seconds of his heat against Kelly Slater, was able to survive that matchup with the winningest surfer here in Tahiti and move into the quarterfinals. So we'll see if he can continue that forward momentum. Here we go on the paddle. And Molly Picklum scrambled into position. Did she make an effort? And Strider's talked about that before, of the positioning of our surfers. Looks like that one spun off. Both surfers too deep to catch that wave.
Yeah, we didn't really see a change with but you can paddle fast to a wave. It's if you all of a sudden make that effort, right, in the very last moment where and it's pretty distinct. You can kind of see it. I mean, our priority judge obviously has been surfing for his entire life, so he understands when you actually want to have a wave and make an effort for it, you'll see it change.
I noticed that wave broke and both surfers too deep. We're going to see if we have any takers on this one here, but that's kind of what we're looking at. Strider talked about it before, and the positioning of the surfers being a little bit off because that wave did offer a barrel. Strider.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could see the wave. They were just out of position. I feel like they were just too far inside. If they could just been out a little bit more, and really you get to see the wave approach the reef, and as it stands up, be there to spin around and paddle in instead of to the side, or when you're right underneath it, you kind of have this really hard approach into the wave. So definitely just a tiny bit out of position there. But in the defense of the surfers today, the waves are moving all over the reef at the moment. So you got a couple of different swell directions in the water. So it really makes it a challenge to be right in the right spot every time.
Strider, you got Leonardo right behind you right now. What's the vibe that you feel in the water prepping for quarterfinal number 1?
Well, Leo paddled over and he just said how good was that one wave that came through that they missed earlier in the heat. And we talked about that. I think we showed it. He was looking at that wave saying that was a 9 all day long. The headspace, the attitude, the physical stature, and the heat kind of smarts and the surfing. There's something different about Leo this year. We've been seeing that. And he looked over, and when I was talking to him about it earlier, he said headspace. And it was really fun to hear.
Thanks for the reporting, Strider. And you can see the focus of the Italian Leo Fioravanti. Super important heat for Fioravanti.
Hey, finals day. Guess what happens? You get some boats right there in the channel, right in underneath, which is what a better venue than to be able to put your boat underneath it and see all the action from inside.
Yeah, right on the lagoon there, those two boats. 6 minutes remaining, and Molly Picklum with the heat control. She's got the lead, she's got priority. There is some opportunities that have come through on the reef, but really identifying those waves seems to be a challenge in the back half of this quarterfinal number 4 for both surfers. We'll see if Caitlin Simmers can come off the mark and find a gem. She just needs under a 3-point ride right now, Peter, to turn the heat.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, you mentioned on, how do you line up yourself with how far in and out? I mean, especially when you've got a place that's kind of in between sizes where you have it lift on the outer reef, and you want to go out and chase that. And a lot of times the best waves are going to be in on the reef, so you kind of be able to figure out where that happy medium is. Again, triangulating with those boats that are in the channel, they're all anchored up, so you can kind of get a good gauge of where you are as far as out away from the reef. And that's important, not only how deep you are, or into the channel side you are, but also how in and out, how far out you want to be.
We're at the 5-minute mark. We've seen scores before. 4.5 for 3 turns of the backhand in the previous heat for Carissa Moore. Can Caitlin Simmers sneak under there and get that score? 2.54 with a series of turns, Pete?
Yeah, sure. We've seen it. That was a mental note that you would have taken from watching previously, right? As you're getting ready to compete. You're like, you want to know what the numbers look like. You want to see what those waves look like. And yes, you can. You've seen it. 3.5 for two nice turns, just good flow, and earned a 3.5 from Carissa Moore. So it can be done.
So at what point would you go to that plan B here? We're at 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, there's time, right? It's a kind of a feeling you get, right? And hoping it's the right feeling. Sometimes it feels like you can pull the trigger a little quicker, especially when you're at this kind of mark right now, because you may get another opportunity if you see something that pops up right here. But ultimately, when you're looking at a 2.54 as a need with priority,
no, she has no priority. She's under priority.
Sorry, yeah, second priority. At this point now, that strategy changes, right? You can take those little inside waves, move off the reef, start making some, we've seen the most successful, like Gabe, like John, they roam the reef, right? So it's something that she can take a note from and maybe start to move down the reef a little bit to get those, the ability to, or up the reef, one or the other.
Well, maybe cluing in a little bit of movement in the lineup, and Katie Simmers starting to paddle up the reef. Molly Picklum keeping her close with the priority and the lead heat control to Picklum. We'll see if Caitlin Simmers breaks away at any point. We're at 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
And Molly would be loving this right now. Watching Caitlin kind of move up the reef, because there's going to be a point when she's going to be too deep.
Here she goes. Katie Simmers. Remember, she just needs a 2.54 dynamic first turn. Smashes it on the second one, and incomplete. She was on her way to turning the heat in my book, but she will not at this point, and the clock will just burn down.
That was crazy, right? That wave, she identified it. Molly didn't get that was the wave was going to do it.
She was going to get it.
Yeah, she was going to get it. The first turn was solid. Second turn, again, she just can't help herself. That's the youth, the progression of the sport. She wanted to blow the fins out. You know, Molly would have been going, shoot, I couldn't get over to it. And that's that deep bowl that's going to give you performance. It's going to give you a wall. All she had to do is float up and over right there, not blow the fins out, and the number would have been pretty easy to give. That turn right there, pretty darn solid as well. I mean, it's not out of the question, right? 2.54, is there enough in that first turn?
I mean, it's a pretty dynamic first turn, and I love watching it again. I really think the insurance policy would just be to finish the wave, and she would have easily got the number. So we're still waiting for the score.
That's unfortunate, right? I mean, and in a way, that would say to me that she shouldn't get it, right? But, you know, again, that was a pretty neat turn. It was straight up.
Oh, yeah.
And it was in a critical section, and it's one big turn. We've seen, you know, that get scores before.
The judges don't penalize you for what you don't do. They give you credit for what you do. So
I agree with you there a little bit, but, I mean, as a judge, you would feel a little like, oh, right? You get left with that, ooh.
Yeah.
The emotion that you're going to be tied to as a judge is something human nature we have, you know, the wow factor, that unexpected thing happens, all of a sudden numbers come from that, and that kind of also hurts a little bit. But again, there was a pretty good turn there, and watching it, it could, I mean, 2.5, it's not much.
So we're still waiting for scores to see if the heat turns for Katie Simmers. Peter?
They're thinking about it because it's taken a while, right? It wasn't an easy decision. And literally, she's got a 2.5 at her score line, so she's been, you know, 0.04 of a point off.
Yeah, I mean, again, you get credit for what you do. A 2.8, a 2.3 up, low.
Man.
It's going to be on the line right now. 2.6, Katie Simmers turns the heat, and Molly Picklum gets the news right now, and very, very little time for Picklum to react to that news. On the paddle right now, Simmers on the inside of Picklum. Picklum needs to make it happen. Molly Picklum just needs a 1.27, needs to get to her feet. What can Katie Simmers do to stop that? Absolutely nothing. Here goes Pickles. 1.27. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was zero opportunity. That was not the score. That's going to be an 0 for Caitlin Simmers. May have turned the heat by the slightest of margins.
Crazy stuff. That literally, that wave there, Molly would have been like almost at the last moment making that decision, like, oh, do I take this? And sure enough, and Katie would have been thinking to herself, man, I blew it. It didn't complete that way, but it gets it done. 3-2 split for Katie Simmers to get that one, and very, very close heat.
Women's semifinal number 2, it's all set. It's going to be Vahine Fierro up against Katie Simmers. The teenager from Oceanside finds her way again into the semifinals. Great surfing, exciting surfing, and a finish down to the wire. Men's quarterfinals, Kauli Voss, Leonardo Fioravanti in the water when we return.
Kauli Voss, the local boy, local favorite.
Kauli Voss pulls right in under the hood.
This is the best feeling in the world to have all the crew, the Tahitians, the family here.
Fioravanti deep on this one.
priority does go around, and if I get myself on good waves, I know that I can do it.
Big heat to kick off quarterfinal number 1. Local boy, Kali Voss, runner-up in the final last season to Miguel Pupo, and he's living up to his reputation, taking out Griffin Colapinto and Joao Chianca to earn the matchup with Leonardo Fioravanti. Leo's been sensational through the rounds as well as he eliminated Jordy Smith in a very convincing fashion to work his way to the final series. Hi, Flick. I'm Joe Trappell. What a great matchup. We've got the semifinals set for the women. And now diving into the story of this replacement surfer named Kali Voss for Italo Ferreira. He certainly has stepped up, especially starting in the elimination round.
Oh, completely. The people that he's taken out along the way, you just mentioned it, Joe, but world number 4, Zhao, who's now patiently waiting on the sidelines to see what happens. Fate is out of his hands, and then took out Griff, world number 2.
Wow, I will say Joao Chianca had great sportsmanship after that loss, had a lot of time for a lot of questions after he went down to Cowley, as we see the paddle battle that often starts off a lot of these heats. Fioravanti is not afraid of a paddle battle. Kali Voss doesn't mind trying to protect his reef. So I love when these start off with a little bit of aggression before the priority rotation starts. And you gotta love that, you know, before priority. This is your time to kind of out-position, go deeper. Who wants to commit to really trying to control that opening exchange? Some surfers will kind of let it go. Others will just go head-to-head and really try to bulldog each other for the start.
Yeah, right now it looks like Leo.
Fioravanti pulling up and in. Nice small wave, but trimming it well, and he holds that line from start to finish into a backhand wrap. Fioravanti laying back on the rebound, and he's just going to run out of water there. Extremely shallow. Had control through the wrap. Got a little bit squirrely on the rebound, but he'll start with a completion in the tube. And this is where you have to basically have a shallow duck dive, almost a no duck dive, trying to stay flat. How about this one, Flick?
Yeah, he got it underneath Cowley. They were both jostling pretty hard there at the beginning. We saw it. So that one going through under Cowley's thinking, oh, I don't really need this one. And actually turned out pretty nice for Leo. It was small on the takeoff, but he just stayed with it and got a lot of travel time in the tube here. So comes out, goes into a roundhouse cutback. We go, we have another look at this tube. It's pretty small on the takeoff. It just hit him in the head as he was ducking underneath that lip there. But this one just kept on going down the line. A little bit of a traveler.
It really was. Love those ones that just line up deep on the reef, that southerly direction. Can set up waves like that. It almost can turn into a point break on this direction sometimes. Leo doing a good job just to manage the first wave, but it's Cowley's turn, pulling under the hood, already deep. And an easy make for the local boy, and he steps out. So already a great tube shootout to kick off this first quarter final heat. Cowley's going to get a lot of backing from the channel, being the local boy. It's really special hearing him talk about the connection he has to the people that live here in Tahiti, that he's grown up with. So proud to represent this amazing island in the main event. Here's Cowley.
Yeah, great opening ride from Cowley, and really smart decision here. He does a cutback, but he sees where Leo is, identifies him in the lineup, and tries to regain priority by paddling out before him. Another look from the channel here. Really nice open barrel for Cowley, but I just like how smart this decision was. While he was in the barrel coming out, was assessing halfway through this turn. He sees Leo and he's like, you know what? I'm going to try to get back out before him. And he got priority. So very, very, very smart decision.
Love how round that tube stayed open for the local boy. And a speedy little wrap. So I guess the difference when you even just look at the turns, Leo incomplete on that cut back to finish, and Cowley was able to sneak in that finishing move and also regain first priority.
Super smart. You could see halfway through that cutback, he just was like, okay, spotted Leo, he's in the channel. He's a bit further in than me. I'm just going to kick out right here. In the past, we've seen Cowley in these last few heats finish his waves right on top of that dry reef, but really smart decision for Cowley. He's back out the back with priority, with, I'd probably say, best wave of the heat so far.
Moving into position again, trying to take advantage of holding priority. Kaoli Vaz getting a jump start on this section, but it moved rapidly on his home brake, so he will get shut down. It's amazing how quick these goofy footers can be inside the pit. You talk about him, Medina, Dora. They can really start pumping and driving and take off a bit deeper than a lot of the competitors on tour. Kaoli Vaz shaking that wipeout off. Still has his lead. 6.33 on the opener compared to Leo's 5.33 on the opening exchange.
Yeah, I think Kaoli's wave was a little bit cleaner, a little bit bigger. Really nice exit. Obviously, he got that roundhouse cutback that was complete, whereas Leo sort of falling on the rebound on his one, not riding out successfully.
Kaoli Vaz into his third start at this event. So interesting, you know, being either a wild card or a replacement surfer. It's actually had more events here at Teahupo'o than Leo Fioravanti, and Fioravanti's been around for a long time, but he's been off tour, on tour, injuries. He's had an amazing story of never giving up and determination. Last year falling off of the mid-season cut, so missed out on this event. So he only has one previous event out here at the end of the road, and that's going way back to 2017.
Wow.
And when you just look up a result, you'll see a 25th next to his name, but it doesn't really tell the story of Fioravanti and his connection to this reef. He's put in a lot of time over the years. Lost to Jeremy Flores, who has actually been like a big brother to him. He's actually in Kaoli's corner for this heat. But Jeremy had two big nines, I think a 9.77. Leo lost with a 9.2. So it was one of those heats that had two great surfers, one going down early, and that was Fioravanti's debut at this event. But that 9.2 was telling of what was to come. Had to wait a long time. I mean, 2017 now to 2023. Makes sense that he's in the quarterfinals now.
Oh, for sure. Just look at his round one here, his opening heat. He had a massive heat total. I think it was 16.93 heat total, which really, man, it was saying a lot. He was here stamping authority.
Yeah, he won the round when you think about it. Highest combined heat total of the opening round. And that, you know, included a great performance from Medina, Jack Robinson. You remember that, Strider?
Kaoli, you know, he's still victim to the cell, and Leo sold him on that last wave that he did not come out of the tube on. You know, you imagine being a competitor in a heat. You're looking at a solid wall of water, and your competitor is looking at you kind of hanging in the wings, ready to drop in to get barreled. And you know, he literally, it didn't look like a great wave from here, but from behind it, you know, maybe he thought there was something in it because Leo was looking at it, and he went and kind of had a flap on it, didn't come out. The very next wave was a grinder from where you know, Kaoli usually is and takes off on. So he was sold a wave by Leo, and then the best wave of the heat came through, then nobody was on it.
Thanks, Strider. What about the start? These guys both looked really aggressive to outposition each other. What'd you see?
Yeah, you know what? They're two apex predators. I mean, they're athletes of, you know, they're super strong, and they've got so much power in them, and they're not letting up. Here we go, out the back. Kaoli's in the barrel. Little tube comes through, pushes through. Big hack on the open face. He's going to go back to the lip line, slaps into the tube. He's going to try and come through that out the back. Take it away, Joe. Another one on the ray.
Oh, I'm loving it. We're still enjoying the inside section of Kaoli Vaz, and we see what Strider was seeing out the back. Fioravanti throwing down a backhand arc, and then he hops out. We'll give you those complete waves once again to update the situation. Fioravanti hoping for a great end to the season as a full-time competitor on tour. Kaoli Vaz still working his way through the Challenger Series this year because he wants to be a full-timer representing this amazing place, just like Michel Perez did for so many great years, and Matea David before him. Kaoli Vaz providing some backup for a 6.33, smaller wave. He did get barreled, and it looked like Fioravanti had a bit more size on his. We'll see it from the takeoff now.
Yeah, Leo definitely had a bit more size on this one. We just saw the end of it before, but he comes flying out, kind of punching through that foamy section there, gets a turn in, finishes up, and that was pretty nice. I like Leo's. We'll have a look here at Cowley. Smaller inside wave. Manages to get 3 little cover-ups on this, especially with that nice little turn there, fading back into the section, snaps up underneath the lip, and even just milking it for all it's worth. That wave is so shallow right there. Another little shampoo on the inside section. So smaller wave for Cowley. But I really like that turn, sort of, it was a turn that he used as a fade so that he could snap up underneath the lip here. Get a little bit more tube time. And one more time here on the inside. So shallow right there. Every heat, he's just been milking the waves for everything they're worth. Leo now, replay. Both surfers staying incredibly busy out there, catching a lot of waves already.
So now 2 waves coming in for Fioravanti. We already had his 5.33. He just caught that last wave you saw during that replay series. So Fioravanti with 3 clean makes to kick this one off. Cowley had 1 fall with priority. Turned in a 4.0 on wave number 3. So Fioravanti's got 2 scores to come. He's hoping one of them is better than a 5.01. I'm expecting that change. I think he did a great job on his second effort specifically.
Yeah, I'd have to agree too. I liked his positioning. I liked the technique. It was a nice clean barrel. Backhanders sort of have a little bit, I don't know, in my opinion, maybe a little bit more ability to, they've got more of their body that they can lean to the side of the face of the wave to slow themselves down. He maximised that tube time.
Scores coming through for wave number 2 for Fioravanti, 7.5. Back out in front, 1 more wave to lock in for the Italian. And Cowley Vost is hearing the message now from the tower. Fioravanti has been an all-star this season, comes into the last event of the season inside the top 10, number 9 in the world. As looks like he'll take a look and hold back. But it's interesting how important an opening round win can really be. I mean, he had that win over Ryan Callanan and Matty McGillivray, and they both were eliminated in the elimination round. Special time to catch up with world number 5. Caitlin Simmers is with Laura.
Yes, Katie, that heat was a bit of an emotional roller coaster for you. You were just telling me you took it out at the end on that one big turn, needing a 2.5, just saying that you didn't even know what you needed at the end. Talk us through that heat.
Yeah, that heat was definitely a roller coaster, and yeah, I don't know, just like my whole year has been the same way, but yeah, I don't know, another like kind of little bit weird heat, but made it through barely, and I don't know, I just kind of thought that I didn't have it. I thought I just like, I wasn't really listening. I was just like, oh, I thought I still needed a 4, so I just like went on that wave and was just like, okay, I'll try to do 2 big turns, maybe look for the 4. And then I fell, so I was kind of just like, oh, I didn't get it. And then, yeah, and then Strider told me that I made it, and I was pretty surprised. But yeah, I'm happy I made it. I'll have to get actually barreled in this one because it's against Vahine. She's like such a guru out here. It's so fun to watch. So hopefully I can pull it together, maybe.
Well, there's so many positives to take from your surfing. You've got amazing technique out there. I saw you have a massive debrief with your coach, Tommy Witts. What was he telling you?
Yeah, we were kind of watching it before, the heat before, and it was kind of those waves on the inside ledge, so I was kind of sitting on the pretty in and deep the whole heat. And then I come in and he's telling me that we're like missing all these big sets that are good, and I was like, oh, I thought the sets we're like clamping, but I guess we're blowing a bunch of waves, but I don't know, maybe just watch it, and this wave just changes a bunch, and it's just such a hard wave to read, and then like you're watching it on like the webcast and you see all these perfect waves, and then when you're out there it's like it's kind of hard to find them, and then you just like look in and see a wave spit and you just like didn't go on a good one, and you're like, I swear I didn't barely even notice that wave, and it was spit, and then it's just like a really tricky wave, and I don't know. It's going to be a tough one against Vahine, but
Always so much to learn, Katie. You've had an incredible year, and you got the news right before your heat, but you have officially clinched your spot in the WSL Final 5. We're going to see you at Lower Trestles, it's number 5 seed. How does that sink in?
Yeah, there was a bunch of implications in that one. I was like watching Steph, and she's my favorite surfer, so it's weird because I was like, oh yeah, like I wanted her to win, but also you're like, if you don't win, if she doesn't win, then I like made it to lowers, so it's just like weird. And yeah, I wasn't really stressing on it too hard, but it was definitely got my heart racing while I was watching that heat. But yeah, I'm really happy. Lowers is like pretty close to where I live, so I'm excited.
Well, we can't wait to see you there at the WSL Rip Curl Finals. Congratulations, Katie Simmers.
Here we go with Simmers. Calm, cool, collected, and a big act to the finish.
Caitlin Simmers has just shown us flashes of brilliance. Looking at the future of women's surfing right here.
That was crazy. 17-year-old Katie Simmers wins the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
Katie Simmers in the water right now, the pride of Oceanside. Major turn right there.
She is just on fire.
One of the best surfers in the world right now.
Katie Simmers in the air, frontside air grab. Oh, and a fierce turn.
Caitlin Simmers, champion of the Vivo Rio Pro. Caitlin Simmers clinches a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. You little ripper, you. Caitlin Simmers is competing for a world title as a rookie this season. How about that? Clinching the number 5 seed. We've got Picklum number 4, so that's the first match this September. Picklum versus Simmers. Molly will have priority. That is the reward for having the number 4 seed over number 5. That's a new update for this season. We've got Caroline Marks number 3 and working out who will be number 1 in the world, either Tyler or Carissa Moore. Tyler's got to be in the final to take yellow from Riss. So still more to work out here on Finals Day.
Wow, I just got goosebumps watching that package of Katie Simmers. That was so incredible, just watching all those highlights from her year. So young, and she's in contention for a world title.
Gosh, and she will have that cool advantage of being down in Oceanside. She can get to lower trestles pretty quickly, about 20, maybe 30 minutes at the most to get up there to lowers. And she'll be ready to compete also against Vahine Fierro here on Finals Day. Priority with Fioravanti, and he wants it. Slides right in on the backhand. Completely deep on that one for a moment where you couldn't see him. And he'll kick out. Short tube ride though. Cowley Vost on the next one. Wave spits behind him. He gets maybe a bit deeper, courtesy of that frontside armbar technique. But always so much attention to detail. There used to be a bit more celebration in the early years of getting spit out of a barrel, enjoying the celebration from the channel that wants you to acknowledge that. These days, it's all business. Kick out, straight into a paddle battle for priority.
Oh, for sure. And it's this, as much as it is a great feeling, and you sometimes want to claim that feeling, the smart decision and the logical decision right now for Cowley was to kick out straight away, regain priority. He doesn't know, obviously the score hasn't dropped for that wave. He doesn't know if it's a 6-5-1. For all he knows, he might need priority. Here we go. Replay of Leo's wave. Nice little drainer there on the inside. Leo just staying busy, looking very fired up. Great technique. You can see his arm in the side of the face of the wave. Just squeezes out of that one. That wave was so small, the exit. Have another look at this drone angle. You can see the beautiful reef underneath the wave. Super shallow there on the inside. But yeah, Cowley, smart decision from him. Kicking straight out after that barrel and trying to get that priority.
So kicking out there, hustle for priority as we look at Cowley Vost. Getting nice and barreled, good time management inside the pit.
Yeah, it was great. See here, this is the moment. He can see Leo again. This is the second time he's done this in this heat.
This just happened as we were watching the replays. Fioravanti packing a big section and punching free.
Wow.
Into a backhand snap and kicking out. All that strength training. He can squat a lot of weight. I forgot the exact number, but he is dedicated to his fitness, and that paid off on that one, was.
He's paddled by, you know, is that the score? There's an intense look in his eyes, but, you know, the wave where he took off on it was just this hook that came to the inside. He was on his way, you know, back out underneath the priority and really did well to get down into that barrel to really stabilize himself inside of it and then push through that big whitewater like as it filled up through it. It was a really impressive effort. You know, he's feeling it right now. You can see him in the eyes when he paddled by. He's all business. He's all psyched, and he's on a heater right now, if you ask me.
I agree, Strider. Yeah, this guy is a bull, just ready to take on the world. I think he's been so ready for so many years. It's almost like he's surfing with something to prove. He's like, I've always been here. Just some injuries have slowed him down. What a great read. Head down and punching free flick.
I am amazed. That was super incredible. On the way back out too, you know, Cowley kicked out of his wave quickly to get priority. Leo was a bit further in. He obviously swung on this one. Didn't quite know if it was going to be the score. There we see Leo. He wants to know the numbers.
You can hear that in the background there. That's coming from the tower. These surfers can put their hands up at any time and get a complete update on number, situation, what each surfer needs to move on to the semifinals. Fioravanti had the 7.5 on wave number 2. And we'll see how much he'll improve on that last wave. Always challenging when you're taking on someone who surfs out here all the time. Cowley Vost, also a great competitor as well. Just adding to the folklore of this event, you always look at past trials winners, the amazing local wildcard story that's always been around. We always kind of looked at Manoa Drolet and having the most success in the past because he came close to winning this event for Tahiti, runner-up to Bruno Santos. And he also had years where he would take out guys like Taj Burrow. He was such a dangerous competitor. Number in now for the last of Fioravanti, 7.6 to go with his 7.5. Now the local boy needs an 8.77 to come back. We'll see if he can stop the Italian right after this.
It all started from that injury when I was 17 years old. Took me out for 6 months, and it taught me that it's never gonna be easy. And that was the best lesson that I could ever have. And honestly, I would break my back again if I was 17. Since then, I've realized that, you know, when I fell off tour, I qualified again because I never gave up. When I hurt my shoulder, I came back because I never give up. Last year when I didn't make the cut, I got back on the horse, even though I was frustrated. And I told myself, I'm not giving up. I want to be back there.
Right into the pit with Cowley Voss. One big lunge into that cave that just went completely dark on him and sends him down to his reef. Priority goes to Fioravanti. And now with a bigger advantage as we're starting to run out of time. 9 minutes, 7.6, 7.5. He's got 2 of the best scores of the heat. As we take another look here, Flick.
Yeah, he's got the right idea here. Bigger wave, bigger in size, pretty hollow. Just couldn't find the exit there because he needs a big number. He needs an 8.77, but coming up against Leo right now and just watching that one-on-one piece, well, the word that comes to mind is just resilience, determined. But I think Leo's going to be really hard to stop. And he's probably had the toughest draw in this quarterfinal matchups. I mean, the Gabby John quarterfinal coming up, that is going to be an absolute cracker, a must watch. But this one here, you've got to say Cowley, absolute favourite out here. He knows every section of this reef. Super dangerous. Dangerous in the way that he could lure you to be sitting in the wrong spot and you think you're sitting in the right one because Cowley's sitting there. Be interesting to see what actually unfolds in these last 8 minutes here. A few tactics coming into play. Leo's sitting at the back with priority right now. It's like a bit of jostling.
Looks like Cowley's going to hold back as well. Yes, it's interesting where you can put yourself with priority. Kind of be in each other's space. You can see the surfer under priority is trying to play the game of making you go on a wave that maybe you shouldn't. It's a fun game to watch to see how they can play those little mind games on each other. Still 7:30 to decide this quarterfinal. Let's catch up with world number 4, Molly Picklum, hanging out with Laura.
Molly, a tough way to go out there in the final moments. You and Katie obviously have a lot of amazing battles. How are you feeling and taking that all in? Obviously having a big debrief with your coach afterwards. Yeah, talk us through it.
Yeah, I think coming against Katie, it's always fun, it's challenging. I think we're in a similar, Callie's just getting so bad right now. Yeah, I feel like against Katie, it's always good. I think we're both coming on the scene and learning on the fly, so it's always exciting matchup, same sort of energy. And yeah, I just have like the decisions, the 50-50 decisions that I was like mentally battling with out there of whether to go this wave or not, or back up my 5 or just sit there and wait for a good one. But yeah, that's the beauty about surfing though. Like, honestly, you can't change it once it's done. Hindsight's annoying sometimes, but yeah, I just wish so bad I went that one good one.
Well, a lot of positives to take out of this event, a lot to learn. You've had an incredible year and you have officially locked in that 4th seed for the Rip Curl WSL Finals heading to lowers. You will match up against Katie Simmers there. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's good. I feel like all the girls, they deserve the final 5 spot, and everyone puts in so much effort, and I don't know, it's just like a full year's effort, and to be recognised in the final 5 is definitely cool because, yeah, I don't know, we just put in so much work, time, and yeah, I'm excited for that. And obviously first heat against Katie, it's good, like it's a good straight into it. There's no time for warming up, it's just straight fireworks. So yeah, I'm ready for that, and I'll go home and train a lot for that too.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you soon there. One last thing before you go, we'll also see you back here because you have officially provisionally qualified for the 2004 Olympics here at Tahiti. How does that feel?
2024 Olympics, yeah, it should be good. I think this waves that challenge me the most mentally, and I really enjoy that, and that's why I was so bummed to bow out early here, but to come back and now have to have the dangling carrot along the road to come back here and figure out such a scary lineup excites me. It's a whole nother journey in itself, and I'm really willing to take it on. And yeah, I think it's really cool the Olympics is here because to do your country and wear your country proud on the jersey will make me probably go bigger waves and go harder and make better decisions, which means I get cooler moments for myself as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations, Molly. We'll see you here. See you soon in both events.
Yeah, let's do it. Thanks, guys.
During that catch-up with Molly Picklum, a lot to celebrate there. Cowley got this wave flick.
Yeah, what an absolute traveller. Got so much tube time there. It was a smaller one though. I'm sure Cowley knows that he might need a bigger one. He did really well to just sneak up underneath the lip there and really put his foot on the gas. He needed to squeeze through the top section of that. Seeing an exit by finding the high line there on the way out. Got another replay from the drone angle here. And just beautiful. When the water's so clear, you can just see that red jersey flying through that barrel. Great wave. However, I think he knows that he probably might need to do a bit more.
And there's the judge's reaction. 4.67 doesn't change a thing. Still under priority, but yeah, Cool form. That's a classic roundhouse cutback. However, Leo's waves much bigger barrels, great execution. So Fioravanti with a big advantage, but Cowley's going to keep swinging, forcing Leo to use his priority here, and it's just going to be a block. So that was actually a smart move for Vost. Gave himself priority with 3:40 to go. Surprised Leo didn't let him just have that wave.
I like that move from Cowley a lot. Super strategic there by forcing Leo to take off. That wave was really not good. I mean, we got to have a little bit of a preview of it, but wasn't really doing much. Cowley's tried a couple of times to sell Leo, and Leo's held ground really well. He hasn't gone. That one, though, Cowley did a good job.
And now Fioravanti changing gears. He'll pull into a hollow cave. Solid read there for the Italian. He does get the exit. So that probably rinses off a little bit of that sting from making a bad decision with priority. I'm sure in his headspace he's going, hey, it's Cowley Vost. Got to protect him, but a great read on that make Strider.
Wow, that was impressive. You know, like that was exactly what happened before. Under priority and finds a nugget underneath, and that thing just opened up wide for him. So, I mean, he's just stacking chips right now. He just keeps winning hands on the poker table, and he's just got bigger and bigger and bigger chips. It's fun to watch, but unfortunate for Cowley.
As we see that first drive into the pit for Fioravanti, really had a lot of room to enjoy that view, Flick.
Wow, he really made the most of that sort of error. I reckon it was an error before, going that smaller, more crumblier wave, but really made the most of this and made up for it on this wave. Like Strider said, that's 2 times now that he's caught a wave under priority. That last one I think was 2, I think. But yeah, great wave here, and he's just doing so well. Staying on his board here, because a lot of the waves actually today are doing this. They're not so open on the exit. A lot of them are quite foamy. He's doing a really good job holding on and sort of riding that backing ball.
Almost seems like he's pulling a Cowley on Cowley right now, just understanding this reef really well. Fioravanti does talk about so many early trips to Teahupo'o, and he's so proud that he got to be mentored by guys like Jeremy Flores, who's also in Cowley Voss corner. Guys like Kelly Slater, who's really like an uncle to him. And so he took advantage of those early trips and just soaked in all the knowledge, as he still does. And now he's got about 1:15 to put himself in the semifinals, and that'll be a first for Leonardo here at the end of the road.
Nervous moments right now for Cowley. He's definitely praying to the surf gods that there's going to be a set. He's sitting out there with priority. We've seen people do it yesterday. Iago did it. Got an 8-point ride up against Kelly in the dying seconds of his heat. Flipped the heat. It's not over, and if anyone's going to do it, Cowley's going to do it. So
yeah, he's got the advantage of priority. He's got the channel on his side and the whole island, hoping that he gets another chance. But what an incredible athlete. Finaling last year, quarterfinal as a wild card. He's not surfing CT heats all season like the rest of the crew. He's hoping that he gets there through the Challenger Series this year. So definitely follow Cowley Vost on WorldSurfLeague.com and the Challenger Series as they head to Portugal and finish off at Saquarema. He's got to be in the top 10 to qualify for the championship tour. He's sitting in the early 20s at the moment. But taking out Griffin Colapinto, Joao Chianca, he's going to be feared for the rest of his career here in Tahiti. Great job for Leonardo Fioravanti. 7-5, 7-6. On his way to his first semifinal here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Coming up next, a big heat for the world title race. Iago Dora taking on Jack Robinson.
I think last season was the most important of my life. My mind has changed so much since the injury. Started to look with different eyes and my surfing got better. I don't fear anyone. I love competing against the big guys. Gabriel, John, Felipe, Italo. It would be amazing to have the chance to fight against them for a title.
Yago Dora prepared for this moment in his career. What a season it's been. Finding the belief really started last season when he came on as a wild card after that Liz Frank injury. Sidelined him, but built with more confidence. Sometimes there's those stories in professional sports where an injury could be the best thing for you. Leo talked about it, Fanning talked about it, and Yago's living through it, turning in an incredible year. Number 5 in the world, kicked things off with a beautiful arc. Hacking it off the top again, going to turns for a warm-up in a battle against one of his best friends on tour, Jack Robinson. Another angle from the sky here, Flick.
Wow, I mean, he didn't get barrel on this wave, but that turn right there was beautiful. I would love to be able to do a turn like that. Just the power on that, speed. Here we go, replay of Jack's opening wave. A little bit of tube time. Bit caught up there, but he comes out. Another angle here. Jack yesterday was just so connected and feels so at home at Waves of Consequence. Yesterday scoring 9.47, I believe. Opening heat. Oh, sorry, not the opening heat, his last heat.
As we look at live action, Jack Robinson gets the exit. Standard procedure for Robinson.
Oof.
Oh, just a misstep on a really shallow part of the reef. But well done, getting barreled. Back-to-back waves. Jack's opener 3.5. 2.5 start for Dora. And now Yago with priority. Jack Robinson, one of the best barrel riders on the planet, has had that reputation since he was about 12 years of age of being a slab specialist, being dangerous in Waves of Consequence. He was so good, he actually got a wild card for the tour at Karamas when he was still 13 years of age. He was a little kid. He ended up losing to Kelly. I think he was comboed there, but it was just he had that kind of talent that demanded those doors to be open for him. Last score for Jack on his way back out, 6.5 to go with the 3.5, so the Australian takes an early lead.
Yeah, it's a great start for Jack, and I think he's just picking up where he left off yesterday. That last 6.5, I could see similarities from that 9-point ride that he had in his previous heat. Wow, he's just looking so connected yesterday, that drop he took. Here we go, replay of that last 6.5 of Jack. Clean exit. And looks like he went for a little lip line floater and awkwardly came unstuck there. Jack taking off. Beautiful technique again. That wave opening up so much, really throwing out over that reef. It's a great start for Jack there.
It's just that perfect approach that you dream of having in waves like this. Looks so calm under pressure. Even when the section's incredibly steep and critical, he has that same calm look on his face. 6.5, well done.
6.5 across, I saw one judge threw a 6, 4 6.5s.
And there gets spit out. So Jack out in front, Dora needing a 7.5. This was that little attempt to maybe float it, and just a mistimed section can be brutal. How shallow it is down there. See if Yago's going to manage his priority as he holds his spot. Let's catch up with Leo hanging out with Laura.
Yes, Leo, all smiles into the semi-finals, coming up against local boy Cali Fast, a good friend of yours as well. What was the approach going out there against him?
I mean, Cowley, you know, he's young, but he is one of the best out here in every type of condition, so I knew it was going to be a really tough heat. And, you know, yesterday I told myself, just focus on myself. Obviously, the crowd is going to be cheering for him, so that's a factor that you got to, you know, all the cheers you hear, and then he drops a 4, so, like, you got to expect that that's going to happen anyways. And I just stuck to my game. I tried to obviously find the waves that I wanted to, and on my backhand tried to really maximize that scoring potential. And I'm really happy, I think, with the way I surfed the heat. I made a couple mistakes, but the waves that I got, I surfed them well, and I'm excited to make that heat.
Loving the confidence. You've been really dominant the whole way through this event from the very first heat. Now talk to us about your surfboards dropping down an inch today.
Yeah, so the first 2 heats I rode a 6.1 Bradley, and today I am on a 6.0 Sharp Eye. Just dropped down 1 inch. It is a little bit smaller, and turns are coming into play today. And also I really want to get deep in that barrel. I think that's where the scoring potential is really going to come out. And I did get a few scores that I really, made sure that I was in there as long as possible. So the board felt really good. Everything feels good, and onto the semi, so pretty sick.
Amazing. There's obviously a lot of scenarios going on out in the water today, for clinching positions. You're obviously a dark horse out there. How is that, what's your approach there?
I mean, in the end, whatever is going to happen is going to happen. It's kind of out of my control. All I can do is try to win this contest. And whoever's in the final with me, whoever, is there or whatever, we'll see. Like I said, I'm honestly not too worried about it. I don't have that pressure like, wow, I'm so close. I'm actually really far, even though I have a chance in the semifinals. And I'll give it my best, and we'll see what happens.
Epic, Leo. We'll see you soon. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Laura. Great chat with Fioravanti, talking about going an inch shorter. That board change was awesome. Worked well. He's into the semifinals with that outside shot of getting a spot in the WSL Final 5. Jack's in that same conversation of having an outside shot as well. They're battling for Iago's spot, who's sitting at 5th at the moment. And Jack's still getting barreled, Flick.
Yeah, Jack dropping in this one, weaves down the line, disappears for a second and comes flying out of that one. Almost like that little layback, just as much as I did the barrel. Both equally as stylish. Have another look here. Super early into this one. You can see he's weaving, doing that little hula technique we were talking about yesterday, where you have your hand on the rail of the board and you sort of pull up that rail, creating speed, driving down the line while you're in the barrel. We just saw it. That was it there. Had to do it twice, actually, pull himself up a bit higher as he was exiting that one as well. And Jack just showing us his mastery once again. Absolute wizard when it comes to surfing waves like this. It's like he could do it with his eyes closed. It's going to be pretty tough to beat. It's almost like each wave is just getting better and better.
Yeah, his ability is unbelievable. I'm with you, Flick. He can really create moments for himself, too. We mentioned that with guys like Medina, John, as we have some waves on the way. Iago Dora is going to pull up and under. Traveling for a bit there. A messy section is going to make it hard for the Brazilian to make it out. He'll go down on his 2nd attempt in this heat. And now Jack will hold down priority. And Strider, I'm sure you're hearing a lot of noise from the caddies today.
Well, it's just an interesting scenario. Just a note on that whale. It didn't look like a great wave from the beginning, and he took it. It looked like maybe Jack was head faking for it or something. I don't know. That wave kind of had that crumble on it and it pushed over, wide into the channel. But the one before that, what Jack was on, got a nice barrel, threaded the needle, came out, and then paddled by me doing his breath work, doing his, he has his routine. And as he paddled by, his pit boss over here, Matty Bemrose, was clapping his hands. And just over to the side of him, his coach, Leandro Dora, was not clapping his hands. So I think in that scenario, in this scenario, blood is thicker than water. And, you got your son in the water. You want him to win. He's number 5 in the world. You can feel that kind of pressure, I guess, about, that want to have him making sure he's got that solidified spot into the finals and go for that world title. And it's got to be an incredible feeling being a father and watching your son, but also having this situation. You can almost like you're in the heat yourself, as your kids out there, and you're sitting here coaching both of the athletes that are in the water.
Good man, Strider. Yeah, that's a huge story that's happening right now. Leandro Dora, an amazing coach, famous for coaching De Souza through his world title year, and also Lucas Silveira for a world junior title as well. Getting Jack in his corner. He's an amazing human being. and has so much love for everyone he works with, but obviously his son being out there, being number 5 in the world, has a huge opportunity to compete for his first world title. And for Maddie Bemrose, who loves both of them, it's a win-win for a coach like Maddie. As we look at a drop in for Jack Robinson into the barrel, he'll get stuck on that one. So his first fall of the quarterfinals. His lead, though, up to a 12.93 total, 6.5 to a 6.43. So Iago comboed at the moment, but with plenty of time.
Mess.
Let's check out the snapshot for the WSL Final 5. As you can see, Iago Dora can control his own destiny. He's got to go on and just win this contest. I mean, obviously that's a huge feat, but he beat Kelly on the buzzer yesterday with an 8-point ride. He wants to get out of this heat, go all the way to make sure that he's at lower trestles to compete for a world title. Gabriel Medina's in the mix too. Remember, he's got the super heat with John Florence, so one of those big world champions will be knocked out in this round. We'll see if it's Florence or Medina into the semifinals, as they are chasing a big win as well. We'll keep you posted on these scenarios. To simplify it, if Dora reaches the final, he'll clinch a spot into the final 5. If Iago ends up losing in this heat, Joao Chianca would then clinch his spot. So it's been a pretty stressful road for Chianca ever since he left the event in the elimination round to Calivast. So a big one there. If Iago stays in second, loses this quarter, Chianca would officially be competing for a world title. Up and down for Jack. Robinson coming from the 8th spot has to have a few things go his way as well.
Yeah, Jack still in with a shot at making that final 5 conversation. A lot of things need to go Jack's way. We'll just have a look at the replay of this last one. Kind of just sitting out there without priority, kind of trying to make something happen on a wave that maybe he didn't necessarily need to go. So easy for us to say right now. But yeah, Jack yesterday in his post-game interview said obviously he knows the scenarios and knows that he is in with a shot, but his best shot is just to win the event. Full stop. That's all he's got to focus on. Everything else is sort of out of his control. You know, there's a few things, even if Jack wins, I think a couple of people still can't be in that final with him. So,
and even for us, with all these scenarios, he can get pretty tangled up with all this intensity on finals day. And I think for athletes, it's like, okay, let's not even worry about what someone might do to help me out. If they just keep winning, they'll give themselves the best shot, so they can just focus on this being maybe one of the biggest events of their career so far. I mean, that's the story for Iago Dora. He's never competed for a world title. He's having so much success this year, winning at Saquarema in front of his home crowd. You know, he represents Santa Catarina, but to have his family up there in Rio, to do it in front of Brazil was just all time. And for these two, you know, that travel together, that stay together in accommodations. They're playing a lot of pool at Jeffreys Bay. I mean, honestly, like basically brothers on tour. It's got to be such an interesting feeling, knowing that you're fighting for the same thing. And now in their second heat together of the season, their first heat they had at the championship tour was earlier this year in Peniche, Super Tubos. Jack got the win over Iago in the semifinals.
yeah, I was talking yesterday on one of my breaks. I managed to sneak my way out into the channel. I was on a boat and Jack had just won his heat, and Maddie Bemrose, who's been looking after Jack for a while. Here we go, live action, Jack.
How about that technique? Straight down to the bottom with total control. He gets spit out and throws down a beautiful roundhouse cutback. Oh, unfortunately loses it on that rebound.
Wow, that was nice. Nice barrel. But Maddie Bemrose was saying to me, you know, these guys, they are like brothers, like what you just said. There he is right there, Maddie Bemrose sitting on Jack's backup board. Things are looking good for Jack. Yeah, he just said to me that these boys are like brothers. They're going to take it to each other harder than what they probably would if they weren't so close, you know? It's kind of like brothers having a fight or an argument. It's just, you can get a bit cocky, get a little bit more aggressive, a bit more assertive, and once they come in, it's kind of like their best mates again, you know? They just, let's put that behind us, let's move on. So this is a super exciting heat because of that dynamic. Obviously, they're both coached by Iago's dad as well. As we have another look at that wave, really beautiful exit for Jack. Comes out after the spit, and then I loved this rebound. It was just so close to making. It was super radical. He came so close to making that there, almost stuck it. And to me, Jack's looking like he's in dangerous form.
I'm with you, Flick. Yeah, he's just that, he's got that look in his face. He has that belief, but then he's at a slab. You know, he's at a wave that can bottom out. He can get barreled on demand. He can turn little waves into scores by just his technique and positioning. A lot of waves people might think they'd let go. Jack can turn and show how technical he can be with how vertical the takeoff is, but done with such great style. That's always kind of given him great comparisons to the greats, like the Irons brothers. He has pieces of them in his arsenal. So much confidence as well. You did reference that interview with Mick Fanning on Dave Proden's podcast called The Lineup. And that's when Mick identified Jack having the most belief on tour, where he sees Jack compete and he looks at the way he's approaching any matchup, whether it's a 1 foot day going down to performance and turns to big barrels. It's Jack never for 1 second is thinking he's going to lose.
No, not at all. For me, it was super evident. I mean, Jack came out of the gates flying this year, had great results, a first, a third, a second. And then at Bells, obviously, he suffered that injury to his knee, but I think there was a few shots pre-heat at Bells with Jack, and he was just looking so focused. Almost the most focused I'd ever seen Jack. He had his full breathwork routine that he was doing, just completely tuning out from any other noise or any of the people on the stairs at Bells Beach. He was just in his own world. Nothing else was going to affect him or touch him. And yeah, I think he's just carried that throughout the year. Obviously, he's had a couple of little setbacks, a couple of injuries, but I don't think that's really deterred him. His mindset's still really good. He provisionally qualified for the Olympics yesterday, which was great news for Australia. Australia having Ethan now and Jack in the Olympics. So very, very cool moment. Yeah, super excited to see that all go down.
Special for Oz, how the celebration for Owen Wright when he took home the bronze medal was incredible in Tokyo 2020. Dora, holding priority, is trying to focus on the present moment, but he also has his world title hopes on the line and also Olympic qualification. Brazil needs a teammate for Felipe Toledo as well. A lot more of the story to tell in the back end of quarterfinal number 2. We'll be right back. The Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, strategic partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. Let's go back to Europe. Stop number 3 of the season. We saw two good friends take on a semifinal. Dora versus Jack Robinson in heavy beach break conditions at Teahupo'o. Jack got spat out of a couple bombs, 7.57. Peaked it in 8.6 to beat his good friend Yago Dora. Lefts and rights, anytime it's hollow, Jack is going to be a favorite. But remember, this is when he was still number 1 in the world. Love those heavy conditions that we had for finals day back in Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen shades of that once again already today. Jack with his 2 6s out there. But yeah, loves a heavy left barrel or a right barrel. Why not? Wave of consequence. Yeah, sitting out there with the 6.5, 6.43, looking super commanding. And it's looking like at the moment, maybe going to get another win over Yago.
Jack Robinson was on a heater to kick off the year. Winning at Pipe, semi-final at Sunset. Runner-up in that final at Teahupo'o to Joao Chianca. And then we went to Australia, and that's when he had that injury at Bells Beach. Missed out on defending his home break and event title at Margaret River. Came back at the Surf Ranch, then got a new injury. So it was a tough road there, 5-event slump, then recovered to some wins at Jeffreys Bay, finishing in the quarterfinals. And now looking like he's in great form here in Tahiti. He was dominating last year, but I remember it came down to a wild heat in the round of 16 because Nathan Hedge was here.
Yeah, it's super hard to stop Hedgie out here. One of the most, probably one of the most decorated goofies out here, I think. Just amazing surfing.
Yeah, that was so cool. The Hog, as everyone knows him as, got crazy 9+ ride. Jack had similar scores, got it at the end. So we have those Tahitian wildcard stories, and you have the Hedgie type stories who's created a lot of crazy moments over the years, even made it in finals in this event.
Yeah, I mean, waves like Teahupo'o, waves like Pipeline, I feel like those 2 waves actually are probably the ones where you see the most success from wildcards, because at waves like this, you get specialists and people that just dedicate their whole life to surfing these waves. They might not necessarily be surfing in contests all the time, but all they do is this is their main focus, and they just want to get big barrels at these types of waves. I mean, I would almost say, I mean, we've had a lot of success at Pipe. Moana Jones Wong won as a wild card. Baron Mamiya actually coming up in the next quarterfinal, won at Sunset as a wild card. And we will see what happens out here in this heat.
Yeah, tons of great stories unfolding, like you mentioned. Jack joining the Australian team for the Olympic Games. And we have 1 spot left on the Tier 1 qualification system here on the Championship Tour, and it's for Team Brazil. Yago Dora at the moment is 5th in the world. Joao Chianca, remember, came into this event number 4 in the world. And we also have Gabriel Medina gunning for a potential spot here on the last day of the regular season. You know, if we have a couple Brazilians show up, the Rip Curl WSL Finals, that 2nd spot for Brazil could be decided at lower trestles, which makes it incredibly exciting. I mean, there might be a match where, like, whoever wins is going to the Olympic Games.
For me, I just can't believe that those 3 surfers are in contention for 1 spot. It's so exciting, and it seems like they're all good enough to be there. Super exciting. They've been so dominant on the tour throughout the last few years. Almost seems unfair.
And this is the venue for Paris 2024 and the Olympic Games. Italo Ferreira winning gold for Tokyo 2020. Carissa Moore taking the gold. She was honored back home in Hawaii. Beautiful mural on the side of a building in Honolulu, along with the great Duke Hanamoku. The World Title Trophy dedicated in honor of the Duke this season for the World Surf League Championship Tour. Jack and Yago started off with a bit of a flurry. Things settling down, adding a bit more drama to this matchup. Yago is comboed, so at some point he's going to have to take a wave so he can turn it in 1 wave like he did against Kelly when he needed an excellent score and got it.
Yeah, he needs to stand up. He needs to break that combination pretty quickly. I mean, 8 minutes 30 on the clock. And He's got to stand up soon. This is a pretty short, fast wave though, so real quick paddle out the back. Definitely doable.
Interesting situation for Jack when it comes to being an outside shot at being at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. He'll get a spot in the Final 5 if he wins this event, but Dora can't be there. That obviously can't happen because they're in the same heat. So if Jack can go all the way to a victory, could end up seeing him at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. There it is all written out. So once again, Jack will be there if he wins this contest, and obviously he's dealing with Dora now, so he'd obviously get past him here in the quarters. If Jack gets to the final, all of these situations can occur. You can scratch the Dora one out because he's in the final. That means Dora would go down in this quarter. You'd also have to have Medina not in the final, and you wouldn't be able to let John win or Leo win. So it'll be interesting if we get those matchups.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting, especially with that quarterfinal number 4. We've got a super exciting moment. John coming up against Gabby. So basically whoever wins this next quarterfinal is going to have to take out Gabby or John in that semi-final. There's so much to mull over there, you know. I think the best thing for Jack right now is just to focus on winning the event. The other things are completely out of his control.
Mihimana Bray coming up next against Baron Mamiya, and followed by John versus Gabriel Medina on the bottom half of the draw. Winner of this heat takes on Leonardo Fioravanti in the first semifinal. So getting down to the last few heats of 2023 in the regular season. Iago's been really comfortable in waves like this. Loves surfing Pipeline, loves surfing Tahiti. One of his strengths on tour that's kept him in number 5 in the world has been one of the most consistent air games we've had all season. Even at Small J Bay, he was pulling crazy full rotations. Used it well at Sakurama as well, so he's been really well balanced. I'm thinking just by feeling. You know, he's landed some of the most critical airs of the year in multiple different venues. So a real balanced overall performance this year from Iago. He's been one of the favorites to watch.
For sure. Iago actually, being a goofy foot myself, I love to watch his style. I think it's super loose, it's just super fluid, but he also has got his own stamp and sort of authority on his own style. A lot of the times, like as surfers grow up these days, everyone's sort of studying the same sort of surfers, and styles are ending up sort of similar, I guess, in a way, but there's a real difference in Iago's style. I really like that. We actually saw it on that 2.5, his first wave in this heat. Went to turns, and that first carving sort of tail slide of Iago's just had so much style to it. So yeah, big fan of Iago surfing.
As we see the 5-minute mark approach, Dora is going to dig here to try to break the combo. Healthy looking pit, nice and round. Section goes down on Dora, and he doesn't get the exit. These are those moments where Iago can just turn a heat on a dime, and that was his comeback wave right there. But he will be incomplete, and he still is going to be comboed with 4:40 to go.
Wow, that was it. He knew it too. Slapping the water. He's looking a bit peeved. I'd say that that was definitely the moment. Here we go. We'll have a look at the replay. Bigger wave. Double arm drag. Traveling through this wave and just gets squeezed at the end. See Jack having a look as well. Iago going. You can see that double arm drag. That's it right there. Pump up into the high line. Oh my goodness, that was so close. It really feels like that was the moment to turn the heat.
It really was, Flick. You could see how perfectly he started off. Right there, you're still counting him for a potential exit. Right there, punching free.
So close.
Tried to punch free, got caught. Dora already back out in the takeoff zone, but Robinson's the one with priority. Iago definitely hopes that he can get something on the board to break the combo. Jack's going to let him go. Into a bottom turn, throwing down an aggressive arc. That carve was insane. Throwing down another top turn wrap, and he'll rip one into the pocket again. His goal here is to hope these maneuvers are enough to break the combination.
Beautiful style. I just love to watch that. That first turn, if that was in any other event, not a barrel specialist event, would have got a great score for that. It's just beautiful to watch. 3 nice, strong maneuvers. Fully laid that board on rail on that first one. Super impressive.
And you'd think maybe for Yago with time management, if that's in the beginning of a 35-minute heat, he's probably kicking out maybe after the first turn. But knowing that he needs to break the combo, I think that's why he committed to this series of wraps. That first one was on the money.
Oh my goodness. I just loved that first wrap. That just had so much power, and just love watching his style, like what I was speaking to before. It's just super silky, smooth. Sort of got more of like an elongated style. I really like to watch it. This is the water or boat angle from this one. Just, oh my goodness, buried that rail of that board so deep into the ocean, displacing so much water there. Beautiful surfing once again. Love that tail flare at the end. This is really, really, really good. I almost thought that he might milk this one through to the inside and maybe even go for an aerial maneuver, knowing that this is his potentially could be his last heat of the year. He really needs to, he wants to keep fate in his own hands, needs to make it happen right now.
Well, if you're going to try to break combo with turns, this is how you do it. All-time commitment, also adding points once again for Matt Biolis, being in a quarterfinal on his equipment, the guy who leads the Shaper rankings. But right now, Yago's focus is to keep his number 5 spot. He's up again, pulling in under the hood. This one's going to let him out, and he kicks out quickly. A short ride there for Dora. His wave for turns came in at a 4.0. So that's one of the better scores we've had just based on maneuvers without the barrel. Breaking the combo, needing an 8.93 on this wave.
Yeah, needs an 8.93. It's a shorter, smaller, sharper barrel. I actually thought, wow, is he just going to... I just keep thinking he's going to commit to an end section, knowing that what is at stake in this heat. Is he going to go for a massive air? We know it's in his wheelhouse. But he decides to kick on out, quick, smart, get back out the back, get another opportunity, which I don't know if Jack's going to let him have that.
Remember that first scenario for Jack. He's got to win this event to get a spot in the WSL Final 5, and he can't have Yago be runner-up, but already getting that matchup early in the quarters. Robinson's path is looking very clear. Still 35 seconds. Remember what Yago did on the buzzer against Kelly yesterday, getting the 8. And we'll see Jack use priority. Goes into a messy section, so he has given Yago priority and 22 seconds.
Wow.
Jack grabbing his board. Looks like Dora's putting it down to this. 8.93 requirement, stalling, and he will make it out. Driving into the end section, bringing everything he's got, and went for a big full rotation on the reef. That was a radical effort there. Leandro applauds his son's effort to sacrifice board and body on the dry reef. One of the most radical attempts is a big finish, knowing that everything was on the line.
He went for the air. Read my mind. Yeah, he had to. It was all on the line. This was the moment. He had to go for it. Here we go. Replay. Yago in the pit in this one. Super deep. Comes flying out. Eyes up this end section and absolutely puts it all on the line here. Almost made it to super, super close. So critical. Got to give him, well, in my books, he's getting points just for the effort. That was just incredible, knowing what is at stake.
Sensational effort here. Jack went on the first wave. Dora trying to create a buzzer beater moment now, once again. And what would have happened if he would have landed this?
I would say he would have got the score.
It's so gnarly to do that right there. I mean, there's no water. That reef is so sharp. He definitely got banged up. He had to stand on the reef, and now he's got his head down waiting for the reaction from the panel. Tough heat for two guys that spend all year together, even lay days together, even moments in the off season together. Dora number 5 in the world, Jack number 8 in the world. Still waiting for the decision. An 8.93 though. Might be pretty tough to get without a finishing move like that. There's the reaction from the panel. And it's going to be short for world number 5. Jack Robinson does get the win to move on to the semifinals. And that means good news for Joao Chianca, who's officially clinched his spot in the WSL Final 5. So Chianca, after going down in the elimination round, will be happy to hear that news, that he's heading to lower trestles this September. And it's not over yet for Yago Dora. For Jack, he's got to win the event to take that 5th spot off his good friend. And we also have Medina coming, taking on John Florence in quarterfinal number 4. Fioravante with that outside shot being number 9 in the world. But looking at Joao Chianca, congratulations. We will officially see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals for the first time in your career. Now we have 1 spot left to sort out as finals day continues. Mihimana taking on Baron Mamiya coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipo and Pete for the call.
Mihimana finds a deep one.
I moved here like a month ago and just train, surf every day, every condition.
Great read from Mamiya.
Wow.
Coming up in your quarterfinal against the local boy.
Take every heat the same, just focus on myself, don't worry about whoever else is in my heat. I'm trying to focus on getting some good waves.
I feel ready, so connected with this spot, you know, Teahupo'o.
Good stuff here at the end of the road, and an opportunity for a couple of young Polynesian surfers to make a big name for themselves. Quarterfinal number 3, it's Mihimana Bray against Baron Mamiya, the wild card Tahitian versus the Hawaiian upstart here on a reef pass. Wonderful stadium for these two. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Peter Mel, and these, to me, right here, this dark horse heat, these guys can be a spoiler because we're talking about one more spot in that final 5.
Limited stress for these guys, all about the performance and wowing the crowd and actually growth inside them. Obviously, in a big event like this, this is a huge event. If you were to take a win here as a young wild card like we see from Mihimana, or actually Baron Mamiya, you know, another CT win, if he can do it, and all of a sudden there's this sense of belief. So this is a big heat for both these surfers here in the quarterfinals. They've been on point throughout this event. Both Baron and Mihimana have surfed very smart heats, and that's why they're in the quarterfinals.
Talking about smart heats, looking back at quarterfinal number 2, what did you learn from that heat, that clash between Jack Robinson and Yago Dora? What's the do's and don'ts right now?
Oh, wow. You know, I mean, just overall perspective on that, that was a big heat for both those surfers, and everything on the line. And at this moment, even though Jack has won that heat, Yago has to sit and wait, but he still sits in that number 5. What did I learn? Give me a sec.
Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. We got some news also in that with the loss of Yago Dora in that quarterfinal, that did ensure Joao Chianca a place in the final 5. So we're going to see Chumbinho at the Rip Curl WSL Finals coming up, and when we look at that final 5, Peter, we have 4 surfers and 5 surfers actually, and just 1 spot remaining.
Wow. All right, talk about a finals day action and all of this climaxing at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. All of this pressure here. I mean, you talk about this heat here specifically. It's not going to have that level of pressure, but doesn't mean that these guys can't play spoiler.
But exactly. That's why I call this a spoiler heat, in the way that you think about someone like Jack Robinson needs to win, Leo Fioravanti needs to win, Gabe Medina needs to win, John Florence needs to win, Yago Dora watching on the sidelines. One of these two can go all the way to the final and make things very, very interesting.
So true. Yeah, and this is that quarterfinal number 4. We talked about that heat, how important that one is. But you're right. Whoever gets through this one is going to end up against one of those surfers and could become the spoiler, and find themselves in their first final. Or sorry, they could find themselves in a final at Teahupo'o.
Well, there's been a long list of wild cards that have made a big name for themselves here at the end of the road. Making the finals, Mihimana Bray wants to add his name to the list. Baron Mamiya, he's already won a CT event. He's a sophomore year now in the championship tour. The 23-year-old out of Haleiwa, Hawaii, has shown brilliant form on the backhand. Meanwhile, Mihimana Bray coming in here as an injury replacement for Ethan Ewing. Mihimana, meaning seeking energy, has been doing exactly that, Peter, seeking the energy at Teahupo'o.
All right. I mean, if you're going to be named that, why not tap into it? You know, that's obviously a destiny for him, and he has been a high-level performer at this event this year. We've never seen him be able to compete at the championship tour level, and to be as mature and so solid in his approach without showing any nerves. It's been very impressive.
Again, we're talking about the name of this break, Teahupo'o. You can say Teahupo'o. It's just the Okina there, but it means the te, ahu, a wall or an altar, and po, or po'o, a head or a skull. So the translation there, we've been embracing, you know, the Tahitian language here as well. But if it's easy for you, you can just call it chopes. We all know what you're talking about. It's been called chopes for years.
All right, yeah, chopes. I mean, yeah, everyone's going to come up with a little different slang on it, but ultimately, the end of the road is one of the most dynamic and impressive waves on this planet Earth. And if you're a surfer, you know about this wave.
And there's a feeling that this wave gives you at any size. It's intimidating.
Very intimidating, you know, and it's also the land, really. If you think about it, and you come here, this is a place like no other in the world. You know, I imagine Hawaii 100 years ago, you know, down at the end of the road here specifically too. It is definitely in the elements and very spiritual.
We embrace the land of Whenua here in Tahiti. All right, couple of paddles here. Look at this, is going to be a battle. We have open priority between the two surfers, and they are banging elbows right now. It's going to be Baron Mamiya on the inside. The Prodigy pulls in, weaves, dives, comes through, no problem for Baron Mamiya. As predicted, a incredible backhand barrel rider. Baron Mamiya, one of the standouts at the Bonsai Pipeline. He can take that same skill set and apply it here in Tahiti.
And you saw what happened there too, is that they came over the top of that wave, and all of a sudden they saw the line, and that's why the paddle battle ensued. They knew it was going to be a good wave, of where it was situated on the reef, how much water was being pulled off. Baron understood this was a score, and he needed to get his inside position. He did that, and look, he's going to get himself a good number right here out of the gates. Beautiful technique once again. Going to find an exit easily, gets the car, but that was all about positioning, getting underneath and around. On the other side, when you're going left, obviously the deepest in position is going to have priority, so Mihimana had to give way.
All right, well, Jack Robinson, he keeps his hopes alive for a title here in Tahiti, as well as a spot in the Final 5 with the heat win in the quarterfinals. Let's hear from Jack with Laura.
Yes, Jack, keeping the dream alive. We were just saying, slightly bittersweet coming up against Yago. You guys are good friends, sparring partners. You obviously had the night to sit on it, knowing you'd be up against each other, fighting for that last spot. How do you take that all in?
I know, like, we're really close and we travel all year together. I know, yeah, definitely got his back. He's got mine. We're really good mates, so it's like, I was actually taking everything that out of it and just looking at it like, I just really want to surf him, have a good heat, like, have fun. Took all the, you know, of course you compete, but I feel like I actually just wanted to surf with him almost. I wouldn't ever want to do that with anyone else, really. It's pretty funny, but yeah, I take all the scenarios, everything out of it. I just wanted to surf with him and have fun.
And talk about the heat now. You got a quick jump on him, and you know, both of you just searching for those waves. Talk about the conditions. Did you change anything up from yesterday?
Yeah, it's it's quite similar, but a little bit smaller. I just dropped down and like my board's a little bit smaller, 1 inch smaller today. So yeah, just step by step, and yeah, trying to enjoy these waves, enjoy this day. It's a beautiful day, so just enjoy it, and yeah.
We were just saying that the 2 heats of sort of consequence and scenarios had a goofy footer versus a regular footer before. Are you going to be watching this next heat closely?
Oh, I'll check it out for sure. The guys are going to try and eat each other. Gabby's going to probably try and get on him, and it's going to be, who knows? It's just, they're really good. So yeah, excited to watch the show.
Amazing. Well, we'll be seeing you up in the semi-finals soon. Get some rest, and yeah, can't wait to watch the show as well.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, coming back to live action. Baron Mamiya on another wave. He opened up with a 5.5. Mamiya with a second ride. We'll be waiting for that score for Baron Mamiya. Mihimana Bray still sitting out there with priority. Here we go with Mihimana. Steep drop to start. Pulls right under the curtain. Has to fight for an exit in that room full of white water and gobbles him up.
Feels like on your forehand a lot tougher to be able to ride through that foam, especially today for whatever reason. We saw it happen a little bit with Kaoli. But yeah, on your forehand, you're kind of on your toe edge and not able to really have that same stability when you're grabbing your rail inside the barrel like the backhanders do. But yeah, that was an opportunity lost there for Mihimana, and a quick start for Baron Mamiya. And just such great skill on the backhand. He has that speed control dialed in so easily, and that's what the best backhand tube riders are able to do, is match the speed of the wave. Whatever, if it's fast, they're able to pump, if they're grabbing their rails or actually releasing the rails and pumping through it, or slowing down.
One thing we've admired is Baron's body mechanics and his technique on the backhand, how he's able to just melt and bend into the barrel. Is he doing it one more time? Mamiya, second section, no problem. I'm telling you right now, he's on fire.
He is. You know, he's definitely connected. He's already 3 waves, 3 makes, all of them having, you know, substantial barrel time. Judges having a tough time keeping up with it. He's got 2 more scores here. And Baron, yeah, he's definitely feeling it. Mihimana's not going to get too sucked up, though. He's got to understand. I mean, just if he's going to hear me, which he can't, but you know, settle in. You know, he would be hearing these scores coming up. He would know these waves look pretty good. He would actually be probably stoked because he's seeing that the conditions are pretty solid, that there's opportunities out there. It only takes 2 waves. Get the 2 best. As we watch again, the technique and speed control, all of that so well done from Baron Mamiya. Again, just, you know, he's a bit a tube savant, right? And he's always one to ride a little lower volume, right? You see him at Pipeline and see him even at Sunset when his win, he was riding like very short boards in comparison to his competitors. And he just has that ability. You talk about melding and molding. That's what he does. And that smaller board gives him the ability to really start doing that.
Really, it's strange to see Baron Mamiya in a full North Shore season riding anything over a 6'4" surfboard. Most of the time, he's on 6.0s, 6.1s, and but in giant waves as well.
Right,
so,
a pipe. He's riding a 10-foot pipe. It's like what, 6'3", 6'4", or even 6'2".
Not even that, yeah.
I mean, and there's been surfers that have done that over the years. I'm going to go way back. Tim Fretz, right? Remember Taz, right? That was the first guy I ever saw.
Max Medeiros was riding short boards
Max
as well.
Medeiros on the forehand, right? And then again, very small boards, and understanding that that's the reason why they did that is because you're taking off under the ledge. You're on those very hollow waves.
And they were crazy.
That too. But you've seen overall, over time, right? You know, the boards have shrunk dramatically at Pipeline over the years, and they saw it way before everyone else.
Boards have shrunk because of the distribution of volume in the modern short board. So when you look at boards from the 90s, the same amount of volume, even less, would be in much longer packages up to a 7-foot board. We're able to pack that volume now into 6-foot boards because of that volume distribution. Last score for Baron Mamiya, Peter, a 5.93. So building on scores, quick start, and we've seen before that quick start so valuable to get through heats here.
Yeah, and again, when you look at that last heat, you know, Jack was able to get that quick start, and at the moment they went flat for a while there. There was a good, you know, mid-heat lull, and that could easily happen here.
So what I feel that's going to happen with Baron is a ton of confidence to control this heat. And, you know, and Mihimana Bray has to watch himself not getting caught in the headlights right now of what's going on. Let's take a look at our men's bracket. We already have semifinal 1 all settled, where it's going to be Leonardo Fioravanti up against Jack Robinson. That's a great matchup. the battle in quarterfinal 3 and 4. Who's going to be in semifinal number 2? You got any favorites, Pete?
I wouldn't say any favorites. I just love what we see down at that bottom half of the draw. You know, what Leo was able to do against Kali Voss. We had mentioned, like, hey, is this man in that much of form? And he was. He beat Kali at a wave right here that's so dear to his heart, but also so impressive to serve. And Jack Robinson having a chance. Leo having a chance. Like, what else could you ask for in semifinal number 1?
You have any favorites on the bottom half of the draw?
Well, you got Gabe and John. I feel like what's going to happen here, and just an opinion, and I had said this to my son John when he asked who's going to win. I said, hey, whoever wins that quarterfinal number 4 was going to go on all the way to the win today.
All right, well, it's a must-win situation where we look at clinching a Final 5 spot for Gabe Medina and John Florence. Again, both are masters out here. John with a 70% heat winning percentage at Tahiti. Gabe Medina, 77% heat winning percentage. So that quarterfinal number 4 is going to be a hot one.
And I'd love to know, like, exactly how many events each, right? We know John hasn't been here every year. It hasn't been that many events, whereas Gabe has been putting in a lot of time and a lot of heats.
Yeah, so John, this is going to be his 7th start here, and John's made 6 finals day out of 7 starts in Tahiti.
Wow.
Gabe's made 8 finals day out of 9 starts in Tahiti.
Crazy. So
I love it when I can answer your questions like that.
Go depth. And yeah, you've been working hard, dude. I've seen it. You know, and so again, kind of even Steven, right? I mean, you think about their heat winning percentage. You know, you look at their matchups; they're pretty much split in wins.
I'm thinking though, you know, of course, surfing is so unpredictable. Someone like a Baron Mamiya can come out and win this thing.
Ooh.
We've seen
You're stoking the fire there.
We've seen that happen before, and the form that he's showing right now is incredible.
And I would imagine, you know, looking at quarterfinal number 4, both those surfers understanding the ramifications
There's
of that
more
heat.
weight on their shoulder, right? I mean, there's a psychological play to that
all
as
of
well.
a sudden, yeah, and you win. That's the big heat, right? You win that heat, all of a sudden you forget that you need to actually win the event. Not that these guys are going to feel that way, but it is definitely a big heat, and psyching up for that heat, and then realizing you got to make that heat. You're going to go into the next one, and you've got to beat someone like Baron if Baron gets through this.
Yeah, who has no pressure whatsoever. We know we'll see Baron Mamiya on the championship tour in 2024. Surfer with 88 on the back of his jersey, representing the 808 area code.
Whoa, that was like a rap. You know, and Baron looked and clicked in. You know, I mean, for what he looks like on those first 3 waves, you know, he's feeling, you know, the exact motion of the ocean. He seems to be dialed in with his equipment. So, you know, and Mihimana did have an opportunity there. That 1 point ride would have been nice if he was able to just get out the end of it and it'd be a much closer heat. Because it's not like Baron has huge numbers there, but he just looks like if a real wave comes, that he's going to be right in the right spot for it.
Yeah, Mihimana has spent 5 weeks here, living in Teahupo'o, surfing every session, every day, all the different personalities to this reef pass. He's been accustomed to doing a lot of preparation. So when he did get the call as an injury replacement, he was well prepared for this opportunity.
And that's kind of cool, you know, because he wasn't guaranteed a spot. I mean, he knew he was going to be able to surf in the trials, but the trials is probably one of the hardest events you'd possibly have.
Oh, here we got John Florence driving up to the flotilla. But Eric Knudsen, his filmer in the back, taking a look at our WSL Final 5 snapshot and John's chances. Remember, he came into this event number 7 on the leaderboard, and he's going to go up against number 6 in a must-win situation, quarterfinal number 4.
That's so crazy. Look at all the surfers there in the white are all in the event with a chance. How crazy is that? I mean, it just makes for such an exciting finals day here.
One more spot left, and it's going to be a battle for that 5th and final spot. Looking forward to that Rip Curl WSL Final, September 8th through the 16th. Lower Trestles. That's going to be surfing's biggest day of competition, crowning men's and women's champs there on the cobblestones. Big day.
Fingers crossed we get some pumping swell. You know, we're pretty close. You know, in September is definitely a good month for Trestles.
Hey, we have a lot of chances there with an 8-day, 9-day waiting period. Having just 1 day of competition from sunrise to sunset is going to be awesome. So we can really pick things out there. I feel like we have a really good window, and it's always going to be exciting because then again, lower trestles, you have the options, both lefts and rights. So it will be a mix-up. Right now, we're looking at purely left barrels to get a win here. That's what the criteria set on, Pete, and that's where we've seen all the big numbers come through.
So true. Even today, you know, we saw the turns start to score a little bit more maybe, but still, they want to see you get barreled. That's where you're going to start to see the way, you know, the scores go into the good range, the very good range, and even the excellent range.
Will Mihimana get a exchange going right now? He's in a combination. He needs to break that combination. Mihimana Brai. We'll see if the Tahitian can do that. We'll be back with the conclusion. Quarterfinal number 3 right after this.
The Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, is brought to you by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. By Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Mophie, stay powerful. By Outerknown, leading the revolution in sustainable apparel. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Shiseido Tahiti Pro, Mihimana Brai pulls in, couple of pumps on the forehand, tries to get an exit there, tries to cheat his way out, but gets axed. Kaipagura, along with Peter Mel,
was a gutter. That was the wave he was waiting for. Oh man, what a bummer. Tried to low road out. Almost felt like there may have been an exit on the end. We'll get some replays here, but that was an opportunity for Mihimana. He had been waiting for that, and that one had the guts in it.
Well, Mihimana will remain in a two-wave combination against Baron Mamiya. Here's another look at it.
Set wave behind it, saw it was going to run over the top of the reef and picked up as much speed as he could. And we'll see if there's an exit at the end of this one. So again, looking at it from the drone angle, pumping through, carrying a lot of speed. That's what that forehand allows you to do. Is there an exit? High road out. Looks like it to me. Just went for the low road to make sure he got out and got axed. That was unfortunate for Mihimana. Little bit of a misread, because this was definitely going to be the best wave of the heat. He tried to doggy door out the side. It gets lipped in the head. Man, he's going to want to wish that he had that one back. Both these waves that he's had some opportunity there.
Now under the priority of Baron Mamiya, who is 2 waves up on Mihimana. Mihimana needs 2-wave scores, 11.43. Baron Mamiya off to a quick start, 5.5 right at the beginning, an open priority. Getting his keeper score, got a 5.93. It's been all about the Hawaiians so far. The 2 waiting here. Mihimana, however, riding Chile surfboards by James Cheel. He's going to actually get some points. I don't know if that's the first time this year. Quarterfinals and on, the CT Shaper rankings kick in, so...
Well, Borst, right?
It'll
With
get
Katie Simmers, Borst, would we get some as the only really, you know, they would have gotten some points?
Where are you going? Yeah, he's riding a Chile
Yeah, I know. I say that. I'm just saying you're asking about if there was a surfboard that had.
I was actually if there were any Chili's up to this season, because I'm thinking
Gotcha.
this is the first time that Chili Surfboards is going to get some points in those CT Shaper rankings. Of course, leading the CT Shaper rankings coming into this event, a dominant group over there at Mayhem Surfboards. Priority to Baron Mamiya. Baron through the froth, hangs onto it, can't do any wrong. Finds the exit there. I don't know if that's going to improve upon his 2-wave total, but again, impressive technique by the Hawaiian surfer.
And that wasn't an easy wave to get through. Think about it. That had all that foam on the face, and talk about a wave to bust through the door on with especially a bunch of potholes on it. So again, you're right. Baron is definitely clicked in.
He was able to suck through there, the fins cavitating on all of that white water, and able to steer with both his body and his rail. Baron Mamiya. We talked about that superior technique and body mechanics. Here's another view at that, Peter.
Yeah, and that wave definitely jacked up on that portion of the reef. That's why Baron identified it and made sure he was going to go for it.
Now watch this. Watch the way that he comes out of here. He actually gets bucked a little bit, but because he's so stable, he's able to complete this ride. Watch this.
Right at that point, you're right there.
Slide, bucking, catches, and pulls it.
So Baron, it could be, with that extra excitement.
Weaving through this one, Mihimana tries to bust through the foam ball, and again, the foam ball takes the Tahitian down.
Man, he has been so close. And unfortunately, just not finding the exit. And at this point, still has a chance here. So you can't go and say, hey, nope, can't throw in the towel at this point. There's 9 minutes to go. Takes 2. But those were some golden opportunities. That one probably not as good as would have been that last wave if he had been able to pull that one off. But good effort here from Mihimana. But Baron, solid on his feet. It's going to be tough to beat Baron when he's that solid on his feet. Taking a look here, this one did have that nice open section at first, but it was turning out to sea, fills up the white water, no exit, and a 1.23.
Yeah, so still searching to break combination is Mihimana. Last score for Baron Mamiya, not one of his top 2, a 5.13. Baron regains priority though and heat control. Beautiful day in the channel here with the flotilla. I need some of the boats out there, Pete, for me.
Oh, come on. You've got the Red Bull Athlete Zone. That's one of them. That's a main boat that we're going to see some of the athletes get on. But you've got a couple of camera boats. There's one closest to the surfing break is going to be our boats that are going to give you all that. We've got our broadcast boat where we do our interviews. You've got skis and flotillas. Every quarterfinalist is probably around.
Here we go, launching from the point here and making their way out of the channel. The Ava is a Gabe Medina Cabianca board under his arm.
That's what his strategy has been, right? He shows up right before his heat. He's going to stay on land, probably doing all of his warm-up there on the beach, and now 7 minutes to go. He's just going to go straight out there and grab his jersey and go to his heat.
Yeah, talking about boards, the Cabianca designs, and talk about quarterfinals on, and that's when the Vissla CT Shaper rankings kick in. We'll take a look at our rankings after event 9 at Jeffreys Bay for the Shapers, and they have a big prize on hand. The winner of the Vissla CT Shaper rankings wins a day at the Surf Ranch for their crew, and things are looking good for my good friend Matt Biolis right now with 209,000 points.
Gosh, you're funny. I see what you're doing there.
I'm trying to get in that day, Matt. Okay, you're looking pretty good right now.
Think Strider will get in there?
He doesn't need another Surf Ranch wave at all. I do. And DHD though, and Sharp Eye still right up there, but really, when it comes to the Mayhem crew, they really pulled away at the end of the season.
Yeah, well, wins do everything, right? It's just 10,000 points, and so, yeah, Mayhem's been shaping some blades this year, and if you look at his stable of surfers, all of them have looked very confident on their equipment.
We are finding out who wins today at the WSL Post Show, and I look forward to presenting that shaper their prize at the Surf Ranch coming up. See how I did that?
I do. See that.
I'll be there to present the prize to the winning factory. All right, so 6 minutes, 15 seconds on the countdown here, and Mihimana is now really pushing in the corner. He needs 2 waves. He needs 11.43 to break the combo, to get out of the combo and take the lead. And he's got 6 minutes and to make things even more difficult for the Tahitian. He's under Baron Mamiya's priority.
Yep, he's put up against the ropes, and Baron has put him there from the very beginning of this heat, really. Posting numbers right out of the gates, 5.5, which still is in his top 2 scoreline. Was able to pick up a 3rd and a 4th wave, and then that 5.93. Really, it's not a huge number, 11.43, but it feels like an insurmountable thing just because of how consistent Barron has been in this, and his wave choice and his rhythm.
Mihimana finds this insider here, and maybe just a little bit of repositioning to get away from Baron Mamiya.
We've seen that happen. We watched a wave like that earlier where Leo Fioravanti just fell into a nice little channel jam and got himself some of his bigger numbers outside of priority. So it can happen, although I'll see that Baron would have noticed that, and he has moved right on over to cover this last 5 minutes. And again, just taking away opportunities. When you have priority, strategy-wise, you want to be right there to be able to be in the spot. And really close out the heat. That's what priority is so important at the back end.
Yeah, but Baron Mamiya thrust onto the championship tour in 2022 after an impressive effort by a wild card at the beginning of the season. And I feel in these last 2 years, Baron Mamiya has learned a lot about competition and has increased his heat IQ. Right now, he knows that this isn't going to do it for Mihimana. Mihimana with a 2nd section though, and just you can see that wave, although it was hollow, did not have that long tube on offer.
It didn't, and Baron was able to go, yeah, you can have that one.
Yeah, and you noticed that he didn't even flinch.
Yeah, and that's again, that didn't have the draw, you know, where all of a sudden there's certain waves, which we saw Mihimana get actually probably the best wave of the heat, really. That one that he had that he wasn't able to get to the end of. But when it has a certain draw to it, it's going to be super hollow. And I think Baron identified it had a little taper to the shoulder. It wasn't going to have that big hollow section, so he lets him go. And in order, knowing that he's probably going to need a massive number, he knew that that wasn't going to be a 9, right? So he's going to value the fact that he has this priority over letting him have a 5-point ride, if that's what it comes up to be. Probably not going to be. It's just going to be a very small score, but in his mind, he's probably thinking that's the most this wave could actually be scoring potential.
What Mihimana did was he got a 2.5, so now he just has a 1-wave requirement of an 8.93. So the Tahitian can do it in 1 wave. He needs to find it under the priority of Baron Mamiya, but now it is really time-wise and mathematically possible for Mihimana to take a win here.
It is a bit of a challenge, and Baron's going to make sure he's not going to give up that opportunity. Don't want to make mistakes, at this point in the heat, especially when you're leading with priority. Got to be very smart, very focused.
What exactly is Baron going to be focusing in on right now, Peter?
Making sure that he does not allow Mihimana a good wave, right? I mean, he's just, with that priority, you've got the ability to block. You don't want to see an escape happen. We saw it earlier where somehow, some way, Katie Simmers early was able to get away next to the point. And that was a bit of an error because that wave was able to get the score needed, and she turned the heat at the end of the heat. So you just don't want to see that happen.
As far as sets, I mean, a 3-wave set would really make some decision times for Baron Mamiya. Have we seen 3 quality waves come in a row so far today?
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Well, 2 would do it.
2 would do it, yeah. 2 would do it. We have seen a couple 2-wave sets. Yeah, I mean, as far as high scoring potential, I think 1 is going to be definitely better than the other, and just identifying which one that is. And it's not like it's been cleared, at least from what I've been watching. There's been some of that first waves of the set that go and they hit the reef the right place and end up being great scoring potential. And then the second wave gets that draw.
Well, there's the need for Mihimana, 8.93, way up in the excellent range. And as the clock ticks more and more, it turns to Baron Mamiya with this 2-minute drill being able to just play defense to close this one out. I'm surprised. Well, Mihimana must know, spending so much time out here, that he can't get an excellent. We saw surfers needing a small score escape south and try to get that score, but Mihimana, he's a realist right now. He knows he can't go up the reef to get an excellent score.
No.
If he needed 3, we've seen it already today, you could go up the reef and get a backup number.
And I would think that Mihimana would definitely, or sorry, Baron would be chasing him up the point. I mean, that would be the sound strategy. And with 1 minute to go, this is, easy. Baron's got to take the opportunities away, close it out. Although, look, he's going to just let him take this one. Funny the tactics that happened there, but very comfortable, Barron. Good to see him in the semifinals. I'll give it to him. 50 seconds to go. And not a lot out on the horizon.
Well, we're going to see Barron Mamiya into semifinal number 2, but we got a huge heat coming up in quarterfinal number 2 to meet Barron. And look at Gabe Medina, as he is already in the competition zone and going deepest, still with 26 seconds remaining in this quarterfinal number 3.
That's a little aggressive.
Well, we know that's Gabe Medina. He wants to win. And here we go, elementary Barron. Utilizes, whoa.
Whoa.
That was interesting, but it doesn't matter at this point. It's equal 5th for Mihimana Bray, and it's going to be Barron Mamiya off to semifinal number 2.
Yeah, you can tell a bit of frustration there for Mihimana. Some opportunities just didn't go his way, unfortunately. And you know what? Being grateful for it.
Well, stick around because we have a giant heat on the way. 5 world titles on the water. A spot in the final 5 on the line is going to be Gabe Medina, John Florence when we return.
I love matching up against Gabriel. It fires me up, it really does. He brings the best out of me, and so when I see him do his thing, I want to do my thing, and I think that's fun to have. The only thing that hinders me is my mindset. That's my biggest competitor, is when I'm just fighting myself before heats and with confidence. That's my why of being here, is just to get a little better handle on that. I am 150% still here to win a world title, and I am really interested to be a part of the finals and try to win it in that kind of fashion.
Here we go. This is a big one. Buckle up. Gabe Medina, John Florence, quarterfinal, Heat 4, a must-win situation for both of the former world champs to secure a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Final 5 and seek a victory here in Tahiti. And already it starts with the paddle. I'm Kaipo Gura along with Peter Mel. I've been waiting for this one, Pete.
I can tell, Kaipo, and I think there's a lot of people who have been waiting this one. 2 of the most dynamic surfers on the planet in competition, going for basically a world title, really is what it comes down to. You think about these 2, I mean, you know, Gabe has a little more on the line. He's looking at Olympic qualification, but John, he's looking at world titles. He had mentioned in that little contenders piece that he would love to win a world title in that fashion of getting himself into the final 5 and winning it in one day.
This is the 12th time these 2 have met up in competition. They've had brilliant clashes, including 2 brilliant clashes here at Teahupo'o. We look at their stats in their matchups, it's very even. 6 wins to Gabe Medina, 5 wins to John Florence. Both starting off with this open priority, and John letting Gabe have the inside, because we know Gabe always wants the inside at the start of these heats. John just saying, hey, I'm not even going to contest you for it. Go ahead.
Different
Take
vibes.
your shot.
Yeah, different vibes. I love that overview shot again. We'd hit on that shot and just how it regards there it is. Look at that green reef. That's the shallow portion, and how quickly it drops off into blue water. That is your little horseshoe. That is the specialty of this reef. That wall goes down 80 to 100 and all the way out to 200 feet. So this is a very special place, and such a great shot to kind of showcase that, and how close our boats and our whole flotilla is. They're in safe zone, and they're literally 50 yards away from the most dynamic wave in the world.
Gabe Medina, 29 years old, 3 world titles to his credit, 11 seasons on the championship tour. John Florence, 30 years old, 2 world titles to his credit and 11 seasons on the championship tour. Medina, out of the 2, a little bit more success here at the end of the road, but both have put up excellent heats. And Gabe Medina actually with 4 final appearances here in Tahiti with 2 wins, 2014 as well as 2018, runner-up in 2015 and 2019 when Owen Wright had some poetic retribution on Gabe Medina, who beat him in 2018. Here we go with Medina. Low to the board, solid in the stance, comes out of the barrel, no problem. You could tell the technique. He is able to employ forehand, slows it down, hurries it up. John Florence on the backhand, not able to find an exit there. Early advantage to Gabe Medina.
Wow, what a start. I thought the ocean was going to come to the party. It finally did. 2 waves back to back. Gabriel getting that first wave. It was perfect little frontside wave, right? It was one of those ones that you could actually drive through it. He saw that, identified it. And there was a second wave. Unfortunately, though, John has been able to get through those waves in the past. Didn't happen here in this first wave. Taking a look at this first one from Gabe Medina. And again, you see he's looking down the line, trying to understand where that speed control. He saw his hands almost go down. It didn't actually put the brakes on. He just let it go and stayed through the whole way through, and gets 2 rips off the top, too. Engaged in this one.
You can see how low he starts and pumps through there and then goes high for the exit, and then always mindful of putting a nice little bow on it to wrap it up with a couple of turns.
So true. And again, looking at it right there from the reef, looking in, you can see that 2, 3 foam balls he had to glide up and over. So stable on his board. He definitely rides for his size, higher volume style surfboards, and it's perfect for this type of surfing here and gliding over those foam balls. And still so strong to be able to just rip into it with that extra volume.
Yeah. John.
So a little smaller wave. It felt like that was going to be a bigger wave, at least from when we first saw it on that angle, but a smaller wave, and gets caught behind. And
Medina, again, drops in right underneath the hook, balancing on the foam ball, finds the exit there, and Medina's off to a quick start. We've seen the quick starts pay off in the past, and it looks like Gabe Medina, that's his playbook right now. Started off with an excellent ride in my book. We're waiting for 2 scores for Gabe Medina. First score for Gabe comes in, excellent, 8.33, waiting for the backup number for Medina.
Well, that's exactly what he would have wanted to do, is go out there and get that quick start. And that's his strategy. We've seen it over and over and over again. He wants the inside. He wants the first wave. He wants to start surfing. And when he does that and gets on this rhythm, all of a sudden it's just the pressure. It builds on your competitor. All of a sudden there's going to be 2 good-sized numbers up against John Florence at this point, and he's got nothing.
There's all the numbers for Gabe Medina on that first ride. A couple of judges going up to an 8.5. Still waiting for the second score for Gabe Medina. I know you mentioned the Cabianca boards that Gabe's riding. He's actually come down a little bit in volume this year as opposed to previous years. Here's a replay, second wave.
So again, just able to manage the speed on his forehand so well. One of the best at it. The way he takes off, that's almost a stalling technique. He waited until that wave was almost over the top of him and then just drops into the barrel. So again, maximizing barrel time. He's in the barrel basically from the takeoff, and that's what you can do on your forehand. And then again, control. He's actually stalling by stuffing the nose of his rail into the wall. It actually slows his board down. Again, another technique to be able to maximize barrel time.
And you can see this board from Gabe Medina, the Johnny Cabianca design. He got an entire quiver of new boards, and every quiver that he's got for different tour stops have different themes. And the theme for his blue boards for Tahiti is the Moana, the deep blue ocean, all colored blue, and it looks like he's got one of those brand new Cabiancas in competition here.
It's like camouflage for Tahiti. It is that deep blue. I mean, it's this is the place where you'll see the deepest of deep blues.
John Florence comboed in the first 8 minutes. Second score for Gabe Medina, a 6.17. Now John needing 14.5. There's all the scores again for wave number 2 for Gabe Medina.
Talk about applying pressure early in a heat. Now John has to respond, you know, and this is a big point of the heat. He's got himself priority, and he's going to have to sit and wait. And this is thing where rhythm, right? Who's got that rhythm at this point? You know, what is the universe going to send your way for decision making? You know, is Gabe going to start just terrorizing the reef underneath, which he obviously probably would do, and not let John be affected by that?
Now John, I mean, there's one thing that John can have confidence in it's not done. We've seen Gabe Medina in competition against John Florence score a perfect 10 and still lose a heat. That happened in 2016 when these two met up against each other. But Gabe, voracious, more appetite for a barrel, and yet another make. Maybe a couple of turns there. I don't know if that's going to be one of his top 2, but the guy's so solid out here. That's why he has a 77% heat winning percentage in Tahiti.
Yeah, he'll turn waves. He'll see waves that other surfers don't see. He'll roll the dice on waves that other surfers won't, you know, and that's why he's able to just find any portion of the reef and be able to produce numbers and apply pressure, which he's doing one time here again. And this is a pretty good barrel. I mean, he was technical. He was small, but he had to get the right speed to go over the top of the little foam ball. And he saw that there was that little crease. Look at, and there's ribs across the face, and he just perfectly paced. He wanted to do an air right there. The lip wasn't quite there.
We were anticipating that.
Big alley-oop attempt, maybe.
Both of these surfers have employed the same kind of page in their strategy, getting off on quick starts in their previous heat and then sitting with priority. Things are a little bit different for John Florence, however, in this heat. He's going to have to come back. Did not get the quick start. He does have priority, but he has no numbers as yet to really speak of.
I mean, and again, he has to kind of sit and be paced now. He's already had an excellent number put against him, so he's going to have to wait for a solid one.
Here he goes, way behind on this one. Oh, and a bit of a crumble there, and he hands over priority to Gabe Medina.
Well, he's going to make it harder for himself by doing that. And he would know that.
What did he see in that wave, Pete?
Almost when you saw it paddling into it, sometimes it's deceptive, right? It looks like it's going to kind of have one of those ones that's going to grow and grow onto the reef in the shallow part of it, and he could be behind it and just get underneath it, behind it, and then go through the main section. He's behind it for sure, right? So he needed to get that extra speed, but he maybe saw that was going to be a bit of a barrel, but you just don't know. And then all of a sudden he looked at it, and that's when he realized it was a mistake. It wasn't a big hollow section. And you see Gabe's looking at it again too, so maybe Gabe had some influence as well. At that point, he's just like, oh man, yeah, not going to hollow out. He would have seen it down at the base of the wave. The draw was not there.
Back to live action, and waves coming through here. Gabe Medina holding position. It's actually Medina's court at this moment. He's got John in the combination. He's got priority. Happy to sit out there and look at this horizon.
And John will have to switch roles, right? Now all of a sudden he's going to be doing what Gabe was doing, you know, hunting the reef, looking for some opportunities to be able to pick up numbers with, you know, as you watch again. Oh man, that was a replay there. That was another offer that came right after it. And a mistake. Unfortunately, not able to get down the face once again. Gabe didn't even look at it. He was like, yeah, go for it, bro.
22 minutes, 35 seconds, and Gabe Medina still having John Florence in that combination. Medina with priority, and now he's just stalking the water, sitting a little bit closer to John. I love the gamesman. I mean, Gabe Medina, you combine high heat IQ with incredible talent, and that's how you get the 3-time world champ. Here he goes, Medina. pulls in, travels through that section. More section comes through, no problem again for Gabe Medina, having a field day at Teahupo'o.
I think that you look at his strategy, he's like, oh, it's just me and another surfer out here. I'm just going to do my thing. And this is what he does. Every time he comes out to this wave, he is catching 3 to 1 as far as waves to everyone else in the crowd. And he's doing the same thing right here.
Yeah, just feeling free. I mean, there's heats that just, the momentum goes your way, and that's what's happening to Gabe Medina. Look at this again.
And to be honest, I look at that wave, and I'm like, it's not really actually a score. It looks like to me with priority, but that's not how he surfs heats. He likes to ride waves and create opportunities, and he's done that once again. And this could be better than the 617. You know, again, technical barrel riding, up and over the foam ball. The wave gets really hollow in this section, and he's super deep. And then gets a stylish, making the difficult look easy. Bit of style there. We'll add that to the flow prior to the criteria.
Hey, I mean, all eyes on Gabe Medina at this point, because again, he looks like he's going to be the one to beat here, and just in impeccable form, and always also mixing that with a bit of aggression in the jersey, so that again, high heat IQ, super talented equals big success. Waiting for scores for the 4th wave for Gabe Medina to see if he breaks even further away from John Florence. And he does. A 7.5 for Medina now puts John in a 15.83, a near excellent combination that John needs to break out at this point.
John knows well and clear the only thing that he's going to be able to do right now when he makes a decision, it's got to be on a wave, you know, in an excellent range of some sort.
Here goes Gabe again. I guess what's going to happen this time? Doesn't make it for the first time in this heat. 5th attempt, finally does not make it out of the barrel. John Florence side slips into this one, gobbled up by the foam, fights for the finish, gets an exit, back in the game, kicks out early and wants to regain priority over Gabe Medina, trying to get back into this thing. John Florence trying to fight his way out of the 2-wave combination.
Well, he'll get himself back out there for another opportunity. Looks like just by the where Gabe is in the lineup, he was in the foam there, so John will get back around it. I mean, he needs something in the 6 range. Is that wave going to be a 6? I mean, it was definitely a very difficult wave to ride, but it just never had that kind of intensity to it. So I just don't know if it's going to go in and get him out of combo. And I think he would realize that as well. It was a set wave, but it just didn't have that girthy feel to it, right? It was always filled up with foam. Of course, he's going to pull it off. He would have loved to have done that on his first wave. It would have been a little bit better number, but Gabe, man, how gnarly is he? Sees everything out here. He saw that opportunity. It could have improved there. I mean, considering that how deep he was, that's the forehand, able to just squirt through into the little rabbit holes that grow into caves. And I thought he was coming out. It was that's pretty rare that he doesn't come through a section like that.
Back to live, and Gabe Medina with priority. Score for last to John Florence of 4.6. He did take another wave that is under a 2-point ride, so John Florence still in a 2-wave combination. Gabe Medina with heat control, that priority, and a big lead over John.
Wow, and even the 4th, you know, that last wave, it is his best number, but it doesn't get him out of that combo, which again, he needs something. He knowing full well he's got to get a pair of 8s here, because Gabe at this point, when you've got that big of a cushion, it makes your life a heck of a lot easier, especially in the last 18 minutes. And there was a wave ridden here, and let's see if this had some opportunity. Pulls it, just jerks on that rail. That was a wave that could have been a wave to potentially get him out of combo. He was there and over. Rare error.
So that was a 1.17. So John on the paddle back out, still in that 2-wave combo. Medina feeling very, very comfortable right now here, and you can see just stoic in his approach, sitting there commanding the peak, priority, and a big lead over John. Just looking to run the clock down, or maybe just get a couple more barrels for his own account. John really needing to ramp things up, Pete.
We'll see what his strategy is. I mean, it seems to me that he wasn't really wanting to hang on to priority. He just liked riding waves. But at some point, you got to get super serious. And John.
fights for an exit there, does not get it. So John continues to surf under priority, but basically getting some scraps underneath Gabe Medina.
Yeah, I mean, again, Gabe likes to ride a lot of waves, so I'd expect him, you know, if an opportunity comes his way, I don't see him just waiting. That's not necessarily his style, because it almost keeps your rhythm, right? You don't necessarily want to just park it and wait it out. You want to just keep that rhythm going and get in the zone with the waves. I mean, because it actually paces through the whole day.
Baron Mamiya, brilliant and bringing it. He's in the semifinals. Let's hear from Mamiya with Laura.
Baron, your first time cracking the semi-finals since the Sunset Beach Pro that you won last year. Must be really, really great to be back there.
Yeah, for sure. I had a couple close ones this year in the quarters. Yeah, and it's nice to finally get to the semis. Stoked.
And talk about that heat with Mihimana, you know, obviously finding the best waves out there and just holding them off at the end. Talk us through your approach.
Yeah, I kind of just felt like if I got a start in the beginning of the heat, it was just to put pressure on him, and that's what I did. And then I don't know, the waves were kind of weird in the heat. Like there wasn't like those up top like runners, and then the middle was kind of like almost like too high tide, and I got my waves like way on the inside. But yeah, I mean, it worked out. So.
And you know, left in this event, everyone that has implications for the WSL Final 5. Are you looking to play spoiler, or not really thinking about everyone else?
I don't really care. I just want to try and do my best. I want to try and make top 10. I mean, I have to win the comp to do that, but yeah, I'm just taking it heat by heat, and you know, just this is the last event of my season, so just trying to get as much waves as I can.
Amazing. We'll see you in the semi-finals. He did tell me he wants to play spoiler.
Enjoy it, Baron. First time to the semifinals this year. He made the quarterfinals in Margaret River, as well as El Salvador and Brazil. So 3 quarterfinals this year. First time in the semifinals for Baron Mamiya. Can he make the finals? Can he take a win? We'll know by the end of the day, but I like his chances. I like his approach and the surfing that he's doing so far.
That was a big heat or big event for him at that quarters at Margaret River, and then really kind of came into his own when he made the cut, because then he was able to make a couple more quarters. So it's been a pretty good year for him, and if he could finish in top 10, that would be solid.
John. Deep on this one, no tube on offer. He's going to continue to search. And Gabe Medina in his search for that Final 5 placing. We'll take a look at the scenarios for Gabe Medina here in Tahiti. Basically, the easy way to explain it, needs to win. If he finishes second, Jack Robinson cannot be the victor here. So if he makes the finals, can't be with Jack. If he makes the finals with anybody else but Jack and wins it, we'll see Gabe Medina at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Pretty clear path, right? I mean, obviously very successful here, and I would think in his mind, it's win or nothing. And if he wins, he's getting himself a spot and a chance. And you like his odds when you get to trestles. Very versatile. And to be able to come from behind and get himself that spot in the last event of the season, that's always a good momentum booster as you head into that. Because we pretty much go straight to the finals in about a week and a half, 2 weeks' time.
Well, John sitting there still in the priority, needs to get through this, needs 2 waves to overcome Gabe Medina. And we've seen John work some miracles in the past. And with this short paddle back out to the peak, he still has the opportunity to break down this combination. Wave coming through here. John says no on that one. Medina doesn't even look at it.
Yeah, looks like a fun one to rip apart, but no barrel on offer. So no go for both surfers.
Here's John. A little bit of just sniffing that one out. No opportunity there for John.
We've seen that opportunity do it where you catch a quick wave and move off into the channel, and all of a sudden there's a little gem there for you, but not going to happen.
Pete, we're going to take a break, but we'll be back and see if Gabriel Medina commands this heat and continues to command it, or can John come back? We'll find out after this. Looking back to 2015, where Gabe Medina, John Florence met up in the third round here. Both surfers going excellent in their 2 wave totals. Medina barely squeaking by John, both putting up big numbers. Medina 19-point 2-wave total. John going down with 18.84 2-wave total. Gabe Medina goes on to making the final in 2015 up against Jeremy Flores. Beautiful technique by Gabe Medina. That 2-time. Unreal, Pete.
It is unreal. Yeah, again, it's just such a good read on this wave. Had a connection from the very beginning.
Let's look back to 2016 now. This is in the semifinals. John Florence and Gabe Medina. This time, Medina comes out, gets a perfect 10. Wasn't enough. John Florence, 19.66 2-wave total, and John moves on out of this semifinal into the final despite this 10-point ride from Gabe Medina.
How sick is this? I mean, these guys, that's why this is the heat of the round. You know, the performances that they've had out here against each other. They've brought the best out of each other. And at this point, John brought the best out of Gabriel. It's now Gabriel's chance to try and bring the best out of John.
John went on to having a runner-up finish to Kelly Slater in 2016. Back to live action here. 9 minutes on the clock, and Gabe Medina with their 4th matchup between the two of them here in Tahiti in a commanding position given the clock and the situation. John under priority, needing 2 waves of 15.83, Pete.
Yes, that's it. And you know, there's a one-sided affair in that early 2012. They were youngsters, and right now it's all Gabriel.
Here he goes. Tucks in right off the takeoff. 2nd section for Medina. Threads through there. Little stalling. 3rd section for Medina. Floats it through there. Wisely kicks out. Saves the fins.
That saved the whole board. That would have been just straight onto dry reef. Saw it there bubbling. So incredible. Really, truly incredible. He took off in the barrel. I mean, and now on his forehand, that is just so impressive. And then basically picking up speed while he's in the tube and reading it. And man, he is so good. And he's amped. You can see it. Look at here. In the barrel. Takes off. Little tight hole to get into, and then just weaves his way. Even sees the opportunity to stuff it back in the hole with the double arm drag. E-brake gets it done. And wow, that forehand attack is so solid because he just has such great speed control. He can just pick up instantaneous speed to run through sections and then instantly slow down.
The brake and the gas pedal right here for Gabe Medina. Steps on the gas, hits the brake, steps on the gas, hits the brake again. Talk about parking it.
Oh, that was you know, Newport parking right there. He's got it all figured out. Exactly the right speed, the right turning, the right radiuses, everything. And realizing at that point, yeah, I don't need to go straight onto dry reef. Good read. Basically the best read. And does he improve once again? I mean, to me, it feels like that was way technical and could easily surpass the 7.5.
Waiting for the scores. Last wave for Gabe Medina. Priority now shifts to John Florence, who's in that 2-wave combination. Will that combination become more severe? We're still waiting for that score for Gabe Medina. Your thoughts, Pete? Was it better than a 7.5?
Yeah, it's right there. Feels like to me, you know, it's still basically the same situation for John at this point. You need excellent numbers, so he needs some magic to happen.
A little bit of wind coming up right now. The land's starting to heat up. We're expecting that sideshore wind throughout the afternoon, but a favorable sideshore wind.
We get such a good bend in the reef here that, you know, it turns into the wind. That southeast direction, the more south it goes, obviously the more ugly it gets, but ultimately keep it right along the cliff line there, that east direction. That'll be fine for the reef here throughout the day, and that's where it's forecast. We may see it fluff around here and there and increase.
John grabs the rail, pulls up, hangs through that first section, looking to get out of combination with that effort. What's he going to need to get out of combination? We can't give you that answer yet because we're still waiting for last score for Gabe Medina to set this situation. Did Medina improve upon his score line? We're still waiting for the last score from Medina.
Watching the technique of John Florence, see how tight he got into his board, on top of that board, just to keep himself nice and small for the barrel. It helps with speed control, obviously. Has that arm on the wall, you can see it release. Just such great technique. Two contrasting styles, it's obviously because of the backhand and the forehand, but both at the top level in regards to how they barrel ride. Best tube riders in the world, these two. And that's why they're always touted to be some of the best at places like Pipeline and right here on this reef at Teahupo'o.
Come back to live action here, and a 7.77 drops for Gabe Medina. He does increase the combo and the requirement for John Florence. Florence needs a 6.1 to get out of that two-wave combination. Waiting for that last score for John Florence to see if he breaks the combo just under the 5-minute mark.
So again, looking to break the combo. I mean, again, though, he knows he's in a tough situation. If he can get himself with the 4.5 minutes to go, and it gets himself a one-wave opportunity, but I feel like it's going to come up a little bit short.
Medina, priority, again, right under the hood. Trimming through here, driving through the barrel. This time he does not exit, so priority to John. John's got his work cut out for him. Last score for Florence, a 5.5. Florence still in a two-wave combination and a nearly impossible task here at the 4-minute mark. Pete, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd back you up on that one. You know, if I were Strider, I'd start doing those things, but I'm not. I'm going to wait because you never know what you never know, especially with a guy like John in the lineup, but odds are very slim for him. I mean, we've seen how the pace of this heat, there hasn't been super high-quality waves happening here, so it doesn't look like it could happen. But we'll stay tuned, obviously, for the next 3:45. But just Gabe, unbelievable, really. You know, even waves that don't look like they have a great scoring potential, he's finding the ability to get in the hole and stay there. I mean, he's riding the foam ball on that one, and almost made it out.
Paddle here. John does have priority. His choice. Here he goes. Pulls in. First section. Clears that first section. Cannot find the open air at the end, however. Wave behind there, and Gabe Medina will hang on to his priority. Final 3 minutes.
That was unfortunate. That wave maybe had the opportunity to, if he was able to get into that clear water, as you'd mentioned, he was way behind it. I mean, and that's what you have to do on a wave like that. Just hard to keep that speed up when you're just not able to get the momentum. Whereas a forehand, you're able to kind of pump your board a little easier and squirt into those sections like Gabriel's been doing this entire heat.
Medina just looking to close this out as two waves in 2.5 minutes. Impossible. Here's John.
Yeah, he yanked on that rail as best he could just to get up and over the foam ball, but just never got there.
It's almost time to talk about semifinal number 2 for the men. It's going to be Gabe Medina against Baron Mamiya. Your thoughts on that upcoming semifinal, Pete?
I'm not there yet, Kaipo. I'm going to give it the 2 minutes. It's just for sake of you never say never, never say die. Yes, 16.10, two-wave total. Very, very slim chance.
Here we go with John. Tidy little barrel, high line exit, and kicks out.
Yeah, there's a look at the clock, and you can start to see that flag maybe coming out of the pocket. I don't know. That was a tough heat for John. Never found any rhythm.
You ready to talk about semifinal number 2 now?
We can go there.
And your thoughts? Baron Mamiya is going to come up against Gabe Medina.
Very tough man to beat right there in the red jersey, especially when he's got final 5 on his mind. And I mentioned at the beginning of this heat, I think that the winner of this event is going to come out of this heat. And by the looks of what Gabriel Medina has put together in this one, he is going to be a big challenge, especially with conditions. If they kind of simmer around this kind of waves, it's very, very tough to beat this guy.
There you go, Pete. Yeah, I mean, look at if we look at the numbers for Gabe Medina, 16.1. Just when you're posting those big numbers, that is a flare, a giant warning flare for the rest of the competitors. So Gabe Medina going excellent in his quarterfinal appearance.
And he's not going to give up yet.
This is for fun. And it's just going to be a ride-in for Gabe Medina. He'll get to the channel, get to his ski, and prepare himself for semifinal number 2 as this clock winds down, Pete.
Yeah, like I said, John real rough go for him. Didn't ever find the rhythm. It is all Gabriel Medina from the very beginning. Maybe he should have fought for that inside position. He conceded it in the very beginning of the heat. Gabriel established himself, that alpha dog, and sure enough, it came out with a big win and basically dominated John Florence in that heat.
Yeah, all of the momentum with Medina. We'll see if he can carry that momentum into the semifinals, as we're 15 seconds away from the official finish here, and we'll put it in the books.
As another huge Gabriel Medina win at this place that is so dear to his heart, but also is so dominant.
Well, Gabe, into the semifinals. Let's look at the numbers, as Gabe went excellent there with 2-wave total of 16.1 and hugs in the channel for Medina. There's the numbers into the semifinals. Speaking of semifinals, women's semifinals, when we return, it's going to be Tyler Wright up against Caroline Marks. Joe and Flick, they'll talk you through the action. Stick around.
Caroline's looking connected. Caroline is looking pretty fired up.
You see that she's just getting warmer and warmer out here.
Straight under the hood.
Olympics is on the line, so there's actually a lot going on. Yeah, definitely just trying to do my best for sure.
For Tyler, a lot on the line.
I saw signs of John right under the hook and grabbing it.
I knew I had to kind of make a point of difference. How do you keep your hands on the driver's wheel with so much in these moments?
It's time for the semifinals. Tyler Wright takes on Caroline Marks. Tyler's still waiting to see what seed she will be. If she makes the final, she'll take yellow from Carissa Moore. We know Caroline Marks will be the number 3 seed heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, so this might be a little bit of a preview. Maybe they'll see each other at lowers. First, they got to deal with Teahupo'o, Outerknown, Felicity Palmateer, big wave charger, and spent some great time on the championship tour. Coming off a super heat, Medina getting the win over John, and now switching to the women with Tyler, who's been looking really strong throughout finals day.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this heat. That last one was exciting for Gabby. Got the win there. But moving on to the women now, Tyler v. Caroline. Both women, I think, are finding their feet out here at Teahupo'o. Caroline getting a couple of nice waves in her quarterfinal. Tyler also finding her feet, kind of just gradually building throughout this event. And for me right now, I think both women are pretty similar, pretty evenly matched up. I think it's going to come down to wave selection and the ability to make sure you can be as deep as possible in that barrel.
You can see a little number on your screen. Tyler tried to get a jump start. She did get caught right there, but still in rhythm with grabbing the rail backhand, pulling up and in. She surprised herself with so many completions in the quarterfinals earlier today. And Caroline took off on one of the tallest waves in that round as Marks will roll in. Setting that rail, nice positioning, getting deep. And that mayhem pops out the back. Good attempt there for Caroline.
One thing I think I'm noticing, the shot we just saw Caroline taking off, looks like maybe that wind's picked up a little bit more. You can kind of see a few little white caps out to the horizon. So conditions slightly changing from this morning. This morning in those earlier heats, we had nice glacier conditions. You can really see it there now. A few little white caps out towards the horizon. So conditions slightly different, a bit more challenging. Tyler having a little look at that one.
Yeah, it's interesting when we talk about adapting on tour. Pro surfers grow up with that, even in their amateur events, learning how to move on the fly. Your same heat you won on in the morning, it might completely change with tides, with winds, with even new swells that are waiting to build throughout the day today. So Tyler and Caroline growing up with a great amateur career. USA versus Australia. Tyler, a two-time world champ, as we look at Caroline's last wave.
Caroline's last wave, just another attempt there, pulling in, coming unstuck. So 2 attempts now for Caroline.
Such an awesome human being, Caroline Marks. It's funny, she's like, yeah, my peers on tour, sometimes they'll come up to me and be like, wow, you're a veteran, been around for a long time. She's like, I'm 21. She's got her whole life ahead of her. But I think the reason they feel like she's a vet, she's accomplished so much in such a short period of time. Our chief of sport, Jesse Miley-Dyer, gave Caroline a wild card at Lowers when it was a regular season event. She was a little kid. She was 13. She actually had Tyler in an elimination round type round back then, and Tyler got the jump. But then Caroline became the youngest to qualify. Was able to finish runner-up in the world and qualified for the Olympic Games. As we look at an opportunity now setting up for Tyler Wright. Grabs the rail on the takeoff. Wow, she's really good at that. Didn't quite get barreled, but she's really got that technique down. She can lock and load, grabbing that toe side rail. And then she gets a lot of control in that backhand tube stance. So this one's just developing as we're getting a little taste of what to expect in the World Championship Day this September. The Rip Curl WSL Finals has a waiting period. It is just one day. Wait for the best day for waves from September 8th through the 16th. And the seat with Tyler and Caroline, they're both going to be there. We haven't set Tyler's seed yet. It's either going to be number 2 or she could potentially be number 1. Remember, Carissa Moore went out in the quarterfinals to Vahine Fierro. So that's opened up the door for Tyler to potentially change the script that we've had for the last 2 seasons of Carissa being that number 1 seed. Caroline Marks will be the 3rd seed. Molly Picklum will have priority over Caitlin Simmers in the first match of the morning this September. A lot to look forward to, and Tyler 1 heat win away from wearing the number 1 seeded jersey, which is bright yellow down at Lower Trussels.
Yeah, wow, that's, I'm sure right now she's probably just taking it 1 heat at a time. It sounds so cliche, we hear so many people say that, but really you just have to have the ability to sort of focus on this moment and get through this one first. I mean, she's going to know all these scenarios, no doubt. But the most interesting thing for me is Carissa's obviously been there twice before at WSL Finals, but she's coming up against 4 people that haven't been there before.
Yeah,
4
so
fresh faces.
Carissa's the one surfer that has been there in all 3 editions of this format.
Yeah.
And we'll see if she will be number 1 or if she'll have a new year of being number 2. Carissa's going like last year, looking at someone coming for her, that was uncomfortable. And then she was in the first version where everyone was stressed out. And I don't think anyone performed at 100% just with the nerves that new event created. That's what it's doing to our sport, having a whole new platform change to become a world champion. We saw a lot of drama the last 2 seasons. Winner of the Super Heat, Gabriel Medina, is with Laura Enever.
Gabby, you and John always bring out the best in each other. That was a pretty one-sided heat there. John really not getting any rhythm, but how good starting on the inside, hey? Dropped that 8 at the very start.
Yeah, I could find a few really good ones. I fell off in a really good one, but I'm happy to make it through. John is one of the best here, and yeah, it's always fun to surf against him and today is kind of tricky to pick the right ones, you know. But I felt like I was in the rhythm. I was watching all this this morning, and yeah, I was just in the rhythm really.
Yeah, it looked like you wanted to catch a lot of waves out there because there's, and sit at the right time. What was your approach?
Just surf.
There's 3 of you guys left trying to really fight for that last spot in the final 5 at the moment. How good would it be to get it?
Yeah, I mean, I just focus on the finals. The day is beautiful. I just want to make more hits so I can get a few more barrels. And yeah, I just want to surf really. Yeah.
Love that. Gabriel Medina just trying to stay relaxed, kind of fending off those hard questions in a cool, calm, collected way. He knows he's got a big day for his career on the line. He'll have Baron Mamiya representing the North Shore of Oahu, one of the best at pipeline on any day out there when it's firing. He's finally putting a streak of great heats together, and it makes sense that it's here at Teahupo'o. So Mamiya's trying to play spoiler for the whole Medina story. And Leonardo Fioravanti, Jack Robinson battle in the top half of the jaw. Flick, that's going to be exciting.
Oh, so exciting. I think both, Jack is amazing at waves of consequence, but Leo, he's been so good this event, so strong. The opening round had the highest heat total and just been blasting through all these extra rounds. You know what would be super exciting as a fan or a viewer at home? A Jack-Gabby final.
Well, that would be crazy because then it would just be winner take all. Whoever wins would end up being that 5th spot in the WSL Final 5. That's speaking of Jack Robinson and Gabriel Medina. If they would meet, then it would just be a battle. Whoever wins would move on to lowers in September. So if you're Yago Dora, you're trying to hope Fioravanti gets on a roll, but he's got an outside shot too. You'd want Barron to win and then probably Barron to go on the way to win the contest. So Yago still with an outside shot out of his hands now as he lost to his good friend Jack Robinson in the quarterfinals. Tyler starting with a 2. Caroline 1.03, falling in the barrel, but she's starting to push a little bit deeper. Representing Florida, but living in San Clemente, so Caroline will be competing on her new home break for a world title. A place where Tyler's had a lot of success as well. It used to be a regular season event. Tyler beat Steph Gilmore in the final back in 2016. And just quickly up and out, just passing priority back and forth so far, Flick.
Yeah, a little bit of jostling. Tyler having a look at that one there. Pretty, small scores to start this heat. Just trying to find their feet. I really think, though, with conditions slightly changing, I know that high tide's just around the corner too. I think it's 12:30 now. High tide's coming up just after 1, so that's definitely going to play into the conditions as well. See that wind kicking up a bit, so really, really going to have to focus on wave selection in this heat. There's probably only going to be a few good gems come through. However, we did see Gabby get quite a few good ones in the last heat, so they're still there. But to really try to find one that's really going to stay open on this reef as that tide just gets higher and higher, I think is going to be quite a challenge.
You can see the wind that we have today. Surfline told us it would be picking up throughout the afternoon. But a great place to watch pro surfing. A lot of people getting the stand-up paddles, swimming out, watching all the action. It's an unbelievable vantage point. And the boats are all balancing, just trying to get a great view, and the water patrol keeps everybody honest and protected throughout the event. So great job to the water patrol, making sure the surfers are safe in the lineup, but also the spectators are safe as well. Tyler competing for a 3rd world title in September. She was able to go back-to-back when she was in such a dominating part of her career, picking up sometimes 5 event wins in a single season. But now to win a 3rd, you'd reach a special class as far as your legacy is concerned. The first 2-time champ, you go back to Lynn Boyer, who won back in the late 70s. First 3-time champ was Margot Oberg. Then the first to 4 from Florida, Frida Zamba, which is really cool. And she was also the first to win 3 in a row. First to 4 in a row, Lisa Anderson. And then someone went 6 in a row. And that's still a record, Lane Beachley. And she got to 7 world titles 2006. Had the tie with Steph for a couple years there. The GOAT with 8 last season is now the new record. And Steph went down earlier today on finals day, so she won't be competing for a 9th. So Carissa could potentially have a chance to get a little bit closer to that mark. Carissa competing for a 6th world title this September.
Yeah, here we go, Tyler.
Tyler Wright pulls in and gets clipped aggressively.
Wow. Kind of looked like to me that one was going to stay open. It'll be interesting to see what happened in that one. Just looked so open. It kind of looked like she was just going to slot straight through that sort of curtain in front of her. Here we go. Replay, kind of a bit late into it, but it let her in. Grabs the rail, drives. Oof. Wow, I don't know what happened, but she must have hit a bit of chop or something. Just absolutely getting bucked off her board there. Just ended up diving head first through that barrel.
Now rolling in, Caroline Marks gets a quick vision. There's the spit behind her and lays down a little wrapping cutback. So not super deep, but the judges will give her best number so far. The best number of the heat so far.
Sort of noticed Tyler took that first one. You know, maybe it had a few more rivets in the face of the wave, a few more lumps, a few more bumps. Caroline taking off on the second wave of that set. And you could just tell from when you saw that wave, it just looked so much more groomed and clean. So maybe a good strategy out there today. You know, those first ones aren't as groomed. So this is that second one. You can see the difference in the wave. Just nice, clean face. So smart decision there. Tyler's one, on the other hand, a bit warbly. Nice angle here. Short amount of time in the tube, but probably feels good just to get a make out here today and finish.
Caroline solid this season. 3 for 5 this year when it comes to semifinal performances. This is her 6th of the season out of 10 regular season events. Could be a possible wave coming through here as we look over that one on the inside section of the reef. Tyler with priority. She got clipped on her last one, 0.7. Here comes Tyler again, controlling that slide into the pit. Great read on the entry, but the wave made it quite difficult as the opening shut down. Great attempt though from Tyler. Rolling in now is Caroline. Ducks her head, pulls up and under. The goofy foot gets the completion. So she's starting to get a rhythm going here in this first semifinal. Caroline's last wave was a 4.83, and that's going to be another solid number to keep her out in front.
Yeah, I think same thing as what I said before. It was that second wave of the set. This is Tyler's one. Went the first wave of the set, had a bit of a crumble on it, didn't really stay open. She did everything right that she could to get herself in the best possible position to come out of this wave. But because maybe it's that first wave that set, a bit of wind on it, this is Caroline, so much more groomed. Nice and clean, finds the exit. I think I'm really liking the strategy here that Caroline's employing. It's pretty good.
So scores coming in for last of Caroline. As we wait, let's have a special catch-up with Joao Chianca with Laura.
Joao, thank you for coming back out here. This time last year, you were packing your bag to head to one of the last Challenger Series events to try fight your way back onto this tour. This year, you're packing your bags to officially head to the WSL Final 5. How does that sink in?
I don't know. I'm just like really speechless right now. It's crazy how this year started for me. I was just like thinking, making the cut, and like not get like too ahead of myself, and I don't know, things like start happening and going on my way, and I don't know, like I guess like we competitors, we just like are built to dream big, and I told myself last year like that I should be able to dream bigger. I should be able to like trust my talent, trust my surfing more and more over the years, and yeah, I just found myself like in the middle of the year, still top 5, it's still on the top of the rankings, and hey, why not like should I try to go for a Final 5? Should I try to go for a title shot? And I don't know, but really I was just like, it was just happening a big fight inside of myself, like, should you go or should you just like keep humble and like try to like surf heat by heat and enjoy every moment. And that's when like things got hard for me, because like I really like been giving everything. This back half of the year has been like everything for me, and I was just so excited to get to surf the events for the first time, J-Bay, El Salvador, and here. So like I was just really hopeful and for a big result and to clinch my spot, because I knew it was possible. We cannot like ignore the chances, and we cannot ignore what life brings to you sometimes. And yeah, also like had really fun like battling with the big names, Felipe, Griff, Gabriel, like Iago. Everyone is such incredible surfers, and I don't know, just feel really honored right now. I don't know why God chose me to be here at this spot. I've been putting everything on his hands, so yeah, I'm really grateful right now.
I'm sure today was very nerve-wracking for you. A lot had to happen, but how did you watch it all unfold?
Yesterday, last night was probably the hardest I ever had. Super split up in my emotions. Didn't feel like I deserved this spot, because really like was kind of like the third time that I had the chance to be clutch and like not depend on the results, and I failed. But also looking back to my year, took me so long last night to realize that, like awake for hours, like also looking back to my year, like was super grateful, and like was on a unique way. I knew that like stuff like that doesn't happen like overnight, and yeah, just super proud, and just want to thank my family, friends, and sponsors. Like it has been like incredible.
So much to be proud of, so much to be deserving of, and you haven't locked in your seed yet. You'll either be 4 or 5. So in that first matchup, 3 guys, still left in the draw that could jump into that match with you. Who do you want?
I don't know. It's a different. I feel it's a different type of approach. Like you're there not for a podium, yeah. You're there for a trophy. It's only like what matters is only seed 1 and spot 1. So like whoever it is, like gonna be a great battle, and like I'll give it all.
Well, congratulations, Joao. We'll see you very soon at the WSL Finals. Pack your bag, low trestles. Heard you're heading in tonight. Can't wait to watch.
Thank you.
Joao! Oh wow, Chianga and pipeline coming out!
If I was hungry last year, I can say I'm at least 5 times hungrier this year. Now I want to like take myself to a next level.
Joao Chianca just had the magic. The guy was just unstoppable.
Brings this excitement, this wow factor that you just don't see, and it's so different and raw.
Oh, just streaking through it, Chianca.
The male Rip Curl Pro Portugal champion, Joao Chianca.
Number 1 in the world, Joao Chianca, looking so comfortable in yellow.
Just so good to go out there and surf with freedom, you know.
Joao Chianca clinches a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Well, after an emotional and stressful night, Joao Chianca can now make some plans this September to compete for his first world title. What a story it's been for the Brazilian, falling off last year at the midseason cut and completely turning his whole career around with a brilliant start at Pipe, Sunset, his first CT win, some tough losses towards Jeffreys Bay, and even at his home break at Saquarema, he was able to hang on. So great job. Now we've got 1 more spot to fill on the men's WSL Final 5 picture. As we get back into this one, Flick, Caroline with the lead, 4.83 and a 6.83. She got those barrels back to back.
Yeah, I think she's just starting to get a little bit more in rhythm, paddling back out. And you know what? I think the big difference was just the cleanness of both of those waves that she had. Tyler's done everything right. Her technique has been great. She's got that travel time in the barrel, but all of her attempts, she's just getting pinched on that section as she's trying to come out of the barrel. The foam's breaking on her head and she hasn't been able to hold on. So she just needs to try and find a wave that is going to stay a little bit more open, allow her to get that exit. But yeah, I love that clinching piece on Joao. Super exciting. Sort of similar story to Molly Picklum, you know, where they both fell off tour, had to requalify through the Challenger Series, and then came back even more determined. Molly also clinching her spot in the final 5.
Crazy. And they might end up being the same seed. It's almost like Tyler John go through things together as well. Living parallel lives on both tours. Caroline Marks out in front, Tyler Wright chasing a 9.66 to get a spot in the final. As finals day continues, Vahine Fierro looking for a big win to keep this trophy at home. We'll be right back. Thanks for watching Finals Day, and one way you can participate in Finals Day, even if you're not here in Tahiti, you can download TrueSurf in the App Store and Google Play. On TrueSurf, you can surf live conditions here at Teahupo'o. Special spot, a lot of spots on tour you get to enjoy, and similar types of conditions. It's crazy. It's like live conditions. You're feeling it with the wind, with the wave height as well, and you can kind of try to sense and feel what Tyler Wright and Caroline Marks might be feeling. While we were away, Caroline lost priority making this move, and Tyler made her pay for it.
Yeah, this wave of Tyler, let's check it out on the replay. Beautifully slotted there, comes out. You can see it, she's stoked. That was a little bit of a claim there. Let's have a look at this other angle. Beautiful technique. You could just tell that from her attempts before, if she was going to get a wave like this one, a bit cleaner, it was going to stay open, she was going to convert, and she did. Super stoked, Tyler.
Love the energy. How about this view? What did she do really well?
Oh, just her technique. I think, like I said before, it was only a matter of time. It's just wave selection for her. She just really needed to find one that was going to stay open. She did. Wow, how was that claim? Sensational.
I like it. Tyler's talked about just having more confidence on tour. She likes really pushing things competitively. Has her own personal goals of what she likes to achieve, as she calls it, in her process. Having a look here, Tyler Wright decides not to go under Caroline's priority, and probably a good decision there.
Yeah, I think so. In Tyler's last post-head interview with Laura, she actually mentioned that she mentioned the words committed action and what that looks like for her. That 7.67, that was committed action right there. And choosing the wave, she actually said this too. She was out there not just picking off waves and trying to have a hero moment just because it seems like it's a good wave, trying to pick the waves that really suit Tyler. That was a perfect example of just that.
Strider, Raspberry, Wazalewski. Tyler Wright just got the best number so far this semifinal, 7.67.
Yes, sir. Oh, that was such a beauty. It had that kind of like blue, milky feel to it after that other set had rolled through, and there was a couple waves before it, so it was really clean on the face, just like what Flick was talking about. You have to find those waves that are, the second, maybe third wave of a set that's going to really pull the sheets tight, so to speak. And it was so fun to watch. Beautiful execution, slipped right in, wave was wide open, and you know what? That was a great performance by her, just to really looking confident and strong coming out of the tube and giving it. That's right moment was, it was a scary moment, because that's when you start to get to a rhythm, and she completely switched that rhythm with the change of priority, executed. Now she's ready to build.
Strider, give us a nice live conditions update, what you're seeing so far for this heat.
Well, we do have a little wind, but I feel like we have new swell. We've got some energy in the water, and the way that those waves are hitting, those second and third waves are just, really beautiful, like 4 to 5 foot backs, really square and just coming across the reef. And we saw Gabriel getting a bunch of them getting into rhythm. I feel like they're just going to build through this afternoon, and we're going to have an awesome finish to finals day.
Good man, Waz. Thanks so much. Enjoy the last 5.5 minutes of this semifinal. Caroline Marks still with the lead, but Tyler with the best number, 7.67, just needing a 3.99. So putting a little bit of pressure on Caroline. They've had some good moments this year. Final at El Salvador. But Tyler's been the one with incredible amount of consistency this year. Caroline decides to use priority. Big air drop, controls it perfectly, just doesn't get barreled. She'll lay down a wrapping turn and even stick to it through the inside. So she was hoping that she'd improve the next time she used priority. Looking to better a 4.83. That might be tough without getting barreled.
I'd have to agree with you, Joe. I think it's going to be pretty tough. She did have the right idea. It was a late drop. Maybe could have been a couple meters deeper. Leaves Tyler out the back to have a look at this one.
Tyler has a little bit more room when you're the only one in the takeoff zone. You can get away with kind of looking over the ledge, and you won't lose priority if your opponent's on the inside.
Tyler's it's a good position for Tyler to be in right now with this. Just have a look at this replay of Caroline. Nice late drop. Tries to stall a bit there, but she's just a bit wide of the barrel. Gets in a couple of turns, but yeah, back to what I was saying, Tyler, she's got this 7.67, which is the highest wave of the heat. However, she's out the back right now. She only needs a 3.99, but we've seen it before. It's so easy to take off and get clamped on waves that, a 3.99 in any other contest is kind of an easy score. But when you're in a barrel riding contest at Teahupo'o, it's actually kind of difficult, You could be clamped on the end. So Tyler's going to have to be pretty selective on the wave that she gets, because it needs to be a make.
Like that call, and you kind of look at the numbers so far in this heat, there's a lot of scores under that 3.99 range. And that's what Tyler's gunning for. Caroline not improving on this wave, missing the barrel, and even with those nice turns, the situation remains the same. She throws away that 3.17 that she just got. Tyler with priority now has 3.15 to see if she can make a final. And remember, if she does, she'll be in yellow, #1 in the world, heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. All coming down to this. We talked about her consistency as well. Her 8th semifinal appearance this season out of 10 events in the regular season. She's 5 for 7 with converting these semifinals into finals this year.
Yeah, she's looking so fired up. One other point, like Caroline's last wave, a 3.17. So that was like a late drop, semi-little tiny shampoo, 2 turns, 3.17. So Tyler's got to do more than that. She's got to be getting in that barrel, which is a bit of a task ahead of her, even though she does have that highest wave score. But Tyler definitely is going to want that #1 seed going into Tressel's Final 5. I can't believe, 8 out of 10 semifinals.
Yeah, what a year.
It's just incredible.
And I think for Tyler fans, even just fans of sport and world champions, we've been waiting for a year like this for Tyler. She's been through so much, through illnesses, through injuries. To have a complete year has been just fantastic, and kind of saw it at Pipeline. The way she was warming up, she had a good quiver. As we see the late takeoff, Tyler committing with priority. She doesn't get barreled. And now she's going to go to turns. Remember, needs a 3.99, and she sinks that rail. You just compare it to Caroline's last 3.17. You're thinking that's not enough, and Caroline will take this wave with 90 seconds. And a smart move to kick out to regain priority.
Yeah, super smart move there. See, that wave wasn't going to kind of eventuate to anything. Tyler getting back out the back, she's going to know she needs something more. I think it's a bit of an error on Tyler to take that wave. You can kind of see it when she was taking off. There was a bit of a warble. That's it right there. She was a bit wide. Didn't really throw over. Needs to be super convincing if she needs that 3.99. She falls there. Definitely going to need another score, but it's going to be hard work with a minute on the clock. Caroline with priority.
1 minute on the clock to decide our #1 seed. Heading to lower trestles for the World Championship. Carissa Moore hanging on to it now like she has been for a lot of events this season. It's traded hands a few times, which has made it really exciting. And for Tyler, if she could find a 3.99 under priority and get the win, she could take it from Riss in the final event of the regular season. That's when you're just waiting to see who you're going to compete against. It's a best of 3 in the title match. Can Tyler do it? We'll find out in 20 seconds.
Gotta be thinking that Caroline's gonna stick to her like glue. Just you don't want to give her an inch here because Tyler will take it.
Caroline is already looking to play some defense with just a few seconds left. What a great heat for the Goopy Foot from Florida. Taking a big win over Tyler Wright, as it looks like she set up the seating for us here for the WSL Final 5. Carissa officially in yellow for 3 consecutive seasons at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And Tyler Wright will be in the #2 spot, heading into lower trestles. Caroline will digest the scenario for lowers, but first she's got a final to serve here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, as we check out the bracket for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. First match will be Molly Picklum versus Caitlin Simmer. Since Molly's the #4 seed, she starts off that match with priority. Whoever wins that will then take on Caroline Marks in match #2. Winner of that moves on to take on Tyler Wright, who's the #2 seed, and whoever gets out of that heat will take on Carissa Moore in the title match. Best of 3 series to decide our world champion this September. Semi-final 2 coming up next. Vahine Fierro taking on Caitlin Simmers right after this.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
Congrats, Carla by the Sea, for our July Speak Up for the Ocean hero. Thank you for contributing to WSL One Ocean and taking care of this beautiful water that we love so much. Pulling into it right now, Caitlin Simmers kicking things off against Vahine Fierro. Loving that approach into the barrel and a little backhand carve and kicking out. Wow, what a life she lives. One of the best in the world, 17. So many things are going to be happening in front of her. She's already a world title threat and a contender this September. World number 5 facing off against the local Vahine Fierro, who's also looking for her first final out here at the end of the road.
Yeah, she is. She is right now in that same position that she was last year in the semi. Here we go, replay of Katie's first opening wave. Beautiful clean wave there. Comes flying out of the tube, followed up by a carve with a grab rail bottom turn. Just so stylish. Have another look here. She's got amazing technique. I'd say probably one of the best techniques on the women's side with backhand tube riding at just such a young age. Just looking so comfortable there. I feel like she's a surfer that's gotten progressively better. Here we go, Vahine.
Pulling into a nice little cylinder, didn't get deep, so she's going to turns. Throwing down a nice arc on the open face, and her opener's out of the way. Really cool matchup with the goofy versus regular, just like we had in the previous heat.
Yeah, I really think that Katie is probably up there at such a young age, like I was saying before, as one of the best women's backhand barrel riders. I think Courtney Conolog, also amazing. Previous winner last year. Incredible, just really confident, but it's amazing to see Caitlin Simmers just so confident at such a young age. And this heat is going to be a really exciting one. Have a look at the replay of Vahine. Just a little bit wide on that one, but she picked off a beautiful looking wave. Went to turns, pulls out, but nice angle here from the drone. Beautiful angle there. You can just see that Vahine's technique also different because she's on her forehand, but just looks so at home here at Teahupo'o.
Gosh, even that takeoff. We talk about backhand just sliding right in, and forehand just that up and under is beautiful.
Yeah, so stylish too. I love the double arm drag in the side of the face of the wave to slow herself down. She knew she was a bit wide there, so really trying to maximize the scoring potential there as well.
First wave for Caitlin Simmers, a 6.5. Well done there. She really talked about wanting to get barreled throughout this event. She's so cruisy in her post-heat interviews. Kind of laughing that she goes to turns because she's like, hey, this is a barrel riding contest, so that's been what she's been committed to. She bounced off the reef a couple times in the lead up to this event and then got right back out there and got some more, and that was such a positive reaction to having probably her worst wipeout so far. And then she was ready to put her head down and pull into some more barrels. There's the judges' reaction to Katie's start. 6.5 and a good rhythm because she has priority on the next set. Vahine turns in her start at a 3.0.
Yeah, bit of difference there between the score, but obviously Vahine, judges thinking that, you know, she wasn't quite really in the barrel. It was a beautiful looking wave, great technique. However, if she was just a couple meters deeper, I'm sure that score would have had a couple more points on it. Probably would have been actually quite similar. But yeah, Katie getting the jump, and just with that beautiful backhand barrel riding technique with the grab rail.
A couple of more important heats to go, so it's a good time to check in with the Oakberry Surf Conditions Report. Looking at the wave faces at 6 to 8 foot. Wind direction east-southeast, and the wind speed has increased this afternoon, just as predicted, at 16 knots now. And some gusts that are getting a little bit stronger than that as well. So the world's best managing the wind incredibly well today on finals day, still finding the barrels like Caitlin Simmers did with her 6.5. Katie well prepared with her equipment, working with Chris Borst of Chris Borst Designs. Almost feels like, you know, an underground shaper, but he's been around for a long time. He was just originally shaping under the Rusty label for many years. And he was also a pro skater at the same time and featured in a lot of cool skate movies with Powell Peralta's Animal Chin, Public Domain, Strip Mall Heroes. It was cool. Chris said that Katie actually ordered a bunch of boards pretty late. She actually put in an order for 3 boards for Tahiti last minute. He ended up making her a 4th just so she'd have an extra one, but he said it was actually really stressful just because he didn't have much time to do it. All of them had specific modifications to them, but he's always so happy to work with Katie, and he got it done, a quick turnaround time so she could perform. Let's get caught up now with Caroline Marks with Laura.
Yes, Caroline, into your first final here at the Tahiti Pro, quarterfinal for you last year. You've gone 2 better this year, and yeah, the wind really kicked up in that heat, and it was tricky conditions, but you got the job done against Tyler.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit different. My heat this morning was really nice and clean, so there's like kind of ribs going up the face, which makes it hard to like position yourself. But you just kind of like, I don't know, trust yourself and just pick the right wave and make your, you know, get deep enough. Like if you get a good wave out here, you almost have to, it almost has to look like a closeout, which is mentally kind of can feel like kind of gnarly, but then that's when you get really barreled. So yeah, I feel like I'm learning as I go on in the rounds, and it's just really fun to surf a lot of heats and super stoked to make it through.
And obviously your second time competing here, and how's it feeling every time you go out there? You know, obviously in the lineup it's changing every time. How have you adapted, or is that what you're most proud of?
Yeah, yeah, I'm super proud of how I adapted, and like I said, I'm still learning, and this wave changes like so much, so I'm just trying to like, I don't know, just go with the flow and watch the guys. They definitely seem to have it really figured out here, and just kind of trust myself and not really worry about my other competitor. I feel like it's just me against myself out there, and just, I don't know, just get some good barrels.
Well, you're already locked in as number 3 seed heading into the WSL Finals. How good would it be to head in there with the win as well? I mean, you'll have your hands full with either Katie or Vahine, but you must be very stoked.
Yeah, for sure. It's cool to go in number 3 seed. I wasn't sure. I know that was a really big heat for Tyler. I think maybe she could have taken the number 1 seed, but yeah, it's a weird one. Because I was like, oh, I really want to win this event, and I know I can't better my seed, but it'd be really cool to take the win here. And yeah, whoever I get is going to be super hard, but it'll be super fun. I'm excited for whoever it is.
Well, rest up, and we'll see you into the finals very, very shortly. Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Laura. Congratulations to Caroline Marks. Has a chance to win this event. As we have some contenders, though, in semifinal number 2 as we check out the finals day bracket. Caroline doing a good job. She got past the GOAT, Steph Gilmore, in the quarterfinals. Got past more world titles, and Tyler Wright positioned in the final. She'll take on either Caitlin Simmers or Vahine. Who's it going to be?
Oh, it's so tough. I mean, right now, easy to say Caitlin, she's sitting out there with that 6'5", but she is up against the queen of Teahupo'o in Vahine, and Vahine obviously making semi-finals out here last year, so super tough match, either one, Caitlin or Vahine. Still 24 minutes on the clock, so lots of time remaining to see it play out.
Yeah, we've seen so many close calls at the end with buzzer beaters, so looking forward to seeing Vahine really open up. Growing up on one of the outer islands, she actually decided to really commit to being present here at Teahupo'o. So moved over here, lives out here now full time. So when she goes home to the outer islands, she said it's kind of like a vacation now to surf the waves that she grew up on. As she pulls up and under the hood, and nice positioning, and just with one wave, she's right into this heat. Only chasing a 4.18.
Yeah, loved it. Loved it. I thought it was a great little barrel. It was a little bit of a smaller one, maybe compared to Katie's. However, she read it so beautifully. She was nice and deep on that one, way deeper than her 3-point ride, so you've got to think there's going to be a few more points there. Nice and deep, came flying out, and Katie at the back.
Katie now rolling in, holds that rail, pulls in really deep. Caitlin Simmers is looking for the exit. She gets shut down, but I love that approach, really committing. Didn't mind wearing a heavy wall of water on the head. I mean, this wave is one of the most powerful on the planet. So when you get shut down in a closeout, you're feeling all that power right on top of you. When you hold your line, it tends to compress you down to the bottom and get a lot of moments touching the reef like she did the other day. But just showing her ability to charge and let go and commit. Let's take a look at Vahine's last first.
Vahine so nice and deep on that one from the beginning. Just one pump to make it through this one. That's the pump right there. Disappears for a while, so she was quite nice and deep in this barrel. Have a look at the super slow-mo. That's that pump right there. You can see her feet placement on the board, really quite far up the board, just to make sure that she squeezes out the end of that one. It's got to feel good. Way deeper than that first wave, and this is the replay of Katie dropping into a bit of a bigger nugget here. Beautiful technique, and kind of actually looked like she might have just got sucked up and over with this one, but really hard takeoff to make. A couple of rivets in the face of the wave there she had to deal with. That's that wind that's kind of coming into effect. We heard Caroline talk about it in that post-heat interview. Said that there's a few rivets going on. You just got to pick the right waves out there today. Caroline did it.
Yeah, easier said than done, isn't it? It's impressive that they can pick out the gems and know which ones to avoid. So you see that one just draining through the shallow reef. Vahine now with priority. She's still waiting for the reaction from that second wave. I'm feeling like it should be enough to turn the heat, but still thinking that Katie will still have the best single score of her 6.5. We'll see what the judges think in a moment. A lot of cool stories about Vahine. She's the oldest of 3 sisters. They all love the ocean. And she didn't grow up on like a nice soft little sandy beach break or a little point that she could just jump off and run on the beach. She learned to surf over shallow reef, so this is really normal for her. Her dad, actually originally from San Diego, he was a competitive surfer back in the day. Vahine's mom, Tahitian, and so yeah, she was born and raised here. Those first early memories would be on the front of her dad's board over that shallow reef, and she just fell in love with that whole feeling. And what also makes her life unique is every time she'd surf at home, it was like the process is getting in her boat and picking a right or a left, and it was up to her. I mean, how many people get to jump off a boat to go surf at their home break? Pretty cool.
Oh, so cool. Vahine actually told me the other day, I actually asked her, I was like, can you tell me when was the first time you surfed out at Teahupo'o? And she said, you know what, Flick, I was 15 years old, and it was actually in a contest. She said, I didn't even catch a wave. I was terrified. And it wasn't until she was 17 that she actually came back here, and she started having a few runs on the board, kind of getting reacquainted with it, and put in a few more sessions. And then when she was 19 years old, 2019, she won Best Women's Barrel out here, and that's when things started to change. And she said that she gave all her different sort of motivation out here and turned the relationship to a good relationship instead of like a relationship out of fear, but a relationship of love with Teahupo'o. So from 2019, Vahine was just on, and if you just go to her Instagram, you'll see some absolutely amazing highlights of her out here.
Here she goes, pulling in, driving through the first section, not super deep, trying to burn off some speed, and she'll kick out. The judges took a little bit of time to make comparisons, and Caitlin Simmer's wave is actually now the second best. They like Vahine's a bit better, so 7.67 compared to Simmer's 6.5. So Fierro out in front. Caitlin Simmers now needs a 4.18.
She does. Vahine, 7.67. That wave was just so nice and clean. Sort of similar wave to the one that Tyler found in that last heat. Stayed really nice and open. Vahine had great positioning there. Just one pump to make it through that section, and yeah, here we go. We'll have a look here. Last of Vahine. Bit wide on that one. She probably would have liked to have been a little bit deeper.
I love that story, though. That's a really awesome way to approach Teahupo'o with so much respect and even a lot of fear. And, you know, paddling back to the channel after catching no waves, that's not the first time that's happened to a great surfer out here. And for Vahine to overcome that fear and turn it into a love and joy, and still pushing herself on big wave sessions today, trying to really push and find herself on bigger and bigger waves.
Yeah, I guess it just goes to show, you know, everyone has to start somewhere at waves like this. You know, you don't just rock up and become so well acquainted. I mean, there's the odd few surfers in the world that do it, don't get me wrong, but it is a learning curve, especially for these waves, especially if you don't come from a wave like this, you know. And I asked Vahine also what it's like to compete with, you know, the channel full of so much support, so many Tahitians getting behind her. You know, every time she takes off, the boats erupt, everyone's cheering for her, whether it's a good wave or a bad wave. And she kind of just said that she just feels so honored to even be representing Tahiti out here, and just really takes on all of that energy. And regardless, it doesn't matter the result, because obviously they already love her. But then, yeah, just excited to get out here and practice for the Olympics.
I love that, Flick. I want you to break down the difference between Caitlin's 6'5" and then Vahine's 7'6'7". Katie first.
Okay, so Katie takes off. It was a little bit of a shorter barrel. That's my first opinion. Straight away, shorter barrel, not as much tube time. Here we go, Vahine. Double arm drag, longer tube time. That, for me, was the difference. They were both two really clean waves, but technically, I think Vahine took off deeper on that wave. A little bit more time in the barrel. Got her those extra point. 7.67 compared to Katie's 6.5. Vahine is looking pretty good. Katie's also looking great though. So 16 minutes on the 16 and a half minutes, and definitely got a heat on the hands.
I really like that breakdown. You know, Katie looked like she was on a bigger wave, but didn't get completely behind the curtain there. You saw her the whole time, and judges took note of that to put that score down to a 6.5, where Fierro completely disappeared. Still plenty of time to go in semifinal number 2. Vahine in the lead. Simmers needs a 4.41. We'll be right back.
We're here on the 10th stop of the World Championship Tour, and we're here with WSL Rising Tides. You know, to be here in Tahiti in one of the most dangerous waves in the world, honestly, and creating space for our next generation of young women. It's important for us to have these women's only practice sessions. We know that the more time we spend here, the better we're going to get.
It's really good to see this generation with Kelia and Kiara just pushing the limits.
I kind of like the feeling of pushing it a little bit further than my expectations and stuff like that.
It's inspiring to my eyes too. I'm like, okay, I need to like step it up.
Rising Tides!
The Rising Tides is a special program on the World Surf League Championship Tour. It was a great one here at the end of the road as well. We've seen a lot of Kelia. She has an Instagram named Miss Teahupo'o, and she has packed a lot of barrels well beyond her years. Kiara, part of the Rising Tides as well. And a lot of the best in the world have been a big part of that, Flick.
Yeah, they have. Someone actually in this heat right now, 2019, by the name of Caitlin Simmers, was a part of a couple of the Rising Tides programs. So it just goes to show that what a great pathway this is, and, you know, giving women, the girls a chance to be in that space at kind of waves like this all around the world tour stops with their idols, being inspired. So that lady right there, 2019, made a couple of appearances, and now she's ready to vie for a world title at the ripe age of 17.
That's so crazy to be able to say that. I mean, that's the kind of year that we've been enjoying. Having a rookie like Katie Simmers delayed her call up to the tour because she said she wasn't ready yet. You're going, okay, well, it's still the Challenger Series, and she wins the first event of the season. You're going, oh, guess she knew she'd be right back there in a qualification spot. And she'll be competing for a world title in her first try. She's going to be in match number 1. Molly Picklum actually got the spot on tour when Katie said she wasn't ready yet. So Molly did that first half, felt the midseason cut, came back better. She won Sunset Beach, held yellow for a bit this year. Caitlin's won 2 events this season, potentially 3 if she can win this last contest of the regular season. Molly will start off with priority in that first match in September.
Here we go, Vahine. Quick in and out for her, took off, and that wave sort of not cooperating. Sort of the first wave I've seen Vahine take off on that I've thought, oh, don't know about that, but maybe she could see something down the line that I couldn't.
Yeah, interesting one. Katie now has priority and still doesn't need much of a score. Just a 4.41, and she's already felt what a 6.5 is like earlier in the heat. Let's take a look on why Vahine might have taken this wave.
Yeah, interesting decision. Can't really piece it together. She might have seen something here on this takeoff. She's just trying to she's trying to improve on that 3.23. So it is a small score. She knows she can probably do it with a smaller barrel, but see that wave there, just really what we call pinching at the end, where that foam just crumbles down. Vahine having another look underneath priority at that last little one go through. Sort of that one was a little bit more open than the last one she was on.
Fun to see everything change in pro surfing when you add pipeline on the calendar for the women, when you bring back a wave like this. And then you get surfers that would have been doing it anyway. You focus on Moana Jones-Wong or Vahine Fierro, and you see how this elevates their career.
Elevates it in a very, very big way. I mean, you look at Moana Jones-Wong from Hawaii. She'd competed for a while when she was a Grommy, then kind of took a few years off, went and got a degree. She got married. Then she all of a sudden decided, you know what, I might make an appearance here. She just dedicated all her time to surfing pipeline, got so good out there, was dropping all these clips on social media, and everyone was saying, you know, she's the queen of pipe, and then all of a sudden there's a world tour event at Pipeline. She gets the call up, gets the wildcard position, and makes it all the way to the final to take it out. So we could be seeing something very, very similar about to unfold here today at Teahupo'o with Vahine.
They're like specialist type waves. Surfers have made great careers just on surfing pipeline over the years. You could do that at a wave like this as well. Jack Robinson preparing for a semifinal. Having a cool moment with his wife. And now back to business, preparing for Leonardo Fioravanti.
Did you hear that invite?
What was that, Flick?
Make sure you get a lot of waves.
That's a great game plan.
It's so good. You've got to catch waves to get through heats.
Exactly. And if Jack's catching waves here at Chopes, he's usually unstoppable. And threading the needle there, good read for Vahine with second priority. Building on her backup score, looking to improve on a 3.23. I think she's done that.
Yeah, I agree. 3.23 is in the bin. I think she's definitely going to improve on that. She just has the ability to become so compressed, and just the barrel just like doesn't even touch her. She does a really good job at that. You know, she just stays really low. Once we have a look at the replay of this wave, we'll be able to see it. She did a good job at getting it underneath priority as well. Caitlin could have taken that one, but Vahine was just positioned a little bit further in. Had the option to take it.
And now chipping in is the Californian, setting up a big section. Katie Simmers with her head down, comes flying out, lays down a carve and kicks out to the safety of the channel. A brilliant ride for world number 5.
Holy smokes. That was major.
Tommy Whitaker loved it. Her coach was celebrating with some big claps and some hoots from the channel. We'll start with Vahine's wave.
Yeah, Vahine's wave, a bit smaller. Like you said, Joe, she absolutely thread the needle there. Came out flying ahead. But noticeably smaller wave compared to Katie's last that we just saw. She comes out really nice and easily. She improves on her situation. She gets a 4.63, but this one here from Katie, nice, easy drop. Takes the drop, snaps up underneath the lip, and comes flying out of that barrel. That was super intense. I loved it. Big open ocean wave. Here we go. She takes off, drops to the bottom, little snap up into the under the lip, pulls in. Had a bit of a few rivets to deal with in the face of that wave, but wow, I really liked that wave of Katie's. It just had a good feeling about it, you know, when you're calling a heat or when you're watching it at home as a fan. Some waves just make you have this really amazing feeling. And for me, that was one of those waves.
What a special moment for this young lady, 17 years of age. Remember, she got her 6.5 where she didn't completely disappear. That one was a bomb. She got shacked and then was able to just kind of redirect before she kicked out. Chasing a score to take the lead, and now numbers are starting to drift in from the tower upstairs. Caitlin Simmers will take the lead with a 9.23. How about that?
That was major. I said it made me feel good, and it made me feel good for the right reason. 9.23. That was incredible surfing from Katie. You just see it. She just has this amazing technique in the barrel, just like all day, just waiting for her to get one of those bigger ones. Vahine dropping in on a bigger wave, tucks up underneath, just gets crunched there at the end.
So Vahine just got that wave as we were appreciating the 9.23 for Caitlin Simmers. Big lead change there. Vahine down to second. And now is second priority for the local wild card. And now she's chasing an excellent score of an 8.07. So things just got intense. Katie's been hoping that she'd get chances to get barreled throughout this event. She's had to adjust to turns due to the conditions at different times of the heat. She's fallen on a lot of waves, but she's been learning a lot, getting better with her approach. I love her wave selection in this heat as well, Flick. She's taking off on the sets and just finding ways to pull in. 9.23.
Yeah.
Well done.
Highest single wave score for the women of this whole event so far. 9.23 for Katie. Seriously incredible stuff for the 17-year-old.
Oh, really enjoying that. Remember, it's Caroline Marks, seeing who she'll be battling with in the final. And all of Tahiti looking on to see if Vahine will get another shot. She ended up in the semifinals last season. So already another successful wild card call-up to her now new home break.
Wow, you can't this is a major moment right here, but with coming down to almost 3.5 minutes left on the clock, here we go, replay again of this 9.23 of Katie. Drops down, snaps it up underneath the lip, grabs the rail. Big moment here as she comes flying out of this one. She just hangs onto the rail and muscles her way out. So good.
I think our friends at Yeti were getting prepared just in case. I mean, she got a really big score, the best of the women's event so far. Remember, if you get a 10, Yeti's going to give you a Yeti Tundra 110 for getting a perfect ride. And Caitlin Simmers coming close, 9.23. Maybe she'll save it for the final.
Save the best for last. That was pretty insane. I'm not counting out Vahine though. She only needs an 8.07. She's dropped great scores this whole event. She's just going to need to put her saleswoman hat on and sell a wave to Katie so that she can regain that priority.
Yeah, Vahine would still have a shot. Spending so much time on this reef. She's got 2 younger sisters that are coming up. She's like, oh, they're still in school, so they're not actually surfing a ton out here yet, but they definitely have had some great waves so far.
Oh, for sure. I know that they're big supporters of Vahine. always in the channel, support, filming some iPhone clips of her.
Yeah.
I'm always seeing them all over social media. There's no doubt that they'll probably be having a crack. I know one of her sisters, I think, is off doing a qualifying series event right now. So, yeah, they're young, up-and-coming surfers, so no doubt they'll be out here soon.
Yeah, hey, Miti, we saw Kohai this morning, the youngest, all great dancers. They all speak Tahitian. Their mom made sure of that. There's a generation older than them that the language was almost going to be lost, so it's really cool for Vahine's generation to represent with the local language. She also speaks French, English, Spanish. So really cool to have that strength to travel the world and to speak in multiple languages. Vahine trying to make a charge to be on tour full time. She's had a lot of great coaching as well from 88 world champ Barton Lynch along the way, giving her a lot of support over the years. As we look at a minute 15 on the clock, Caitlin controlling this one with priority. The less time, it's going to be more pressure on the local. She's got to hope for a multiple wave set quickly, so Katie has to make a decision with first priority. As you see that nice hollow wave just spinning through the inside section. They're a little bit further out the back.
Interesting. I wonder if that is the... It's so hard to tell out here if there's another set coming. Just because these waves come from such deep water, you don't see them until quite soon, until they're actually right in front of you.
Just adds to the intimidation of this break when it's giant, just out of nowhere. The sky seems to turn black and then it just folds over on the reef. It's such an abrupt slab here on this Hawaii Reef Pass. 22 seconds on the clock. You can see Leonardo Fioravanti getting ready for Jack Robinson. Men's semifinals coming up next. Gabriel Medina taking on Baron Mamiya in semifinal number 2 as well. And congratulations to Katie Simmers. A 9-2-3, getting past the toughest draw with the local Vahine Fierro. And Katie will be in the final with Caroline Marks here at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Leo taking on Jack coming up next. A lot on the line for the WSL Final 5. We'll bring in Kaipo and Pete for the call right after this.
The waves that I got, I surfed them well.
Fioravanti packing a big section and punching free. Like he's surfing with something to prove. Jack Robinson, one of the best barrel riders on the planet.
Wow!
Step by step.
Whatever is going to happen is going to happen.
That's the mindset right now.
All I can do is try and win this contest.
I know it's probably going to be a good battle.
The battles continue here at the end of the road for the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Men's semifinals in the water. Leonardo Fioravanti versus Jack Robinson for a spot in the final. Also in the equation, a spot in the final 5 for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. I'm Kaipo. This is Peter Mel. And Pete, we already have our women's final set. And talk about getting set up for the final. Katie Simmers, 9.23 on her way to that final.
Incredible showing, really. She was very brave, had great technique, and that one wave came to her, and she was able to take the lead. And, taking down someone like Vahine at this reef here, incredible stuff.
Yeah, here she is in the channel, just really digesting everything that has gone down. Katie Simmers, and we've always talked about just the young talent, and that is on display. That's going to be coming up for the women's final, where Katie's going to come up against a Caroline Marks. Let's set up our men's final right now with the semifinal number 1. Your thoughts on this matchup, Pete? Leo Fioravanti, Jack Robinson.
Must win for both of these surfers. If they're looking at a chance for that final 5, both these surfers have to make it into the final. There is scenarios that unfold, obviously, with the second semi as well, but there's one spot left in that final 5, and it's going to be decided today. And there's lots of different scenarios that came with only 2 semifinals left. It's pretty crazy. So obviously, these 2 surfers here must win. And Leo's been in fine form throughout this event. Has been posting consistent good numbers, as well as Jack.
Let's take a look at our WSL snapshot of the final 5 and where we're at, because it's still up for grabs. That number 5 position getting held right now by Iago Dora, but Dora in a vulnerable situation. Fioravanti, Robinson, or Gabe Medina can take that final 5 spot from Iago Dora, depending upon how these semifinals go.
Yeah, it's exactly right. So Dora is just thinking in his mind, how is this scenario going to play out where I keep my number 5 spot? He's going to need Leo to make it through this heat over Jack. And then the next one, he's going to need Baramamia to get through into the finals.
To be the hero for
right?
Yeah.
But he has to have Leo finish second.
And looking at this too, when we talk about basically in the same tour camp, Jack Robinson and Iago Dora both sharing the same coach, Leandro Dora, Iago's dad, traveling all year together. This is the tough part. Jack Robinson wins this semifinal, and he will bounce Iago Dora out of that 5th position.
That's right. And I guess the scenario there, if Gabriel Medina makes it into the final and the 2 of them are in that final, guess what?
Winner takes it.
Winner takes that spot, which is just, whoa! All these different scenarios can unfold here, and we're going to figure that out in about an hour's time.
Yeah, that really is what makes this so exciting. Beginning of the heat here, still no waves ridden, open priority to the surfers. Deepest here, we're going to go with Fioravanti, pulls in, travels through that section. Fioravanti with a strong start up against Jack Robinson. That's what Leo's been doing this entire event.
Identifying waves that give him opportunities, executing, not making mistakes. That was exactly what Leo needed to do right there, and he did it in fine form. Came from behind it and was able to get up into the hollowest, steepest part of that wave, got through it. Great exit, right, as well, with the spit. That must feel really good to start a heat like that.
Peter, that did not look easy, and so it was pretty brilliant for Leo to navigate that. We'll take another look at it.
And he's behind it, right? And there was a frothy section. He had to go over the top of it. It stays hollow, and he exits out of it super clean. Judges like when you exit out of a barrel super clean, and the depth that he had there. He disappeared from view. I guess the only critical element there, maybe make the cutback, but hey, all the points right there. Nice long barrel, too. Very technical. It wasn't an easy one, as you had mentioned. So great work there for Leo Fioravanti. Looking into it. See that little chandelier there? Didn't even affect him. He was able to tuck right underneath it. That part there, the whitewater grabbing his rail, and he's foam riding on that whole time and comes out. Centering himself over the top of that board, keeping the momentum heading to the channel. He's been doing it all event long. And this feels like it's going to be a bigger number. Like, we're going to see a great start for Leo.
Yeah, he's been doing it all event long, like you said. His opening round, he went excellent on a 2-wave total of 16.93. Round of 16, he handily beat Jordy Smith, beat Kaoli Voss in the quarterfinals. Jack Robinson on the answer back here, pumps, pulls up on the rail, and Jack answers back.
Right back. Can he pull the move off? A little point of difference. Nope. So challenging just to hit that whitewater and somehow keep your board controlled underneath your feet. But a great answer to Leo's first wave. And just that one, man, we'll see again the replay, but very similar style waves.
Take another look, Pete.
Deep, cleaner on the face, had to go through that foam ball. So didn't have quite the same cleanliness in the exit, but a little cleaner wave, right? It's a little different style of wave. and just slam dunk, right? Drops straight into it. Such great technique. See how he's able to weave his board. We talk about the hula hoop, but Jack does it in a way that's very subtle. He doesn't actually see his hips really move. He's able to just kind of use his knees and his rail.
And he's gone.
Absolutely gone. You know, and I think that's where, you know, again, the point of difference in these two waves from Leo to Jack, I mean, it feels like they're pretty even to me just watching it again, because the technique from Jack there was able to weave up into it. So again, the technical barrel riding skills that Jack was able to do there. Same with Leo.
Yeah. Yeah, and the good thing about Jack is he didn't let this heat get away from him. He answered right back after Fioravanti put down a great ride. So we're waiting for scores to set the situation here. 7.67 drops for Leo Fioravanti. We're still waiting opening score for Jack Robinson. If it went up or down on that 7.67, then he needs to match.
Yeah, it just feels like, you know, thinking about it, you know, in relation to, you know, where do you place it, that, you know, maybe it might even be a split between the two in regards to the judges and the way they see it.
Well, for us as a viewer, that makes it great because it's a hotly contested heat just from the get-go. It's not a runaway at all. And good signs as we see, you know, the swell still sticking around. I know you've been monitoring it, Pete.
Well, and the big thing I think that we can really rely on is we're past the high tide now, right? So improvements feel like it's going to happen as we start to see that outgoing tide. We'll see a little shallower reef, get more opportunities. You know, they won't be chasing it as much on the reef. And ultimately, we've been forecast to have a little bump in the afternoon. So fingers crossed that that's going to happen with this tide and allow it to kind of come in now. I mean, of course, outgoing tide usually moves the current up the point, but there seems to be, when you see that change of tide, there seems to be some consistency that comes to the lineup. We saw it yesterday, and we saw it on days before. Yeah,
it's 2:12 local time. We're coming off a high tide at 113 of 1.4 feet, so we're going to have this tide draining out till 7:26, way past sunset tonight. So as the competition unfolds into the finals, we're going to have that tide to continue to recede off the reef. We're still waiting, Pete, for that score for Jack Robinson. So judges taking a long look at it on the replay.
And it's, you know, as they should, the opportunity time to do that. You know, the no waves being ridden, they can look at that, they can kind of compare, make their decision on in their own minds of what the comparison between the two waves, because that's really important, because these are two big numbers that are going to probably count.
Katie Simmers went excellent. We're going to see Katie in yet another final in her rookie year. Let's talk to Katie. Laura's with her.
Yes, make that final number 3 for your rookie year, Katie Simmers. Wow, you've just been saying all event long, you know, even you kept winning, but you just kept coming in saying, I just want to get barreled, I just want to get barreled. You got what you want, girl. You actually got the highest wave score of the women's event, a 9.2. Talk us through that one.
I don't know, I couldn't really talk you through much. I kind of just like, I didn't really see anything. I kind of just was like in there, and it was like dark, and then it was light, and then I was out, and I was pretty happy. And I didn't really know what they were gonna give it, but yeah, when I heard the score, I was pretty happy.
Yeah, it was an absolute bomb, Katie. Coming up against Vahine out there, you know, she is the queen out here. What I thought was most impressive was that you just stuck to your own guns. She was, you know, catching waves on the inside while you just sat in the spot and just looked like you really knew what wave you wanted. How was that?
Well, yeah, she's the best out here. She's like the queen of it. Like, I don't know, I'm bummed. I wish I had her in the final or something. She's so fun to watch. She's one of my favorite surfers. And yeah, I don't know. I guess it kind of worked out in my favor, for me at least, because I was just knew that I just had to get really barreled and couldn't really do turns this one, so I had to just kind of wait out the back, and I guess it finally happened for me. I haven't really made a barrel this whole trip, but I've been getting just pretty worked, but I'm glad I made it for that one.
Yes, you've got absolute cuts all over your legs, Katie. You are an absolute charger. Plan for the final?
I don't know. I kind of just want to do the same thing.
Get barreled. Let's go, Katie Simmers. We'll let you rest up. You're going to be out there soon against Caroline Marks, California final. Good luck.
Thank you, Laura.
Don't get too sleepy.
Here we go, Jack Robinson. Straight back to live action out of that interview. Robinson, sharp on the rails, on the sharp eye. Opening ride for Jack. A 7.53 opening ride for Leo Fioravanti, a 7.67, really splitting hairs on that opening exchange, Pete.
And as we'd mentioned, you know, some judges saw Leo's a little bit better, some saw Jack's a little bit better. I mean, very slight difference, but even Steven all the way through it. Now Jack, a little foamy one here, but again, executing such great technique. You know, he's going to get himself a backup number, get himself the lead. He didn't have priority, so he's done well here to get a backup number in case this way heat goes flat. But look at this, just see how he has such different ways to figure out the speed. You know, the pumping without grabbing the rail. Once he gets in there, maximizing by slowing down. And he makes it look so smooth and easy. There's flow to his way he executes this backhand barrel riding. And that's what makes him so special, and the fact that he has so many different ways to go about it. And Leo, you know what? He's fighting back. He's been actually showcasing the same kind of style. These guys have been basically sparring partners since they were youngsters. You know, they had shared the same sponsor when they were young. They were hanging out together at that house, you know, growing up together and on tour together. So these guys know each other very well.
Yeah, both Jack and Leonardo, 25 years old, but both of them, you just sweethearts, darlings of the surf industry in their early teens, already traveling the world, surfing heats, and now they meet on the big stage here. Second ride for Jack Robinson, a 5.33, so Jack got his job done, getting the 5.33 under priority.
Oh, look at this.
Rearing up here, and that one went a little bit wide.
And that's that southern angle. We're going to see that swell does come up. It's going to be from that south. It'll lift up on that outside bank, but not always going to barrel. So you have to find the special ones that kind of just load up enough and then hit that inside ledge and actually turn. We've been talking about that all event long, but that's good signs to say that we're going to have at least a little bit more surf as we head out into these next finals, the semifinals and the final.
Well, let's take a look back at the opening exchange here in semifinal number one, because it was so close. This is Leo Fioravanti's 7.67, Peter.
Yeah, and look how round it was there for the moment. Much cleaner exit out of it. You know, it stayed open, so the door, you didn't have to slam through it, didn't have to kick his way through it, didn't pull the cutback, and then another angle, this a little more on the reef. You can see the technique there, just had to go up and over the foam ball. So he's wrestling it right there. Sometimes you'll see that foam ball will stay back in the tube, but that one, it was always there ruffling and affecting his board. So he had to navigate that well.
A couple judges went 8 on this ride. Now, here's the contrast to 7.53 for Jack.
Yeah, way cleaner wave, right? A little more perfect looking and not quite the same exit. You know, had to fight through the foam there. Always the judges love that, but the early part of that one and the fact that he was able to get out and exit, you know, it was coming out of the froth blind, but ultimately he came out in the right position.
And there's the numbers there. So only one judge going as high as an 8. So the average in the favor of Leonardo Fioravanti on that opening exchange, slightly, but that's all you need.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you start looking at incremental points, hundreds of points can be separated here, which is crazy to think about. I mean, because, you know, 7.67, you know, the digital scorecard we've been, you know, computer scoring came in a decade ago, 2 decades ago?
Yeah.
And over time, we've been able to refine it and get to where we are today.
Yeah, and the system, right, has evolved as well, where both the criteria as well as the speed and accuracy of judging has gotten better with the digital scoring, but also the replays that happen up in the judges' tower, so they can really dial in the numbers. Jack Robinson going again under priority, stretching tube, pulls high, and finds the exit there, squares off the bottom, hooks it off the top, a little release off the tail there for Jack Robinson. We'll see if he betters that 5.33.
Feels like it to me. Again, a very technical barrel, but he just filleted that one at the end. I love it. Good turn on a critical section. So showcasing a little point of difference. I mean, of course, when you couple it with a barrel, you gotta acknowledge it, right? Taking a look here, inside, little runner, it had the inside ledge, but then goes into that deeper water, flattens out, but he comes out of the top of it, and look at this, just slicing. Beautiful section there, bunch of power. This place is so rad because you have so much power under your feet. When you do get a section to turn in, it feels really good. Watching that technique again, comes out, not the most cleanly exit, but when you add this to the element to it, I love it. So it feels like an improvement to me. Utilizing the sitting outside of priority, being able to try and build by just taking, you know, little inside waves.
You talked about the gyration and the hula hoop on the backhand. We could see this in the slow-mo of the manipulation in the barrel that Jack Robinson's able to pull off.
And more instinct to get out of that. He saw what was happening in that barrel. It was going to go tight, and so he made sure that he stayed right up in the very top of the corner. But that right there, that turn was epic. All that speed, all released in that big fan of water. Good drift of the fins, so a little extra flare.
And it does incrementally improve upon his standing by 1/10 of a point. 5.43 drops for Jack Robinson.
Now, so that, again, focusing more on the barrel. I mean, there was 4 judges in that little comparison that actually saw that wave just ever so slightly better. There it is on numbers on your screen.
Whoa, yeah, that's a little bit of a spread there with that 4.8.
Right, so I mean, the turn is that all of a sudden, I really don't mind it when you see the individualism of the judging, because that was a kind of a wave that kind of demanded that, because we hadn't seen a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, a viewer, I'm more with the judges with the 6-point ride, the 6.3, because I thought that maneuver, as you pointed out, is not easy to pull off out here.
No, and especially when you have the conditions the way they are today. But I mean, you don't want to stray too far from what you've been scoring all event long, right? So you want to stick to your guns. And turns really have not played a role at this event.
Well, Leo Fioravanti still with the single highest wave score. So you would say, in a way, Peter, that even though he's trailing Jack Robinson, Fioravanti does have the advantage with that single highest wave score and priority.
True. Yeah, and Leo's got to sit there, and at this point, I mean, he understands what Jack's going to be doing in this situation. You know, strategy-wise, he'd be doing the exact same thing. So Jack would have to be sitting out there when you have priority, knowing you have a good number. You want to back it up. I'm going to back up my call just a second ago and say that turns did make a difference, because it did actually in Katie Simmers. To see her in this final, remember her last-minute heroics in the quarterfinal this morning?
That's right.
It was a turn that did it. So I'll reverse that.
Yeah, Katie Simmers with a close one earlier this morning. But then, just coming into form, we'll see if Katie has peaked in the semifinals or if she's got more for us in the finals. Women's finals coming up after these 2 men's semifinals. Still waiting for a second ride for Leo Fioravanti. Fioravanti really showing up here at the end of the road, Tahiti, and marching through heats. His opening round, he went excellent. Then he disposed of Jordy Smith in the round of 16. Quarterfinals, beating Kaoli Voss, who was certainly one of the most informed surfers in this event, and Leo did it in a big way, a 7.5, a 7.6. So he just, I don't want to call Leo Fioravanti an underdog, but a lot of times he may not be your pick, but he comes through heats all year long.
That's so true, and every venue, right?
Yeah.
So that's the whole thing about him, is that he is deadly at all venues. Even if he goes on to the CS, right, he's capable of winning in beach breaks, little teeny beach breaks. So he's very versatile. You know, he grew up in Rome, like there's no waves in Rome, right? He had to basically travel the world to learn to surf. And that meant that he was surfing everywhere on the globe. And it just made him a very versatile surfer in all types of conditions.
Well, Pete, let's see if Leo can come back. He's got priority. We're halfway through the heat. Little under 15 minutes. We'll be back with the conclusion. Semifinal number 1 here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro. At the Billabong Pro Pipeline, where Jack Robinson, Leo Fioravanti met in the final. Backdoor, small backdoor. Both had to take the turns in this final, Pete.
Think about it. This was the first event of the season, and Leo Fioravanti and Jack Robinson were in the final. That's a great start to the season. Gotta love that. And here they are at the bookends, at the end, and they're surfing a semifinal. So these guys have been on point all season long. Jack gets the win. What an amazing feat that was, and the start of a very, very good run.
Yeah, that was Jack's 4th CT win of his career. He went really fast to 4 CT wins. 24 starts in events to 4 CT wins. That puts him number 3 on the all-time record to go to 4 CT wins in a career. And he was the 3rd fastest to get there, right behind Tom Curran and Mark Richards.
Yeah, you would think you look at that stat because, you know, it took a little while for him to really get onto tour. But you think about where they are in this age, both at 25. I mean, that's really the prime. You've got a lot of experience under your belt. You're both strongest you've probably ever been. So this is really where you start to make that run for world titles.
And when we look at the matchup between Jack Robinson and Leo Fioravanti in their career, it's been all Jack. 4-0 for Jack Robinson. He beat Leo in 23 at J Bay, Sunset at Pipe, and in 22 at Bell. So far, when they've matched up, Jack Robinson has been victorious 100% of the time. We'll see if that changes. You know what, though? Speaking of percentages, I'll give you 30% off of Surfline Premium if you scan this QR code right here. So scan it, get the Surfline Premium, 30% off, get the extended forecast as well as cams commercial free.
That's nice. And of course, everyone jumps on the cams to check your local break, and they pretty much got a cam on most of them.
It's so nice to be on your couch and check the surf.
I actually used it to check the surf this morning.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm here. It's just, you know, it's easy. It's the first way you can get to see it.
You were messaging me at 4:30. Leo in the barrel. Can he find an exit? And not doing so. Now advantage to Jack Robinson, the lead, and Jack's going to control the priority in this final 10.5 minutes. And that was an important wave for Leo Fioravanti.
It was, you know, especially when you think, wow, it just flew by. He had 10 minutes there. He had priority for a very long time, executed it there, wanted to do it to take the lead, but it didn't happen. That wave filled up with foam. He had to give it a run. That was a set wave. It did have a nice steep late drop. Look at this. I mean, it looked like he was going to be in a spot to be able to get a nice barrel, pumps up into it, but then it fills up with a ton of water. And we stayed with it. You know, we didn't go anywhere. We stayed with it because you just never know. But it didn't happen for Leo.
Yeah, we've seen the backsiders really bust through a lot of those clamping sections with, you know, the sturdy stance on the backhand. So wouldn't be surprised if he did come out of that.
He wanted to, for sure, and he, I'm sure, gave it 100% effort. If you think about, too, the fact that you mentioned 4-0 in favor of Jack Robinson, you know Leo knows that. So he's going to be carrying that a little bit and want payback.
Interesting thing, too, and Leo's recently made an equipment change over to a brand that's supported for Jack Robinson for a long time. Leo's also on Sharp Eye surfboards.
Yeah, and he said he mixed it up. In his interview, he had mentioned he was riding some Bradleys early in the event and just switched when it got smaller to the Sharp Eyes. So, you know, again, just utilizing, you know, the Shaper stable, and whatever feels right for him at the time, for the turn of the day, he's going to put it under his feet.
I wonder if athletes ever have. I know back in the day, brands like Channel Islands would be, hey, if Kelly's in a way for a world title, I'm not going to make a board for Andy. It doesn't seem like it happens anymore.
Nah, we're all in the same, you know. I mean, you want to have an athlete have good equipment, and if they're keen to ride it, why not ride it? And even if they have to pay for it.
True. All right, we're down to under 9 minutes. Fioravanti up the reef right now and has to get sneaky under the priority of Jack Robinson. Leo Fioravanti needing a 5.29, not a giant number, but he needs that opportunity.
And we've seen as that tide starts to lower ever so slightly, you can kind of move up the reef and get ones that, you know, lift out there and get across. So I like the idea that Leo is kind of keeping his eyes up there, maybe thinking that there could be an opportunity, and maybe push the envelope for a little bit for Jack. Of course, we've seen this strategy play out all event long.
And you talked about, you know, the different swell angles, Pete. These south ones, do you have a little bit more opportunity to see them coming versus the west ones that come out of the channel?
I would say a little bit, yeah. I mean, the reason being is it's coming across the reef, right? So you can actually see it kind of come down the reef, whereas when it's west, it's coming out of the deep water, right? So it's coming back at you, and those are way harder to identify. So yeah, it does make it a little nicer. You can kind of see as the angle there. You see how it's sweeping across from the left of your screen to the right. You'll see that there's some sets, and they'll march down the reef.
All right, let's take a look at our... we may have a set coming here before we take a look at our WSL snapshot for the final 5 and some of those scenarios. Set coming through. Robinson with priority. Leo up the reef. As predicted, Leo's going to take that position. Let's see if he can make something out of this one. Has to move down the line, and no, just repositioning for Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, he was hoping for that opportunity just to have it come bend at him, which he saw that when he was taking off in the first part of that section. Stands up and puts the gas down, trying to get that extra speed, but it's just unfortunate it didn't work out for him.
Now we'll take a look at our WSL snapshot and going to give you some explanation of the different scenarios here. If Leo wins this semifinal, Medina then wins semifinal 2. Medina clinches the final 5. If Leo wins semifinal 1, Mamiya wins semifinal 2. Leo still needs to win the final. If he loses the final, Iago clinches. If Jack wins this semifinal and Medina wins semifinal 2, the final will be determined in the spot if Jack wins semifinal 1. And if Mamiya wins semifinal number 2, then Jack is in the final 5. If Jack wins his semifinal, he knocks Iago out of the final 5. If Medina wins semifinal 2, he also knocks Dora out of the final 5. That was a mouthful to explain.
So basically, let's see what happens, right? I mean, it's a must-win situation for every surfer in the draw, except maybe Barron, right? Barron can play the spoiler. You mentioned that about Barron playing the spoiler, and he's been on point, man. He's in the semifinals. He's got probably one of the gnarliest in that man coming up.
Here he comes. Gabe Medina. Look out.
6 minutes, right? He did that last heat. He was about 7 minutes, so it's about that same time frame. So, you know, you don't stray too far from your strategy that's working for you, and that one right there has been working for him. Getting that warm-up on the beach, spending less time in the channel. You know, it takes a lot out of you if you sit there and spend a lot of time in the water and in the sun, you know, where Gabe's just like, get the work done, 35 minutes, get down, get back into his home and chill, and then back out again. So here he is. 5 minutes to spare, going to get his jersey.
I mean, in the super heat, Gabe Medina versus John Florence, Medina just came out firing and never looked back. So we'll see if he employs the same tactics. Semifinal number 2. We still got semifinal number 1 to talk about here. 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the countdown. Here goes Leo. Eases off the bottom, and that one, again, just goes a bit wide and off the reef.
Now he's trying to bait, I think, a little bit. Jack did not bite at all. You know, he saw that that one was, you know, maybe an opportunity for a turn, but definitely no barrel. And that's those south ones that kind of move out into the deeper water slightly. You know, we're not big enough to see that actual ledge out there start to play. You know, it's all about the inside ledges where we'll see most of the barrels happen.
So you think that's actually a strategy for Leo, that he's trying to bait, trying to get Jack to take one?
I would say it's a pretty good strategy, you know, trying to, you know, surf around. We saw what Gabe was able to do, right, at the end of the heat. He just sat right next to John, you know, and made his presence known.
Ooh, and Gabe's just a brutal competitor because he had John comboed and still was
went up there. Huh?
Look at it. And here he is right now, stalking the water. The 3-time world champ, Gabe Medina, going to be coming up against Barron Mamiya, semifinal number 2. The paddle of intent for this.
Well,
surfer.
You know what he's doing? He's going down underneath so you can have a view of all of the, if there's any smaller waves too. So identifying the fact that, hey, I can watch from in here.
And in contrast, just a calm Barron Mamiya. He's just hanging out on the channel. Gabe with his ritual to begin. A moment of prayer and focusing. Does this every single time, regardless of the location.
Probably varies slightly. This one here, you got to do it when you get into the lineup in the channel, but there he is. Good view and soaking it in. He's had such a great career and it's still at very top form. And now looking for an opportunity.
Look at Leo just paddling, trying to get Jack to bite on this one. Fioravanti pulls in, long stretching barrel, really needs to travel through here. And that wave just spins off without an exit for Leo Fioravanti.
Ooh, gave it an effort, that was for sure, but that was a pretty stretched out section there, especially for your backhand. I would say that maybe a Medina might have gotten the extra little punch of squirt to get through all of that, but backhand, very challenging. But he gave it a full effort there. You know, good job there, trying again, give himself an opportunity. And Jack, yeah, go for it, bro.
And I reflect to the beginning of this event, Peter, where you did identify, you know, with the swell and the swell angle, that the goofy foots would have a little bit of an advantage because they'd be more of those stretched out tubes, a little bit of south element. And that seems to have been playing out when you look at the surfing of Gabe Medina.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw Callie Voss was another example of that. We saw Fahine. You know, those were all those goofy foots. But you know what?
But the regular foots are still the majority, right?
Right, they're the majority, and they also have such great technique. I mean, they've gotten better and better and better. It used to be very hard, you know, to backhand tube ride, but you know, by the sakes of guys, Marvin Foster, I talked about the Marvin, that was one, but it's grown since then. I mean, the Irons brothers were, you know, incredible on the backhand barrel riding and really changed the game. Kelly kind of following along in that, and it's, you know, there's an endless plethora of great backhand tube riders, but that's kind of where it started.
Yeah. When you think about this Teahupo'o and backhand tube riding and someone who just really set the mark, you have to still go with Kelly Slater at this wave.
I would agree. You know, again, such great, and even at this event, he was surfing amazing. Still very viable here.
Oh, here we go. Down to 1 minute 45 seconds. Wave rolls through here, and Jack Robinson being stingy with that priority, just hanging on to it.
And this is good strategy, right? I mean, Jack understands what he needs to do. He's not going to take off on a wave unless he feels that he's going to better a score.
And here he goes. Pulls up, pulls in, and pulls out. Jack Robinson, again, just brilliant surfing. And you know what? Another snap on the backhand, too. Let's see if he betters that 5.43.
I would say yes, Kaipo. There was a nice throaty element to that one. He identified it. Again, great, perfect technique. Was able to do it with ease. It wasn't super difficult per se, but the wave had the juice in it, had the meatiness to it, and the clean exit out of it. So I feel like this is definitely going to be improvement. You see that where it's just drawing off the reef, nice and hollow, comes out with the spit at the exact same time, and why not throw down some carves and a snap just to add a little extra to it. Look at that technique. He basically said that this was the wave. He didn't even think about trying to block. It was like, oh, no, I'm going to improve on this one. And he understood that, and for my eyes, definitely executed it, and it will add another point to his total.
How important was that clean exit to the barrel?
It's pretty important. I mean, if you look at what we've seen already today, you know, it depends on the takeoff and how intense the wave is as well, because we've seen some pretty big numbers come with some dirty exits per se, but if it's in a technical drop and it's a technical barrel on a bigger wave, they'll see the number come. But ultimately, for me personally watching, I'd love to see a clean exit, right? I'd love to see him come out after the spit, but come out at the end of the hole. That's a true barrel ride.
Well, we don't even need to know the score. We're still waiting for the score for Jack Robinson, but we can already tell you, Robo's into the final right now. So we have our first finalist set without even seeing what his backup score is on that last wave. Jack Robinson, and you know what? For the record, his last score, it's going to go excellent. So what a way to cap that off. Into the final with an 8.3 last wave for Jack Robinson.
By virtue of Jack getting into that final, he has bumped Iago out by getting into the final, but there's still more to play out. But incredible, already taking him out, not in a heat, but now also out of that final five.
Oh man, it is a race to a win here and a race to the final five. That race continues. Semifinal number 2 in the water when we return. Baron Mamiya, Gabriel Medina, stick around. Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it.
Time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy. You heard it. It's that time again. Getting ready for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Jack Robinson, he wanted to be a part of that conversation, and he's inching closer to clinching a spot. Robinson in the final, getting the download in the channel from Leandra Dora, Matt Bemrose. Who's going to join Jack Robinson in the final? We're going to decide that in semifinal number 2, and what a semifinal we have. Baron Mamiya right here up against Gabe Medina, and they're already starting up on the reef. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Peter Mel. They're starting, Pete. Look at this.
Yeah, in that situation, too, we can see priority get allocated, but it doesn't look like it did.
Medina, and he's going to hand over priority to Baron Mamiya with a little misfire there. So that's actually good news for Baron Mamiya.
It is good news, and this is exactly what Baron would have been doing. He would have been fighting for that inside position and not conceding it per se, and so there was a little battle going on who was going to be in position, and that's where obviously right there Gabe would have loved to have gotten that quick start once again, and he may still because he's hunting something down right now, but that was it. Baron was able to fight a little bit for it, and he got rewarded, and he's going to get priority here early in the heat.
So let's just look at the gravity of this semifinal number 2 as we talk about the final 5. Baron wins this semifinal, he makes it into the final. He does Jack Robinson a favor.
He sure does. He gives him a spot.
Jack's going to clinch a spot in the final 5. Gabe Medina wins this semifinal, then it's going to be all about who wins the event. Not only do you win, and you make it into the final 5. So that's the scenario right now in this semifinal number 2 as we look at final 5.
Unbelievable, right? And what a scenario it is. And talk about the gravity of a final event of the season.
Right.
And you look at every single heat, and there's been all across the board from the men and the women as we see the very beginning battle. And again, he's raising his hand going, hey, is this blocking me because you're underneath me? And sometimes that you'll see that the priority will be allocated by a blocking move. It didn't happen. Gabriel takes off in the next wave. 0.37, he gets priority anyway.
Long wall here coming through. Medina on the inside is going to force it on Baron. Baron grabs his rail, pulls into the barrel, and fights for the finish, but loses that fight.
Wow, yeah, that's one thing that, Baron, you start thinking about, riding boards a little smaller, a little less volume, right? You get the mobility of the board, but in situations like that, you don't still get the same planing, right? So a little bit of that thing landed right on him. Didn't have that same control and the same stability that a little bit bigger board would give you, but he wants that mobility. He wants to be able to rip that board around.
All right, so 35-minute semifinals here, and then we just got the word as we look to our finals, Pete, we're going to have 40-minute finals for both the men and the women. Replay here, Baron Mamiya on his opening ride.
And this looked like a great one. It had that nice steep takeoff, technical drop. Didn't have the stretched out line, unfortunately, for Baron, but he had to kind of pull the trigger there. It felt like it was going to be a good opportunity for a pretty decent number. Doesn't get the completion, and unfortunately now we're back to even again, and priority now with Gabriel.
Yeah, you wouldn't have wanted to give that wave to Gabe Medina in the form that he's in right now. So Medina waiting patiently out there, 29.5 minutes on the clock with priority. We talked about Gabe Medina here at this break and how dominant he is with his heat winning percentage of 77%. Made finals day 8 times out of his 9 showings here in Tahiti.
Isn't that incredible? One time he faltered.
Yeah.
Out of all the times he's been coming here, he's been all the way to the
quarterfinals minimum. Yeah.
And so that just goes to show how great a relationship that Gabriel's had. And it's not like it's something where he spent a ton of time. He had an instant relationship with it. He just understood it. His home break has some pretty ledged out style waves, and so he was pretty comfortable.
Mamiya pulls in right off the takeoff and fights his way for a completion there. So that's going to be the first real number. Medina following suit right here behind the ridge. has to pump into that section, notices that it's going to close out. He'll hold his position and maintain priority. We'll be waiting for Baron Mamiya's number to really set the stage in the semifinal number 2.
That's first completion, and very creative, really. If you think about it, it wasn't exactly the greatest wave in the world, and he was able to kind of muster a little excitement out of it. So good job there, getting creative with a wave that's you know, surfing it almost up a little bit. When you look at it, you're like, oh, that's a 3-4 opportunity, and you know, it's going to probably come in that range. And nice work by just getting really creative in the way he approached the barrel.
Baron on the paddle back out and waiting for that number. We talked about, you know, the body positioning, the mechanics that Baron has on his backhand. Been impressive since he was pretty much a teenager. I mean, only 23 years old, but he's came onto the surfing world making a name for himself at spots like Pipeline. And as you predicted, Pete, Baron Mamiya, 4.17 for that second wave.
You know, and again, it looked like the opportunity of that wave was a 3 or a 4 on it, and he surfed it up in a sense by getting a 4.17, so good job there by Baron.
Here comes Gabe, way back, plowing through a cavern and comes out, no problem. Gabe Medina over the foam ball, score that.
Wow. And again, one of those things where you're like, is he going to make it? It's kind of, you know, it's gone. There's not a whole lot of room in there. And sure enough, right out of the hole, too, right out the center of it. So this is going to be right there. It's going to be a big number. You'd have to say set wave, you know, double the size of what we've seen anything in this heat. So ultimately, that's what Gabe was waiting for. And you see how he waited off the bottom. He just delayed everything, waited off the bottom, checking it out right there, stalls it, and then pumps underneath it. The wave fills up with foam, and somehow he actually stalled back there and gave it a little extra drama.
This is another great angle to look into it, Pete.
Pump right there, and foam ball goes over the top of that, fills up with more foam. He's not seeing anything. He just knows where the exit is, and he was just going to keep the momentum flying out the end.
Surfing by Braille, Gabe Medina. That sixth sense, so impressive. One more look.
From the drone, again, just the pumping up, and that's that forehand. You know, you get this speed so easily because you can wait and delay it and then get the extra pump and speed. So hard to do on the backhand.
Oh, this one from the water.
Over the foam ball, into more foam, and then filled with foam. It's a latte.
And that was a foamy latte, and looking at one more time, slow motion. Let's celebrate this one, Pete.
That's right, all angles, and look at the score.
9-point ride. That would be in the excellent latte range there for Gabe Medina. Look at the judges, too. They're pretty straightforward on those 9s.
Yeah, flat 9. One judge went 8.7. You know, the average obviously got to a flat 9, and what a start. I mean, going excellent's one thing, but when you get 9s, that feels so good. You know, it feels like, you know, there's this little something extra special, the extra point from excellence to the 9-point rides, and you're flowing around in those 9s, you feel pretty unstoppable.
Well, Gabe must be feeling pretty unstoppable as we see sets coming through here. Baron Mamiya taking a look at that one. Medina's going to take a look as well. That one just rolled through. Both Baron and Gabe, Pete, have matched up twice on the championship tour, and it's a split decision between the two. Gabe got Baron at Bells this year in the round of 32. Baron beat out Gabe in El Salvador in the round of 16. So 1-1 when we look at their head-to-head matchups.
And you think about that loss for Gabriel at in El Salvador, that was a big one because he was kind of having some momentum and he was starting to kind of feel
it was his comeback,
it was coming back, and it was like felt like, oh yeah, he had some momentum to be able to, and all of a sudden Baron just stopped him and halted it for a moment. But the train is still rolling. And right now with 24 minutes and a 9 to a score line, not over yet.
Here's a backup of 4.33 to back up that 9-point ride.
Talk about creativity. I mean, that literally was just one. He's like, last second decision, just slides in underneath it and gets himself a backup number of a 4.33. I don't feel like that's going to stay in his score line, but hey, he's got the lead.
Here he goes again. 3 big pumps into a long barrel. That one just closes out down the line. But for the Gabe Medina, that shows his heat IQ when he recognized, look, I got an excellent score. Let me back it up real quickly, kind of as an insurance policy, even though he has tons of times on the clock.
And I mean, his strategy has been very clear from the very first heat here. Ride a ton of waves and just surf. His interviews, he said it, hey, I just want to surf. I just want to get a couple more barrels. And he's surfing it like his home break. And all of his free surfs look just like this, where he catches a million waves.
Well, congratulations, Jack Robinson, into the final here. Let's hear from Jack.
Jack, into the final, your best result here in Tahiti. How's that sinking in?
Yeah, it's amazing. Just thinking back to all the work that it took to get here. I've been here so many times, and I've had so many trials events here to get into the main event, even before I was on tour. And last year I had a close heat. It's just, yeah, so much has happened this year, and just want to thank all the people that have got me to where I am at the moment. So yeah, got me through it, back surfing good again, and just feeling like that. So yeah, grateful for that.
I know this has been a roller coaster year for you, obviously missing an event, having to get back to 100%. You must be proud of how far you've gotten so far. You have slid into the 5th spot at the moment. That could change pending Gabby's result, could go off to a surf-off in the final.
Step by step, just, yeah, and then just have a rest for a little bit, and yeah, whatever they do is what they do. So yeah, I know I've done my thing out there, and yeah, just one by one.
Game on, Jack. We'll see you in the final. Good luck.
All right, well, let's take a look at our WSL Final 5 snapshot. And now the situation is becoming more simple. Jack Robinson, he's got it unless Gabe Medina makes it to the final and wins. So now you know all the complex situations we've gone through, Peter. They're pretty simple right now. Jack's in unless Gabe wins this event.
Wow, and he gets through into this final. What a final, and what is on the line there? It's huge implications, and of course, Medina finds his way into that final 5. You got 3 Brazilians in there going for some Olympic bids over there at Trestles, which, hey, not right now. Robinson's holding on to it.
You think Gabe Medina wants a 4th world title?
I would say yes.
Yes,
it looks like it.
He does. Again, he must win the event to make the final 5. Gabe Medina. Right now, he's leading in the semifinal number 2. Got Baron Mamiya up against the ropes. Mamiya needs a 9.16 to turn the semifinal. 21 minutes on the clock. Mamiya with priority, however. So the Hawaiian with an opportunity. He needs a special wave.
Gabriel, I think from the very first heat, has known that the only way he was really going to guarantee his spot was by taking the win here. So it's been a very clear goal for him. He hasn't had to worry about all the fray like we have without what's going on. It's literally, I've got to win the event, and that would give me the best chance to be in the final 5. It was pretty simple.
Well, Gabe's made 4 finals here and won 2 of those 4 finals. So he's got a pretty good track record right now. Wants to replicate it, but yeah, if he does make it to the final and it's the winner takes everything between him and Jack Robinson, that is an exciting finish.
It sure is. You know, but I'll tell you what, Baron, he's very capable of blowing minds here. He's done very well, and this is an event, nothing to lose, man. So he can get himself. He's, like I said, with the backhand skills he has, he could easily drop a 9.
Yeah, and we identified him, you know, back in the quarterfinals, like, hey, Baron could be the spoiler. So we'll see if there's a spoiler alert flashing when we get closer to the conclusion of the semifinal number 2. Right now, Medina in control.
Yeah, first 15 minutes. I mean, it's really the big 9-point ride. You know, nothing really else there. So, I mean, I feel like with Baron, with an opportunity, he gets an excellent number here. You know, we've got a heat on our hands. It's not that far out of reach, even though we see a big number there.
Yeah, and I like it, Pete. Sometimes you just break it down into 2 waves. 13.33 2-wave total for Gabe Medina. If he doesn't improve upon his situation, couple of 7s will do the trick for Baron.
So true. Yeah, but again, I think that when you feel that 9 there, you go, okay, I got to go excellent, and that's the pressure that you apply when you're able to put a big number up against your opponent. And all of a sudden, it changes what they're looking for in the lineup, especially when they have priority.
Medina just sitting on the inside of Baron Mamiya, just staying in his peripheral. I feel Gabe Medina also is an incredible mental tactician when it comes to surfing heats.
And he's got such a great read. He's one of the quickest to move up and down the reef. When he identifies a wave, he can get to it.
Here he goes. Up the reef again. Pumps in. Behind the curtain. Stalls for a second section. Through that second section. Looking for an exit. And you saw the board pop out incomplete for Gabe Medina.
Wow, he gets through that one section and goes into that next pocket. We're going to see a huge number again. You know, that was a technical tube riding. It wasn't an easy, clean, super clean barrel. It had all sorts of stuff going on in it, and unfortunately, that's why he didn't make it. But he was deep, and And the wave did come back. It looked like it was going to be almost too deep, and then all of a sudden everything, all the energy comes back onto the reef, and he identifies that, knows that so well. Let's take a look at it here. Pumps up into it, and all of this time he sees there's a moment, he's slowing himself down right there. It just ran into the speed bump. There was actually a lot of white water there in that section. Very tough to go through, especially when he wasn't carrying the same amount of speed because he was trying to maximize barrel time. So he didn't have a whole lot of speed to be able to glide up and over and punch his way through it. You see in this moment slowing it down. So he wasn't actually have any room to be able to get the extra speed in the pump, but look at it, he's still there.
Still made it.
Oh, that's so crazy.
He went over that foam ball.
Such a great look as you go inside the barrel, and that's that stability. He just stays on top of his stringer in the mid part of the board, and that gives him the opportunity. He actually showed up there.
Yeah. That's
and could you imagine if he had come out of that one? Yeah, we would have seen basically at that point would have been kind of heat done and dusted.
Look at how far up his board is. He is as well, Pete.
That's that stability, getting up to that front end, the thickest part of the board, the most stable part of the board. There he is, barely in your sights, but no speed. Yeah, he really wasn't able to glide up and over that. If you'd just been able to get that little extra squirt, but no room to be able to do that. In your forehand, you can. It's just you need a little room to be able to extend a little bit, extend the shock absorbers.
And the fins could have cavitated just a bit in that foam as well, stopping him. But Medina, we talked about it, Pete, the gas pedal and the brake that he's able to apply.
It's high
probably
performance.
one of the best at it.
Yeah, high performance, right? He's got some big calipers for those brakes to slow things down really easily. His carburetors, everything's working really fast and quick, all cylinders. Yeah, he's got the ability to move fast and slow as good as anyone, actually probably the best.
Yeah.
Especially on the forehand.
All right, here we go. Gabe just continuing to hunt barrels, finds another one, poaches through this one, and just gets clipped at the end. But just staying busy, you can see the intent. Gabe Medina says, hey, I'm going to stay busy, keep on surfing. Maybe I'm going to come up with a gem and better that 4.33. He's already got, a gold coin in the chest with that 9-point ride.
And the 137, the 1.2 that he just received on those two waves, ultimately could have been 8s, or not that last one, probably not, but he would have improved the 4.33, the one before. Again, so he's given himself opportunities outside of priorities. Nice work by him because he can do that. That's one of the things that he is so good at, is finding opportunities up and down the reef, and he'll identify it very quickly. He sees the ocean, he sees it, and he'll make that instinctual move to wherever it needs to be to get in position for that wave better than anyone.
You see, we've seen Gabe Medina having a bit more fun on tour this year, a little bit more lighthearted. You think he's enjoying stuff right now, or do you think this is the time where Gabe puts the game face on?
We'll get back to it. Looks like, yeah, maybe an opportunity. Nope. Well, I would say that Gabe has been a very great career. I think he was clear in being vocal about what he wanted to win, was 3 world titles, and he's done that. So it's like, oh, I've kind of achieved that goal. So now what, right? Where do I find that motivation? And I would imagine it's probably a bit challenging, but I will say that good waves is always something that will do that. And I think that when you're in competitive mode, like you can get into, that feels good. Your body's pumped up, the adrenaline's there. Competition is fun when you're doing well. And I think that's where he's getting a little extra juice. When you're time off and stuff like that, and you start focusing on a little something different, that might play in. But ultimately, when he's the machine and when the machine's running hot like he is right now, pretty tough to stop.
Sure is. Well, we're going to take a break right now. E hoi mai, ma to. We'll be right back. More action from Teahupo'o. The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, semifinal number 2 out in the water, and Gabe Medina in a must-win situation. To clinch a finals 5 spot for Medina, it's simple. He needs to win this event. He's on his way right now. He's got the advantage over Baron Mamiya. 12 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, Kuiper along with Peter Mel. Medina up the reef, taking another one, and he's just going to cruise through this. Maybe a little bit of repositioning for the 3-time world champ.
And that's that roaming of the lineup. He's always just kind of sharking around, taking a look. You know, the part of the reef that he's on right there is going to be nice and flat. It's going to be the barrel section there, so a wave will kind of wedge and move around on this reef, and he identifies that, like I had mentioned before. Such a good eye, especially here at Teahupo'o, because he sees it so easily. It's so natural for him, and he's able to make those reactionary moves, and he can manufacture scores, get creative. Here he is doing it again.
Here we go. Medina on his 10th wave of this heat, just staying busy. But what can glare at you right now, and really obvious in the scoring bug, that big 9-point ride that just stands out there as another testament to Gabe Medina being one of the best ever out here at the end of the road.
In all conditions. You know, we've seen him do it in the big stuff. We've seen him do it when it's small. We've seen him when it's windy. And again, just so comfortable.
Medina deep on this one, pumps and pulls out the back.
You know, these are all just like looks, taking a look. There's nothing wrong with that. He doesn't have a wave quota that he has to worry about. You know, ultimately, just testing the waters.
Hey, Peter, good news. Strider Wazalewski, he's back out in the lineup. Strider.
Yeah, Waz.
Yeah, my friends, how are you?
Good to see you, my friend.
Oh, wow, it is looking nice and delicious out here right now. It just looks so groomed and fun, and just want to catch waves. And I just, you know, these guys. Ooh, wait, we might have to move, bro.
Okay. You got a one-hand paddle. Let's go.
I'm gonna go. I'm going. Ready?
You can't. Don't get an interference. And take a look back at that mountainside. Man, how beautiful is it?
Wow, it's absolutely beautiful. I mean, yeah, it's definitely looking like Jurassic Park back there.
Tell us about the lineup.
You know what, though? The lineup is epic. Coaches are here. Everybody's getting ready for this next final coming up with the women's side. And in the water right now, Gabby's on a heater. I watched him in certain locations, and he looks over and in certain circumstances, and he just says, "It's not my fault." But it is his fault because he's constantly working to make things happen. And so, you know, he's on that kind of hunting mood right now, where everything that moves, he's just grabbing, and you put something in front of him on the table to eat right now, he's just going to eat it.
Yeah, his Amakua is definitely a shark, right?
Well, and you're right, Strider. He's ridden 12 waves so far. Women's final next, Strider. Wastradamus in the channel. You got a prediction for the women's final? Caroline Marks or Caitlin Simmers?
This is going to be really fun to watch. You know, this is almost a toss-up for me, because Caroline Marks was figuring it out as she went through her heat, realizing that she needed to be deeper. And after the heat, she came over, she started talking. She's like, "Wow, you really got to take off on those ones that look like closeouts." And I'm like, "Yeah, those are the ones." And she's like, "Okay." So I feel like she's clicked in, but maybe she needs a little more time in that. And I think Simmers has paid her dues. She has got scratches and bruises, new tattoos all over her legs and feet right now from her warm-ups here. She has paid and fed the fish a few times. And when I say feed the fish, I mean she scraped the reef and left skin down there. It's like crazy. If you actually take a second and take a look at those legs, she is ready and has done battle. So I feel like I'm giving her the upper hand coming into this, but if Caroline Marks actually does the math and gets that deeper one and understands how far back she needs to be, she's going to be hard to beat as well. So right now it's a toss-up. I'm gonna give you the. We'll go halfway into it, and I'll tell you who's going to win.
Thank you so much. Great to have Strider back out in the water, and the observations, the theories, everything. Well-studied surfing mind.
Yeah, Wastradamus, self-proclaimed Wastradamus, and we love. It's such a big part of the show, and a big part of really surfing history, right? Strider Wazalewski. So good to have him on board.
All right, Pete. Well, 8 minutes remaining. Medina still with the advantage over Baron Mamiya. Mamiya still has been just very stubborn with that priority. Needs a 9.16. So we talked about it before, how Baron can take the lead off of Gabe Medina with 2 sevens. But as the clock rolls down, it turns more and more into a one-wave game.
Yeah, that pressure cooker just starts to get hotter and hotter, and you start to hear that start to steam. It does. It plays on your mind, because all of a sudden decision-making, you think about having to have 2 waves, really what it comes down to. I mean, yeah, I see it's a 9.16 as a need, but it still kind of feels like it needs 2 waves to catch him.
And Medina's just baiting him, continues to ride waves, pulls in, travels through. Seen that for the 2000th time for Gabe Medina.
Yeah, not going to change much for him there, for Gabe. Just showcasing his skills once again, and as you'd mentioned, just staying loose, staying in rhythm, he's surfing, and that's what when he's at his best, that's what it feels like he does. He rides a lot of waves.
Well, Medina's going to want some gas in the tank, because if he's able to win this semifinal, it's going to be him and Jack Robinson going blow for blow for not just a victory here, but also for a spot in the WSL Final 5.
Yeah, well, the final's the 3rd heat of the day. Generally, you only get that on finals day. Sometimes it happens in the earlier rounds, but not really. Usually it's like 1 heat or maybe 2 heats. So the 3 heat finals day always is a bit more physical.
Heat recap, Pete. Gabe Medina knows how to go excellent.
That's right. Behind it on a bigger set wave, one of the bigger set waves we'd seen, gets out of there so easily, and just speed control, pump up, over the foam ball, in the foam, out the hole, 9 points, and a great start. It went back and forth. Barron was actually doing the right thing early. He was able to give himself priority and got creative here for his best number of a 4.17. And Gabe still holding on to a lower number of the 4.33, which is giving Barron this chance.
True that. I mean, Gabe gets a 6-point ride, and then it's a combination for Barron Mamiya. 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. What are you seeing out there, Pete? I
just want to see some sets in this last 5.5 minutes. A little extra energy would be nice. I'm willing it to have a couple extra waves here to keep it interesting. But man, you look at that scoreline. If you look at all the waves ridden, 14 waves for Gabe Medina.
2 waves for Barron Mamiya ridden, 14 waves for Gabe Medina ridden. And this is going to be number 15 right here for Medina.
And like you said, there's no harm in that, because you take off on a wave, you never know if it's going to give you a big air section down the line. It might actually load up and turn into a little barrel. I mean, so always just getting up and looking at it is the best way to go about it.
Wave coming through here. It looks like it's a couple of set waves with longer walls, so we'll see if Barron's interested in any of these. Mamiya takes a peek over the lip there.
He looks pretty deep here too. You think about the current now with this tide moving out, it's going to start pulling people up the point.
Second one, you can see Barron just duck diving underneath that one.
No real scoring opportunity though. Both those waves just lopping over nose barrel opportunity.
Wave number 3 kind of drawing off the reef, but Barron's not interested in that one either, and that one's pretty much a dud as well.
Wow, so a nice little set to hit the lineup, but the wrong angle.
Wall here. Gabe's gonna go. Pumps, pulls in, travels through that section, and it would be very, very dangerous for Barron Mamiya if Gabe was able to make it out of that one.
Oh, and that wave didn't look like it had a whole lot of quality in it until he stood up, and all of a sudden everything moved back onto the reef. And so those are those closeout waves. I mean, you looked at that line, it looked kind of like a closeout, right? I mean, was I blind?
No, yeah.
But he saw it, and he saw that it was going to come back, and he almost made that another good number.
I mean, he came out of that one, he puts Barron likely in a combination and shuts out the heat.
Pretty much, yeah. 3.5 minutes to go. I mean, we're now at this point now. You asked me the other heat, I was giving John 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You were right. I probably shouldn't have done that. He wasn't going to be able to pull it off. But at this point now, Barron really is just looking at, hey, maybe one number, right? The 9.16, if he can, have that Hail Mary and get that opportunity. He is very capable of it, but he needs a special wave to happen.
So this is when the X factor of the ocean comes into play, that Barron needs that opportunity. We know he has the skill set, just needs a set in these last 3 minutes.
But he's thinking strategically. Gabriel has been playing the same game pretty much, wants to get that first wave. He's going to shark around the lamp and ride as many waves and give himself as many opportunities. Like, how do you stop that?
Right? It's hard. You can't really defend against Gabe Medina, can you? You have to be proactive. And the only time I've seen people really, you know, beat Medina is when you get that early start, and then you kind of put him in the corner and make him try a little too hard, and then let him almost beat himself in a way. But if Gabe's on, it's really, really hard to come out of a heat against them.
And it's intimidating, right? It comes out of the gates, you know, you see, you know, the intensity that he carries, paddling into the lineup. You know he's going to go and try and, you know, beat you to the inside part of the reef so he can get that first opportunity. You know that's going to happen. It's very rare that you'd see him concede position.
And he doesn't really have a weakness. We see his air game is incredible. He can surf points incredibly. Here we go. Forces this one. Mamiya takes off. Pulls in and needs to come out of that one, and he will not come out of that. And now Gabe Medina forcing the hand of Baron Mamiya. Needs a quick paddle back out, and he can secure the lineup and earn his spot into the final.
The eject button, you know, the pencil dive, we've seen that come. It's really effective to jump out of the way and not affect the surfer that you're basically baiting to go on that one, and he'll just pop right out the back. Look at him. He's actually now coming in. You know, he didn't even have to paddle out. He's going to get priority with a minute and a half to go, and now he's just going to close this one out.
Yeah, there he is. Camouflaged in blue. Gabe Medina now just going to shut this one out. Sit next to Baron Mamiya. He's got a big lead. He's got priority. This is a pretty elementary play for the three-time world champ.
Congrats to Baron Mamiya for final event of the season, getting himself into the semifinals, you know, back into the semifinals since his win. You know, he's had quarters and been kind of blocked there, so good to see him there and reaching his potential. He's got more to give us, too. Still young.
Oh, yeah, just 23 years old. We'll see a lot more of Baron Mamiya, but I also want to thank Gabe Medina because this is going to be an exciting, exciting event. Now, the final five situation is going to come down to the final here in Tahiti.
Basically, these guys are surfing for a world title, or an opportunity for a world title, right? Jack Robinson, Gabriel Medina, in 30 seconds, it is going to be official. They're going to surf themselves into the Rip Curl WSL Final. Oh, man. Couldn't have scripted it better. But we don't script this.
It's impossible to script as well.
I mean, think about it. The ocean, right? Like, opportunities. Everyone wants to win. Yeah, it's what makes it so interesting and so fun. Who's got the connection with the ocean? And right now, it feels like Gabe Medina's got that.
That's it. We're going to have an incredible final set up for you. Gabe Medina on to the final against Jack Robinson. Kingy likes it, and we will look at how the final five is going to play out. It's going to be the last heat of the day for the men that decides that last spot in the final five. Let's take a look at the WSL final five snapshot. Simple. Whoever wins is in the final five, Pete.
That's right. Those two white. Robinson sits in that fifth spot right now. Medina sits at number 7. But since he is still in the event, a surf-off for the last spot. How incredible is that, Kaipo? I cannot wait.
Let's do it. Finals on the way. Women's final in the water when we return. Caroline Marks, Caitlin Simmers, Joan Flick. They'll be back in here talking you through that final. Stick around.
Caroline loves this wave. Setting up a big section. Katie Simmers comes flying out.
Plan for the final.
I don't know, I kind of just want to do the same thing. It'd be really cool to take the win here, and it'll be super fun.
Caitlin Simmers versus Caroline Marks in the final at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. The final stop of the regular season. All USA matchup. Florida versus California. Caroline Marks the goofy foot, Caitlin Simmers the regular foot, and both of them will be competing for a world title in September. A lot going on in the final of the season. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier. Caitlin just came off her best single score on the championship tour, getting into the nines. Can she keep that momentum going against the goofy foot in this final?
Well, she did say in that post-heat interview with Laura, all she wants to do is just do that same thing again. I mean, a 9, what an amazing score, 9.23, highest one of this event and highest one of her career so far. Pretty incredible stuff. Such an amazing wave to call. We were in the booth for that one. But she's got a tough heat on her hands. Caroline has been really in form this event. Probably one of my top 3 picks, I guess. Definitely Tati was up there, hard charging on her forehand. Vahine as well. Caroline was definitely up there. Feels like as each heat has progressed out here, she's gotten through, she just keeps getting more and more confidence, and this is going to be a pretty good heat, but I really think even more so now, it seems like conditions getting even more trickier to read, that wave selection is what it's going to come down to.
We got a text from Renato Hickel earlier today calling for 40-minute finals. How is that going to change the game?
Well, it's an extra 5 minutes on the clock, and a little bit more time for the women to just really make sure that their wave selection is on point. That 5 minutes could make the difference when it comes down to the last few minutes of the heat, someone needing a score. Maybe they do it in the last few minutes of this heat, but just a little bit more opportunity out there because these conditions are deteriorating a little bit. So here we go.
Here we go. It's always great to honor the champions that kind of paved the way here at the end of the road. Let's talk about the first champ out here at Teahupo'o. Kate Wilcombs, but known as Kate Scarrett when she was competing. What does she mean to you?
Oh, Kate. I mean, the women that have won this event in the previous years, they're all such amazing women. Kate, I remember the first time I met her, I was actually about 10 years old. It was at a Roxy Surf Jam event, which is where Roxy used to run these events. They used to take their top women around Australia, around the world, and got a chance to meet her in real life. I couldn't believe it. She came with Sofia Milanovic, another world champion from Peru, also sponsored by Roxy at the time back then. So it was a really cool moment for me being a Grommy. I think Lane's won this event a few times. Had a poster of Lane on my bedroom wall for many years, probably up until I was about 18 years old. We've got KK, winner out here, hard charging female, was on the world tour for multiple years, finished runner-up in the world. And then she's always said she wanted to win a world title, and she did that at PR here at Jaws Challenge recently, only a few years ago. So yeah, I've just got this image in my head of KK out here. Well, actually 2. One I wish I forgot. One of her injuries out here was just so hectic. She went down on a really small day out here. It's just as dangerous when it is this size.
And Flick, looks like we're starting the final. Caitlin Simmers just up and out, feeling out her equipment and setting priorities. So Caroline holding priority as Caitlin's paddles back out. Let's break down the conditions for the final with Strider. What are we seeing?
Well, we're seeing a lot of wind come up. We've just seen the Maramu winds. Those are the south winds that come out from, we got a big, situation out here in the back with the clouds and kind of like a little mini storm happening behind it. And it's really switched the winds over and come from the south a lot more. What we want was the easterly, more southeasterly winds. And right now it's pretty strong. So out the back, if you get a look at it, there's just huge whitecaps coming across the ocean. So it'd be really hard to identify the right waves. Have to think that maybe number 2 of the set would be the best one to pick, as these first ones are going to have a lot of chatter on the face.
Solid breakdown, Strider, as we focus on these Oakberry surf conditions. We've got waves with 6 to 8 foot faces, but that's that south wind that Strider was talking about. Can be very tricky, and the wind speed is definitely increased 18 to 20 knots. That's why you see all those white caps out the back. Wave selection is so crucial, and just being aware when you can pull in and when you need to go to turns. Caitlin Simmers has been great at that to make a spot in the final. She's won on her backhand attack, and she's also won getting nice and barreled, more specifically in her last semi-final heat against Vahine.
Yeah, that was a cracker of a heat. I really did think Vahine kind of came out of the gate. She was in the lead there for a while. Katie had a 6-5. Vahine had, I think, around a, can't actually remember what Vahine had. It's been so many heats today. 7-6-7, thank you. But yeah, Katie just coming out of the bag with that 9.2. It was just different sort of a wave. It made you feel something different, bigger in size, more round. Dropped in, stuck the drop, snap under the lip, and came flying out. 9.2.
Caitlin absolutely charges. Do you think it's something that you're born with, or is it something that you can really improve on throughout your career?
I think both. I definitely think both. You're born with it, and you can definitely work on it. You know, as you get older, and my friends now are starting to have kids, right? And I watch these kids growing up, and you just look at some kids and they've just got something inside of them. They're kind of like a bull at a gate, and they just want to go. Whereas some kids are a little bit more hesitant, kind of analysing the situation. But I have no doubt that you can really work on that. And we've seen that actually on the women's side of the draw. We've seen Lakey Peterson. She was really open about, she wanted to improve waves of consequence. And it was just she said it was a weakness of hers, and wanting to be able to feel comfortable in big surf. And then she worked on it for a while and came back and won Margaret River, major event that sort of scared her on tour for a while. So I definitely think that you can become better at it, but I also do think you're born with it.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see how people grow in that field of charging. We always look forward to seeing who's going to take on this intimidating lineup and succeed. One man that's done it for a very long time, considered the best in modern day times at the end of the road, is Gabriel Medina, who's in another final. He's hanging out with Laura.
Gabby, we'll just get you really quick. You're into your 6th Tahiti Pro Final. You're going to go up against Jack Robinson for a matchup. Winner takes the last spot in the final 5. Are these the moments you live for?
Yes, I mean, I'm just stoked to get a few barrels. It's been so fun. I mean, been getting barreled, just living the dream, and yeah, one more to go.
Well, you don't have long now. Anything you want to say to your fans back at home?
Obrigado a todos, você que tá à tarde aí no Brasil. É isso, continua aí, falta mais uma e vai dar tudo certo. Amém.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Valeu. Obrigado. Parabéns. Gabriel Medina into the final yet again. It's amazing looking at his dominance at this wave. Unbelievable. You look at the last 6 years or so, his worst results is semi-final. Now in his 6th final, looking for his 3rd victory. Jack Robinson, Gabriel Medina, even in one-on-one heats, 2-2. This one will settle it for their rivalry, but also it'll settle it for the WSL Final 5. Will Medina take the 5th spot and compete for a 4th world title? Will Jack save his season after a 5-event slump because of injuries, lost some rhythm? Can he save himself here with backhand tube rides to show up at lower trestles? We're about to find out. It's a surf-off.
It is a surf-off. I'm so excited for that final. Wow, you just can't believe that it's ended up happening this way. Crazy, crazy times.
Whew. I might watch that one from under the coffee table here. So much stress involved in that, so much drama. That's why we love this format. There's so much on the line. Jack versus Gabe coming up next for a spot in the WSL Final 5. Hats off to Yago Dora, who had his best year to date. Just lost that 5th spot, the final event of the season, going down to Robinson in the quarterfinals. Opening rides for Caitlin have just been little warm-up looks, 0.77, 0.5, so Caroline has just been pacing herself with priority. Caroline looking for another win this year. She's been in a few finals, even going back to Sunset Beach. She was runner-up to Molly Picklum. Runner-up also in Lemoore at the Surf Ranch. But then, yeah, got her win at El Salvador, which helped a lot because that's 10,000 points. What a great confidence boost to finish off the regular season with a big win, rolling that momentum into the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Oh, you've got to think that there's no doubt both these girls want to win. I mean, Caroline, she's a higher seed going into the WSL Finals than what Caroline is, but up and riding Caroline.
Caroline just up and out, so after being nice and patient, it'll just be a priority throw right back to Caitlin Simmers, and she's not going to waste any time as she looks to hold that rail, pulls up into the pocket, and ends up falling on the wrapping cutback. You see how challenging the conditions are right now for this final.
For sure. Even in a shot we just saw before, there were so many white caps. Look out to the horizon there. They've really kicked up, like Strider said, that those winds from the south getting stronger and stronger, so the conditions getting more and more challenging. I just think it's going to be super important to make sure that you are on that second or third wave of the set. That first wave's going to come through the lineup. It's going to clean up any lump and bump. That second one is going to seem a lot more clean. We go Caroline looking at this one. This one is actually quite clean, but then it hits this inside frothy section. Katie, sort of a little in and out, really quick one, but hits that wobble on the inside and just comes unstuck. But you could just see the color of that wave, just how white it was, which means that there's a lot of foam, water through the face of that wave, a lot of air. Fins hit the air, she comes off.
Yeah, tough to really set a line when there's a lot of white water on the face. So this one's pretty lucky that they had 40 minutes down to 26 on the clock. So plenty of time for 2 new waves for both of these athletes. As we were talking about the past champions, this event ran till 2006 before a serious hiatus until 2022. Did we talk about Chelsea Hedges yet?
We didn't talk about Chelsea.
Winning this event in 2005.
Chelsea is, in my books, she's still one of my favorite goofy footers. She just surfs with so much style. Fun little fact is I actually ended up taking Chelsea's spot. Hedges, that she was Chelsea Georgeson at the time. Now she's Chelsea Hedges, but yeah, she actually got pregnant the year I finished one spot short of qualifying. Chelsea ended up being pregnant, and I got to have her spot on tour, so that was pretty cool little moment for me.
And great that she passed the torch to another Australian goofy foot.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Yeah, cool moment. I think another former winner on that list is Melanie Redmond-Carr, also West Aussie, represent.
I knew you'd get excited about that one.
Of course. Yeah, Western Australians, we're very passionate about our West Aussie surfers. It's a small surf community over there, so as soon as we get a West Aussie doing well, I'm sure the whole of Western Australia will be watching that next heat with Jack Robbo in the final.
That was about the time when Mel Redmond-Carr was actually in the title race. Had a lot of wins that season as we look through the tube with Caroline Marks' first completion of the final. And a cool carve on the open face. And I'm glad that she just didn't kick out, laid down the rail real quick. In these challenging conditions, you probably want to show the judges a little bit of everything right now.
Oh, for sure. I think smart decision by Caroline. Nice, clean exit out of that tube and laid the board and rail. You just want to make the most of the wave because it's so difficult out there. You just don't know what it's going to come down to in these final moments of this heat. And why would you kick off if you could get an extra 0.2 on a wave? Could come down to that.
Certainly. Let's take another look here.
This wave just stayed pretty open for Caroline. It was a smaller one. Manages to get another carve on the outside there. Just to have a look. Threads through that one pretty nicely. Really laying that board on rail. You can see it was a smaller wave though, which I'm sure the judges will probably take into consideration. Probably a bit more room to move in the scale there, but nonetheless, it's a make.
Gabe Medina with his coach Andy King. For the first time, he hasn't been able to exit to the land to go back to his home to relax. He's got a final coming up, so he's had to stay in the channel, stay relaxed and hydrated, preparing for a big final with Jack Robinson. Robinson just in his second start out here but he's had a lot of reps in the trials over the years. And Medina, obviously the man to beat with his track record at this wave. It's a super heat winner, moves on to the 5th spot and competes for a world title in September. I love that it came down to the last heat of the regular season to work out the WSL Final 5.
Oh, so cool. I think, you know, obviously what you said before, Gabby's definitely the man to beat. However, Jack not only has had so much experience out here in trial sessions, and this is his 2nd World Tour event out here, but he's been putting in free surf trips to Tahiti since he was probably about, I don't know, I mean, around early teenage years, I'd say. So over the years, I've just seen countless images, clips from Jack out here that are just making drops on waves that you just cannot believe. So this is going to be such an amazing final. It's going to be goofy versus regular as well. So also super exciting there. Like, for me, Gabby's looked on point. He's just been sort of finding these absolute gems. It's going to be, conditions are obviously deteriorating now, so both surfers probably going to have to just be a bit more selective in their waves.
Great job to our camera crew that's been in the channel capturing all these images. It's been a wild ride out there in the channel with all this weather and lump and bump on the ocean, but they've been bringing all this vision to you around the world. They love surfing. They love their job. And they've been doing incredible all week, capturing big barrels, big turns here at the last event on the World Surf League Championship Tour's regular season. Caroline and Caitlin will be competing for a world title. Caitlin is the number 5 seed. Caroline, the number 3 seed. They potentially could have a surf-off moment for, you know, the Olympic Games.
Wow, could you imagine that surf-off moment during the WSL Final 5 for that final spot for the Olympics? Pretty cool to think about.
Carissa's already there. She'll be back to defend her gold medal, and we'll see who ends up joining her. Caroline, Caitlin, a lot of cool scenarios to look forward to this September. Packed house to watch the last couple of heats of the day. Great job to the Water Patrol as well. The legends from the Hawaiian Water Patrol team would come out here in the early days and do a lot of drills and coaching. Legends like Teahupo'o, who's always a great face to hang out with in the Hawaiian Islands, and a great connection there with their Polynesian heritage. Always really kind and taking care of the best surfers in the world. As we're looking at 20 minutes on the clock, Katie's impressed us a lot this season. 2 wins, and they've been in beach breaks, so this would change that script if she could win over the shallow reef. And always impressive when you can perform here for your first time in a jersey. Here comes Katie Simmers, and she loses that rail. It was like a step halfway down the face, and she goes down hard. There's the board popping up first for Caitlin Simmers, and finally coming back up. Strider, that looked like a really tough wipeout, but looks like she's all right.
Woo, that was hectic. Tommy Witz, her coach, giving her the thumbs up to make sure she's okay, but she was down. I mean, just dropped out of the sky trying to grab the rail, and there were so many ribs in the face of the wave because it was the first wave of the set. It just bucked her, and she just ended up airborne, reconnected with her chest and her head, and basically body surfed into the heaviest cave and just was a cakey shore break body surf wave. It was heavy. Man, it went down deep. Gosh, she was down for a while.
Yeah, we just saw another view of it, Waz. Looks like she's scorpioned body surfing through that.
Heavy.
And her coach, Tommy Witz, is breaking it down as well in the channel. Strider, that was wild. I mean, for Caitlin, she's proved a lot this week, that she could take a wipeout. She felt the reef before we got started on opening day. And you know what it's like to take a beating out here. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you know what? The thing that's really impressive, I think you're kind of alluding to it, is the will to come back, the will to keep going, the will to, you know, to prevail after you've taken these beatings and been all over the reef and just gotten, you know, annihilated. And you know, I feel like she's chalking it up to the experience and just putting in her time, so to speak. But I know a lot of guys that surf, you know, and they just, after a couple of those, that would have sent them to the channel, you know, straight out. And my hat's off to Miss Simmers there. She just right back on the board, right back out there, and ready for another one.
That's right, Strider. Your worst wipeout of your life was right here, right? At Teahupo'o?
That was. I was. I thought that everything was going to end right here on this reef, and I'm lucky to be here. But that's another story.
Yeah, you also needed a new pair of shorts.
Needed some new shorts. Yeah, new surfboard, new skin.
But look, he's back every year, and that's what's special about these surfers that really fall in love with this wave. Flick, he broke it down with Vahine earlier. You know, having a heat where she didn't catch a single wave, and then falling in love with embracing the fear, pushing yourself, believing that you can do it. Caitlin did take that trip with Red Bull last season when she said she wanted to work things out before accepting her spot on tour, and it really paid off. She got to take that trip to Tahiti, learn in a free surfing element, not when a clock's, you know, winding down and you got to go. And she's learned a lot.
I think that's a really important point that you make, because if you come here and you haven't had any free surf experience, you know, you get in a heat, well, regardless when you're in a heat, you sort of have to take off. You know, if you're not taking off, you're not making heats. But super valuable, because coming here, getting that experience, figuring out the reef, finding, you know, the certain, out here, because it breaks so far out, it's really hard to have a lineup. You know, you can sort of maybe have two things, something on land and maybe use the tower as like a little bit of a reference. But if you're coming here on a free surf trip, that tower isn't going to be there, you know. So it's a hard place to read. You just got to go off sort of more off instinct, if anything else, and the shape of the reef and where certain lumps are going to break and where certain lumps aren't breaking. But you can be really forced in a heat situation to sort of take off on moments like that, because you are under time constraint. But to be in a free surf and have the luxury of, you know, I'm sure maybe in a free surf, Katie seems a bit more calculated to me than that. She's not kind of, from my opinion, not one of those people who just is going to charge no matter what just because it's a psycho nugget coming through. You know, there is certain people that come to mind that I can think of that would just have a crack regardless. But yeah, this is what these sort of heats force you to do. You know, she wants to win. We heard it in that pro-seed interview. She wants another night. So taking off on absolute nugs.
Love it. As we checked out that great view of the Green Mountains, a lot of amazing Tahitians are all watching this final go down right now. 15:20 on the clock. Caroline is out front. We'll be right back.
We're here on the 10th stop of the World Championship Tour, and we're here with WSL Rising Tides. You know, to be here in Tahiti in one of the most dangerous waves in the world, honestly, and creating space for our next generation of young women. It's important for us to have these women's only practice sessions. We know that the more time we spend here, the better we're going to get.
It's really good to see this generation with Kelia and Kiara just pushing the limits.
I kind of like the feeling of pushing it a little bit further than my expectations and stuff like that.
It's inspiring to my eyes too. I'm like, okay, I need to like step it up. Rising tides!
So much beauty everywhere you look when you come to paradise here in Tahiti. Such a beautiful island on land and in the ocean, and always has a little bit of rainfall. Without rain, you're not going to have rainbows. And we're celebrating this beautiful view in the final. And great to see the locals here supporting. Miss Teahupo'o, Kelia, Kiara Gold enjoyed the rising tides. There's that next generation. So cool to see Island Vasta again. Congratulations on getting the wild card into the main event. Kaoli's younger sister put her name even further on the map as one to focus on when we come to this place, but also competitively. Hopefully we'll see her on tour soon. This lineup has changed a lot since those early days of the championship tour. There's a lot of sleepy days here over the years. Now there's a lot of attention. You know, the final event for the season for the World Surf League Championship Tour, the venue for the Olympic Games next year. Surfers like Vahine leaving her home island to really focus on this wave, knowing how important it will be for her career, not just in these next two years, but for her entire lifetime.
Oh, for sure. I was speaking to Vahine prior to this event, and she said that she actually moved here in 2015 because there was no high school actually on the island that she's from. So Vahine has been living here for quite a while now. Lives up the road, beautiful little property there, and really just putting in the time here. And like we've spoken about before, just really, you know, obviously doing so well on the Challenger Series this year, but also making a name for herself just for the ability to be able to ride a wave of consequence. Do it with grace.
Caroline so far out in front, which reminds us that the trophy for the women will stay in the USA. Last year's champion, Courtney Conlock, getting the big win out here.
Yeah, awesome to see Courts get the win. I feel like if there's one name that she wants, one trophy that she wants her name on, it's Teahupo'o. She just, ever since I've known Courtney, she's always been one to absolutely charge. She's actually one of those women that I was speaking about before, that doesn't matter if there's a bit of consequence involved with this wave, she's just going. Does not matter. She is just so hard charging. I always thought that if Courtney wanted to try her luck on the Big Wave World Tour, she'd be really amazing. She's just got such an amazing connection with the ocean and just sort of seems like no fear.
Yeah, I saw her really quickly at the US Open. So great to see Courtney. Just a beautiful personality, beautiful human, and gave us so much entertainment on tour for many years. Was one of those 14-year-old phenoms that was getting wild cards at events like Honolulu Bay. And that's one story where you're like, okay, we're talking about, do you learn to charge? I think Courtney's one of those ones that was born with it.
For sure. There's no doubt in my brain that Courtney was born with that. Super competitive as well, always wanting to win. Just remember even like the first trip I ever met her on was she came out to Australia. I think it was for World Juniors at Narrabeen. Did a trip up the coast of the east coast of Australia after that. It was with Alessa Quizon, former CT surfer from Hawaii as well. And I just remember Courtney always just taking off on the biggest bombs that day. It didn't matter, you know, what size, if it was on shallow reef, dry reef, Courtney was always going to get the biggest wave of the day.
Love it. Hopefully Courtney's watching this one. 9 minutes on the clock. Caroline still with the lead, 5.33, where she was able to navigate through a quick tube and threw down a quick cutty on the open face. But Caitlin Simmers is only needing a 2.54. So incredibly close. Now in their fourth matchup of 2023. Obviously, Katie's a rookie, so all their heats have been this year. Caroline leading 2-1. Got her at the Surf Ranch. Also got Katie at Sunset Beach. Caitlin got her win in Portugal on road to her first victory. So if Katie can get the win here, it would settle the score 2 apiece heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. More rainbows. That one's actually doubling up. And where that rainbow starts is on land. There's some great Tahitian families that host us, like Moreva, Hinatea, Milton. Really wonderful people. Peva always telling us the history of this event and reminding us that the first surfer that ever rode this wave was a woman back in the day from one of the neighboring islands of Raiatea. The story goes, came out here for maybe a little surf exhibition, surf comp down at the river mouth, but she was attracted to what was happening on the reef pass here at Hawaii, and she just ended up finding a way to ride the wave with so much grace. Actually caused a lot of jealousy from the chief on land here.
Oh wow, that's such a cool story. Love that.
As we look at 7:15, conditions clearly the most challenging of the day. When they've had 40 minutes and just tough to find a rideable wave at the moment. Nothing changing for seeding for the WSL Final 5. It's already set and locked in. It's just who can end up with the last victory of the season. For Caroline, it would be her second victory this year. For Caitlin, it would be 3. And as a rookie, that's just another big statement before she heads home to Southern California.
Oh, for sure. And this heat right now is wide open. Caroline's obviously got this 5.33 sitting there, but Katie only needing a 2.54 out here today. Yes, the conditions are deteriorating, but out here all it takes is one nugget to come through, maybe a set, right? And first wave goes through, next 2 waves are nice and clean. Caroline takes off on the first one, she's got the priority. Katie takes off on the second one behind her, and then all of a sudden we've got this sort of seesawing battle on our hands, and it'll come down to the wire, like maybe the last 2 minutes. So sort of just need a set to come through, really give them a little bit more opportunity. But you can really see that those winds kicking up and creating those white caps out there more towards the horizon. Meaning it's just getting, that wind is just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, just mastering the ocean is such an amazing skill set for these pros on tour. Adapting and trying to perform on the fly and making those subtle adjustments to compete. So we see the Red Bull skis and the Tahitian Water Patrol looking on, enjoying the rainbow. There's the judges tower. We got cameramen up there as well. You can see the priority flag there in favor of Caroline controlling the next set. It's cool when you can hike up that ladder, get up into the tower. It's a couple different stories, but they've got an incredible view. And it gets pretty wild when this place starts firing and it's the actual tower even shakes on smaller days. So not just intimidating for the surfers, but everyone involved at times. There's been those famous shots in free surfs where skis are going over the falls, boats, camera equipment, cameramen, and women trying to jump to safety. As that rainbow is just lighting up, but not much scoring potential for quite a few minutes now. Remember, we're getting closer to Jack Robinson versus Gabriel Medina. Medina going for a 3rd win out here as we lock in with Katie Simmers, needing a 2.54 up and out. Was almost thinking she might just try to throw down a couple turns. I think Katie's determined to get barreled, though, even in these conditions.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought she might just go to turns. She only needs a 2.54, but she's already mentioned it in post-heat interview. She's like, just got to be one of those people, just do some turns. So she's definitely got barrels on the mind, especially after that last semi-final where she locked in that 9.2. That is such a stunning shot right there. Just absolute paradise. Look at that rainbow. It's just so prominent right now.
And Katie trying to channel some magic looking at that rainbow, needing a 2.54. There's a few little houses down there, accessible by boat. That's kind of where those kids will jump in the boat and hop in for school in the morning. It's kind of more important to be able to drive a boat, more important than driving a car, I think, when you live out here.
I'd say you'd get your boat license before you get your car license around here.
Definitely the game plan. Gets you into some good waves and gets you into town. 325, a bowling little wave that's cupped out for Caroline Marks. She lays one down off the top. Caroline chips it off the lip again. Nice clean read on this one. Adapting to maneuvers, and now she's got a backup for the 5-3-3.
I like that. Smart decision. There's a real difference there between her and Caitlin. Caitlin could have sort of had that same opportunity as what Caroline did, but Caroline may be showing a bit more maturity there. She's still so young, only 21, but she's been on tour for a long time. We'll have a look at the replay, and just smart surfing. She almost lost it there, but backs it up with another turn, finishes off with a bit of a carve. Really liked it. You got to think that she's just going to improve on her situation here and make that requirement a little bit harder for Katie. Super smart. I think Katie had that same opportunity. She just sort of didn't take it. Almost lost it there. But regains balance, straight up into the lip, and finishes off with a third turn. So nice wave. You got to think she's going to be replacing that lower score.
Smart surfing for Caroline Marks, world number 3. Replaces the lower score, turns in a 3.9, which could be very significant to decide this final. Caitlin now needs a 6.06. And the 17-year-old just with her eyes on this lumpy horizon. You know, for Courtney, it was her first event out here in Tahiti because it was off the calendar for many years. So it was impressive for all the competitors to come here and try to figure it out on the fly. For some of them, it was their first visit. It's kind of what Caitlin's doing. I mean, she had been here in the past on that trip last season, but her first time in a jersey or competing, it's a whole nother story as she gets locked in and showing her game plan, trying to knife that one into the pit, and she'll go down. Priority with Caroline and approaching the final minute.
Whoa. Well, I really think Katie should have done a couple of turns on that wave that she had. I just think it was just a little bit of a missed opportunity. Caroline obviously sitting there with that 5-3-3. I mean, this is a nice attempt by Katie right here. Beautiful technique, just a bit deep and just gets gobbled up. That wave not letting her see the exit there. 40 seconds on the clock. Caroline's got priority. It's going to be pretty hard for Katie to sell a wave right now, you got to think.
She's been pretty impressive with buzzer beater moments. Even go back into her win in Peniche. She did it so many times when you think the heat was going away from her. She'd have a surprise, even with her heat she had there against Caroline. She's saved herself on turns throughout this event, but committed to what she's been saying to us in her post-heat interviews, with the game plan of getting barreled. Holding her off this wave was Caroline Marks, so we'll expect the priority to shift to Caitlin Simmers. But now we're down to 5 seconds, and that might be it. What an event for the surfers representing the United States of America. It's official as we've run out of time for Caitlin Simmers. Caroline Marks takes out the season finale at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown. Her second win of the season and world number 3 will have some confidence heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Whoa, that was pretty cool. Really cool moment for Caroline. Just surfing with maturity, you know. She just really adapted to the conditions. Obviously talked to her coach Luke before she went out, and they would have seen that the conditions are deteriorating so much, and it was just really, you know, if you get a wave, make the most of it, and she did. Adapting, going to turns, got the little barrel, the 5-3-3. Probably not the way that she thought she would want to win this final, but a win is a win.
Well done for Caroline Marks. Showed up, made some heats last year, ended up getting knocked out by Tatiana Weston Webb, came back the following season ready to go. Took some time off as well last year in the first half of the year, which was important to her, and really lit the fire and reminded herself why she loves competing so much. And great job to the rookie on tour, making a big final here. First time competing at the end of the road. That's going to be a fun one to watch. She'll be in the first match in September against Molly Picklum to go for a world title. Can she do what Steph Gilmore did and win a world title as a rookie? But Caroline has so much love for the lowers right and the left. Can't wait to watch the show go down.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting. Oh, just can't wait. I mean, I'm really excited to see Caroline in there. Goofy footer. It's going to be good.
Let's hear from the champion. Take it away, Strider.
Well, there you go, young lady. You just crushed it all the way through to the finals. Finals were a little jumbly out there, but you're our Shiseido champion out here at the Tahiti Pro. Congratulations.
Woo, thank you. Yeah, stoked. The waves got really tricky. We had like a front. Me and Luke were looking at it going, oh, I wonder what this is going to do to the wind, you know? Yeah, it got kind of weird, and I just found that one little barrel, and then I had to go to turns on my second last wave. I had like a 0.5 with like 3 minutes left, and I was like, all right, I gotta get this out of my score line. But wow, yeah, this is like a dream event to win, so I'm super pumped.
And what about sharing it with Simmers? I mean, you know, 2 American young women coming into this final, probably felt really good.
Yeah, it was super cool. Yeah, it was awesome. She had a really, really good heat before, and I knew it was going to be a really tough battle, and she's had such a stellar year, and she has that rookie energy, you know, like no pressure, and it's just really cool. She got a really cool support crew around her, so it's really fun to have her on tour, and I'm sure we'll have a lot more heats together, so that was awesome. All American final was really fun.
And Luke Egan in your corner.
Yeah, he's super grateful for him to be in my corner. I think he made the final out here with Andy, I think. So yeah, it's really special to have all of his knowledge. Yeah, are we gonna get? No, we're good.
Well, one more for the Shapers ranking for Mayhem. Congratulations, Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. Congratulations, you're a champ.
Oh, thanks so much. Thanks to my family, my friends, sponsors. I freaking love you guys. It's been such a rad year, and more work to do at lowers. Woo!
All right, back to you guys. We'll take it away for the men's final.
Well done, Strider. Congratulations to Caroline Marks. A big final coming up next. And starting already, Gabriel Medina timed this one at the buzzer and already coming flying out of the tube to take on Jack Robinson. Remember, a lot on the line. A spot in the WSL Final 5. And it's going to come down to this, the last heat of the regular season. Jack versus Gabe. Iago was hanging on to that 5th spot and did incredibly well to get to the quarters, but his good friend Jack got the victory over him as we get prepared for Robinson versus Medina.
Robinson or Gabe Medina can take that final 5 spot. Whoever wins is in the final 5.
40-minute final scored on your top 2 waves. Australia versus Brazil, regular versus goofy. This is as good as it gets. Jack Robinson competed for his first world title last season at lower trestles. This is just his 3rd year on tour. He came into his 2nd season as a world title threat with a newfound confidence, but he's taking on one of the best to ever compete here at the end of the road. Gabriel Medina looking for a 3rd victory out here in his 6th final in just a storied career. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier and big wave champ Pete Mel for the call now. Pete, this is as good as it gets. Jack versus Gabe for the last spot in the WSL Final 5. Medina already got started with a 6.83.
Obviously his strategy, what he wants to do is draw first blood, get those first waves, and sure enough, he did that, took that inside position, and he scored a good wave. A 6.83 is a great start to this final. Conditions seem like it got really ragged for the women's final, but all of a sudden that squall's moved out and the winds have steered into a better direction, and it's a much smoother lineup.
Just there's this type of energy that Gabriel Medina demands, Flick. What'd you see here?
Yeah, beautiful opening wave from Gabby here, straight in and out. Nice travel time too. So great way to get started. This wave, yeah, great point, Pete. It just looks so much more groomed out there right now. That squall has moved through. You can see the face of that wave looking so nice and clean. So sign of good things to come.
Yeah, I mean, when you live an island life, you know, in the Polynesian Islands, oftentimes you want to, you know, look at the conditions throughout the day, you know, because you don't really want to write off days because it can clean up and go through these different little mood swings. But it's also to Medina's credit just finding sections of the reef to work with as he's hunting right now. Up and out. I mean, Pete, if you could draw low over this reef and just mark all the takeoff spots that Medina has utilized on the road to this final, it would look like a cartoon that you drew on a map.
It looked like Nate Florence's map of Namibia.
As we look into the channel with Medina, this is what you'd expect from him, Pete. Not just taking all the energy, not sitting still at all, and he could close this out early like he's done to his opponents all week.
Why would he change? I mean, the success rate, it's his free surfs are this way, his heat surfs are generally this way, and if you disrupt it, that's what Jack needs to do, is disrupt it at this point, because once he gets this roll going, it's just non-stop, and he's already done it twice today where he's just putting numbers down very early in the heat, closing it down, putting pressure, and he's doing it once again at the start of this final.
Yeah, it's like you know that's going to be his game plan. So, Flick, if you're Jack, are you trying to change gears? Before we get there, this is what Medina just did on wave number 3.
Yeah, wow. Big, meaty drop straight into that cavern. Actually fell there. I thought I was going to... I never take my eyes away when I'm watching Medina because you just never know. He could just come flying out behind that foam ball.
He's like a rhythm thief for opponents. You know, when you look at the heat with John, you know, John looked like he was in complete control throughout all of his matchups, and then Medina just stole it again. As we welcome everybody to the final, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Pete Mel. But I was just thinking about out-strategizing the genius out here and what Jack might be able to do, Pete.
And maybe, again, we saw Barron kind of try and do it, and it actually worked to his favor at the beginning of that heat because he juked him and ended up fighting for that inside position and ended up getting priority at the very beginning of the heat. And Gabe didn't score anything. So it was good work there. That was trying to disrupt that rhythm is what he really needs to do. And I think Jack was able to do it again in an earlier heat where a big number came out there for Leo.
Rolling in and a nice lunge in the pit for Medina. Another successful make as he lays it down. Ollies down the step. How much confidence does this man have? 17 CT wins. If he gets the victory in this final, he'll break the tie that he shares on the all-time win list with Mark Richards and Barton Lynch. So fun to watch. Pure entertainment, Peter.
And we talked about it earlier. How do you stop this? You know, how do you stop the train? And when he's moving around everywhere. I mean, look, he just found another big barrel. We haven't seen anything like that. And all of a sudden he finds it and then lays into a big hack. You know, again, showing us just building through an event. That was just underneath and out, so easily made.
I'm shook. I think Jack is
totally
too.
Fair.
You can see Jack in that shot before having a look at the one that Gabby was just about to take off on, like, uh-oh.
Have the conditions improved, or is just Medina's in the water?
Medina's in the water. No,
it's a little smoother, right?
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit.
for sure.
But you know what I mean? It's just got this sixth sense when it comes to reading this wave. He makes it all of a sudden look like it's perfect.
The champions will do that. I mean, we've seen it over the years. It started like Tom Curran, you know, MR, and then all of a sudden they get in the water, and all of a sudden everything kind of brightens, and it's exactly what happened here at the start of this final. It literally took a 5-degree turn in the wind and blew offshore again, you know, and that's that. There was a storm out there, and we get that. It happens, you know, a little rain, a little squall goes through, it steers the wind the wrong way, unfortunately, for the women's final, but turned on for us here, and this is a big heat. I mean, just think about this. This is for a world title. You think about that. Jack has to win. Gabe has to win in order to get a spot in the final 5.
I love it. Strider Wazilusi, you got a great view of that last wave at 817 for Medina. How did you like his body language coming out of that too?
Yeah, you know what? As he went into it, he was soul arching. He bottom turned and arced into the barrel. I mean, it was just one of those moments of pure confidence that you see. You know, you guys were talking about that the wind had kind of switched a little bit. It hasn't switched that much. It's still howling out the back, but I think the Brazilian storm that he possesses has whipped it around him, and he's creating these waves. It's pretty impressive to watch. I mean, that was a couple of really good waves. I mean, a couple of bangers, to tell you the truth. And it's going to take some work for Jack to get back into this one.
Wow, I love that, Strider. So Medina actually affecting the weather pattern here in the final. I mean, he takes that kind of energy out here. He's made finals in so many different ways. Won that crazy year in 2014, maybe the most perfect chopes we've had from start to finish, beating Kelly in the final.
Remember, there was a couple days in that, like the first 2 days. I mean, it was pumping, you know, and had everybody shaking in their boots as they were going into their heats. It was crazy.
I mean, and Medina just had to keep proving it to the world that he was ready to be the best out here. How's that? Airdrop, controls it, pulls into the first section. Medina looks like he still has some room for a moment, and he will get clipped. It's crazy where he can go in a tube. The amount of pumps he takes, it's like he's on a roller coaster ride with the Lions as he is adjusting with the foam ball.
What are the odds of how many waves he's going to ride in a 40-minute final? Maybe 25?
I mean, for a 40-minute final, the last thing you want to do is give Medina more time. And he's already got an 8.17 and a 6.83 flick.
Oh my goodness. I think it's just, I'm going to echo what Pete said. You don't want him to get on a roll, and this is exactly what's happening. This is the replay. Such a late drop there. He sticks it, gets up underneath this one, and just keeps driving down the line. I thought for a second we were going to see him fly out of that one. It just seemed like it was
going to happen.
Yeah, it
right?
did.
I don't understand how it didn't happen. I mean, because he was drawing on the right line. He had everything going for him. He was pumping through it. There's some clean water. Maybe he didn't pump in that situation. And I mean, that's the thing about, we talk about the foam ball and how dangerous it is. If you're not going super fast and flying over the top of it, you can just fall through a trap door. And that's kind of what felt like it happened there.
And I love how spontaneous he is. You know, when you break down his technique and how he gets into position and how he takes drops. I mean, every wave, he's just trying to be in the moment, Pete.
100% he is. And, you know, the body English, the soul arch, those aren't things that he was trying to do. He's not just like, oh, I'm going to soul arch. It called for it. It was something where he had to kind of have that kind of, it was almost a stalling technique by soul arching, because he's absorbing energy to get deep in the barrel. And you do these subtle little things that happen just to be able to maximize the barrel time. And he's been doing it innately. It's literally just something that he's just kind of figured out just by surfing the beach rakes at home and then applying it here.
30 minutes left in the regular season. Gabriel Medina controlling this final so far against Jack Robinson. Winner moves on to the Rip Curl WSL Finals to compete for a world title in September. The thing is, if Medina wins, he'll actually jump up to the number 4 seed and push Chianca down to 5th. If Jack wins, he'll be that number 5 seed this September. Waiting period starting on September 8th. It's just a one-day event. Pick the best waves from the 8th through the 16th. And I think Medina's trying to fulfill his goal from actually a year ago. Remember, he took half the year off, was a wild card for the back end of the year, and he wanted to surprise the world by getting on a roll and competing for a 4th title. An injury slowed that story down. Going to the air in Brazil in the heat against Callum Robson.
So the beginning of the season, he kind of tried to make it special. And just go, I'm going to make it dramatic at the end here.
Yeah, I mean, you know he didn't do that, but it's, you know, probably a fitting moment just chasing as Medina's up again. Jack, meanwhile, hasn't even looked at a wave yet that he's wanted to paddle into.
Though, take note. See, he does this. He moves around the reef. It's literally something that he just sharks around.
Now Jack finally taking his first wave of the final. It's staying open for him, and the Australian has so much patience and belief. But it was all about the Medina show for the first 11 minutes of the final. Jack was staying calm and believing in his game plan. He's going to start off with a great number flick.
Wow. The boy from Trig Point coming through when he needed it. Absolutely amazing. He really needed to pull a rabbit out of the hat, and he did.
Wow, Strider, he was so patient and successful on his first strike.
Oh, I just got to give him a bravo. That was a beautiful tube, deep tube. You know, slowed himself down and really just maximized the tube time on that wave. So, you know, patience paid off, I feel like, for Jack, and I feel like he's going to get a really substantial score, if not one of the best of the heat. That was beautiful work for him. You know, and to be honest, you know, you have to be patient out here to find the right wave, or you know, you do the exact opposite of what Medina is doing and just catch everything that moves. So this is going to be really fun to watch this one play out. I'm excited. I can't wait to see who wins this thing. And like you guys were talking about, this is for a world title. It really is. These guys are going to one spot left, and one of them is going to get in there, and then they're going to fight for that title. I think it's just so exciting, and it's so amazing that these guys matched up in the end here to jump into the final 5.
We love it as we see Jack completely shacked, total composure.
Second stall right there. That's where Strider was mentioning that he was able to have that speed control, sense that next section, slowed himself down for it, didn't want to outrun it and maximize the barrel time, because he's going to add, I mean, if you hold that barrel time, that little extra time behind the curtain, Judges will give you, I mean, it's not like a turn. It's literally, that's what you need to do in order to score good on the criteria, is maximize that barrel time. He's going to do it. It feels like this number is going to fall in between the two here. Maybe not quite as high as Gabe's, but right in the heat. That's what he needed to do, is just be patient. He was forced into being patient, and then the execution was spot on.
I think it was really technical. You saw from the takeoff, he did a pump down the line while he was almost about to grab his rail. Then he set his rail, pumped when he was in the barrel, and then when he did what you said, Pete, and he actually pumped on the brakes to really maximize that time. So I think it was a super technical barrel.
What a special final that we are witnessing. Judges about to make their decision for Jack Robinson. Remember, Medina has an 8.17. This one coming in just under on the average at a 7.83. Now the heat is on, and you're starting to see the clear game plan for Jack, and all that extra energy spent for Gabriel Medina. You don't have to worry about it too much now. For Jack, needs a 7.18, simplifying the formula, just hoping to get 2 good waves out there.
Wonder how Jack's going to play this strategy without priority, right? Is he going to kind of do similar things where he's going to start, you know, it's not necessarily in his nature to do that. I think that he obviously hunts the reef it just as well as Gabe does, but doesn't quite have the same energy, I guess you could say, and the frantic kind of energy that he's usually a little bit more cool hand Luke style.
But he'll come with you for a paddle bout. I remember they had a heat at G-Land where the start was really exciting. Jack ended up getting the score at the end and upset Medina on that day.
Heat at J-Bay, Jack and Leo. Whew, that was incredible, that paddle battle. Jack just pumped on the gas there, and that was super exciting to watch. So I don't think, I know what you're saying, Pete, with there's 2 different approaches here, 100%, but I just think Jack's got that animal in him where if he knows what's at stake, which he clearly does, I think he's going to take it right to Gabby.
And when you got to answer those questions all year, are you okay? Are you back? How's your injury? You're not winning. You know, for a guy that was in yellow, this is even more credit to that space that he has between the ears of being calm and never doubting himself. Even when the world might have said, hey, this is not Jack's year, after 5 events where he's not making heats. But he still gave himself a shot, and now, you know, he's a heat win away from competing for a world title.
It's epic, and a lot of big things happen in his life. You know, his partner's pregnant. They're going to have a child, and he learned that during the injury, and, like, that's a big moment in your life, right? You know, world titles are one thing, but, you know, children are legacy. Like, it's a whole different game, right? So through all that, and the support that Julie has been able to give through all of this. It's just, you know, we saw it the other day, Joe, when we were sitting there having our little free surf, and we were watching the little couple having the fun then. They are truly in love, and they're in a good place in their life.
You know, you felt it so much, you actually brought it up to him, how special it was to feel their love for each other. We're talking about Jack and his wife. They'll be growing their family this December. And she's been, you know, the other outside coach before Jack's last heat.
Partners are part of the toolbox, Joe.
Yeah.
They really are.
And she loves to surf, too. She just wants him to catch a lot of waves. I don't know what the game plan was for this one because he settled down, and he's right in there with a 7.83. But, Flick, how about this situation? Final heat of the year, and winner will move on to the WSL Final 5. Doesn't get any better than this.
No, it really, really doesn't get any better. This story is just absolutely incredible. For it to actually play out and for the things to go the way they did and for these guys to meet in the final and play out like this, it's just amazing. We get to sit here and call it. Fans at home get to view it.
I mean, think about Gabe's career. I mean, moments like this, you know, don't happen all that often, especially now that the format that we've made these changes at the World Surf League for this. You know, it really got spurred by him and Italo, right? I mean, that final at Pipe was something that he basically surfed his way for a world title, and this is very similar. It's not actually for the world title, but it's for that chance. So, you know, he's had that experience where Jack probably hasn't had this big heat experience right now where it's just everything's on the line. This is a big moment.
And that was a tough one for Medina, you know, having such a great year and having to come down to a final at Pipe, and then Italo won his world title in 2019, and it hasn't been just that year for Gabe, where he's come very close to a world title showdown. There's been years where outside surfers out of the title race played spoiler. Jeremy Flores a couple times, and Jeremy would even say, hey, I want to see the best in the world compete for the title. Format change. Now you get all the best from a season going head-to-head on one day for a chance to become a world champion.
And we don't really get, I mean, we're just now seeing how this is unfolding, right? I mean, with the mid-season cut, and, you know, how stressful that can be, and having to see all the performances lift in that moment in the year. And then now we're at this season, you know, we're all the way to the last heat of the season, and we're deciding still who's going to be there.
Some of his world title years, you know, a couple of them, he started with a spark at the halfway point of the year. This year kind of models that, which was actually surprising because Pipe used to be the finale, and usually he owns that event with multiple finals and a win. This year was just a lot of nights to kick off the year, 4 in a row. That's losing the round before the quarters. Ethan Ewing took him out 3 times this year, Griffin twice this season. Finally won at Margaret River for the first time in his career, as we see an up and out from Jack.
Just remember that we're having that tide moving out, right? And one of those things that happens that you subtly move up the point. You know, that current, the whole ocean's moving, so you don't really even notice that you're moving. And it just kind of gradually, and as water moves and sets come in, you kind of just, oh, whoa, all of a sudden you're too deep, and you got to adjust. And so we saw that in the afternoon yesterday, and we'll probably see that today.
Yeah, that's been a similar flow throughout the late days as well. You're just sitting there, you'll feel yourself get sucked up the reef. But Medina's so good at positioning. Sometimes he can make it from extra deep. He has priority. He still has the lead. He's thinking about this wave, and the 3-time world champ commits. Big pump to beat this section without a problem. It lays down the rail, but it slides out. But effective in making another tube ride. That aggressive lunge when he got to his feet covered so much ground.
It had that big bowl to it. Exit not that clean, you know. We're trying to better a 6.83. Feels like, not quite there, not quite sold. So with that priority, he's giving it back to Jack. And, you know, hey, I don't think he's going to add too much, if he does, not too much points to the total.
Yeah, I agree. I'm also struggling to remember because there's just been that many waves that Gabby's caught today that he's come flying out of. But yeah, not as clean an exit. Falls here on the turn as well. You know, finishing a wave is super important, and the last thing you see in the judge's mind is a fall. Not necessarily the best thing. Still a great little barrel. I mean, you'd take it any day, but don't know if it's really going to better that 6.83.
I mean, these surfers are performers as well, and sometimes they want to kind of create drama to show risk on the takeoff, get a little air under that board, and knowing that the judges will love that critical nature. Just like you thought, Pete, a throwaway, 5.83. Gabriel still out front, but he gave Jack priority.
Yeah, and again, we're down, 40-minute final, halfway mark. Jack's been patient. Obviously look at the scoreline. You've got Jack with 2 waves. Gabriel with 7 already, which is exactly how we've seen his heats unfold. But Jack being forced kind of into that more patience game, but I feel like he's probably the most comfortable there. He really doesn't let anything affect him too heavily. Such a very strong mentally to deal with big situations like this.
Jack Robinson, stellar season, especially out of the gates. He was always destined to reign at Pipeline. Finally got that done, picking up a big win to kick off the year. Had a heat with Leo Fioravanti. As we see a couple little looks on that last wave, they both let it go through. It's up to Jack if he wants it. And he's going to hold position. Medina fakes like he's going. That's just all energy there in this final. Jack actually separated himself. Gabe further on the inside, pulling into this one is Jack Robinson. Bottom drops out, hangs onto the rail, and that one shut down really quickly. But
Jack
saw something in that. Felt like he might have a solid chance of backing up the 7.83, but wow, it clamped down really quickly, Flick.
It was a bigger set wave. I just felt like it had that energy that it's gonna, if it stayed open and if he made that drop and he came flying out, would have been a big score. You're right, Pete, kind of had to go that.
One of the things that you talk about critical nature of the drop. I mean, he was as critical as it gets, straight up and down. You see it's all doubled up. There's a bunch of energy in it. It's a very difficult takeoff, but it just had that angle. Didn't have the angle kind of bending and being open, unfortunately. But I feel like, it's going to be an error because he's not going to better his score line. He's going to pass priority back, but it kind of felt like he kind of had to go on that one.
So priority switching in favor of Medina. Proven to be the best over the recent years here in Tahiti. First event, he was able to make the quarterfinals, but he's been in so many incredible finals. He had the cool little back and forth battle with Owen Wright 2 consecutive seasons. Gabe stole the win off Owen in the first edition, and then Owen got him back in 2019. 2 good friends, teammates, have traveled around the world together. Those were highlight reels in those finals. Still 17 minutes to go in the last heat of the regular season, the final of the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. The winner will move on to the WSL Final 5 and compete for a world title this September. So far, Medina out front. We'll be right back.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Excited for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. The stage is set. We already have the top 4. We're working out the 5th seed. Right now, Medina or Robinson will be there. If Gabriel wins this final, he'll actually take the number 4 seed off of Chianca. That means he'll start with priority in that all-Brazilian battle this September. If Jack can come up with a win, he will take the last spot. Chianca will stay in 4th. Jack would be in 5th. This September. Robinson chasing a 7.18 now. See if he can compete for his first world title. If Medina's there, he's competing for a 4th world title this September. 14 minutes to make the decision here in the final here at Teahupo'o. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Pete Mel for the call. Gabe still out front. Jack hoping for a 7.18. Story of high energy to start off this heat from Medina. And the patience for Jack Robinson. And a wave he probably had to go on. Kind of hard to call it a mistake because it shut down on him. But still chasing just a 7.18, Peter.
Yeah, and very much in this heat. He really is. And especially with the momentum early from Gabriel Medina. I mean, he basically posted 15 points, first 8 minutes of this heat. So that was what he's been doing strategy-wise. He's been executing it each and every heat from the very get-go here, knowing full well his goal, win this thing, and he could maybe see himself in the final 5, and he's got that opportunity.
I sort of think that this lull and sort of break in energy here for Gabriel could maybe work in Jack's favor. Needs a 7.18. Gabriel obviously working with that momentum throughout all his previous heats here so far at the Tahiti Pro, but this could work with Jack. Jack's liking the patience game. Maybe put a break in that momentum to Gabby. Jack is no stranger to those sort of buzzer beater moments. I think he had one last season in Margaret River Pro against John Florence in the final, and then backed it up again against Gabriel in the final at G-Land. Pretty sure with a buzzer, was it a final? It was the final buzzer beater moment against Gabriel. So doesn't let those pressure cooker moments get to him.
As we look at Gabriel Medina pulling into the first section, stalling aggressively to try to get more out of the pit. Not a big alley-oop that he lands on the back of the wave.
He made that, but...
However, he didn't ride out of it. Good call, Pete. But gosh, that's impressive. His board was just glued to his feet there.
Wow.
And he wasn't even too concerned, I think, with riding away.
No, it was literally, he knew about the barrel, right? It was he wanted to maximize the barrel time here, and he knew it wasn't deep enough, really. You know, and the alley-oop probably could have helped solidify a little bit, but again, just landed inside edge. Nice, stylish kick out. One of the coolest kick outs we've seen all event long. And again, just a different style to try and stall for a barrel. You know, the kick stall, and wow, that was pretty impressive as well. But lands on that inside edge. It's just a glorified kick out.
So funny, man. Anyone else that made an air like that would definitely not be like, I'm going to kick out. I mean, you'd ride out of that, no worries, and be talking about it at the pub for the rest of your life.
100%. I mean, you got so much loft. I mean, Strider, Medina always reminds us that this is actually a great airwave.
Well, I think that one would have won the Commentator's Cup, for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a throwaway.
It's a throwaway, but it's so impressive to watch it. I mean, just, you know, the agility that someone has within their, you know, arsenal. It's just insane to watch him pull things out of nowhere. Just the style at the bottom of the wave. His body's naturally reacting to all these waves and the way that they're curling over him and what he needs to do. It's just really impressive to watch both of these guys with their sense of tube time and everything that they can do inside of these waves. Gabby on another wave, just taking a look, probably his 55th wave this heat.
We'll call it 9, but still.
I mean, it's just it's super impressive. This has been really fun to watch, and I really like the patience that, you know, once you know, we go into priority, these guys are kind of sitting there waiting for that right wave, and then, you know, the other guys hunting around. I feel like they both are kind of have the same game plan, but I think Gabby's just been a little bit more effective. And, you know, the time is going to tick down here. It's going to be go time for Jack. And I don't know if you guys remember, but all the way back into like all those heats that Jack would wait till the end and get that wave right on the buzzer. Literally, he did it like 4 times, I think, last year. And well, this could be another one of those years. Gabby's up and riding again. He's in the tube and kicking out.
Good man, Strider. Yeah, we've seen Jack do that so many times. He did it a couple times at G-Land, specifically to Toledo, to Medina. He just has that belief that he can always get the score if he's got time on the clock. It's incredible to see him do that so many times in an unpredictable ocean.
You think about history, right? Being able to have that confidence, you know, you've done it in the past. You can always draw off that experience, and if you have that kind of confidence and you do it over and over and over again, you're never going to count yourself out.
It's true, and I don't think we can really emphasize this enough as we see the channel there. The energy from Leandro Dora, who's in Jack Robinson's camp. That was a tough one for Leandro when Jack had Leandro's son Iago in the quarterfinals. Bemi as well in the corner for Jack. Andy King out there for Medina, and a lot of friends that he brought to Tahiti this year. But the point I was making, just the track record for Medina at this venue. 2014, a winner, runner-up in the final 2015. Third in 2016, losing to John with a 10. Final in 2017. Winner in 2018, runner-up in the final 2019. I mean, I don't know there's any surfers that have really had that streak at any other event in World Surf League Championship Tour history. I mean, it's that impressive.
It is very, very impressive. And as a matter of fact, I mean, even before that, he still had success here, right?
Right.
But ultimately, he's taken what he's learned and just gotten better and better and better. And I mean, this is one of the most, you know, to me, bulletproof Gabriel Medinas we've seen at this event. I mean, he looked very unbeatable. He was, you know, mowing through very first 10 minutes. He only needed 10-minute heats, and he was going to post 16 points.
Can this guy ever get exhausted? Gabriel Medina in the quarterfinal. I mean, there was a lot of energy there just seeing the matchup against John. He caught 11 waves to that victory. Semi-final against Barron, he caught 17 waves. And he's already has 10 waves in this final. That's 38 waves ridden today on finals day. And Jack Robinson lunges into the pocket. He's got some speed to guide him towards the exit. Robinson makes it. Throws down a backhand carve. And now nice calm celebration from the Australian, chasing a 7.18 for the lead.
Wow. Right before that, you could just see how much space there was in the lineup between Gabby and Jack. Jack holding strong, knowing that he was in the right position. That wave came through, so much composure. For me, when he took off, he was looking so deep. And here you go. Replay so deep on this wave. Look at him pumping down the line. He did at least 2 pumps there just to make it out of that one. Followed us up with a carving maneuver. Little fist pump. He is liking it.
Watch this as he's in this barrel. Let's see if we can see the foot adjustment. As he goes into this next section, right there, he actually, if the other angle, you can see he actually put his back foot further back, almost bracing himself, knowing that there wasn't going to be the clean exit, and he like set up for it, knowing that it was going to be something that he had to push his way through. Looking at this top angle here, right back there, he actually put his foot back, and just that's why he was able to just have all that extra stability. And to me, it feels like an easy one to turn the heat. It's just, it was impressive. It was technical. He was deep. All of it. There was that wow factor. All of a sudden, you're just like, whoa, how did he make that? There's the foot back. See how he just did that little shift and put himself in perfect position. Adjustments, those little subtle things, those aren't things that he's thinking about. He just does it, right? And it's just instinct.
The art of tube riding. There's a lot more than just set it and forget it. You know, for Jack, he does so much, especially backhand, the way he sped up once he makes that adjustment. That stall to start, then he really had to go. I mean, for frontsiders, you can kind of see that ability to kind of lunge into the next section. To do it backhand is just incredible.
It's a whole another art. It really is. And Jack's been doing it for a super long time too, right? I mean, think about his first times here. It was, what, 14, 15 years old? You're talking about his early teens. And he was impressive then. Like the very first time he got to visit this reef, he was not scared. He was doing the exact same thing, just deep, late drops, you know, had that ability on the backhand to be able to read this lineup, and it's been impressive for, you know, now here at 25, surfing for a spot. Man, what a journey.
I'm so excited to see these scores come through, see where the judges go. It's just, this is the kind of heat you want to see. I mean, the way this played out, they both matched up, and now we've got a real heat on our hands.
Late takeoff for Gabriel Medina. Big section, sets his line. It's staying open. And somehow the foam ball gets a hold of Gabriel Medina. Still watching the end section there just in case he pulled off a miracle, because when that thing puffed and breathed, there was some space in there. What a big attempt. And we kind of been talking about this through the event, how rarely Medina actually falls. He's had a few wipeouts throughout finals day, going through some clamping closeout sections as the score is in for Jack. 7.83 and the lead change, and with priority, with 4:35 to go.
Yeah, it felt unanimous to me. It didn't feel like it was a borderline score, and all 5 judges there saying it was going to be enough, and just ever so slightly. But I'll tell you what, it felt to me, yeah, that was better than the 6.83, and it was better by the 6.83 in my eyes. And there it is, a pair of 7.83s, and right now. But this was an opportunity in a huge way for Gabriel Medina, which we did not expect him to not fall or to fall there, because he's been so solid. And a nice big set wave. Look at this drop, just in the lip, craziness. Sees that, pumps down the line, and what happens? Yeah, that one filled up instantly. There was a rib you had to go over, and that was a lot of potholes in that one.
As we see him just lunge into this section again, the foam ball was just shoving out of the pocket without Medina. And he came close there. That angle shows it clearly, Flick.
Man, he was seconds away from making that. Here he goes again.
Medina not giving up. It gave me a kind of a flashback of that CJ Hobgood wave that he did make. Kind of rode over some fluffy pillows, as he called it, and
incredible.
Was able to get a 10-point ride over Julian Wilson a few years back.
There was that one. It was like, wow, there's what? How? You know, that was kind of that moment. You had all that, 2 seconds of just like incredible. How did he make that? We've seen that throughout the event. We saw Kelly do it. We saw Jack do it. We've seen Gabriel do it. Just didn't happen there, unfortunately.
Gabriel Medina with 2 wins out here. This is his 6th final. So a lot of multiple event champions right now tied with 2 wins with the great late Andy Irons, who beat Luke Egan and CJ Hobgood back in the day. Bobby Martinez, also a 2-time champion Tahiti. Win over Taj Burrow, and also Frederick Patachia Jr. The best, the end of the road, Kelly Slater, 5-time champion who surfed really well throughout this event. Ended up losing the door on the final wave with the 8. And Jack is looking for his first title out here, which will Be an interesting season because he won pipe. Can he bookend it with a win here at Chopes?
That's what I'm saying. How crazy would that be? But again, you know, when we thought about Jack and how he would apply himself on this championship tour, these were the two stops you're like, oh, slam dunk, right? He's going to be vying for titles there. We didn't know all the other stuff, and all of a sudden he starts winning. He's winning in Mexico. Oh, wow, he's winning in G-Land. Oh, wow, you know, he won all these places that we didn't expect. And all of a sudden that became this wide fact that he's very versatile. He's not just, you know, the waves of consequence that he's going to be valuable at. He's across the board.
2 minutes to go in the regular season. Winner moves on to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. If Medina can find a 7.49 or better without priority, he will be the number 4 seed. Chianca will be the number 5 seed. If Jack wins, he will be the number 5 seed, and Chianca stays in 4th. It's coming down to 90 seconds. Jack with the lead and priority, but it is Gabriel Medina.
Who's got the lowest heart rate right now in this moment? I know it's not me.
Well, Jack, it seems like he's the guy that can fall asleep in the middle of a big crowd and in the middle of the Red Bull athlete zone. He can just quiet the noise around him. He can lean into a competitor's intensity and still stick to his game plan. Pocket 7-8 threes for Jack's total out front.
You know,
and
one of the
Medina
biggest,
catching 12 waves, Peter.
and one of the strongest energies is that man sitting next to him in the blue jersey, right? I mean, if we talk about, you know, someone that is bringing such a high level of energy into a heat, it's Gabriel Medina. So to be able to stop him, this is a big feat.
Also the critical nature of a final like this, and Medina's had to walk away runner-up in this event multiple times. But he's never had to walk away from one that cost him a spot in the world title showdown. He's hoping for a 4th world title this year. After a slow start, 4 straight 9th place finishes to kick off the season. Picked up a win at Margaret River. And right there, Medina's already paddling next to Jack with 20 seconds to go. As he already paddling to the channel. I mean, there's 15 seconds. Maybe he already knows there's nothing coming.
Wow.
Leandro is celebrating with Maddie Bemrose. And we will count this one out. Jack Robinson, what a warrior. After a 5-event slump, recovering to a quarterfinal at Jeffreys Bay, and now heading to the end of the road. And Jack Robinson is officially the champion of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, and we will see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Incredible. All the way down to the wire, the last heat of the year, and look at, he thanked the reef. I think he looked down there and he looked at that reef and had a little moment there, because that was incredible. And what a feat, what a day. Man, I'm still having troubles digesting it. That's a big meal.
No, I mean, we're all there together, Pete. So many storylines in the final event of the season. But Jack, this was incredible. I mean, we showed up and started looking through scenarios, and there's quite a few. And there's a lot of things that had to go Jack's way. You know, Medina was 6th in the world. We had John at 7th. You know, then it got to Jack. So the first people we focused on were the world champions ahead of him, for good reason, because they had the closest shot of turning things around. For Medina, though, he's got a lot to be proud of, and looks like he's got a big smile on his face. I mean, he almost pulled off a miracle run there as well.
It would have been a fun run for him, right? I mean, you think about that. This was cool to be able to get this moment. You know, obviously a little shooken that he didn't get the win, but you know what? There's such great maturity in what he's been able to achieve over his career so far, and you know, great moments, and you know, great champions help create these great moments.
Jack Robinson fulfilling his destiny, winning in Pipeline to kick off the year. He was always expected to win that event. He was always expected to win here at Teahupo'o. Taking out that win, and then all the way here to the channel to hang out with Strider.
Well, we got the champion here. Jack, this year's been one heck of a year. You've worn the yellow leaders jersey. You've had multiple injuries. You're having a baby in December. And here you are coming into this event, number 8, and you're our champion here at Teahupo'o. You've now qualified for the Final 5, the Rip Curl Final 5, for a world title. My friend, just tell me the emotion and how you're feeling.
It's such an interesting feeling. I was so in it right now. Like, even coming into this event, I was so focused, but also enjoying it. I don't know what it is. It was meant to be, you know, like the first event, and then I envisioned this, and yeah, I just never stopped, you know, even when I was down through the year, and I pulled it back up, and I just want to thank the people that are with me, you know, you guys know who you are. You know, it's a small crew, but it's got a lot of mana in the crew, you know. This place, I feel like a lot of energy, and I feel like it was time, you know, for this moment. But you never know your timing. But I felt like I envisioned it, so that's it. I'm so happy.
Well, you've created it. Now you're coming in at number 5 into the Rip Curl Finals at Trussell's against Joao Chianca. Tell me about that. How you feeling?
Yeah, you know, I didn't say this was the last event. I said that one will be the last event. So I'm excited, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
I want to say congratulations, my friend. Beautiful moment. The SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro Champion presented by Outerknown. Jack, congratulations.
Thank you. Grateful for this.
Go celebrate, brother. Go celebrate.
What a special moment. Thank you, Strider. Thank you, Jack. You can see the look of determination on Jack Robinson's face. What a feeling of accomplishment. He certainly shared all those moments with us, all those lows that he referenced, and then to live up to this moment in his career, a huge victory. Now competing for a world title, and I think he's going to let some emotions go right now, Flick.
Oh, for sure. It just gave me goosebumps, you know, saying that I envisioned this moment, you know, of feeling the love here this week, and really thought it was going to happen. I didn't say this would be my last event. I said the finals would be, and just with the start to the year that he had, oh, I feel like so many people's hearts sunk when he got injured. So just to see him fire back and in this way, I mean, wow, it's like makes me emotional. It just is such an amazing sporting moment right now.
We have a gigantic WSL post show coming up next to wrap up finals day. An incredible year it's been on the regular season, and a lot of announcement for Olympic qualification as well. Jack and Caroline taking the wins. We'll see you on the post show coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipu Guerrero to walk you through it.
It's the WSL Post Show here at the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. The flotilla in the channel is full of celebration for the Australian Jack Robinson taking his 5th career CT win, and it couldn't happen at a better time for Jack Robinson. Everything aligned, and we're going to see Jack at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Flick, Felicity Palmentier, Peter Mel, and Flick. What a final. I mean, back and forth between Jack Robinson and Gabe Medina.
Oh, it was, for me, just so exciting. I couldn't believe that they actually both ended up in the final, for one. And then to have like a seesawing battle, Gabby with the lead in the beginning, then to Jack, then Jack converting with at the very end there, just such a great sporting moment. Honestly, like, had tears in my eyes and goosebumps. I couldn't believe what I was watching.
How's the Western Australian in you feel right now?
I'm trying to keep a lid on it. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm really excited.
Yeah, as you should be. I mean, talking about exciting final, Pete, that was back and forth, exciting. Hey, look at the conditions deteriorated, but you wouldn't have known by the performances by Gabe Medina and Jack Robinson.
No, and if you look at the strategies playing into that final, Gabe was doing exactly what he was going to do. He was going to score early. He did that, and Jack was going to basically be patient. He was forced into being patient, but it paid off. It really came down to that, just the belief that he has. He was able to, the only real opportunity he was gifted at the end, he maximized it, and he did everything he could. There were some adjustments that happened in that barrel that literally made it exciting, which pretty much gave me, in my eyes, a slam dunk. It wasn't a question in my eyes whether he got the score or not.
Well, talk about, Pete, Jack Robinson bookending a year. Starts the year with a win at Pipe, ends the year with a win at Tahiti. Now we're going to see him at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
And you know what? From the interview that I sensed there, it's not finished. I think he's always believed that he wants to get himself at that last event of the year. And the Rip Curl WSL Finals, you know, trestles, he's got the ability to win in that style of wave. We've seen it. He did his first wins on the championship tour were in, waves that are similar to, say, trestles, performance waves. He's got that act. So he's got a chance.
And just the perseverance, right? We saw Jack get injured in bells, and we thought, oh no, yellow leader's jersey, Jack Robinson, he's out of it. But he fought back, and he's continued to fight through, Flick.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, the start of Jack's year was incredible, right? He had the first at Pipe, and then moving on with a couple of other great results after that, and then having to pull out at Margaret River, where he's done so well in the past. He won it the previous year. People started to question, like, oh no, is he losing his momentum here? Like, what's this going to mean? He then came up with another injury at Surf Ranch. However, I don't think that, and you could kind of see it in some of his post-heat interviews, I just don't think, even in El Salvador, I saw it too, I just don't think that sort of faded. I think he was always so determined. Like you said, Pete, it was always at the forefront of his mind. He said it, this wasn't going to be his last event. WSL Final Fives was going to be it, and it is.
Yeah, I can say that, Jack's Jack, and that's that. Taking a look at our brackets and the road for Jack Robinson with this emotional victory, and a victory that happened, at the right time. He talked us through his road to a victory.
His road, but it's back all the way up to the beginning of this day, right? We had so many scenarios. We were just scrambled brain going, how is this going to unfold? We have Olympic qualification. We're going to have this Final Five. We had both men's and women's, and there's all of those scenarios unfolding in the day, right? And everyone else kind of knew that too going in here, but Jack, he just knew what he needed to do. He needed to beat Iago in that moment, and that was a big heat, right? I mean, he's surfing against his best friend, and Iago is in the Final Five. He just took the spot. Yeah. Right? I mean, luckily, I think that moment, it's like, okay, if it's going to go to anybody, it's going to go to his best friend there in Jack. So good job there. The next one, Leo. Leo put a number against him right out of the gates. Remember that? It was pretty nuts. It was like, oh, wow, Leo's up to his same antics. He's going to put some pressure on Jack. But Jack sat back, waited it out, boom, got a score, made it even again, and was able to execute at the very end of that heat. Same thing happened at the very final. I mean, Gabriel was doing exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to go out there and get 8s, 6.83, 15 points is a good number.
Yeah. It really looked like it was Gabe Medina, at the beginning of that final. We're like, oh no, Gabe's doing it again.
Yeah. Well, and if you look at his road, he did that every heat all the way in this event, all the way until, unfortunately, the final.
The perseverance of Jack Robinson rewarded with a victory. Let's take a look at the vision of Jack and the tremendous surfing he did today, Flick.
Yeah, Jack was just playing, playing it really cool, really calm. He didn't have to catch a lot of waves. He knew the exact type of wave that he wanted to take off out there. patience was the game, and just absolute mastery through the barrel there, just weaving. And I just love how the ability Jack has to get so technical in the barrel. We've seen so many different techniques from him. We've seen kick stalls, we've seen him drag his arm, drag the side of his body in the face of the wave. That was a massive heat there where he took out Iago. You know, those boys, they're both coached by Iago's dad. It was a major moment. You got to be thinking that they almost probably had probably more fired up to compete against each other than just someone else, because, you know, you're sparring with this person all the time. So to kind of take it, you can kind of take it to them a little bit harder.
It just is the read, Peter, and the way that Jack's identifying the waves and the technique, the body mechanics, everything to thread these backhand barrels.
And I think you needed to be very technical and be versatile and be able to kind of eye the best waves, because it was a very ragged event. Let's be honest, there was a lot of wonk in it from day one all the way through. It was not perfect. Teahupo'o, it was pretty rugged, and especially here on finals day, you know, you had to manufacture and create and do things like that, and the best of the best do it. And we saw a climax in the final with the two best surfers of the event showing up in that final and going for literally a world title, that last spot. And incredible to see that he was able to do it with that last wave. I mean, look, wave number 4 was a 7.83 to turn the heat, and then he closed it out. Incredible stuff.
Incredible stuff. Incredible numbers put up by both of our finalists. Look at that, 7.83, 7.83. Medina looked like he was in control with that 8.17, but couldn't get over the ledge. It's all about Jack Robinson today, and the day we're going to celebrate for the Western Australia fleet.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure back home there are a lot of crew in Western Australia, especially all those Trig Point boys. I know they would have been watching, cheering on, so excited to see Jack in the final 5 now. But for me, Medina was so impressive. He had the highest wave of that heat, 8.17. He did have another opportunity. He just fell off. It was a big, nuggety sort of wave and just kind of got gobbled up by the foam ball. So it was almost there for Medina, but Jack just
Chalk went up for Western Australia. Let's give it up. All right, well, that's the men's final. On the women's side, we had just as much drama, Pete. I mean, Caroline Marks had to overcome a number of obstacles on her way to a victory here. And again, we were talking about clinching the final 5, Olympic qualification. So many talking points on the women's side, Peter.
Yeah, and at the beginning of the day, we had Steph Gilmore, who had that outside chance to be able to find a way if she could get into the final and take a win here. Would have been a big moment, right? But she unfortunately was not able to turn it. It was a tough road for her. But that was kind of where we all of a sudden started to see just the performance level rise. I mean, especially from a young Katie Simmers, what she's been able to do at 17 years old in a very short period of time. She's grown a great fan base because of just such a classic human and her surfing ability.
Yeah, classic stuff. Flick, let's take a look at the graphic, and you can talk us through Caroline Marks, some of the challenges and some of the highlights, as this is the finals day breakdown for the SHISEIDO Tahiti Pro.
Yeah, Caroline Marks made it all the way through to the final, but first she had to take down Stephanie Gilmore, 8-time world champion. We saw Steph win her 8th world champion, the last WSL Final 5. She then had Tyler Wright in her first semi-final, number 1. And Tyler was looking really in form. Tyler, to me, was someone who just kept getting better and better with each heat with more confidence. So I feel like that was a really evenly matched heat, because I feel like Caroline was sort of doing the same thing throughout this event. And then she had a mother of all tasks taking down Caitlin Simmers, who scored a 9.2 in her semi-final up against Vahine, which was the highest wave score for the women during this event.
Yeah, Katie Simmers showing that she's going to be... I mean, we talk about Caroline Marks. We're talking about Katie Simmers. Both of them so young. They got another couple of decades in front of them making finals here on the World Surf League. Like, check out the visions, Peter. Caroline Marks threading some barrels at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, early morning, right? She had Steph Gilmore. Steph was looking at a very important heat for her, but it was pretty much all Caroline. Yeah, she looked very comfortable this morning, was able to find the barrel, utilizing the rail as well. You know, this morning was much cleaner, as it was a good start to the morning, especially for Caroline. So she was able to pick up momentum pretty early in this finals day, and that was something that I think confidence-wise she carried throughout the entire event, especially coming up against Tyler Wright, because she would have seen how well Tyler surfed in that very first heat, so she knew it would have been a pretty massive heat for her to get through, and she did it. It was full style.
Yeah, I just think this heat here, Caroline just had the ability, her wave selection was what got her the win. She took off on really nice, clean waves, sure she was talking to her coach, Luke. Luke Egan also had a final out here with Andy, so lots of experience for Caroline to draw off from and being inspired by. But yeah, Caroline just really, wave selection for me was the reason why Caroline won. And in the final, just maturity, I think, just really noticing that squall moved through. There was a lot of rain, that wind kicked up, and she made the most of a wave and went to turns where Katie sort of pulled out on one where she maybe could have had that opportunity.
Yeah, adaptability displayed by Caroline Marks. Super smart surfing, adapting to the conditions, taking out the W with a couple of fierce turns, Pete.
And she did that. You know, she was carrying a very low number at that moment, and getting down to the very nitty-gritty at the end of the heat, had to make sure that she was going to get a number, does it with some turns, very smart. And she picked up momentum all the way through. Conditions were rough, right? She had the nice, beautiful morning heat, and then it just got a little bit more challenging all the way to the final.
There's the numbers right there. 9.23 was enough for Caroline Marks to take out another win on the championship tour. We're going to see both Caroline Marks and Caitlin Simmers in that Rip Curl WSL Finals. You know, earlier, Laura Aniver, she caught up with Caroline Marks, and I'd like to hear what Caroline had to say about today's victory.
Caroline, wow. Second event win of the year. What a way to bookmark your season so far. How's it all sinking in?
Yeah, I'm super pumped. You know, I think Teahupo'o is a wave that, especially as a give-you footer, it's kind of like a feather in your cap. You really want to win it. And I know Luke, my coach, made the final out here, so I had to one up him a little bit. No, I'm really stoked. Yeah, it feels really good.
And heading into the WSL Finals, you know, what's the plans now? A bit of a rest and recover, but not long until you have to start thinking about that end goal.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited to go home and, like, I don't know, just be with my friends and family and sleep in my own bed. It's been like I feel like I haven't really been home like all year, so it's really cool that the last event is just in my backyard pretty much. And yeah, celebrate, have fun tonight, have fun with my friends when I'm home, and then focus on trestles. It should be really fun.
And looking back at your entire year as a whole so far, what are you most proud of?
Yeah, I think, you know, after taking some time off last year, I was definitely like pretty vulnerable at the start of the year and just a little bit like nervous of like where I'd fit in and just kind of like, okay, I got to find my feet again, and there's new events on tour, new people, and so I'm just like really proud of myself, how much work I've done like mentally and yeah, and physically too. You know, it's been a little bit of a journey, but that's all part of it, and it's been super fun. And I feel like I've really been able to like have fun this year, and that's really been a change, like a game changer for me. And that's kind of, I don't know, that's what I did in my first few years, and it just feels good to have that back. And I'm just enjoying it, enjoying surfing, and it's kind of all flowing, which is really cool.
Well, you found the mojo, and cannot wait to see you in the WSL Finals. Congratulations, Caroline. You are the Tahiti Pro champion. How good's that?
Woo! Sounds good. Thanks, Laura.
Enjoy it, babe.
Thank you.
All right, well, we're probably too, Caroline. Caroline Marks is going to be a force to be reckoned with. We talk about that WSL Finals flick. I mean, this is basically her home break, about half an hour from her home in Oceanside. Spends a lot of time at lower trestles. Now she can focus on a potential world title.
For sure, and the thing I think about there is she is the only point of difference out of those 5 women. She's the only goofy, so it's very, very cool. And I like what she said. I'm going to take this time, really soak in this moment, celebrate here, celebrate back home, but then she's got a job to do, so she's going to start thinking about that final.
Job's not over yet. We'll take a look at our WSL Finals bracket heater. And one thing to note, when we look at the cast of characters, Pete, is that there's only one surfer that's been here before. 4 new faces for the Rip Curl WSL Finals for the women.
Yeah, not #1 seed, and Carissa Moore is the one surfer you had mentioned that's been there all of these matches, and she's got a ton of experience and a bunch of youth there. So I would say that probably applies a lot of pressure to that #1 seed because you know what? She's not going to want to let this one squander again. But look at Tyler Wright, Caroline Marks, Molly Picklum, and Caitlin Simmers. You've got some youngsters there, some veterans, and we'll call Caroline a veteran, even though she's only 21, because
sure.
She's been able to do it, right?
Yeah.
She mentioned how she's kind of had to go through and she's had to learn the new formats. She's been in the middle of all these changes.
Yeah.
So she's been able to adjust to that and get herself an opportunity.
And again, it's match play. Winner moves into the next match all the way until meeting up with Carissa Moore, where those will be the title match. It will be the best of 3 for a world title. We're crowning another world champ in the water flick.
Oh my goodness, I just can't believe it. We're going to have another amazing sporting moment like what we just witnessed this afternoon. Let's go.
It keeps on coming.
Well,
Pete.
that's the format. It really is. You can give a lot of credit to it because it's made the middle part of the year exciting, right? Where all of a sudden,
With the mid-season cut.
Yeah, I mean, it's stressful. I get it for the competitors. It's very stressful, but that's sure good action, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we love to see surfers have to perform in those moments. And again, all the way here to the last event of the year, we could have already crowned a world champion if it had an older format. And that's not the case. We're all of a sudden creating the event to create the world champion. And that's exciting, right? And we went to the last heat of the year.
We
It's
went
crazy.
to the last heat of the year to figure out our last man in the bracket for the men. And let's take a look at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Match number 1, Pete, is going to be Shombinho Drausianka up against Jack Robinson.
I like Jack's odds right here, you know, to do what Steph did last year, go all the way from that very first match all the way to the finals. We could see that, especially when you think about the momentum and the year that he's had. All of a sudden, it's just like, yeah, talk about big roller coasters. He's on that upswing.
Look at seed number 1 and number 2, both called lower trestles, their home break. Felipe Toledo, Griffin Colapinto. What are their odds for a world title?
Wow. I mean, I can't go past Felipe to defend a world title. He's so good out there, so fast. He's just got so many tricks in his arsenal, and oh man, he's going to be hard to beat. But Griff as well, you know, home court advantage.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Toledo last year, he had the quad out there, the Sharp Eye with the Dark Arts construction. That Black Beauty model was just flying over lower trestles. We're taking a look back, 2022, Peter, and the quickness of Felipe Toledo.
And I think that's why he rode this board. It was something that gave him a little bit more of a point of difference, as if he needed to be quicker. Well, that's what he did, is that he came out there and he was quicker. He looked spontaneous. There was something where you're like, you didn't know what was going to happen next. You knew it was going to be fast and precise, but you just never knew how much little extra flair he had, what kind of errors he was going to bring to the table, what kind of snaps he was going to do. And like, again, you had mentioned, he was just very looking unbeatable. And I would say this year, with a little bit of extra rest and the fact that you have to beat him twice, you know, to make sure that you get yourself a world title hope. This man, I think, is going to be, like you said, odds are very high for him to take a win.
We'll see if he goes with that swallowtail quad again in this final. It was flying over the water last time, but since we're speaking of boards, Flick, let's take a look at our Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. We got a champ. This is the last event. This is where we crown the champ. And drum roll, please, Pete.
That's not a very good drum roll, sorry.
Matt Biolis and the Mayhem crew, congratulations. You are the CT Shaper Rankings champ. And what does that crew win? An overnight stay at the Surf Ranch, a bunch of perfect waves, a good time. Invite me, Matt Biolis. I want to come.
And you think about that, I mean, it seems like an overnight stay. That means they'll get the night session too, right?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Hey, I'll raise my hand. I'm nearby.
How many people can you take?
I don't know. We're going to try to find out. I got Strider off camera just nodding in his head and licking his lips. He's probably going to be there already.
Hey, Sharp Eye made a jump, though. What's second place? I mean, they with
pat on the back for second place and good vibes for next year. But like look at all of our shapers, our board builders. I mean, this is one of the things that we have to acknowledge. Equipment's a big part of it, and custom shaped surfboards, it is a labor of love for so many people. So salute to all the shapers, the laminators, the glassers, Pete. I can speak your language right here.
Yeah, it's so true. You know, and they are the unsung heroes, really. And I think any magic board that you've had in your quiver, and I know all three of us have had those magic boards, and it comes down to not just the shaper and the design, it does with the glassers. You know, then what
all these guys, right?
Everything. The sanders are so amazing. You know, fin design, all of that stuff being implemented in there. Even your traction. We'll give us some traction there too, right?
Well, thank you guys. Congratulations to Matt Biolis and the Mayhem crew. More inspiration happens in the water here, and we've been doing it all year long, Flick. It's about the rising tides. And we did another great activation here at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, it was beautiful to see. Just amazing.
We're here on the 10th stop of the World Championship Tour, and we're here with WSL Rising Tides. You know, to be here in Tahiti in one of the most dangerous waves in the world, honestly, and creating space for our next generation of young women, I think is really cool. This is probably one of the best ones I think that we do.
So cool to have like all women surf session here at Teahupo'o. I think taking your time, spending time in the water, that's what makes you, learn about the wave, feel the wave.
It's important for us to have these women's only practice sessions at a wave like this where we know that the more time we spend here, the better we're going to get.
It's really good to see this generation with Kelia and Kiara just pushing the limits.
I kind of like the feeling of pushing it a little bit further than my expectations and stuff like that.
It's mind-blowing how the next generation is just very sharp. It's like they're visualizing, manifesting, and it's happening really fast, and it's inspiring to my eyes too. I'm like, okay, I need to step it up.
I can't wait to see what some of these young girls are going to do in the future, because for them to be 11 years old today and already be in this lineup is pretty incredible.
Rising Tides!
All right. Let's give it up. Let's give it up for a full year of Rising Tides. Those were inspirational at everywhere we went, and
you
I
got to
love
think
the
about
activations.
when we were young, right? And those moments when you're sharing them with the best pros in the world, right? I mean, I remember, being there and having Brad Gerlach around me and Tom Kern around me, and those were moments that I will never forget. I mean, the first time I saw Martin Potter at Backdoor.
I think you actually interviewed India Robinson as a grommet on the Rising Tides as a board caddy, and look at how you watch him grow up before your eyes flick.
Yeah, you do. I know Katie Simmers was only a part of Rising Tides a couple of years ago, 2019 at Surf Ranch, and now she's part of WSL Final 5, getting second at Teahupo'o.
It's a big deal. And yeah, we got so much more of the WSL post show on the way. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. We're getting ready for our awards presentation.
Yeah, the Olympics will be in Teahupo'o. Teahupo'o is a wave that I love. It's my favorite stop on tour. To surf good at Teahupo'o, you gotta be really good.
It's a left-hander that is also a really big barrel over super shallow reef.
Teahupo'o is one of the most famous waves in the world, I would say, because of its ferocity, its beauty. It is so much more than just a wave.
So we've been going to Teahupo'o since 1999. Teahupo'o is a unique location. The way it's set up, the wave breaks away from the coastline out on a reef, and we have a tower that's right in front to be able to view it.
Judging criteria is basically some key elements, commitment and degree of difficulty. Then we go to innovative and progressive maneuvers, and then we go to the basic key element, which is speed, power, and flow.
It's a very scary wave. It holds a lot of swell. It can be surfed from anywhere from 2 foot to 20 foot.
It's one of the most scary waves in the world, but one of my favorite waves in the world, and it's a challenge and it's exciting.
It can be the scariest, biggest, most machine-like wave that you've ever seen.
Teahupo'o, for me, growing up, was a wave that I feared so much. And it still happens to be an Olympic venue now, and I feel like it's one of my favorite events now. It's funny to kind of see that contrast of a wave that I was hoping to never ever see ever again, to now looking forward to going there.
You gotta go big. Yeah, if you do a mistake, you're gonna pay for it.
You're looking for people that are taking the waves that others don't want, and that's kind of often where you get your 10-point rides or your high nines.
Yeah, inside the barrel, you have like the safe place to be, which is right in front of the foam ball. And when the wave is really hard and you're really deep, you kind of have to go through the foam ball and ride the foam ball. And the surfers, they are able to ride that foam ball and control that momentum to come out of the barrel. They deserve more points because that's where the highest degree of difficulty is.
2014 was one of the years where it was at the maximum size of paddling in, and the few guys that did turn on the really big ones, they were getting those 10-point rides. I believe Owen had one which was really just thick and square, and that's why he got that score.
So to have surfing in the Olympics held at that venue would be very special, and I could imagine if you could win a medal getting blown out of big barrels in Tahiti. Sounds pretty good.
I hope it's big and scary, and we have to push ourselves over the ledge on big waves. And I think it'd be cool for the world to see surfing like that.
It's going to be one of the biggest moments that they've ever had, showcasing a sport which is dangerous, beautiful, and something that they haven't seen before.
Qualification season championed by Shiseido and Peter. It's all about the wave and the wave and the wave.
Yeah, gotta have some guts, right? I mean, you look at all the images there. This place is magnificent. I mean, not only the views that you see when you look in at the shoreline, but the wave itself, it's mesmerizing. I remember my first year in 2014, I actually, I had a camera with me, and I remember shooting a sequence of photos, and it is the most absolutely perfect wave. It is like exactly what you want. Now, there's not a drop out of place, and it was like the best photo I've ever taken in my life, and I still keep it everywhere. It's the greatest thing, and it is an absolute perfect wave, and there's not many in the world that are going to have that just ruler edge. Everything about it is absolutely perfect. The reef's set up that way, but it holds a lot of danger. It is shallow. It is scary. It instills a lot of fear in surfers across the board.
Yeah. Flick, is there anything like the end of the road here?
To be honest, I don't know if there's a more perfect barrel in the world. It, like you said, Pete, not a drop of water out of place, but I just love that this spot is a spot on the tour that is just a spot of so much consequence, and we just really get to see who really has it in them to really swing and take off on those ones, like the judges said, that not anyone wants a bar of, because that's when you're going to get those hero moments, those 10-point rides, those crazy moments. Yeah, I don't know if there really is another spot like it.
Yeah, let's keep coming back.
Yeah, let's keep coming back. Well, let's go to get ready. We're going to make it official. Let's go to our awards ceremony with Joe Trappell. Manuya, Joe.
Manuya Kaipo, Yorana, everybody. Thanks for being here. Maite. So great to be here. This is the official award presentation for the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. The 10th spot the World Surf League Championship Tour, the 10th being the final of the regular season, and we're so thrilled to be back here each and every year for the World Title Showdown. Just like you saw today, it was incredibly exciting. We're so grateful to be back here in the land of Tahiti as well. I'd like to formally acknowledge that we are on Teahupo'o, Whare Mahora land, and we acknowledge Teahupo'o and Whare Mahora, the people, the owners of the land and the waterways. Everyone welcomes us like their family. That love that you show us, we carry with us all around the world with you. We can't thank you enough. Thank you for all of our community partners as well who have joined us to lead our WSL One Ocean Coral Reef Restoration Initiative here at Teahupo'o. From the Coral Gardeners to the Tahiti ET Surf Club and also the Association of Hawaii Teahupo'o. Thank you so much. Maruru. We'd also like to thank our official partners, our title partner, SHISEIDO, our presenting partner, Outerknown, the Tahiti government, the Tahiti Institute of Youth and Sport, Tahiti Tourism, Red Bull, Yeti, Oakberry, Mofi, Surfline, True Surf, Air Tahiti Nui, Vini, Polynesi One, Sherry, and also the Tahitian Surfing Federation. Maruru, thank you for all that you do. Special thank you to the local stakeholders, our High Commissioner Eric Spitz, President of the government in charge of tourism, Moitai Brotherson, Minister of the Youth in charge of sport, Naheme Tamari, Director of the IJSPF, Artia Bernardino. Also thank you to the Mayor, Teahupo'o West, from Te Tuanui Hambin, the Mayor of Teahupo'o, Ranu Poreu, and also the President of Teahupo'o West Tourism Committee, Bernadette Wasna, the President of the Tahitian Surfing Federation, Lionel Tehotu, and also our local WSL representative, Pascal Luciani. Thank you so much for all this great support. Also, a big thank you again to all the families we stay with. You guys are amazing. This community is truly paradise, and thanks for bringing us back every year. Got some incredible people up here with me. First, let's hear a round of applause for the President, President Brotherson. Thank you so much for having us. Maruru. Also, Renato Hickel doing a great job for so many years. Congratulations on another well-executed event. Officially, Renato, the WSL Director of Tours and Competition. Right next to Renato, we've got Jesse Miley-Dyer, Chief of Sport, longtime competitor. Thanks so much, Jess, for helping with the trophy presentation. We always talk about the beauty here. It's incredible. The Polynesian culture, the beautiful pyramid mountains, the wave itself, truly paradise. But also the wave creates fear and intimidation, but creates loyalty and a love to improve your act out here as the best surfers in the world. CT's going happening back from 1999 to what we're seeing today. It's been an evolution of tube riding, and it shows the bravest on tour always survive and become our champions. We had a lot of local legends in this event. Let's get behind these local Tahitians that got to represent their island and their wave. From Mihimana Bray, representing in the CT format. Mihimana, you're incredible. Matahi Drole, Kauli Vast, Island Vast, Vahine Fierro. Thanks for hosting us so well, and you guys certainly showed up as a force to be reckoned with when we come here at the CT level. It's also a Final Five decider. And I don't know if that got any more exciting. It came down to the last heat of the event to round off our title race that heads to the Rip Curl WSL Finals this September. So this wave, being so special, holds a lot of weight for good reason. Not only where we're talking about the title race, but it's also Olympic qualification season this year for Paris 2024. As we know, the venue's right back here at Teahupo'o. We couldn't be more excited. The World Surf League Championship Tour is actually a Tier 1 qualifier, qualifying 10 men and 8 women on this system. So we saw all that come down to the wire as well. And it's exciting to see what we will expect in the Olympic Games next year. Let's take a moment to congratulate a lot of our qualifiers from this event. For Team Australia, Tyler Wright will be in her first Olympic Games, joined by Molly Picklum as well. For the men for Australia, Ethan Ewing, and congratulations, recent addition, Jack Robinson, right back here at the end of the road. Representing Japan in the Olympics for Paris 2024, Kano Igarashi. For Portugal, Teresa Bonvala. For South Africa, Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray. Also for Brazil, we'll have Tatiana Weston Webb competing here at Teahupo'o. Felipe Toledo, and now just getting the news, Joao Chianca for Team Brazil. Big congratulations to Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy, for France, Joanne Defay, for Italy, Leonardo Fioravanti, and for the United States of America, Carissa Moore will have a chance to defend her gold medal here at Teahupo'o. Her teammate for the women will be decided at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, so stand by for that at Lowers in September. And also big congrats to Griffin Colapinto and John Florence. We'll see you at the Olympic Games. So now Jesse's going to help me with some trophies here, which is going to be great. I'd like to introduce your runner-up, the men's final for the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, a three-time world champ and one of the all-time greats here in Tahiti, Gabriel Medina. Gabriel, there's something really magical about you here in Tahiti. You give us so much entertainment, but so much consistency, proving you're always the guy to beat. No matter what your season looks like, you always turn up here. Tell us on what you're feeling right now, making it all the way to an incredible final showing once again.
Yes, this is a place that I really like to be, and Tahiti is always so nice to me. You know, it's my favorite stop on tour. And I'm really happy again, you know, to make another final here. It's been really fun. All the people here are so lovely, and the waves are amazing. So it's a special place for me, and I just feel good, you know, when I'm here. So it's a good place to be.
For all that you've accomplished in your career, being one of the all-time greats, just kind of digesting what you accomplished on a big finals day, what's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's life, yeah. I did what I could, you know. I put everything I had there, and I tried to make hard for these guys, and was almost enough, but not enough this time. But I mean, I had already feel good events here. I can't complain, you know. As I said, Teahupo'o gave me so much already, so I'm just thankful for another opportunity. I had another great final, and I'm just happy with my surfing. And as I say, just to get a few barrels, you know, it's just what surfing means to me, you know, surfing and get a barrel.
Well, on behalf of everyone that gets to watch you, we can't thank you enough for all the entertainment. You're a true champion, Gabriel. Enjoy the off season.
Oh yeah, and congrats to all the winners, Jack, Caroline. They've been surfing so good, and yeah, that was a great show. Yeah, hopefully they can make it a good moment.
Parabéns, valeu. Gabriel Medina, let's hear it once again for a legend of the sport. And how about this young lady? She's still only 17 years old. Believe it or not, she's still a rookie on tour. And yeah, she's going to be competing for a world title this September. Let's hear it for your runner-up in the women's final of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Katie Simmers. Katie Simmers, in her rookie year, making a final. First time competing at this event. That was really special watching you surf. I think you got your best single score of the season in the semifinal, that 9.2. That thing was out of control. You said you wanted to get barreled in this event, and that must have felt amazing.
Yeah, my first couple heats, yeah, I just kind of like had bad heats, but kind of just got lucky and got through them. And I just kind of the whole event I wanted to make a barrel, so it was nice in that semi to make a barrel. And yeah, I wish we kind of got better conditions for the final, but it was still super fun. And I'm happy for Caroline. She's a homie and she ripped, so yeah.
What's your takeaway? Your first time competing here, making a final, about the wave with the intimidation, but also everything that you were able to accomplish. What's your takeaway?
Yeah, this is one of the most scary waves in the world. I've kind of got really a lot of respect for it, and I don't know. It's a tough wave to learn, and you definitely have to learn about it and kind of just figure it out. And I definitely still haven't figured it fully out yet, but yeah, it's definitely a goal to get better here. And yeah, just get barreled. It's a really perfect wave.
Once again, congrats on taking that 5th spot for the WSL Final 5. That was probably could have been a stressful situation to hang on to that spot to compete for a world title. First, congrats, and how did you get through all that noise?
Yeah, it's been a like up and down year. I feel like I've either gotten first or last this whole year, and I wasn't really expecting like to make the Final 5. I was kind of just hoping I would make the cut, and then it happened pretty fast. So yeah, and then coming to this event, I kind of wasn't really expecting it, and then everyone was kind of telling me the situations that had to happen, and I was like, oh, it's actually kind of I'm close to making it. And yeah, it was a fun event, and I'm happy to make it to lowers because it's the most rippable wave in the world. So yeah.
Congratulations on your final. Best of luck in September. Katie Simmers, runner-up and competing for a world title, maybe starting September 8th in the waiting period. And now it leads to the man from Australia that went through a tough part of the year, through some serious injuries, and took out the win. Let's hear it for your champion of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Jack Robinson. Jack with a great moment with the president. Thank you so much. Jack, why don't you come up here with me for a moment here? We've got a lot to talk about, my friend. Starting off the season with a win at Pipeline, bookending it with a win in Tahiti. But there was a lot that happened in between. Did you imagine that you'd be standing here on the podium with all you went through, with all those injuries at the halfway point of the season?
Special, huh? I've been here a long time, coming to Tahiti, and I just really appreciate everyone here, you know, sharing this place, and, you know, just, I don't know, I feel like, you know, it was meant to be, I feel like, and yeah, I feel the energy, the mana of this place a lot of years, and just want to say thanks to Tahiti and everyone here. But yeah, going back to the start of the year, first event and the last event, and then, you know, had to go through the roller coaster on the way up to get back here. Yeah, I just couldn't give up. I had to just give it everything, and yeah, I just want to thank the people that are with me. You guys know who you are. Yeah, everyone that kept believing, and I think I had to believe a lot though, because to get back here was going to be hard, especially against these guys, Gabriel and all the guys in the event. Yeah, it was a big challenge, but it makes you stronger.
Having Gabriel Medina in the final, you know, the best in modern day times here at the end of the road. What was that final like, and were you aware that you had to win to get a spot in the WSL Final 5?
Yeah, I looked at his semi-final and went, okay, is he going to win? Okay, well, he's probably going to win. It's going to be me and him. I just got to go win the event. Yeah, but, you know, I respect all the guys on tour, especially, you know, he's going to bring out the best of me, I think, a lot. Probably many more to come. But, yeah, I didn't think about too much. I just want to enjoy this place. I'm just feeling like I'm in the moment, you know, enjoying this place. That's the main thing.
Coming from 8th in the world now to the number 5 spot. We'll see at Lower Trestles for the second time in the row at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Best of luck, best of waves when the World Title Showdown happens this September.
Thanks so much.
Let's hear it for Jack Robinson. These guys standing tall here because they've got to dance pretty soon. And this little weapon of a goofy foot is standing by. Let's get really behind this surfer representing Florida, now living in California, being coached by the great Luke Egan. Your champion of the women's final, the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown, Caroline Marks. Caroline winning in El Salvador earlier this year. Now winning Tahiti for the first time in her career. It's just the second time on the calendar for the women after a hiatus since 2006. Coming up here, champ. Caroline, so proud of you. I think we talked earlier this year, and you kind of identified Tahiti as a place you really wanted to win. You did it.
Yeah, it feels good. This is definitely probably like the best wins of my career, like wave-wise, and you know the final, the waves were pretty tricky, but yeah, it's definitely like a dream event to win for sure, especially as a goofy footer. So it feels really good.
A lot of youthful energy that was kind of felt on the women's tour throughout this event. What was it like sharing the final with Katie?
Yeah, it was super cool. As she said, we're homies. So, yeah, it was really cool. And she's been surfing so well this year. So I knew it was going to be a really tough final. And, yeah, it was a lot of fun.
You're a surfer that really embraced all these cool events that are popping up like Teahupo'o, and now with your second event here and now a champion, how do you look back on the evolution that the whole tour has been putting in barrel riding and taking on an intimidating wave?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely, like, the girls' performances this year were definitely a lot better than last year, and I feel like it's just going to keep getting better and better. And we're all learning on the fly. Like, I feel like I was learning in every single heat. So I definitely want to spend more time here and get better. And now it's an Olympic venue, so definitely a place you want to be good at. But it's just such a beautiful wave. It's, yeah, one of the best waves in the world. So it's just so special to be out there and compete. And, yeah, it's really fun.
So much to look forward to. We'll see you in September in the title race, also for Olympic qualification. Best of luck on your new home break.
Thank you.
Do you like to dance?
Oh my God.
Okay, well, Gabe's a good dancer. Just take his lead. Thank you so much, everybody. This community is absolutely incredible. I think it's definitely time to dance. We'll bring up the local dancers and continue the celebration on the WSL post show. Take it away, Kaipo. The party's about to get started.
I love it, Joe, and congratulations to all of our finalists. It was a journey to a win here. So much on the line. Now, dance it off. Have a good time, huh, Pete?
Yeah, that's right. That's what it's about. It's you know, at the very end of the road, you got to be able to do the hula, and that's part of it. Gabriel's done that before.
Well, he's made 5 finals here. He should know how to dance. Good stuff at our awards presentation here. And thank you, Maruru, to everyone who's been so hospitable here in Tahiti. Truly a dream stop on the championship tour. All right, well, WSL Post Show, it continues. We got so much more to talk about. And one of the things that Joe touched on that awards presentation is it's qualification season, Flick. And we look at some of our qualifiers on the women's side. Let's take a look at where we've gone so far. World Surf League, a Tier 1 qualifier for that 2024 Olympics. Let's see who's qualified so far. Looking forward to the Olympics.
Right here at this spot. You think about it.
So everything is settled. We got Team Australia settled. We have Tatiana Weston-Webb, Joanne DeFay representing their country. Brisa Hennessy is going to bring it for Costa Rica. Teresa Balnot for Portugal. But, Peter, the USA still yet to be decided. Will it be Caroline Marks, Katie Simmers? We're going to find that at WSL Finals.
That's right. Whoever finished higher and whatever that place is, you're going to earn your spot on the Olympic team to be able to compete right out here. And both those surfers, being that they've made the final out here, they're both great picks. So we'll see how they finish it at the lower trestles. But,
for the women, Flick, we have a chance of Carissa Moore going back-to-back with gold medals.
Yeah, and
it's not going to be the case for the men.
No, it's definitely it's definitely not. But I like Carissa's chances out here. I've seen her technique's really good in the barrel. She just definitely got taken down by Fahina Fierro in this event, but yeah, I really like Carissa's chances. Her technique, backhand barrel riding's looking really good. So
yeah.
Sure she's gonna
maybe a second gold medal for Chris Moore. We're going to find out. We got a whole year to do that. But now let's take a look at the men, Peter, and the qualifiers for the 2024 Olympics. For the guys, Team USA set up Griffin Colapinto, John Florence. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, great team there. You think about what we were doing as we were unfolding this event. We pretty much got everyone there except for the Brazilian team.
Now it's set.
And now it's set. João Tronca was able to get that opportunity. He's the only 2 Brazilians making it into the WSL Final 5. And that's big news. I mean, João being able to compete for a world title, a gold medal out here and this place right here. Good chances there. Good team for Brazil. And basically all 10 are set.
Yeah, and a good chance for an Australian gold medal. And you know who I'm eyeing up? Jack Robinson, because he already did it once out here. And I got all the faith in the world that Jack Robinson can do it again.
Honorable mention, Leo Fiorenanti, right?
Yeah.
Big one right there, right?
And South Africa's already represented as well. Couple of winners right here, and Jack Robinson is going to be holding up the Australian flag when we go to the Olympics 2024. But we got a lot of stuff to go on before that. We have the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We got the beginning of the next season. We have so much going. But what
Challenger Series.
Challenger Series still to be figured out. We have 2 more events in that Challenger Series.
Who's going to be on tour? Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. WorldSurfLeague.com. But my favorite thing that we know that we're going to do is go through our top 5 happenings, moments here at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro Outerknown. And this is some good stuff. At number 5, Teahupo'o. You know what? It's a barrel full of barrels, Flick. Lots of them out there.
Definitely is. This wave does what it does best. It absolutely tubes, and there has been a few people that have managed to find them. We just saw John before with a beautiful barrel. Tyler just kept getting better and better with each heat out there, looking more and more confident. Really liked what I saw from her out there, but Vahine Fierro, always going to be a favorite of mine. Absolute queen when it comes to surfing out here at Teahupo'o. She did it in all sort of conditions. Out right there, that one in one of her opening round heats, a bit ugly, a bit messy, but she still managed to find a diamond in the rough.
Medina, always finding tube time.
Teahupo'o dreaming. That's the number 5. It's about this wave. It is the special place that we come to each and every season. This is a staple on tour. Everyone talks about this event being one of their favorites, right? I mean, Gabe said it right there on stage. This is his favorite event on tour.
Number 4, takes a lot of juice to beat the GOAT, and that's exactly what Iago Dora squeezed out of the end of the road. Buzzer beater here to defeat Kelly Slater, Pete.
Yeah, Kelly was running away with this one, and when he's on a roll, he's very tough to beat. And you know what Iago did? He didn't think about that. He didn't think that he was surfing against the GOAT. He just went out there and got it done. And at the last minute heroics, be able to beat Kelly and inform Kelly.
Yeah, 8-point ride within the last few seconds of this final, taking the win off of Slater.
That was the wave there, and he knew it. At the end of that, he was feeling very good about that. And it was a do-or-die heat for Iago at this moment because he needed to stay on pace to keep an opportunity for him to finish in that final 5. Unfortunately, Jack took that away.
Number 3, Zhao Xianca, Katie Simmers. Flick, we're going to see them in the WSL Finals.
Yeah, we are. I think this event probably has mixed emotions for Zhao. He really came in here, who was in that number 4th spot, and he ended up bailing out of the event and had to watch from the sidelines, see how everything unfolded. But Katie here, we just saw her, that was her 9.2, which saw her move through to the final there. But yeah, massive effort by these two. They clinched their spots. Nervous moments for Zhao.
Number 2, Pete, congratulations, Caroline Marks. She's our winner here at the Tahiti Pro.
Big confidence booster for her, especially when she's going into this last event of the season looking for a world title. But this is a sweet, sweet win. You know, you're legendary when you can win at a place like this, one of the most scariest spots on earth. Being able to be known as a barrel rider, she is now known as a champion out here, and that feels really, really good for Caroline. And I love that she's going to be able to try and carry this into the event. It's in 2 weeks' time. We're going to be crowned world champions.
Caroline Marks doing one better than her coach, Luke Egan. Actually took a win out here. Luke, a runner-up. Number 1, let's give it up, Felicity, for Western Australia. Jack Robinson with the big W.
Oh, amazing effort from Jack Robinson. He really only had one goal in this event, and that was to win it. There was no other option. A couple of other things needed to go his way. They did, but I've said it again, and I've said it already, but I'll say it again, just mastery within the barrel. He just is so at home at waves at consequence, and waves that have big rivets through them like we saw today. It wasn't perfect Teahupo'o. It was a bit ugly. There's a lot of waves in Western Australia like that, and yeah.
How about bookending the season, Pete?
With
win at Pipe, win in Tahiti.
And the fact that he was able to clinch a spot, and he's also clinched a spot for the Olympics. And those were two things that were question marks when he headed into this event. You know, long shot, really, to get into that final 5. He had to go out here and win. And the clinch of also getting that Olympic spot is huge because he has probably one of the best chances to win gold.
Yeah, giant goals achieved. Final thoughts, Lissy?
Blown away, and a great sporting moment. That just, third time I've said it, but it really, really was.
Makes it a charm.
Super emotional moment for Jack, and a great way to finish the tour.
Pete?
Final thoughts. I mean, I'm going to go right back to the format once again, because it's made it exciting all season long. All throughout the year, we had moments that were stressful, and we saw these great sporting moments, especially at the very end of the year. We were able to see it all the way down to the last heat, and that's cool.
Yeah,
I like it.
It's really good. Well, we got more in store for you this year. That's right, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. That's going to start September 8th, the waiting period. Go to worldsurfleague.com for all the updates. Meanwhile, enjoy these end-of-event highlights. Aloha, Yorana!
We are back in paradise.
It's big, it's pretty hefty, it's got a lot of jumbo in it. Beautiful tube and gets eaten alive by the tube monster.
I love this turn, straight up into the lip.
Late takeoff and pulls up and under. Kelly Slater getting technical. Look at this. Section landing at him. He ends up somehow holding on to his stance. How about that read from Medina? It looks like he's got the exit. Florence is going to punch through again.
Robinson in the barrel, threads it through there.
That's what the best barrel riders can do.
Here goes Griff, pig dogging into this one.
Kelly Voss pulls right in under the hood.
Incredible surfing by the GOAT, Kelly Slater.
Yago going the distance. Chasing a 7.76. Yago Dora does it on the final wave. Upsets the GOAT. Jack Robinson pull into a beast.
Wow, he just said, come on.
The show continues for the man from the North Shore of Oahu. How about this cave for John Florence? It's a great morning when you wake up to finals day and see that there's still some really good surf out there. Big day, finals day for our quarterfinalists for the men and women, filling up those spots in the WSL Final 5 and also provisionally qualifying our surfers for the Olympic Games. That's a lot to take on. Pulling up, Tyler once again pulls in. What a great spot to sit inside the tube. Steph Gilmore goes down to Caroline Marks, and congratulations to Caitlin Simmers. We will see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Mahine Fierro tucks into a barrel and goes complete there. The Tahitian wild card.
2024 Olympics, yeah, it should be good.
Great job for Leonardo Fioravanti taking out Kali Voss. Jack Robinson does get the win, and that means good news for Joao Chianca.
Here he goes. Tucks in right off the takeoff. Second section for Medina. Threads through there. Little stalling. Third section.
So incredible. Really, truly incredible. He took off in the barrel.
Setting up a big section. Katie Simmers with her head down comes flying out. 9.23. How about that? Caroline Marks takes out the season finale, and Jack Robinson is officially the champion of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro presented by Outerknown, and we will see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.